Chapter 531 Benefits. Lenny looked at this cheap nephew who was only a few years younger than him, and said with a smile, "Not bad, he is a good kid." At first, he thought that the kid just lost his temper, and came straight to him as soon as he arrived in Ankong City. Now it seems that he underestimated him. He came to visit his uncle with filial piety, not to talk about state affairs. It must be said that this operation is still very easy to gain favorability. Lin Yuan continued, "Uncle, you are too kind. The cold and remote place in the west of the desert is hard to get news from. But I often hear merchants talking about Uncle. He always says something surprising and thought-provoking. I admire him very much after hearing it." Lin Yi knew that the other party was deliberately flattering. But he still asked curiously, "What do people in the frontier say? Ignorant? Idle? Sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor?" "Uncle, you misunderstood." Lin Yuan raised his head and explained. "We in the frontier don't know the king's ways. We don't wear the right clothes. We don't care about the taste of food. We don't flatter. And we don't hide evil. Your pure heart and quick words are actually liked by the people in the frontier." Lenny was very pleased to hear this, and said happily, "Yes, as a person. You must be honest. I don't like those pretentious people." Then his eyes drifted to the gift list in front of him, opened it without hesitation and glanced at it, and said with a smile, "Nephew, you are too polite. You came from far away and brought so many things. I am embarrassed. Not counting gold, silver and jewelry. There were 30,000 cattle, sheep and horses alone, although most of them were left in Shuozhou by the cabinet. It was not a short journey from the outside of the Great Wall to Shuozhou. No matter what the character of the people in Mashi is, at least their attitude is in place." According to He Jixiang, since Emperor Yongguang, Mashi had never sent such a big gift. By the time of Emperor Delong, Mashi no longer took Daliang seriously, and the tribute system was in name only. Sometimes they only took some furs of cattle and sheep to deal with it. Even in autumn and winter, they would go to Lian to forage for grass and grain. However, they would not go too far. At most, they would kill some unfortunate people, rob some materials, and leave after eating and drinking, as long as they did not go deep into the hinterland like the Wadden people, with the purpose of attacking cities and seizing land. Dalian would turn a blind eye and continue to dance and ride horses. Lin Yuan said loudly, "This is my nephew's sincere gift. I hope my uncle doesn't mind it." "No. Of course I don't mind it." Lin Yi turned his head and said to Hong Ying, who was standing beside him, "Tell the Ministry of Rites later that when my nephew returns, he must bring 2 kilograms of my best tea. He cannot return empty-handed. Otherwise it would be inappropriate. According to the rules, when foreign countries pay tribute, he must give more in return. That is, no matter how much you give, I will win over the rich with my virtue, and I will definitely give more in return. Cotton, silk, porcelain, tea, salt and iron, countless. So many that you are embarrassed. In short, when the strength is weak, it can be regarded as a maintenance expenditure. However, when it comes to Lin Yi, this rule does not work. Wouldn't that be a sucker? He doesn't even care about his face. What etiquette is there? Uncle is polite, nephew appreciates it." After a long while, he finally figured out what this uncle meant. If it was sent by this and the prince privately, it would not be passed through the Ministry of Rites. Probably this prince just wanted to send them away with a few kilograms of tea. "Take it. You are a straightforward person, not hypocritical." Lin Yi nodded with satisfaction. "I am particularly annoyed by those who dawdle. Although tea is expensive, it is still more important than feelings. Sometimes, there are many reasons to offend someone. Rubbing the other person's kindness is also an offense. I give you something, but you don't want it? What does it mean? Do you look down on me? Or do you want to deliberately express dissatisfaction?" Lin Yuan said, "I will follow my uncle's teachings." In just a short moment, he has a better understanding of the shamelessness of this prince. As the Prince of Mashi, what kind of good tea has he not tasted? How expensive can it be? Isn't this just lying with your eyes closed? The rumors are indeed true. Petty, shameless, vindictive. None of them are rumors. Drink tea. Drink tea. Lenny stepped on the chair barefoot, his elbows on his knees, holding the teacup. "It's hot, drink more, otherwise it's hard to bear." Lin Yuan said. "Thank you, uncle. You are so polite. Why? Family members should not be so distant and reserved, otherwise it will be very tiring." Lenny was like a teacher again, teaching respectfully. Over time, it will really be detrimental to physical and mental health. Lin Yuantu bowed and said, Uncle is right. Mother also often said that I lack experience in handling affairs. I hope Uncle can give me more advice on this trip to Hong Kong City. As far as I know, your father has only you as his son. If nothing unexpected happens, this land of Moshi will be yours in the future. Lenny had to envy the good of his only son. In the future, you will have the final say in Moshi. Your words are law. You don't need to learn how to handle people. Everything you say is right. Every decision you make is right. It's good enough if you don't cause trouble to others. How dare others find fault with you? Only the weak need to learn how to behave in the world, need to learn how to please others. Like when he was in an orphanage in his previous life, since he could remember. Those aunties began to teach him to be obedient and sensible. In order to get the label of a good child, he tried his best to pretend to be well-behaved and please everyone. Until he entered society and had more contacts, he found out how the education of rich children was like. What they teach their children is self and self-transcendence. If their children are pure bootlickers, like the children of ordinary families, the family business will not be able to be kept. Lin Yuantu did not expect Lin Yi to say it so bluntly, and could only smile awkwardly. My nephew is not up to the task. And my father is in his prime. It is a blessing to be protected by his wings. You are too modest again, Lin Yi said carelessly. But sometimes modesty is a good thing. Otherwise it will be very troublesome if you are not very capable, and have a bad temper. As a person, sometimes it is not wrong to be low-key. After listening to this, Lin Yuantu chewed over the words of the prince carefully. It seemed to have a hidden meaning. He could only bite the bullet and said with a smile, Uncle is right. Lenny stood up, walked to the door, looked at the starry sky, and said with a smile, Okay, you must be tired after coming all the way here. So go to the inn and rest. If there is anything, we will talk about it later. Yes, nephew. Take your leave. Lin Yuantu respectfully left the living room. Lenny looked at his back and said with emotion, He is also a person who can keep calm. He will be a talent in the future. Hong Ying said, Pan Duo has already asked people to keep an eye on the post house. Except for this prince. Everyone else stayed inside. After Princess Xian entered the palace, His Majesty and His Majesty held a banquet and stayed in His Majesty's son's bedroom at night. Lenny said, What is my father's attitude? Hong Ying said, His Majesty just said a few polite words, drank a glass of wine, and returned to Qilin Palace. Where is the prince? Lenny asked. The dinner is over. The prince left the palace and lived in Prince Yong's mansion. Hong Ying smiled and said, Lord He Jixiang has already asked Yu Boxu to lead the imperial guards to protect the prince's safety. Your Majesty, don't worry. Lin Yi suddenly asked curiously, Is the fourth daughter of Yu Boxu married? Hong Ying smiled and said, She has never been married. The prince had once expressed to you when she intentionally or unintentionally, I think about your sister day and night. As long as Yuan Su and his son are not stupid, they will definitely not dare to send this fourth daughter away casually. Lin Yi smiled and said, Fortunately, she didn't get married. Otherwise I would have a little regret. Hong Ying asked tentatively, What does your Majesty mean? Lin Yi sighed, I don't mean anything. Hong Ying suddenly realized. He was overjoyed. And Yuan Su had to show some appreciation anyway. Walking along the corridor of the huge courtyard, he walked to Mingyue's room. Seeing that the child was wrapped tightly, with rashes on her face, he said, What season is it now? Why are you still wearing such thick clothes? Take them off and just wear a belly band. Children have stronger firepower than adults. Don't think they are cold. Children in the first 3 months have their own immunity and strong resistance, so they won't catch a cold or fever so easily. The worst thing is that adults think children are cold, and they get heat rash, ear eczema, and prickly heat constantly. He has seen a lot since he was a child in the orphanage, and he has also helped take care of other children, and his experience is richer than most people. It's not an exaggeration to say that he is half a parenting expert. Yes. The nurse on the side skillfully undressed the child. Lin Yi pointed at the child's head and said, You don't need to wear such thick clothes in summer. If you wear such thick clothes in winter, you still need a small pillow. Generally, people raise their first child according to the book. No matter who you are, you will tell you that newborns do not need pillows. However, people with actual parenting experience know that in winter, children wear thick clothes, which raise their shoulders and leave their heads hanging in the air. They must have a pillow. Otherwise, the child will wake up when he falls to the ground and will not sleep well at all. The child just can't speak. But he is not stupid. Even a real fool has instincts and does what feels good. Your Highness is right, Mingwa said with a smile. It's all my negligence. This child is quite well behaved. Not very noisy. Lin Yi seemed to remember something and asked, Did he take a bath? Mingwa smiled. And say that children have vitality, which will be gone if they take too many baths. Nonsense, Lin Yi said with certainty. I have said it many times. Whether it is adults or children, they must take a bath. Even if not once a day, at least once every 2 days. It's so hot. What will it look like if you don't take a bath? Hurry up and prepare hot water, and warm it up for bathing. Yes. Everyone did not dare to disobey, and hurry to prepare. Lin Yi said to Mingwa, I have already told you what bacteria are. Bacteria are most likely to grow in summer. If you don't take a bath, the child will easily get sick. No matter what time, you must be scientific. You must pay attention to hygiene. Jin Xiang, who had just entered the palace, was jealous. It turned out that a maid could get such treatment for giving birth to a son. Lin Yi was enjoying the coolness behind the rockery, squinting his eyes, and before he could react, he felt hot all over. In a daze, it was done. Looking at the shy Jin Xiang in front of him, he didn't know what to say. Sometimes, he still liked this reckless and aggressive spirit. Whether it was Zixia Mingwe, Du Yinyang, or Hu Mi, they all had to have face, and couldn't do such a thing. It has been 5 days since the envoys from Mashi entered Ankang City. Princess Xin was still lived in the palace, and talked about her feelings with Sun Yang. Prince Lin Yuan too, in the name of studying, spent all day hanging out in the primary and junior high schools in Ankang City. As for the other envoys, they simply stayed indoors. Your grandson is quite promising. I didn't expect him to be so patient. My son underestimated him. Lin Yi threw a wild berry into his mouth, and grimaced because of the sourness. Emperor Delong glanced at Lin Yi inadvertently and snorted coldly. When Wadden entered the northern frontier, I led the army in person, and the crown prince was the regent. In the battle of Liangshui River, there was heavy snow, insufficient food and grass, and the morale of the army was low. If it weren't for General Yuan Ang's risking his life to break through, the consequences would be disastrous. Emperor Delong said it obscurely, but Lin Yi still understood it. The ruddy-faced, well-mannered Prince Moshi is not a good person. The Khan of Moshi is leading the army to defend against the enemy. Prince Moshi is not here to ask for help. He is asking for help from Daliang, hoping that his father will die and he can inherit the throne of Moshi. If he continues to endure, he may end up like Crown Prince Lin Zhan, year after year, with no end in sight. Who will outlast whom by then? It's still hard to say. The old ones are the wisest. Lin Yi had to admire Emperor Delong, who could see the essence directly through simple phenomena. My son admires me. Humph. Emperor Delong snorted coldly. If Chabi Khan dies, our Daliang kingdom will have to face Wadden directly, and the situation will be out of control. Lin Yi said. What does father mean? I wonder if there is anything you can teach your son. Emperor Delong shook his head and said, You are very powerful. What can I teach you? After that, he closed his eyes and rested, no matter what Lin Yi said. He refused to respond. Stubborn old man. Lin Yi left Qilin Palace helplessly. When passing by the Imperial Garden, he saw concubine Tang feeding the goldfish. After swallowing his saliva, he was about to go forward, but saw his mother and concubine's son again, so he turned around and left quietly. It seems that the relationship between the Princess Xiangua and the Khan is not very good, Lin Yi said indifferently. She is so happy here, as if she has forgotten that her husband is still fighting bloody battles with the Wadden people. Pan Duo smiled and said, Your Highness, it is said that the Princess Xiangua suffered a lot of grievances after entering Mashi. Lin Yi asked curiously. Besides a son, does the Khan have any brothers and sisters? Is Lin Yuan so sure that he can inherit the throne after his father dies? Pan Duo said. The Khan is suspicious by nature. He took his 2 brothers with him when he went to war, but he didn't expect that the one who stabbed him in the back would be his own son. Lin Yi yawned and said, Power is really a good thing. It can explore human nature and see through people's hearts. In the face of power and interests, the so-called family affection is completely vulnerable. Chapter 532 Negotiation. Especially in places like orphanages, they feel it most deeply. Some children have congenital diseases, and their parents, under various pressures, abandon their children. The friends he knows with cleft lip and palate, ventricular septal defect, atrial septal defect, 6 fingers, and clubfoot are actually very grateful to these parents, otherwise they would never have the opportunity to receive treatment in this life. They get timely assistance in the orphanage, and when they grow up, they are no different from normal people. Especially those healthy girls, who are sent to the orphanage because their parents want to have sons, will never have the opportunity to experience preferring sons over daughters again in their lives. Of course, Lenny was the worst. He was diagnosed with congenital heart disease at birth. As a result, when he was 7 years old, he was re-examined. Such a large ventricular septal defect actually healed on its own. After he became an adult, he began to wonder what his parents were like. He only heard that they were a migrant worker couple. After giving birth to him, they heard that he had heart disease. The nurse turned around and couldn't find him. I don't know if they regretted it. However, Lenny is still grateful. At least they kept him in a hospital in a big city, instead of taking him to the countryside to be abandoned or given away. He was born with a collective household registration in a big city. After graduating from college, others were worried about their eligibility to buy a house and couldn't sleep at night. He was different. He had a household registration in a big city. All he needed was a lottery ticket. Thinking about it now, I'm still a little excited. Lottery? Lenny suddenly seemed to think of something extraordinary. He had been reborn for so long. How could he have forgotten this thing? Should we issue lottery tickets? This is a good tool to make money. But after thinking about it carefully, he rejected it again. Rich people hang out in casinos and fireworks, and won't buy these things at all. And the poor have no money to buy them. Dalian lacks the middle class with actual purchasing power. If he wants to do these things, at least he has to wait until some people get rich. By then, his sickle will be fast and accurate. The one on the side was a little confused. Lottery? What is this? He had never heard of it. Prince? Seeing that the prince was in a daze, he couldn't help shouting. What are you shouting for? Are you calling for souls? Lenny squatted on the steps, looking at the slowly rising sun, squinting his eyes, and said, Where is the old man Qinjingji? Why can't I see him? Panduo said, Qinjingji has been traveling to the post house to accompany the envoys from Mashi these days, and has no time to split himself. With a snap, Lenny slapped his calf, frowned and said, How come there are so many mosquitoes in broad daylight? It's weird. Panduo lowered his head and said nothing. This is not his fault. He was determined not to take the blame. He only heard the prince continue to say, Keep watching the post house. And keep a close eye on my good nephew. Don't let him make any trouble. Yes. Panduo hurriedly responded. Lenny looked at Liang Yuanji, who was silent again, and said, Pass the order. Renjin-san, the general of the northern expedition, will lead 10,000 troops into Shuazhou. Remember, don't make a sound. Enter the village quietly. And don't shoot. We must help Moshi. The key is when to help. Prince. Liang Yuanji was shocked when he heard this. Jun Sanbei is. Lenny didn't wait for him to finish, and waved his hand. I know what you mean. Jun Sanbei was once his father's trusted general. After he Jixian was relieved of his military power, he stayed in Ankong City honestly. Stayed indoors, ate and drank at home all day, and played with his grandchildren. It takes a certain amount of courage to use him at this moment. Why does the prince use him? Liang Yuanji asked puzzledly. Lenny sighed. Isn't it because there is no one else available? He has many kung fu masters under his command, even Liu Kan and Wei Yishan, who are half-grown boys, have better kung fu than Jin Sanbei. However, in terms of deploying troops, managing logistics, winning the hearts of the troops, these new generals under his command are not as good as Jin Sanbei. This has been verified in Saibei. In the Battle of Saibei, the Liang army led by Xinqiu was strong and invincible. This is inseparable from the contributions of Yuan Qing, and even Pang Gong, who seemed quite useless. They fought all their lives, and finally survived. Not for free. Their personal combat power is not high, but they know how to maximize the combat power of their subordinates, use strategies, and use surprise troops. Unlike Xinqiu, he used the King Bomb at the beginning, winning his luck, and losing his bad luck. What's more, Xinqiu is now leading the army in Jianzhou, and it is not easy for him to find someone like Xinqiu. Your Highness is right. Liang Yuanji hesitated for a moment and said, Why doesn't your highness use the pillar of the country? In terms of relationship, Yuan is at least closer than Jinsanbei. Right? He is my grandfather. And the relationship is difficult to handle, Lenny said helplessly. If he gets stubborn, what can I do to him? If it is not convenient to use him, it is better not to use him. Liang Yuanji bowed and said, I will learn from your advice. Lenny continued, this is to give Jinsanbei a chance. If he doesn't cherish me, I can't do anything about it, Liang Yuanji said. I think Jinsanbei will be grateful and die for you. I hope so. Lenny stood up and patted the dust on his butt. Let He Jixiang explain it to him. I trust people when I employ them. And I don't employ people I don't trust. He'd better not let me down. After leaving the palace, he didn't ride a donkey, but walked casually on the busy street in his wooden clogs, covering his nose from time to time. I walked to the Juma River unconsciously. Ankong City is an ancient capital built by the water and prospered by the water. The water table is relatively shallow, and there are brick wells and tile wells everywhere. The alleys follow the wells. However, not all well water is drinkable. Some well water has a high salinity and tastes bitter and astringent. Sweet and high-quality wells are monopolized by dignitaries and wealthy families. Families with extra money can buy water to drink, but the poor have no choice but to choose river water. Before, countless shacks and houses were built on both sides of the river, and countless rotten leaves, vegetable leaves, old clothes, animal carcasses, and even human carcasses floated on the river. It can be called the Indian version of the Ganges. Residents here often fall ill in large groups. After he took over Ankong City, he directly demolished a section of the city along the river. Residents were basically resettled outside the city. Lenny also specifically instructed the newly established Environmental Sanitation Bureau to clean the river surface in the future. Now the river is tidy, the river surface is clean, and the water is clear. It has become the activity center for residents in the city. The banks are shaded by green trees, and many people fish and play chess under them. Some even lie on their backs under the trees to take a nap in the afternoon. Lenny had just found a rock to sit on when Jiao Zhong had already put on the bait and threw it down without Lin Yi's instructions. As soon as he got ready, Lenny heard a group of chirping sounds. Lenny looked back and saw a group of young girls and wives holding wooden basins, preparing to go to the river to wash clothes. Jiao Zhong whispered, Guan Qiuqi is here too. After Lenny waved at him, Jiao Zhong quietly retreated. Lenny was the only one left by the river. His short sleeves and shorts were so outstanding that Guan Qiuqi approached and saw him at once. After the people around her walked away, she came to Lenny and said with a smile, You rascal. I haven't seen you for a long time. I thought you were dead. You are so beautiful. What nonsense are you talking about? Guan Qiuqi's face immediately turned red. I mean, you are dreaming, Lenny said carelessly. Your family still owes me money. If I die, wouldn't it be a bargain for you? Humph. Guan Qiuqi's face turned even redder. This time she was angry. You are a dog's mouth that can't spit out ivory, Guan Qiuqi said angrily. I won't owe you money. Don't be angry, Lenny said with a smile. It's just a joke. Where have you been these days? Guan Qiuqi's face was slightly relieved. As for me, I've been away from home. Lenny counted with his fingers, and it seemed that he hadn't contacted Guan Qiuqi for half a year. At this time, someone called Guan Qiuqi and answered, and then said to Lenny, Where is your home? I'll send you the money I owe you tonight. Lenny waved his hand and said, Don't worry. Just use it for yourself first. Guan Qiuqi shook his head and said, My father and fellow villagers are helping people repair their houses. I found a job in a garment shop. I make a lot of money every month. I have saved enough to pay you back. You can give me the land. Tell me the address. That's pretty impressive, Lenny said with a smile. It's late at night. How can I let you? A girl. Go out. I'll come to you when I have time. The girls and wives started to shout at Guan Qiuqi again. Guan Qiuqi hurriedly said, I'm leaving now. Remember to come? After walking a few steps, she couldn't help but run back, took out an oil paper bag from her arms, stuck it in Lin Yi's hand, turned around and reminded, Don't forget it. I won't forget it, don't worry. Lin Yi nodded. Jiao Zhong came out from behind a big tree nearby, looking at Guan Qiuqi's figure from afar, and then at Prince He smiling. Prince, this girl is really amazing. Lin Yi ignored him, unwrapped the oil paper package in his hand, and found a rolled pancake still warm. He sat on the stone again, fishing and eating pancakes. Jiao Zhong waiting for the fish to come out of the water, and took the fish off without Lin Yi saying anything, and rebaited. This went on until sunset, and he caught several carps. Zhu Rorong was drinking tea with Jiang the butcher at a tea stand nearby. He recognized the back of Prince He at a glance. But he was no longer the boy who could only act recklessly. He no longer had the courage to greet Prince He. Jiang the butcher smiled and said, "Prince He is so happy today. I guess he caught a lot of fish." Zhu Rorong said. "Of course." Jiang the butcher waited for him to put down his teacup, and asked while reversing the car, "Have you sorted things out with your wife?" Zhu Rorong said unhappily, "If I don't sort it out, how dare I go out?" These days, he had no choice but to hide in the farm in the countryside, and he didn't dare to come out until the family affairs were settled. "What do you say?" the butcher asked curiously. "We are an old married couple. What else can we do?" Zhu Rorong sighed. "Just keep living together." The butcher widened his eyes and said, "What about the girl who followed me?" Zhu Rorong said with a painful expression, "You came all the way back with me. You know, I didn't tarnish her innocence. She is a virgin. There is no way she can't find a good man to marry. I gave her 100 taels of silver, and asked the Dongfeng escort agency to send her back to Yueo. Hee. You are too useless. It's all for nothing in the end," the butcher said disdainfully. "You have been tossing around for so long. What are you trying to do? Just to have fun?" Zhu Rorong. Rorong snorted coldly. "At least I dare to think and do it. What about you? Do you dare?" Jiang the butcher said slowly. "I am old. I am not as useless as you. Is it that the girl in Chungxianglu is not fragrant or the girl in Xinguola is not sweet? Go out to find trouble, and bring it home. Even if your wife lets you support her, it will cost a lot of money. Damn it. Why didn't you say it earlier? What's the point of saying this now?" Zhu Rorong said dejectedly. "It's too late." Jiang the butcher patted his shoulder and comforted him. "Don't be like this. I'll treat you tonight. Let's go to Chungxianglu for a drink. I don't know where Tong Jinhua found these foreign women. Each of them is taller than a man. Let's go and broaden our horizons." "You treat?" Zhu Rorong obviously didn't believe him. They have been together for many years. Who doesn't know who? Stingy as hell. "Of course I treat," the butcher said with a smile. "But it's not just the two of us," Zhu Rorong asked. "Who else?" the butcher said with a smile. "Zhang Shun, Yi Chen's lackey?" Zhu Rorong was no stranger to Yi Qiu's younger brother Yi Chen, but they had never had any contact with the Yi family. He didn't understand why Jiang the butcher suddenly wanted to invite Zhang Shun. "Yi Chen's housekeeper," Jiang the butcher said. "Be careful when you are outside. It's not good if someone hears you," Zhu Rorong said. "I haven't been here for a while. How did you get involved with Zhang Shun? Do you want to sell pork for the rest of your life?" Jiang the butcher suddenly asked. "Humph. Besides killing pigs, can we do other things to make a living?" Zhu Rorong glared at him. "Look at the Yi family. They open casinos, inns, warehouses, and silk shops in Hong City. Their business is getting bigger and bigger." The butcher sighed. "Why can't we do what they do?" Zhu Rorong teased. "Unless your brother is called Yi Qiu. In Hong City, whether in the officialdom or the business world, everyone knows Yi Chen's background. He has a brother who is a great master, his dear brother, and he works for the palace. As long as he is not stupid, no one dares to provoke him easily. What's the difference between that and deliberately seeking death?" The butcher was choked and couldn't speak, but just laughed. "It's because we don't have a brother who is a master that we have to rely more on the Yi family. You think too simply. The Yi family is not short of money, not short of people. We rely on them, but what can we let them rely on?" Zhu Rorong said casually, suddenly looked up at the butcher and said, "Are you targeting your daughter, you old man? You have to be careful. Yi Chen is a bastard. Don't harm your daughter. Otherwise, why can the butcher cooperate with the Yi family?" The butcher waved his hand and said, "That can't be. You really think I'm stupid? His daughter has a bright future. If he cheats the girl for the sake of temporary benefits, that's stupid." Chapter 533 Asking for Advice. Zhu Rorong pursed his lips and said, "Even if you really want to get in touch with the Yi family, you don't have to be so polite to Zhang Shun. That bastard. Don't forget, he is just a lackey of the Yi family. What a loss of face. Although he and Jiang the butcher are not big shots, in terms of family background and power, they are both average, but they are at least the first-tier suppliers of Daliang. In Daliang, Anyone who wants to expand the livestock business can't get around them. Even the Yi family can't do that. If Jiang the butcher wants to expand his business, he doesn't object, but he can go and flatter Zhang Shun. Flattery, he couldn't accept it. Look, I told you not to say it, but you said it anyway, and you said it so loudly. Are you afraid that others can't hear it? The butcher sighed. The Yi family's business is so big now. Don't you think about it. Can we meet each and whenever we want? I tell you, it took me a lot of effort just to get in touch with Zhang Shun. Zhu Rorong said. I know what you said. In terms of ability, the two of us together can't match Zhang Shun, but that doesn't mean we have to be humble to him. If you want to go, go. I will definitely not go. Without waiting for the butcher to speak, he turned and left. Hey, what do you mean? The butcher hurriedly chased him. And at the corner of an alley, he grabbed him and said unhappily, What do you mean? You don't want to do it anymore, right? They have always been a partnership business. If Zhu Rorong ran away, what would happen if he had to work alone? Zhu Rorong shouted. You are right. I really don't want to do it anymore. Don't say angry words. The butcher glared at him and said, A few days ago, I wanted to go back to Sanha to retire, and you persuaded me to stay. How come? What are you thinking about now? It's different now. It's different now, Zhu Rorong said with emotion. What kind of business can I do? I've made up my mind. I want to be an official. This is the biggest realization he got after experiencing this incident. A small person can't live without money for a day. And a real man can't live without power for a day, otherwise. He can't even marry a little wife. The more he thinks about it, the angrier he gets. Hey, what's wrong with you? The butcher put his palm on his forehead and said doubtfully. Are you confused? You think you are still Wang Xiaoshuan? And you want to be? Just be an official? We are all so old. Isn't it good to just earn some money? Zhu Rorong said angrily. It is because I am old that I want to be an official. Otherwise, when he is old, even if he becomes an official, what is the use of marrying a concubine? You are obsessed. Right? The butcher said puzzledly. What's wrong with you? If Zhu Rorong hadn't stopped him, he would have been lying down in Sanha to retire. As a result, when he rekindled his fighting spirit, Zhu Rorong told him that he didn't want to do it anymore. He would definitely not accept it. Why don't you understand? This man has no power. Is it okay? I can't even marry a concubine. Zhu Rorong said with hatred. If I have power, does that tigress dare to be so rampant? By then, there will be good people around him, who will take the initiative to help him and his wife, instead of hiding from him. Just like Shinchu, the wife at home is so fierce, but he still has concubines one after another. Just because he is a general, no matter how fierce the woman is, she can't rebel. When things get really bad, there is a group of good brothers to help cover up. Each of them is righteous and humane. Unlike me, fighting alone. You can't be an official just because you want to be one. Right? You have a primary school diploma, like Wang Xiaoshuan. The butcher said unhappily. If it's as easy as you say, I'll go there tomorrow. Zhu Rorong snorted. He Shun, Wang Daoji and the other old guys. Who has a primary school diploma? Why can they be officials? But I can't be one. The butcher rolled his eyes at him and said, Why don't you know? They made major inventions and contributions. They were approved by the prince. What contributions have you made that require the prince's approval? Zhu Rorong laughed. What do you think I've been doing these days? The butcher said impatiently. Then just tell me directly. It's getting late. We have to go to Chengxiangle in advance to book a private room. Otherwise we'll be late. You can only be a guest in the hall. That's embarrassing. Zhu Rorong waved his hand and said, Didn't you ask me what I did with the 5,000 taels of silver the day before yesterday? Now I'll tell you. I took this money to ask the Daliang Academy of Sciences to help me research compressed biscuits and canned meat. As long as this thing is successfully researched. Do you think it is a major invention? Is it a contribution? Jiang the butcher held his forehead with his hand and said, You are crazy. Those are things in the book that the prince told you. Why do you take it seriously? Zhu Rorong said. Which of the exercises we practice? Huiyuan Gong, Lion Roar Gong, and Shixing Dafa is not in the prince's book? Jiang the butcher whispered. That was the steward who borrowed the name of the exercises in the prince's book in order to please the prince. Everyone in Daliang knows that the prince doesn't know kung fu. It's not modesty. But he really doesn't know it at all. Any young boy on the street can beat the prince into a pulp. I don't care whether you believe it or not. I believe it anyway. Zhu Rorong insisted. These compressed biscuits and canned meat sound mysterious, but they are not difficult to understand. Just put the meat paste into a sealed box and prevent it from contacting the air, so that it can be stored for a longer time. You can do whatever you want. I don't care. The butcher gritted his teeth and said, Do you want to go to the banquet tonight? Just tell me. No. Zhu Rorong raised his head and said, No matter how great Zhongshan is, he is still a lackey. I am not so poor as to lick his toes. Hey! The butcher pointed at his back, and was so angry that he couldn't speak. In the evening, Su Yin used the fish that Lin Yi caught to make a bowl of Christian carp soup. The tofu is old. Lin Yi couldn't help but comment after eating a piece of tofu. Su Yin, who was standing beside him, turned pale with fear. Fortunately, Lin Yi's next words made him feel better. You picked out such a small fish bone so cleanly. It's hard for you. You put in a lot of effort. This is what I should do, Su Yin said hurriedly. He Wangya likes to eat fish, but he hates fish bones. What he Wangya hates, he hates. Being anxious about the prince's worries, and thinking about the prince's thoughts is his self-consciousness as a chef. Removing fish bones without cutting the fish into pieces is a special test of knife skills. He doesn't know who has the best martial arts in Hong Kong City, but he knows who has the best knife skills. Except for Zhu Rorong, the butcher. There is no one else. In terms of knife skills, Zhu Rorong dares to claim to be the first. Not to mention Hong Kong City. Even in Daliang State, no one dares to claim to be second. The skill of butchering a cow is so amazing that anyone will be stunned. When killing a pig, no one needs to hold it down or tie it up. Just let the pig stand there. After a knife, the pig groans and falls to the ground in a breath, and the flesh and bones are separated. The most exaggerated thing is that, when a mosquito flies past his eyes, he cuts it with his knife, and the wings, head, and legs of the mosquito are clearly distinguished, without any ambiguity. After seeing the prince, he felt that it was a pity not to be a chef with such good knife skills. Zhu Rorong did not want to be a chef. Su Yin did not want to lose his job. The two hit it off immediately, and Zhu Rorong taught Su Yin the knife skills of butchering a cow. Although he could not catch up with Zhu Rorong now, it was easy for him to remove fish bones. He even thought about learning Yu Shaoshi and Ah Dai's unique skill, the purple gold hammer that can collapse the sky and sink the earth. This time is perfect for making meat sauce and soup. Walk 100 steps after a meal, and you will live to be 99. Lin Yi, shirtless and with a bulging belly, strolled along the garden, taking a sip of the wine in his hand from time to time. This wine from Mashi is really good. Lin Yi had to admit that it was better than his. He vaguely heard someone crying. He walked over and saw the back of the figure in the bushes, and knew it was Jin Xiang. Why are you crying? Ah. Jin Xiang was startled when she heard the voice, turned around, knelt down and said, Your Majesty. Zixia saw her in a daze, and her face turned pale with anger, but she still said softly, Your Majesty is asking you a question. Answer it properly. Don't cry. After Mingwei became pregnant, all the big and small things in the mansion basically fell on her shoulders. After Jin Xiang entered the palace, the prince also specifically told her to take care of it. What does it mean to cry here now? If you really want to cry, run away. Isn't crying in the garden just for the prince to see you? If the prince sees you, won't it embarrass her? If you want to play tricks, play more advanced ones. Playing such low-level tricks will only make people look down on you. Your Highness, I'm fine. Jin Xiang wiped her tears and said. Lin Yi smiled and said, Okay, put away your tears. There's nothing to cry about. He grew up in the palace since he was a child. The more he saw, the deeper his understanding became. 3 women make a drama. More than 3 will lead to a family fight. This small, Hewang mansion has more than 20 maids. And there are countless fights, both open and covert. Although Jin Xiang is his woman, she is an outsider after all, and has no status. So it is common for her to be bullied. As the leader of the Hewang mansion, if he gets involved a little bit, even if he shows a little tendency, he will die. The best way is to watch from the sidelines, and not interfere in the women's internal affairs. Yes. Jin Xiang stood up with tears in her eyes. I understand that you are new here, and you want to show your kindness and compromise everywhere. But kindness without teeth is weakness. Lin Yi said lightly. Sometimes, You have to be stronger. Don't try to please others. That's useless. Only when you become stronger, your kindness will be accepted by everyone. Jin Xiang nodded and said, I will listen to the prince. Zixia took a long breath, walked to Jin Xiang, held her hand, and said with a smile, Good sister, if you suffer any grievances in the future, just tell me. I will take care of it for you. Thank you, Sister Zixia. Jin Xiang obviously shrank her neck and acted very scared. Zixia's eyebrows furrowed even deeper. Lin Yi saw everything, and his understanding of Jin Xiang deepened. This woman is not a good person. It's just that her methods are too immature. Given time, she might be a master of house fighting. In the following days, Ankong City was drizzling again and again. Lin Yi personally went out of the city to check the potato and sweet potato planting, looked at the bare hilltops that had been dug, and finally said nothing. What soil erosion, what environmental protection, it's useless to say anything. Out of boredom, he went to the palace and dragged his father to play Go again and again. You lost again. Emperor Delong threw the Go pieces away. Obviously not interested. Father is still good, and son is not as good as me. No matter whether it was Go or chess, he would lose to anyone. He had always thought of turning things around with Go, but he didn't expect to lose so badly. He was also desperate. Emperor Delong raised his head and said, You are so courageous. Jin Sanbei is a good general. You can't catch a wolf without sacrificing a child. And you can't catch a gangster without sacrificing a wife. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. My son really has no one to use. So I have to resort to this last resort. The corner of Emperor Delong's mouth twitched, and he said hatefully, Vulgar language. How shameful. Lin Yi said proudly. Father, don't worry about vulgarity. The language that people can understand is the best language, otherwise. If you talk nonsense and speak brilliantly, but no one can understand, what's the point? Humph. Emperor Delong leaned on the chair railing, and stood up and said, How should you deal with the envoys from Mashi? Lin Yi smiled and said, I would like to ask you, Father, for advice. How can you teach me? Emperor Delong said, You are all my sons. I hope you are all alive and well. Lin Yi was full of questions. Where did you get this from? Why did you suddenly bring up this topic? My son is not very smart, father. Just say it directly. Let Prince Yong go to Mashi. Emperor Delong said word by word. His eyes were always fixed on Lin Yi. Lin Yi smiled bitterly. Father, it's easy for you to say. I agree. But my third brother may not agree. You know his temper? Would he give up so easily? Emperor Delong said. You go to Jianzhou in person, with my letter to persuade him to surrender. He is a smart man, and he will not go to the road of death. Lin Yi thought for a while and said, Father, you said it so suddenly, I don't know what to say. With Shinchu's army approaching, Prince Yong has basically reached a desperate situation. But Lin Yi was not in a hurry, and always let Shinchu surround but not fight. The two sides were always in a stalemate. However, Emperor Delong suddenly brought up this topic today, which made him a little confused. Does this old man really care about his son so much? It's unscientific. Emperor Delong sighed. With him outside the Great Wall, my Dalian kingdom can be safe for decades. Besides, you know, your biggest worry is not him. Western Wasteland? Jingangtai or Jizhou Temple? Lin Yi stretched his neck and asked. Emperor Delong said lightly, You brothers should not follow my old path. I am tired. You can leave. You are talking nonsense and talking half sentences. Lin Yi hates this kind of people the most. But the person in front of him, he just can't do anything about it. Chapter 534 Filial Piety. Young people lie down on their pillows when the cock crows, while old people wait for the cock to crow on their pillows. Over 30 years have passed, but only a few cries have gone by. After Emperor Delong shook his head and sighed, he looked at Lin Yi again and said, I am old, and the world will belong to you from now on. The Emperor Delong, who suddenly played the emotional card, made Lin Yi a little confused. Who is Emperor Delong? He is a ruthless man who kills his brothers, his wife, his concubines, and his brother-in-law without blinking an eye. He said he would kill the whole family, and he would not let go even an ant. Absolutely do what he says. He is not a person who is indecisive or sentimental. Most importantly, his father is pursuing immortality. How could he feel sympathetic and feel old? It is not scientific at all. Now that he has said so much, it would be strange if Lin Yi believed him. Father, if you really want to do good for your son, Why don't you tell your son the location of the ant's treasure house? You have seen my son's current situation. Besides lacking money, I can't solve any problem that can be solved with money. The eldest princess is still missing, but Lenny still misses the treasure house of Jijo Temple. If he could get this money, his life would be much better. At least, he wouldn't be bothered by Hejixiang and Ganmao every day. Jijo Temple is a 1,000-year-old temple. No matter how many dynasties have changed, it has always stood firm. Emperor Delong said slowly. It can be passed down to this day. In addition to the skills passed down from generation to generation, it is also inseparable from strong financial resources. Sons know what father said, Lenny said with a smile. Third brother was able to bribe so many generals in the army, basically relying on the money from Jijo Temple. If it weren't for the excessive amount of money, these generals would not have defected so easily. The most bizarre thing is that the eldest princess actually supports the prince. She even dared to give the prince 10 million taels of silver. He is the only pitiful person. His father doesn't love him, and his uncle doesn't love him, Emperor Delong said. If I knew the whereabouts of the treasure house, how could I have fallen to this point today? Lenny was stunned. Emperor Delong's words made so much sense. He couldn't refute it. One of the main reasons for his father's failure was no money. What kind of loyalty and patriotism can a poor emperor talk to his ministers, generals, and soldiers? Just talk? In the short term, it's okay for everyone to shout slogans. After a long time, even the most majestic emperor would be a paper tiger. So after Lin Yi entered Hong Kong City, the first thing he did was to develop the economy. In addition to making money, he still made money. He had to make money even if he died. The faster the territory expanded, the more people would follow him to make a living. For a few months, he couldn't even pay out the military pay. It is said that my aunt is as rich as a country. Such a large treasury must be managed by many people. It is impossible that there is no news about it. Lin Yi decided to help his father think more. Emperor Delong snorted coldly. Who told you there is only one treasury? Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows. Let alone Jijo Temple, which is cautious and careful. Damn it. This is difficult. Lin Yi couldn't help scratching his head and said, You have a great reputation in your life. Don't you have any solution at all? Emperor Delong smiled and said, Solution? It's not that I don't have one. Oh. Lin Yi stretched his neck and asked, What solution? Father, just tell me. If we really want to get the treasury, we will split it 80%. Emperor Delong said, Find your aunt. Lin Yi still couldn't help rolling his eyes. Father, can you be more serious? There were many opportunities before. He could keep the eldest princess, but in the end, he didn't force it. Emperor Delong said, Then I can't help you. Father, you are becoming more and more frivolous. In a vague way, Lin Yi felt that his father's temperament had changed a little, but he couldn't tell what the change was. After leaving Qilin Palace, he just took 2 steps and turned his head to look at Lu Chaoyuan, who followed him, and said, Lu Gongfeng, Father is in good health. There was no coughing. Lu Chaoyuan said lightly, Thanks to the prince, the emperor is still in good health these days. Today, his father was full of energy and didn't look like a patient at all. Lu Gongfeng, I have always respected you very much. Lin Yi put his hands behind his back and walked forward slowly. Don't lie to me, Lu Chaoyuan said respectfully. Your Highness, you are too kind, I dare not. Lin Yi stared into his eyes and said, You have done everything you should do. What else are you afraid of? Tell me the truth. Have you and your father found the longevity technique? Show it to us. As a person, you must not eat alone. You must have a spirit of sharing. Your Highness, if I really have such a technique, do you think I will stay in this palace? Lu Chaoyuan asked back. Lin Yi was speechless again. He is indeed his father's #1 lackey. His way of speaking is always the same. Your Highness, do you really believe that there is a way to live forever in this world? Lu Chaoyuan continued to ask. Lin Yi said, I didn't believe it at first, but you and my father are not stupid. You wouldn't do useless work for nothing. Would you? Lu Chaoyuan sighed. Your Highness is also a human being. Everyone will get old one day, and when people get old, they always want to seize every opportunity, even if they know it is fake. Lin Yi frowned and said, If this skill is fake, why do you continue to stay in the palace? What are you looking for? Lu Chaoyuan said, I dare not deceive your Highness. I am indeed looking for a skill, but it is not a skill for living forever, but a unique skill. Back then, The Holy Mother Empress Dowager relied on this skill. And even the master of Jizhou Temple did not dare to provoke her easily. After that, the eldest princess only learned the basics, and became a grandmaster at the age of 33. Then you can slowly look for it, and tell me when you find it. Farewell, Your Majesty. The sun was scorching the earth. Lenny lay on his back under the locust tree by the pond with his bare chest, letting his eldest daughter jump on his increasingly sturdy belly. Nyang sheepy. Nyang sheepy. Like a parrot, he kept repeating this word in his mouth. It's not over yet. Is it? Lin Yi's face turned black. He taught the girl to speak, but she just couldn't learn no matter how hard he tried. However, the curse he said unconsciously made her remember it clearly. Now she is a chatterbox, repeating the same sentence over and over again. Your mother is a bitch. The little girl looked at Lin Yi's tense face and shouted again, without any fear. What sin have you committed? Lin Yi sighed. You don't learn good things, but only learn bad things. If you curse again, I will spank you. The little girl cried in confusion. Lin Yi hurried to comfort her again, but the little girl's tears kept piling up, and she cried even louder. I won't spank you anymore. Okay? Stop crying? Lin Yi almost knelt down, but he still couldn't comfort her. Your Majesty, the princess hasn't taken a nap yet, so she must be tired. Zixia couldn't help laughing after all, and took the little girl from Lin Yi's arms. Humiyi probably heard the child crying, and hurried over, hugged the child, and kept comforting her. After a while, the little girl fell asleep peacefully in her arms. Lenny said, I have told you many times that there are not so many rules in our mansion. What is the rule of not going out of the front door or the back door? This is not good for the child's development. You should take the child out for a walk, see more of the scenery outside, listen more to the noise of the world, and breathe more fresh air outside. Humiyi whispered. I have discussed with Sister Du. It just so happens that we will go on an outing outside the city tomorrow while the weather is good. Lenny said. After a few days, the palace will move outside the city, and it will be more convenient for us to go on an outing. After returning from Sanha, feeling that the population in Ankong City was overcrowded, he decided to develop real estate as soon as possible. Making money is one thing, but the main purpose is to strip Ankong City of its non-capital functions. For example, residential areas. Why do they keep crowding in? Wouldn't it be more spacious to live outside the city? However, this kind of thing is not something he can change with just a few words. Therefore, he not only built military bases, schools, entertainment streets, and catering streets outside the city, but also moved the palace there. He personally chose the location, and the Imperial Astronomical Observatory helped him look at the feng shui. It has been under construction for 2 years now. He had taken a special look a few days ago. It was backed by mountains and close to water, with pavilions and terraces, and he could fish and raise chickens, ducks, cattle and sheep. It couldn't be better. This made him more determined not to live in the palace. In order to ensure the effective use of the palace, he even rented out the Hall of Supreme Harmony, which was used by the royal family for banquets, despite the opposition of many ministers. No matter who it was, as long as they paid, they could have a banquet in the Hall of Supreme Harmony. Sitting in the Hall of Supreme Harmony and eating in the imperial kitchen was quite impressive. Merchants rushed to give silver. In just half a year, the catering company under the Ministry of Revenue earned 2 million taels of silver. The wrinkles on the old face of the Minister of Revenue Gone Mao have become much fewer. He is currently actively developing the one-day tour business of the Golden Palace amidst the criticism from the court and the public. He now particularly agrees with what he said to the prince. If you don't have money, why do you still have face? Prince, are we really going to move out of the city? Humiyi hesitated and said, It's too desolate over there. What do you mean by desolate? It's called quiet. Lenny stood up, stretched his waist, and poked the sleeping little girl's face, and said with a smile, Besides, our mansion is really too small, and there is really no room for us. When he got married, his father didn't take him seriously at all. Not only was the house assigned to the South City, it was also so small. It was just a courtyard. The guards lived in the stable, and the maids lived in the big bunk bed. It was really not spacious. Humiyi said, I will obey the prince in everything. Lenny thought for a while and said, I heard that your father invested in a pawn shop, and was cheated again? Humiyi smiled and said, Father is not good at business. The prince knows it. Lenny said indifferently, This gang of pawnshop owners is too arrogant. If they don't give the prince face, they won't give you face. If they don't give you face, they won't give me face. The business environment in Hong Kong City really needs to be rectified. You don't have to be polite. Just hand the slip to the Hong Kong government office and deal with it according to the law. Thank you, Your Highness. Humiao still couldn't suppress her excitement. She felt bad that her old father was deceived. Lin Yi continued to lie on the chair. After falling asleep, he woke up when the sun had set. He was sweating all over. Looking at the dirty pool in front of him, there was no place to take a bath. The new mansion has spring water from the mountains. You can take a bath anytime. The more he thought about the good of the new mansion, the more unbearable the house in front of him became. It's just like that. Hong Ying smiled and said, Your Highness is right. I have asked someone to pack up. I think we can move in by the end of the month. Lin Yi drank a large cup of tea and said, That's good. Do it as soon as possible. Don't delay it. Yes. Hong Ying continued, Your Highness, Prince Mashi is here. Lin Yi snorted coldly. You finally lost your temper. Right? Hong Ying said. Your Highness is wise. Let him in. Lin Yi sat on the stone, with his feet in the fish pond, letting the goldfish bite his soles. Lin Yu, under the guidance of Hong Ying, walked into the back garden. Seeing the shirtless Lin Yi, he knelt down and bowed his head, saying, Greetings, Uncle. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Get up. You're welcome. I heard that you have been in the school these days. You are very eager to learn. Young people are different. I'm sorry to make you laugh. Uncle. Lin Yu said neither humbly nor arrogantly. This trip to Hong Kong City is really eye-opening, and I have benefited a lot. It turns out that there are invisible bacteria, intangible air, and incredible gravity in this world. The nephew could not imagine that the earth was round, and this man was actually upside down. Just because you can't imagine something doesn't mean it doesn't exist, Lin Yi said with a smile. I don't know martial arts, and I really can't imagine how people can have true chi. They can even break mountains and break rocks. The wise work with their minds, and the foolish work with their hands. Lin Yu said sincerely. Martial arts are actually minor things, and my uncle is busy with state affairs all day, so you don't need to pay attention to it. Lin Yi nodded and said, If you can talk, you can say a few more words. Lin Yu was stunned. His uncle is really shameless. For a moment, he was at a loss. Just kidding. Lin Yi shook his neck and said, I haven't invited you to dinner during these days. Now that you are here, don't leave. Let's have dinner together. Lin Yu said. Thank you, Uncle. The nephew can only obey your orders. Lin Yi smiled and said, I heard that your father had a tough battle with Saibei a few days ago, and there were countless casualties. Father. Lin Yu's tears fell, looking up to the sky and sighing. I am an unfilial son. Okay. Don't cry. Lin Yi stood up, walked over, patted his shoulder and said, We are all sons. I understand what you are thinking. When Lin Yu heard this, his heart tightened. How can we be the same? You have already locked your father in Qilin Palace. We are a small country in Mashi. It all depends on Uncle. As he spoke, his tears had wet his clothes. Do you really want me to make the decision? Lin Yi sat on the chair again, picked up the teacup and said. Lin Yu said loudly, As long as I can save my people in Mashi, I will do anything. Please teach me. Uncle. Lin Yi smiled and said, You are indeed a filial person like me. Uncle likes you. Young man, tell me your request. Chapter 535 Dare to Marry. Uncle. Lin Yu was a bit embarrassed. Why is this tone so weird? And it's a bit odd, put in musician, dare to talk to him like this, the grave head is 3 feet high. But there is no way, the situation is stronger than people. What can he do? I can only continue to the way with the scalp. Yeah, nephew. Blunt, I also asked my uncle to show it. Lin Yi laughed. Don't want to fight with who you don't move. You? Many things are virtual, you can't hold it, child. The political water is too deep. It doesn't matter if a man has the right to have no right, happy and happy. Why, all of them want to touch him to cross the river. He would definitely not agree. He was going to let them build a bridge themselves. Uncle. Lin Yu was confused. It seemed that his uncle had said everything, and it seemed that he had said nothing. He didn't know how to reply. In this world, the winners are mostly heartless people. I admire your attitude, but Emoshi is in a precarious situation, and there is only one string, and you play it worse than a blind beggar. This is not smart. Lenny said slowly. Do you understand? Thank you for your teachings. Uncle. Nephew understands. This time Lin Yuan really understood. The current turmoil in Mashi, but he is fighting for power, is not a good idea. His uncle had seen through his thoughts long ago. He was not too surprised. If they can't even see his thoughts, the government and people of Dalian are really idle. Since you are my nephew, I will show you a way, return to Mashi, and fight with your people. Lenny paced and said. People outside the Great Wall like heroes and admire good men. A prince who has no achievements at critical moments will not be recognized. Even if your father passes the throne to you, you will not be able to sit for long. As a person, you must pay attention to strategy, and don't turn your advantages into your disadvantages. Your biggest advantage is that you are the son of Khan. This is also Lin Yi's advantage. So he has a deep understanding. If he is not the son of Emperor Delong, then there will be big trouble. Unless he is more capable than the founding Emperor Lin Baoji. He is still just a rebel in name. The position of the regent is not so stable. In feudal society, no matter in the east or the west, you must have a legitimate reason. Hearing this, Lin Yuan suddenly woke up. Yes. On the grassland, the strong prey on the weak. And the use of force is respected. Only the strong can win respect. Even if his father passed away, he might not be able to make it to the end. Please, uncle, save me from the fire and water in Mashi. This time, he was serious. His head hit the thick bluestone slab directly. Young man, your uncle admits that you are very smart. But sometimes, being too smart can be a mistake. Show some of your true colors, some youthful vigor, and it will help you be more loved by the herdsmen on the grassland. You thought everything was under control. But you didn't think that the biggest constant in the world is change. Lenny taught with a strict teacher's attitude. You actually control less than you think. In a casino, when people want a leopard, most people will roll the dice as hard as possible. This actually has no effect on the dice, and is meaningless. Lin Yuan lowered his head and said nothing. He never thought that his uncle, who usually laughed and joked, would say such a heartfelt word. From childhood to adulthood, no one had ever said this to him. I'm sorry to trouble you. Uncle, I know my crime. Sitting on a rock while fishing, the water is clear, and the mind is at ease. Lin Yi saw his sincere attitude, and spoke more energetically. Have you ever thought about it carefully? Your father fought bloody battles with the Wadden people on the grassland. Food was scarce, the men and horses were exhausted, morale was low, and the soldiers were lost. When he was about to despair, you led the army, like a god descending to earth, saving everyone. What was the scene? What scene? Just thinking about it makes people excited. If he can really change the situation at the critical moment, he will be the most majestic hero on the grassland. He will receive supreme honor. He is not a god, but the soldiers of Mashi will definitely regard him as a god. At that time, the word of mouth on the grassland is that he is the sun that never sets. Even if his father does not want to pass the throne to him, the children on the grassland will not agree. Wadden is wantonly violent, all thanks to uncle for justice. I have ordered Daizhou, Saibei to gather Shuozhou. There will be 100,000 troops soon. I will leave it to you to command. Of course, there are more than 60,000 civilians. Lenny didn't say. Uncle's kindness, I will never forget it. His head slammed on the floor. Look at a person, don't look at what he says, look at what he does. Lenny said with a smile. Don't you think so? Even brothers have to settle accounts clearly, let alone the two of them. One is a wise and brave uncle, the other is a cheap nephew. We must settle the accounts. The landlords don't have any surplus food. We can't afford to suffer a loss. Mashi? Don't. Lenny interrupted him without waiting for him to speak. Talking about money hurts our relationship. You, let your officials talk to the Ministry of Rights. Uncle is wise. Lin Yuan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. His uncle was simply the most extreme interpretation of being both a leader and a lord. On the third day, He Jixiang brought a covenant agreed upon by the Ministry of Rights in Mashi. After Lin Yi finished reading it, he threw it directly on the table. He said disdainfully, You use this to test me? Who can fail such a test? It's a trick, He Jixiang said worriedly. The bitter cold land outside the Great Wall. I'm afraid some of our officials are still dreaming of the Celestial Empire. The times have changed. Lenny interrupted hurriedly, saying carelessly, Mashi is poor. Are we richer than Mashi? In terms of per capita. Which herdsman in Mashi doesn't have herds of cattle and sheep? And which one doesn't eat meat? What about us? The people? are still guarding those few acres of land and suffering, while sympathizing with others. Pity yourself first. Think more about the refugees in northern Hebei, the people who are naked, and the children who are starving and freezing. If he doesn't peel off a layer of skin for Mashi, he will feel guilty towards the people of Daliang and the officers and soldiers on the front line. Your Highness is wise. He Jixiang was speechless after all. 3 days later, Lin Yuanta led the people of Mashi and rode out of Ankang City at full speed. They were no longer as calm as when they came. Lin Yi, who had not attended court for a long time, announced in public in the court, Daliang State sent troops to protect the vassal state. Daliang State's war machine started again. Not only did the price of rice in Ankang City rise, but even the price of sweet potatoes rose by a copper coin. Lin Yi stood at the door of Guan's house, took the silver handed over by Guan Shiqi, and listened to Guan Xiaoqi's nagging. I told you to come and get it a long time ago. Why did you come today? Lin Yi stuffed the silver into his pocket without caring. Guan Xiaoqi said, if you don't even click, I won't care if you put it in your pocket. How can I not trust you? Lin Yi said with a smile. Humph. Guan Xiaoqi said. Come in and sit down. You haven't replied to me yet? Lin Yi said. I'm not afraid that you will run away. It doesn't matter when you come to get it. You just know how to be perfunctory. Guan Xiaoqi poured a cup of tea for Lin Yi, put it on the table, and said angrily, you never say a single honest word. And I don't know which words to believe, and which not to believe. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly. Where is your father? He is not at home? How can he feel that he is leaving you? A girl. At home? I'm not a child anymore. What's there to worry about? Besides, there are teams of police patrolling in Ankang City at night. I can call out a dozen people with just a shout. Guan Xiaoqi finished speaking, tilting his neck and said mischievously, if you don't believe it, you can try it? Lin Yi said disapprovingly. Try it. Believe it or not. No one will come to save you even if you shout your throat out. All around him are his people. If Guan Xiaoqi's cry for help could be heard, he would lose. I'm afraid of you. Come on. Guan Xiaoqi put her hands on her hips and said with her head held high. There was no fear at all. Lin Yi spit out the dogtail grass in his mouth, pretending to be hungry, and said viciously, then I'm coming. Come on. Guan Xiaoqi was even more disdainful. Seeing her like this, Lin Yi became even more angry. She was treating bean buns as dry food. You stinky hooligan. Are you serious? Guan Xiaoqi was stunned. After a while, he finally reacted, protecting his chest with both hands, and quickly stepped back. Lin Yi said angrily, why didn't you scream? You? Guan Xiaoqi gritted his teeth and said, you are not a good person. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly. I never said I was a good person. How about I take responsibility for you? Really? Guan Xiaoqi asked with eyes wide open. Ah. Guan Xiaoqi's reaction caught Lin Yi off guard. Are you going to regret it? Guan Xiaoqi asked viciously. Lin Yi asked curiously. Didn't you say I was a scoundrel? How dare you marry me? Guan Xiaoqi snorted. You are a lazy person, but you don't have any other problems. At least you are not a bad person. Lin Yi teased. I don't have a piece of land or a house. And you dare to marry me? Guan Xiaoqi said. You and I have hands and feet. Are you afraid of starving to death? God, please open your eyes. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh to the sky. This is the first woman since his rebirth who looks at him differently. Not because of his identity. Hey, what's wrong with you? Guan Xiaoqi said unhappily. Say something, Lin Yi said with a smile. I have to say, girl, you have a good eye. And you can really judge people. Guan Xiaoqi said nervously. What do you mean? Lin Yi said. Are you sure you want to live with me? Guan Xiaoqi said. Although I am a woman, I keep my word. Lin Yi scratched his head and said, I'm afraid your father won't agree. Right? Guan Sheng had a good chat with him. But if he really wanted him to be his son-in-law, he might not be so happy, because he has long recognized that he is a scoundrel. He is just more loyal than others. If her father knew that Guan Xiaoqi was going to marry him, he would explode on the spot. Right? Humph, he is eager to marry me to his friend's son. I don't want to do that. Guan Xiaoqi pouted. I might as well marry you. No, what are you asking about, if you want to marry me? Hurry up, otherwise it will be too late. Lin Yi said unhappily. Are you settling for the second best? What else do you think? Guan Xiaoqi put her arm around his shoulders and said proudly. Don't worry, you can be lazy, at most I will support you in the future. Thank you. Lin Yi couldn't help rolling his eyes. What's that expression on your face? Guan Xuqi gritted her teeth and stuffed a silver ingot into Lin Yi's hand, saying loudly, Go and rent a similar house first, far away from here, so that my father won't find you. Lin Yi smiled and said, Are you going to elope with me? Guan Xuqi snorted coldly. If I were to marry that clerk, I might as well die. Lin Yi said, The clerk in Hong Kong mansion is a stable job. If you marry into the family, you won't enjoy happiness, but at least you won't suffer. Guan Xiaoqi sighed. As the old saying goes, fish seek fish, shrimp seek shrimp, and turtle seek turtle. His family has always looked down on our small family. My father said that he wanted me to live a good life, and I didn't want to marry him. I would rather be an old maid and never marry. But it's easier said than done. If I really don't get married, my father will nag me endlessly. I like you, so don't be ungrateful for what you have. Okay. Lin Yi took the silver, rubbed it twice, and said in a difficult manner, Then I will marry you reluctantly. What do you mean by reluctantly? Guan Xuqi said in a hateful voice. You married me, and you didn't lose anything. Then do you regret it? Lin Yi asked. No regrets. Guan Xuqi said proudly. If you dare not obey, I will beat you to death. I am a third-rank official. Lin Yi's face turned dark. What's up? Are you scared? Guan Xiaoqi said. Don't worry. Since you don't know martial arts, I will be gentle when I attack you. I hope you can do it when the time comes. Lin Yi teased, thinking back to the past. How many people wanted to beat him, including Emperor Delong and his mother, but none of them succeeded. Don't talk nonsense. Go quickly. Guan Xuqi looked out the door and said anxiously, My father will be back soon. Just rent a house and come to pick me up. Lin Yi asked curiously. Leave secretly? What else? Guan Xiaoqi pushed him out and said, It's done now. No matter what my father says. It's useless. Don't worry. I will definitely pick you up in a sedan chair carried by 8 people. After saying this, Lin Yi disappeared into the night. Guan Xiaoqi wanted to say something, but no one was around anymore. Lin Yi's new residence was finally completed. The Huang mansion officially began to move. Lin Yi was the first to move in, and the rest of the things were handed over to Hong Ying, Zixia and others. Touching the thick insulation wall in the house, looking at the stupid and black iron boiler in the next house, and the long hot water pipes, he was very excited. This winter, he will definitely not freeze to death. Following the back door of the Huang mansion, there is a dense forest, with birds singing in an endless stream, mixed with the sound of springs, which is particularly pleasant. Lin Yi took off his shoes and went directly into the pool, and a cool feeling went straight into his head. He didn't dare to stay for long, and went directly to the shore, leaning on the man-made railings, and sighed. This is what life is like. He now understood why rich people like to live in mountaintop villas. Chapter 536 Psychological Construction. He used to write urban online articles, and the domineering CEOs in the articles usually had villas as standard. However, what made it difficult for a poor loser like him was that he had no idea what a villa looked like, and he couldn't imagine the emperor's golden hoe out of thin air, so he could only check Baidu. These villa areas are basically surrounded by mountains and water, such as the most famous Victoria Peak. There are many advantages. First of all, as long as you have money and power, no matter how remote you live, it will not affect your living standards. The second is an independent large house, far away from residential areas, personal safety, and high privacy. Finally, living in such a place is equivalent to living in seclusion, a bit like picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence, leisurely seeing the southern mountains. Of course, not all cities have the conditions of being close to mountains and rivers. For example, Shanghai can be close to water, but it does not have the conditions of close to mountains, because the highest altitude in the entire city is only Xishan. In short, I know more about the villa areas in Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen than real estate agents. The only pity is that, like those who know cars, I know everything, but I can't afford it. However, sometimes he felt that these rich people were not as smart as him. If he had several hundred million, why not buy a villa? He would definitely save the money in the bank and earn interest. He would never finish it. Your Highness, as long as you like it. Jiao Zhong was also very satisfied with this place. Since he moved in, he no longer had to be on guard against his neighbors, and there were no more strangers to bother him. So the duty work was much easier. Lenny said with a smile. Didn't I arrange for you to go to Shuozhou for training? Why are you still staying at home? Are you reluctant to leave your beautiful wife at home? Jiao Zhong said with a wry smile. Your Highness, you are joking. I will wait until the relocation of this mansion is completed before going to Shuozhou. Lenny said. Hasn't it been decided that Han Diqing will take over your position? He is already an old man in the mansion. What are you worried about? If you want to leave, leave quickly. Otherwise, once the battle in Shuozhou is over, you will get nothing. I want to promote you, but I can't find a reason. He had even talked to the prince to this point. If Jiao Zhong still doesn't understand, then he deserves to die of stupidity. He hurriedly said. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your grace. I will leave tomorrow. This time, going to the army for training was actually decided long ago. The only surprise was the selection of the leader of the guards. No one could have imagined that Chief Steward Hong actually promoted Han Diqing, who was quite mediocre in all aspects, especially in martial arts. Although Han Diqing was also a 9th rank, he was still no match for Lei Kaishan, Tan Fei and others. Therefore, Han Diqing could not convince the public. There were undercurrents in the mansion, waiting for Han Diqing to make a mistake so that they could strip him of the skin he was wearing. In order to avoid any accidents, he planned to talk to the guards one by one, and leave after everything was calm. However, since the prince was urging him, he could not wait any longer. After Lin Yi and Jiao Zhong left, he said to Hong Ying, Our old house is empty, and it cannot be wasted. Let's give it to Mrs. Sang, and leave it as an orphanage. There is a large space there, which is enough for hundreds of children. Hong Ying smiled and said, Your Majesty is merciful. These children will definitely be grateful for your kindness in the future. Lenny smiled and said, People do things according to their nature. If I want to get something in return, I don't have to do anything. Because there are only good people and good deeds in this world. The lowest rate of return, the highest rate of return is written in the Liang Law. Killing people and setting fires will earn you a golden belt. This kind of money is quick, Hong Ying said with a smile. Now under the wise leadership of the prince, there is no one picking up lost items on the road in Daliang, and no one locks their doors at night. So who dares to go against the world's condemnation? Don't be so confident. Lenny sighed. The last time I went to Jizhou, you saw the situation along the way. It's not an exaggeration to say that the people are living in poverty, and we have a long way to go. Oh, by the way, is your sister's condition better? Hong Ying said. Thanks to the prince, my sister has recovered now, and is in good health. I bought a piece of land outside the city, and I am busy all day long, not willing to stop for a moment. Lenny said. It's good to be busy. People are afraid of being idle. Idleness will make them sick. In the next few days, the mansion was busy with relocation. People came in and out, and there was a lot of noise. Lenny could hear it clearly in the yard. He didn't want to stay, so he left the mansion. He planned to come back after the house was completely tidied. When he went out, he always wore slippers, long shorts, short shirts, which saved fabrics compared to the short clothes of a coolie. He followed the example of the guards and servants in the palace, and dressed the same way when he was not on duty. After a long time, Lin Yi found that many big men in Ankang City did not wear long gowns. Instead, they wore the same clothes as him, long shorts, short sleeves, slippers. He led the fashion in Ankang City. Even some who were unwilling to wear them would be scolded by their wives at home. In the hot summer, you can save money as much as you can. Wearing a long gown wastes too much fabric. It's not economical. Now, he walks in the crowd without looking out of place. He is actually a little happy to be so indistinguishable from the crowd. He likes walking freely on the street without being noticed by everyone. You wear this to see me. As soon as they met, Guan Xiuqi said this. Lenny said, What's wrong with me wearing this? Guan Xiuqi gritted her teeth and said, Have you forgotten what I told you? Lenny said, You asked me to rent a house. Guan Xiuqi said hatefully, What about that house? Where is it rented? How far is it from here? Is it convenient to go out? How much is it per month? Don't be a sucker. The rent is too expensive. You won't be able to pay the rent later. And it will embarrass me. Lenny smiled and said, I didn't rent it. What? Say it again. If Guan Xiuqi's eyes could eat people, Lenny would probably be wiped out. I bought it, Lenny said proudly. Bought it? Guan Xiuqi asked hurriedly. How did you buy it? Where did you buy it? Lenny said unhappily. Don't forget. I lent you the money to buy this house. Why? I can't buy it myself? That doesn't make sense. Right? Guanxiochi rolled his eyes at him and said, Who are you? How can I not know? Who am I? I don't even know it myself. How do you know it? Tell me. Lenny asked angrily. This is a serious insult to his character, Guanxiochi said solemnly. You, a dog's stomach can't hold 3 ounces of oil. You spend money before you earn it. The last time you lent me money, you probably just took it, and you haven't had time to spend it yet. Lenny covered his chest and said, Your words are so hurtful. Since you look down on me so much, why bother living with me? No, Guanxiochi said firmly. You have to marry me today. You must marry me, otherwise what shall I do? Just let it go, Lenny said with a smile. You are so beautiful. Are you afraid you won't be able to get married? High-end hunters appear as prey. This made him very pleased. Hey, where are you looking at? Guanxiochi said angrily. Be careful or I'll dig your eyes out. I'm just looking around, nothing else. Lenny had to admit that what attracted him most about Guanxiochi was, or her long legs, which often made him absent-minded, and he looked around the yard again. Is your father not here again? Why are you scared? Guanxiochi asked. What a joke, you're not afraid. What should I be afraid of? Lenny said disdainfully. Don't interrupt me. You haven't replied yet. Tell me quickly. Where did you buy the house? How much money did you spend? How big is it? Don't let anyone cheat you, Guanxiochi said indignantly. Such a big thing. Why didn't you discuss it with me? And just made the decision on your own? You spendthrift. I will make you die of anger sooner or later. Why don't you live up to your expectations? No. If you really want to start a family in the future, don't even think about putting a penny in your pocket. Lenny was helpless. If his mother heard this, I wonder if she would treat him as a sister. Or beat him to death? It's on a hill outside the city. Probably with dozens of acres of land. Lenny said sincerely. It's not a lot of rooms. At least 100. And it cost me more than 200,000 taels of silver. The newly built house is much bigger than the palace. The distance from the wing to the main gate is so big that he wants to ride a donkey. It's a real mansion. Can you please speak nicely? Guanxiochi was even more angry. A house covering dozens of acres of land? Over 200,000 taels of silver? You should brag with some integrity. Even a big developer like Tian Xixi, who lives in a big house, only has 3 courtyards. I've already spoken nicely. Lenny saw that she didn't believe him. There was nothing he could do. He could only sigh. Anyway, you'll know when you go and see it. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Who wouldn't be satisfied with his house? Even Hu Miaoi, who had some complaints, thought it was a first-class place. The scenery of lakes and mountains is breathtaking. If there is the Internet of Things in this era, Hu Miaoi will definitely take photos of Versailles every day. The house is too big, and it is difficult to clean. There are too many servants, and I can't recognize them all. My husband is busy with his career every day, and there is a large table of food, and I can only eat it by myself. Or, for example, the lotus flowers in the yard are blooming. I feed the fish when I am bored. I sit at home and watch the sunrise and sunset. In short, living in such a house, there will never be a lack of topics, Guanxiochi said. What about your sedan chair? Lenny said. Do you really want it? Do you just fart when you talk? Guanxiochi's eyes were burning. No. No. I'll prepare it for you now, Lenny hastily denied. And then said, Wait. Hey. What are you doing? Guanxiochi hurriedly called Lenny, who was turning to leave. Lenny said, I'll go get 8 sedan chairs for you. You spendthrift. You don't live your life. But you need 8 sedan chairs. How come you don't know how to live your life? Lenny was confused again. No matter what he did, it was wrong. Guanxiochi said, I don't know anything about your family situation. Tell me what I should prepare. Lenny said, I have more than 20 brothers and sisters, and each of them has separated. They don't live with their parents, but live separately. So many brothers and sisters? Guanxiochi was shocked at first. But when he heard that they had separated a long time ago and didn't live together, he was relieved. Although he is not very old, he has seen a lot of things in the village. Mothers-in-law and sisters-in-law are the most difficult to deal with. If they live together, it will be very uncomfortable. Lenny explained. My father married many concubines, so only one sister is a sibling, and the others are half-sisters. Now that you put it, I understand. So your father married so many wives. Guan Shuqi looked Lenny up and down. From your tone, your father is very rich? Lenny said. He used to be very rich. But now the family has been divided. There are many sons and many daughters. After the division, he basically has nothing left. I see. Guan Shuqi. Curiously. Then I marry you, will your father agree? Lenny said. Why, are you afraid at the critical moment? I'm not afraid. Guan Shuqi raised his head and said. I'm just asking casually. Why didn't you ask before but now? Lenny poured himself a cup of tea. Isn't it too late? Humph, I want to marry you. What does it have to do with others? Guan Shuqi said loudly. But I'll try not to make things difficult for you. Go back now. Pull your donkey. And come pick me up in the evening. And I will go with you. After all, if you marry a chicken, you follow the chicken. If you marry a dog, you follow the dog. I accept it. You make it so tragic. As if I am bullying you. Lenny put his hands behind his back. And said with a fearless look, Don't do this. It will be bad if people see it. You got the advantage, but you still act like a good boy. Do you believe I will beat you up? Guan Shuqi was getting angrier and angrier. Okay. I'll leave then. Lenny said as he walked away, waving his hands. I'll pick you up in the evening. As soon as he left the yard, Han Deqing floated down from the roof next to him and said, Your Majesty? Lenny said. I'm going to get married. Han Deqing said. Congratulations. Your Majesty. Congratulations. Your Majesty. Lenny said. Then why are you still standing there? Han Deqing looked confused. If he wasn't in a daze. What should he do? What can he do? You should explain it clearly. Prepare 10 boxes of betrothal gifts and find Guan Sheng. Lenny said seriously. I want to ask him for marriage. Remember? After you find him, prepare him psychologically in advance. When Han Deqing was still thinking about what psychological preparation was, he heard Lei Kaishan say loudly, I will do it right away. Han Deqing had no way to respond, and could only catch up with Lei Kaishan, who had already gone far away. After Lei Kaishan stopped at a dense tree, he blew the whistle on his chest. He said to Han Deqing, who was chasing him, Commander, the court guards are coming. Please tell them. Han Deqing nodded at him, looking at the figure getting closer and closer in the distance. It turned out to be Zhou Jing, Fang Pai's lackey. Zhou Shuqi. The prince has an order to find Guan Sheng. Han Deqing said, and threw the token to Zhou Jing under the tree. Yes. Zhou Jing took a look at the token, threw it back to Han Deqing, and floated away. Han Deqing looked at Lei Kaishan again, and bowed. Brother Lei, I am not smart, but you are clear. You really don't understand what it means to prepare yourself mentally in advance? Lei Kaishan laughed. What the prince meant was that after we find Guan Sheng, we should tell him his true identity directly, so that the prince doesn't have to go there and waste his breath. I see. Han Deqing suddenly understood. Chapter 537 Coaxing People. Then he bowed and said, Thank you, Brother Lei, for your advice. I'm glad you're here today, otherwise I would have been in trouble today. It had only been 5 days since he took over the position of the leader of the palace guards. He knew that Lei Kaishan and his men did not obey him. Although he was angry, there was nothing he could do. Using official power to pressure people, Lei Kaishan and others are all experienced people. Who can really be afraid of him? If he wants to gain a foothold in the palace, he can only rely on his own real ability, otherwise, he will not be able to stay in this position for long. You are too polite. Commander, this is what we should do. Lei Kaishan bowed and said, Sir, so are we waiting now? Han Deqing smiled and said, Brother Lei, what if I ask you to do psychological preparation for Guan Sheng? I can't do it. Lei Kaishan refused without thinking, pointing to his face. Sir, look at my fierce face, don't scare him. If he looks unhappy in front of the prince may have to make trouble for us. We need to find someone who is kind and eloquent. Someone who is kind and eloquent. Han Deqing couldn't think of anyone who could do this. Lei Kaishan added, It has to be someone who is familiar with Guan Sheng. Han Deqing smiled and said, Brother Lei, don't beat around the bush. Just tell me the name. Lei Kaishan jumped down from the tree, sat down on a big rock by the river, and said to Han Deqing, who also came down from the tree, Just call Fatty Su over. Suyin? Han Deqing thought of many people, but Fatty Su was the only one he didn't think of. Who else could it be besides him? Lake Kaishan said with a smile. Suyin often accompanied the prince when fishing by the canal, and sometimes helped with the barbecue. Guansheng and his daughter were quite familiar with him, and they just thought he was a friend or relative of our prince. Moreover, Suyin was very tactful, good at speaking, and he frightened Guansheng several times. If you let him go, it will definitely be the right choice, Han Diqing said with a smile. Then it will be Suyin, Lake Kashan said. If you agree, I will notify Suyin right away. Come here, let him do a good job of psychological preparation for Guansheng. After Han Diqing nodded, he stopped Lake Kaishan, who was in a hurry to leave, and couldn't help asking, should we inform Miss Xixia in the mansion? Only now did he realize that it was not so easy to be the head of the guards. It's all about details. If you make a mistake in one place, you will make mistakes everywhere. Jiao Zhong was right. If he had told the prince clearly, they would have to run themselves to death. If he hadn't told the prince, they would have to take the initiative to think about it, actively check for deficiencies, and make up for them. There must not be any mistakes. Lake Kashan said. There are no outsiders here. So let's talk in private. No matter how much the prince likes Guan Shiqi, she is just a country girl. If we make it too grand and too serious, where will the face of the queen, Jin Xiang, and Mingwei be? There are rules in the mansion. Our queen is the principal wife, married with a formal matchmaker, and a sedan chair with 8 bearers. But Miss Jin Xiang and Miss Du entered the mansion alone. And even Miss Mingwei has no status and no arrangements. We will follow the prince's orders and use a donkey to pull Miss Guan into the mansion. For her, it is already a great honor. Han Diqing hesitated and said, but the current Miss Xixia is in charge of the mansion. Can't we just say nothing? Lake Kashan said. Of course we have to let Miss Xixia know. But we can't be so stupid as to tell her what we are preparing. Otherwise it will seem like we are meddling and deliberately making people unhappy. Han Diqing smiled bitterly. The more you talk, the more confused I am. If we don't tell her, how will Miss Mingwei know? Lake Kashan said. Miss Xixia also knows about Guan Shiqi's matter. I only told her that the prince wants to take Guan Xiaqi into the mansion. Whether to make preparations or not is her own business. Why should we say something that will make people dislike us? Brother Lei's words woke me up. Han Diqing had to admire his meticulousness. Then I'll go, Lake Kashan said. And then he jumped away. The sun set. The palace was covered with dark clouds. Du Yinyang smiled at Xixia and said, your prince is really philanthropic. It hasn't been long since my sister Jinxiang and I entered the palace. There is one more. Miss Du is joking, Xixia said lightly. Our prince has a peaceful temperament and is loved wherever he goes. This is the most common thing. Hu Miaoyi had been teasing her daughter in her arms. Seeing that everyone was looking at her, she smiled and said, thunder, rain, and dew are all the grace of the king. We should not make rash comments. After that, she turned to Xixia and said, Xixia, I'm here. Xixia hurriedly responded. Hu Mi said, with a younger sister. It will be more lively in the future. Our prince is a wise man who appears foolish. He never thinks things through. You can help to take care of things. Hang ribbons at the door when necessary, and set off fireworks when necessary. Don't be too shabby, and let the new sister suffer. Yes. Xixia didn't know whether to laugh or cry. The princess' word sounded very reasonable. But it was the same as saying nothing. What does it mean to hang ribbons when necessary, and set off fireworks when necessary? Should the ribbons be hung or not? Should the fireworks be set off or not? It was like throwing the problem to her. This princess is now more and more like a Tai Chi master. Also, wouldn't it be shabby if the ribbons were hung and the fireworks were set off? Mingwei handed the child in her arms to the nanny next to her, and then said to the princess, Your Majesty is very reasonable. The prince will be very happy if he knows. I am just saying something. Since the prince likes this woman, he must want to give her a face. Let's just follow his wishes. Hu Mi smiled and said, You are right. Xixia, take out 100 taels from my private silver, and add 2 rolls of silk. Princess, be kind. Xixia nodded, but she couldn't help but feel uneasy. 100 taels of silver and 2 rolls of silk are definitely not a small amount for ordinary people. When Prince he married his princess, the betrothal gift to Prince Heshuan was about that level. The problem is, when Prince he married his princess, he had the intention of deliberately discrediting Prince Heshuan. Now Prince he is marrying the girl he likes, and this betrothal gift is really pitiful. If Prince, he doesn't understand and blames them, they will really want to cry without tears. It was gradually getting dark. The servants of the Huang mansion hung red hydrangeas around the big red lanterns at the door. Then Lei Kaishan led the donkey out of the Huang mansion, followed by 2 guards carrying combing boxes. All the people in the group were in plain clothes. Lin Yi drank tea in the tea house, listened to storytelling, and spent the whole day like this. When he walked to Guan's house with full confidence, he found that the atmosphere was a little wrong. Prince. Su Yin trotted over, and hurriedly said, I have talked it over with Guan Sheng, but what? Lin Yi frowned, looking at the expressions of the people in front of him. He always felt that the atmosphere was wrong. Su Yin smiled awkwardly. Guan Sheng is naturally overjoyed. But this Miss Guan can't understand it for a while. Where is she? Lin Yi looked around, but didn't see Guan Xiaoqi. I pay my respects to the prince. May the prince live 1,000 years, and 1,000 years. Guan Sheng knelt stiffly, and said loudly, I didn't know the prince's identity before. If I offended you, please forgive me. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, We are all acquaintances, so don't be polite. Where is your girl? This. Guan Sheng hesitated and said, My daughter is very lucky. And she was so surprised that she was stimulated and seemed to have hysteria. Please give me some time, and I will find her back and take good care of her. I believe she will recover soon. Hysteria? This was something Lin Yi had never expected. Without listening to Guan Sheng's continued chatter, he went out of the house. Then he asked Han Diqing, who was following behind him, Where is the person? Just by the Juma River, near Qianzhou Street. Han Diqing said hurriedly, Don't worry, Your Majesty. I have set people to keep an eye on Miss Guan all the way, and there will be no problem. He was very glad that he arranged for someone to catch up with Guan Xiaoqi, who ran away as soon as possible. Otherwise he would definitely be in trouble if he continued to question the prince. Lin Yi rode on the donkey with a big hydrangea hanging on it, and went directly to the river. When he saw the familiar figure, he stepped on Lei Kaishan's elbow and got off the donkey. He walked over slowly, coughed deliberately, and then shouted, Hey, the girl in front. Have you been divorced? You are so desperate. What's wrong with you? You are the one who is upset. Your whole family is upset. Guan Xiaoqi suddenly turned around and blurted out. It was too late to cover her mouth. I like your temper. Lin Yi didn't look angry at all. You said you would marry me. Why did you regret it at the critical moment? Guan Xiaoqi wiped the tears from her eyes and said angrily, You already have a wife. And more than one. Why do you come to provoke me? I know you are with the prince. I am just a little girl. I can't afford to provoke you. But you can't lie like this. Lin Yi said softly. Sorry. I didn't mean to lie to you. You suddenly said you wanted to marry me, and I haven't found a suitable opportunity to tell you. Since you already have a wife, why couldn't you just reject me at that time? It stopped my thoughts. Guan Xiaoqi gritted his teeth and said. Lin Yi grinned. What should I do? Look, I have brought the betrothal gifts. You can't refuse to marry me. Right? You have to keep your word. Guan Xiaoqi said angrily. I don't keep my word. What can you do to me? You are the regent. Are you going to chop off my head? No. No. Don't you think it's a shame to say such things? Lin Yi took a step forward and was about to grab her hand. Guan Xiaoqi instinctively wanted to shake it off, but thinking that he didn't know kung fu, she hesitated for a moment and said hatefully, Let go. Don't think that I won't hit you just because you're the regent. Then go ahead and hit me. Don't worry. I promise that even if I scream my throat out, no one will come to save me. Lin Yi nonchalantly moved his face closer, waiting for Guan Xiaoqi's clenched fist to fall. You? Guan Xiaoqi stamped her feet in anger. What's the difference between you and a scoundrel? You don't look like a royal child at all. Lin Yi held her hand, said with a smile. Then why do you like me? Isn't it because I'm thick-skinned? Guan Xiaoqi said. The rumors are true. Unlearned? Lin Yi said nonchalantly. I've heard it since I was a child, and my ears have calluses. You are really... Guan Xiaoqi wanted to cry, but had no tears. She just wanted to find a man she thought was good to marry. I never thought that this man would be the regent of the dynasty. The 9th prince of Daliang. Lin Yi said. Girl, you have no way out. Just obey. What if I don't? Guan Xiaoqi asked back. Lin Yi grabbed his waist and said domineeringly in Guan Xiaoqi's scream. You have to obey even if you don't want to. Then he put it directly on the donkey. He patted the donkey's butt and said loudly, "Go back home. You rogue? Thank you for your compliment. You bastard. Then give me a little bastard. You are not a human. They all call me 1,000 years old. If I can really live that long. I am not a human. But a god. You are so slick and unruly." Guan Xiuqi laughed in anger. "Shall I sing for you?" Lenny didn't wait for her to agree, and he screamed at the empty riverside. "A pot of erguoju, choke me with tears. Come on, have fun, anyway. There's plenty of time. Holding a steamed bun in my hand, there's not a drop of oil in the dish. I can't stop my tears from flowing. I said I can't drink, but you said I won't live long." Singing and dancing led the donkey all the way to the outside of the city. Lake Kaishan and others hiding in the dark saw everything. They admired these two people. Guan Xiuqi looked weak, but she was really brave enough to scold him. They had never seen anyone who dared to scold He Wangya like this. Anyone who had this idea was nipped in the bud by General Manager Hong. Not to mention those who dared to speak. And He Wangya was really good at coaxing people. It was the first time they discovered that women could be coaxed like this. When they arrived at the mansion, Guan Xiuqi suddenly said, "Wait a minute. Regret it again?" Lenny asked, patting his sore legs. "Humph." Guan Xiuqi pulled off the red headscarf from her waist and threw it into the air. After the red headscarf was unfolded, it spun twice and landed steadily on her head. "Let's go then." Lenny waited for her to nod, then led the donkey into the mansion. Turning left and right, finally stopped at the door of the wing room. Bang bang. Fireworks rang out. Lenny carried her down, smiled and said, "We're home." Lenny wanted to follow her into the house, but she pushed him out. Lenny could only helplessly say, "Then follow the rules. When I've arranged it, I'll go and lift your red veil." It seems that Guan Xiuqi attaches great importance to the sense of ceremony. Luckily Zixia prepared wine and food in the wing room, red candles. Otherwise, Guan Xiuqi would definitely pick a fight with him. Lying in the garden, letting the maid rub her shoulders and legs, whimpering, "I'm so tired after walking such a long way." Zixia smiled with her hands covering her mouth. "Your Highness, you've worked hard." Lenny waved his hand and said, "You don't have to stay here. Go over there and take a look. She looks carefree, but she's actually shy. You teach her more, and slowly get familiar with the environment." "Yes," Zixia said with a smile. "Your Highness, don't worry, I'll definitely take good care of Miss Guan." Chapter 538 Calculation. "You guys do the work. I'm at ease." Lenny slapped a mosquito to death, murmured, "There's one bad thing about the city. There are more mosquitoes than in the city." Zixia smiled and said, "My lord, I remember you told us in the hygiene class that the mountains, shallows, and lakes are the most likely to breed mosquitoes. One mosquito can breed hundreds of them, and they are densely packed. Our place can be said to have all of them. I've thought about it. In a few days, I'll cut down some trees and weeds in the surrounding old forests, and make some space in the middle. That's fine. Too many mosquitoes are annoying. Maybe there will be snakes, monkeys, etc., and it will be troublesome." Lin Yi unconsciously thought of the otters in Sanha again. He actually missed them a little. Zixia said, "Leave a larger space at the front and back doors, so that it will be more convenient for the purchases and personnel exchanges in the mansion." Lin Yi reminded, "If you leave a larger space, you have to be careful of those martial arts enthusiasts. Don't make noise at the door for no reason. Many people who practice martial arts on the field. Hee hee. Make as much noise as square dance antes." Zixia smiled and said, "Commander Han is very thoughtful. As soon as I told him, he decided to send someone to guard the place." Lin Yi turned his head and looked at Zixia, and smiled. "What benefit did Han Diqing give you? Why did you say something good for him? Your Majesty has a keen eye." Zixia covered her mouth and laughed. "I knew I couldn't hide it from you. Commander Han is too honest. He always does ridiculous things. If I didn't say something for him, he would have died unjustly." Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him and said, "If I didn't know him very well and only listened to you, I would have thought he was a good person. There is no good person in the palace. Han Diqing's kung fu is not good, and his brain is average." He estimated that there was only one reason why Hong Ying let Han Diqing be the leader of the guards. He was ruthless enough. When Sanha was cracking down on gangs and eliminating evil, there was a lack of executioners to carry out the executions. Wang Su, Qin Xinluo, Jiao Zhong, Han Diqing and other guards volunteered to carry out the executions. Later, Shanxi introduced a group of high-quality executioners with ancestral skills from Yuezhou and Hangzhou. These guards were no longer needed as executioners. However, it was said that Han Diqing had become bloodthirsty, and his hands would itch if he didn't kill people for a day. Moreover, in order to improve his professional level, he visited Hangzhou and Yuezhou's famous teachers and learned the skill of skinning. The cruelty was no less than the tortures of disembowelment, lead filling, scorpion pot, and 5 horses dismembering. In the end, the disciple surpassed the master. The skin was peeled off very completely, with ears, eyes, mouth and nose intact. Lin Yi was very shocked after hearing this. He could not connect this honest-looking guard with a cruel executioner. Isn't this a psychopath? However, this perversion is suitable for dealing with habitual criminals who have killed countless people and are extremely vicious. Some habitual criminals have lost their conscience and have committed many crimes. For them, Lin Yi never talks about human rights. Privately, when Han Diqing and others wanted to peel the skin, he turned a blind eye and pretended not to see it. Xing Keshou was right. Severe punishments should be used in troubled times. If these people's prestige is not killed, there will be chaos. Your Highness still understands him, Zixia said while rubbing Lin Yi's shoulders. He hates evil the most, and his murderous nature is a bit too strong. Lin Yi sighed. How can a person be without flaws? There are many perfect gentlemen, like Chen Yan and Fu Yin, but none of them are willing to work for him. Smart people know how to avoid danger and seek good fortune. Only people like Han Diqing, who are full of flaws, are willing to carry the burden for him, and he can only helplessly let them live a peaceful life. Zixia said. Your Highness is wise. Lin Yi closed his eyes slightly and fell asleep unconsciously. When he woke up, he remembered that today was his wedding night. He rubbed his eyes, took Hong Ying's teacup, and went directly to Guan Xiuqi's room. The room was still brightly lit. When he pushed open the door, Guan Xiuqi was wearing a red headscarf, sitting upright on the bed. When he heard the door open, he instinctively raised his head, although he could not see anything. Your Highness. Zixia, who was sitting next to him, stood up, walked out directly, and then quietly closed the door. Lin Yi stepped forward and lifted his red veil, and the two of them immediately stared at each other. The room became even quieter, and only the heavy breathing of each other could be heard. Are you hungry? Eat something first. Otherwise you won't have the energy to perform the Zhougong ceremony. Lin Yi pulled her to the sumptuous dining table. You scoundrel. A dog's mouth can't spit out ivory. Guan Xiuqi became more and more angry. Lin Yi said unhappily. Is it wrong for me to care about you? Humph. Guan Xiuqi ignored him, filled the wine glass with wine, drank it in big gulps, and then gobbled the dishes on the table. Lin Yi propped his chin with both hands, and just watched her eat. Don't look at me like that. Guan Xiuqi's face flushed. She turned her head away, and continued to gnaw on the lamb leg, and said incoherently, No wonder you are so fat. You eat a lot of meat and fish every day. Lin Yi's face turned black. What about the promise not to hit someone in the face? Oh, if you think I said something unpleasant, it's not too late to regret it now, Guan Xiuqi said proudly. But don't worry, I will return your 100 taels of betrothal gifts in full, and we owe each other nothing. Why don't you be so happy? Lin Yi gritted his teeth, grabbed her waist again, and threw her on the bed. He worked as hard as a tiger. He looked down and saw that he was still standing there. He was exhausted after all. He said to Guan Xiuqi, Since you are not happy, just eat well. He left dejectedly and returned to his bedroom. Zixia understood the elegant meaning from the string music and waited on the side. Lin Yi finally let go of the anger in his chest. Looking at Zixia in his arms, Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh in his heart. In front of sexiness, cuteness and beauty are really not worth mentioning. The movements in the mansion were seen by everyone who cared. On the second day, according to the rules, Zixia led Guan Xiuqi to pay respects to the princess. After waiting for half an hour, the princess did not let them in. Guan Xiuqi let out a long sigh and said, I said I couldn't come, but you forced me to come. You see, it's better not to come, Zixia said. Miss Guan, I will take you back to rest. If you need anything, just tell me. Thank you. Everything is fine. Nothing. Guan Xiuqi turned around and left. She stayed in the Huang mansion for 3 consecutive days. Every day, she was in the garden and the wing room. The huge Huang mansion made her feel like a cage. She finally couldn't help but find Lin Yi Dao. I want to go home. Sure enough, People rely on clothes, horse relying on the saddle. Lenny looked at Guan Xiuqi wearing a satin luo skirt, mobilize. More and more girlfriends. I want to go home. Guan Xiuqi repeated again. You go home and go back. The door is there. No one stops you. Whether it is Hu Miaoyi or Jin Xiang, Du Yimyang, Lin Yi has never been to get them. Let them go in and out of the mansion. However, these people have learned the rules thoroughly, and they never leave the house. And even when they take their children out for a walk, they still have to force themselves. Lin Yi often has a headache about this. Then I'll leave? Guan Xiuqi said in disbelief. I'll go back with you. Lin Yi stood up and said, so that your father won't have any wild thoughts. No. No. Guan Xiuqi waved his hands hurriedly. If you follow me, he will think too much. Lin Yi thought for a while and said, that's fine. When you want to go home, you can go back anytime. And don't care about other people's opinions. That's more humane. Guan Xiaoqi said and turned away. Lin Yi saw Hu Miaoyi from a distance. And when she came closer, he took his daughter from her arms. He wanted to teach her to call daddy. But he didn't expect his daughter to say Nyang Sheepy. Again, seeing that Lin Yi looked unhappy, Hu Miaoyi hurriedly hugged her daughter in her arms, and said to Guan Xiaoqi, who had already jumped to the end of the corridor, Your Highness is too pampering to her. It's a good thing to have a childlike innocence. If you kill it, it will be inhuman. Everyone in the palace was submissive to him, like a robot, lacking a lot of human touch, which he didn't like. She can do whatever she wants. Just ignore her. She won't get in your way. Yes. Since the prince said so, Hu Miaoyi would naturally not continue to make herself unhappy. After a moment of hesitation, she said, Your Highness, my mother said she wanted to see the child. Lin Yi smiled and said, I have asked someone to prepare the carriage. You and Mingwei can bring the child to the palace. There may be a lot of rewards. Don't be polite. Just take it. His mother wanted to see her grandson and granddaughter, so he naturally had no reason to stop her. No matter how much she behaves, based on his understanding of my mother, she will not harm her own grandson and granddaughter. So let her do whatever she wants. Hu Mi said. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Yi looked at the field of roses that looked like they were being chewed by a dog, and suddenly couldn't help asking, How is your father doing now? If it's about the same, let Gui Zhao come back. Someone must take care of this garden. The gardeners outside are basically mediocre, and they can even make the roses so withered. They are really talented. Even if they rely on themselves, they won't grow like this. So, he couldn't help but think of Gui Zhao, the gardener in front of the palace. It's not just about growing flowers. The goldfish in this pond also needs someone to take care of them. Thanks to the prince, my father is in good health, Hu Mi said with a smile. But he makes mistakes occasionally, which makes me complain a lot. Gui Zhao follows him around doing some inappropriate things all day long, which is a waste of his talent. Anyway, there are many servants there, so it doesn't matter if he's here or not. I'll notify him and ask him to come back. Lin Yi nodded. That's good. At night, Lin Yi leaned on Du Yimyang's smooth belly and said with a smile, You stay in the mansion every day. Can you bear it? Du Yimyang couldn't help but said, I thought I was a bit aggressive. But compared with Miss Guan, I am much worse. I actually envy her a little bit. Don't say such sarcastic words. Lin Yi's hands wandered around unconsciously. And the world was his home. Has your father said any news recently? Du Yimyang shook her head and said, No news. But I was afraid that I didn't have enough money. So I specially asked someone to give me. I sent some silver over here. Lin Yi said. You are probably the richest person in this mansion. Du Yimyang said. Your Majesty, you are underestimating our queen. Lin Yi said disdainfully. How much money does she have? How can I not know? Prince Hushuan has fallen into such a state. How can he still have money to spend on Hu Miaoyi? It's an international joke, Du Yimyang said. Your Majesty, although the lineage of Prince Hushuan has fallen into poverty, it has accumulated for generations. And it is not something that a few petty thieves can take out in a few strokes. I heard that the queen started to use an abacus at the age of 3, started to manage all the affairs of the prince's mansion at the age of 12, and started to take over the shops outside at the age of 14. The farm was in good order. Later, Yeyang was hit by war, and our queen sold a lot of property, from Yuedou to Nanzhou, and then to Yong'an, without panic. Although she was impulsive sometimes, she never did anything stupid. If the prince wanted to squander the family property, he had to get her consent. Right? In my humble opinion, she didn't mean to make the prince suffer. Lenny frowned and said, "Didn't Panduo say these things?" "Your Highness, you are just confused by the situation." Du Yingyang smiled and covered her mouth. No matter how capable Panduo is, he wouldn't dare to gossip about the queen for a little money. Right? Panduo. That bastard. Lenny cursed and then asked curiously, "Then how much money do you think our queen has in her hands?" Du Yingyang said, "I dare not say that, but the bracelet, the earrings, the headdress on our queen's hand are not from the mansion. Since I entered the mansion, I have never seen the queen wear the same ones. Just these things I have seen. A rough estimate is that there are more than 100,000 taels of silver. She is really a rich woman." After Lin Yi finished speaking, he felt something was wrong. He took his concubine to plot against his wife. What was going on? Thinking of this, he waved his hand and said, "Go to sleep, I won't say any more." In the days that followed, he was very careful and paid special attention to Hu Miao's clothes. It was just as Du Yingyang said, this old woman was really rich. Hu Miao was also stared at and didn't understand why, and even felt uneasy. "Your queen is so rich." Lin Yi turned his head and looked at Zixia next to him. "Don't tell me you don't know?" Zixia couldn't help laughing and said, "My lord, did I remind you?" "I did? Is he really suffering from Alzheimer's disease? Is his amnesia getting worse?" "That's what you said at the time." Zixia pinched her throat and imitated Lin Yi's tone. "I'm not so poor that I have to look for peas in the crop of a quail, cut the meat from the legs of a heron, or scrape the fat from the belly of a mosquito. I want the people's blood and sweat." "Ah," Lin Yi said decadently. "I've decided. I'll start writing a diary from tomorrow." "Who writes a diary?" Zixia said again out of the blue. The insult was not strong, but the risk of injury was great. After Guan Chuchi stayed at home for 5 days, he was personally sent back by Guan Sheng. Lin Yi stood at the door and greeted him warmly. Guan Sheng refused to come in no matter what, and left Guan Xiaoqi behind and ran away in a panic. "This is my real father." Guan Xiaoqi hung his head, without any spirit at all. Chapter 539, Chatting. If it weren't for her father's earnest nagging, she really didn't want to go back to the Huang mansion. After entering the Huang mansion, all her pride, all her self-esteem no longer existed. In the words of Miss Zixia, everything has its rules. She is not stupid. Of course she understands these principles, but for the sake of wealth and glory, she is not willing to be bound for life. Lin Yi smiled and said, "If you are not happy, just go out with me, I'll fish, you can pick lotus roots, or pick water chestnuts, whatever you like." After playing around with Du Yingyang last night, she is still full of energy, and doesn't feel tired at all. This surprised him. So, he decided not to stay at home and waste time, and to go out fishing. Guan Xiaoqi pouted and said, "I don't ride a donkey. Walk there. Just treat it as exercise. So you don't have to dislike me for being fat." Lin Yi put his hands behind his back and went down the stairs directly. There is another advantage of living here. The forest coverage rate is high, and the trees are shady. Even if you walk along the official road, you won't be exposed to the sun. If you get tired occasionally, you can find a tree stump to sit down. The most important thing is that there are canals and wild ponds everywhere. You can go fishing nearby. Unlike when we were on the main street of the palace, except for a few crooked locust trees and elm trees, there was nothing to block the sun when we went out. Moreover, there was only one Juma River in the city, and there was no place to fish. If you really want to fish, you have to go far out of the city. Now he likes this house on the mountain more and more. Guan Xiaoqi followed Lin Yi with his hands behind his back, and suddenly said, "Are you angry?" Lin Yi smiled and said, "When did you start to care about other people's feelings?" Guan Xiaoqi rolled his eyes at him and said, "Am I as bad as you say? Anyway, you are not a good woman." Lin Yi sighed. "You let me stay alone in the empty room every day. What is your intention? If this woman does not agree to the wedding night, he really has no way to deal with it. After all, she has kung fu skills. If she exerts any force, she will not be able to force herself. Every time she is exhausted, she gets nothing." "Humph," Guan Xiaoqi said disdainfully. "Do you think I am a fool? Every time you leave my room, Sister Zixia follows you to your room," Lin Yi said with all his strength. "She is my maid. Isn't it normal for her to come into my room, to make my bed and pour tea? Whether you have done anything bad or not, you know it in your heart. Guan Xuqi said indignantly. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly. Then I will accompany you tonight? Guan Xiaoqi said. I don't want you to accompany me. Lin Yi held her hand, shaking and coaxing her. You have already entered the mansion. Who else can you marry? And even if you dare to marry, no one dares to marry you. Guan Xuqi has been labeled as Lin Yi. Unless there is really someone who doesn't want to die. You still have the nerve to say that, Guan Xuqi said angrily. Okay. Don't be angry. Lin Yi smiled and said. In the future, I will definitely treat you well. Isn't that enough? Guan Xiaoqi said. You have so many wives. Who knows who you will treat well? After she said that, she realized that she was wrong. The man in front of him has only one wife. She is just like Du Yingyang and others, and can only be considered a concubine, not a wife. Thinking of this, she became even more depressed. Let's go. I'll teach you how to fish, and make fish soup to nourish you in the evening. Lin Yi didn't care what she was thinking, and directly pulled her to the lake at the foot of the mountain. The lake water was clear, and the bottom was visible, and the water plants were swaying in the water. After seeing it, Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help but say, So there are so many pig grass here. I would have come here to catch it if I had known. Lin Yi smiled and said, Then catch it. I'll buy you a few pigs, and you can feed them with pig grass every day. Guan Xiaoqi said, You are coaxing me again. And you don't tell the truth. How could she raise pigs in the luxurious hall of the palace? Even if she agreed with the prince, she would never do so. Dog meat is not good enough for a banquet. It's a joke. Lin Yi said, I'm serious. You don't have to keep them in the house. I'll give you money. You can choose a place nearby and build a few pig pens and sheep pens. You can raise as many dogs as you want. Guan Xiaoqi shook her head and said, These wild mountains and wildernesses are hard to resist. In less than 3 or 5 days, they will be all gone. Lin Yi said, Big sister, you lack imagination. I'll tell you straight out that the hills within 20 miles are all my private property and are sacred and inviolable. You can raise them as you like, raise them without worry, I promise you. If anyone dares to steal them, I will take your surname. He really didn't know how the palace's security system worked. But he was sure of one thing, there were people guarding the main roads around. It was a bit exaggerated to say that mosquitoes and flies couldn't fly in, but stealing a pig from him would be as difficult as climbing to the sky. Just fish well. Guan Xiaoqi ignored him, tied her skirt around her waist, sat on the shore, took off her shoes, dangled her feet in the water, and looked very happy. Lin Yi looked at her straight long legs. His eyes were a little short of sight. The news of the Chuan'o army entering Nangda spread in Ankong City like wings. Whether in the streets or in the court, the discussion has been heated these 2 days. Nangda has been an inseparable part of our Dalian state since ancient times. Lin Yi looked at the rough map in front of him and said loudly, The western barbarians want to occupy it. No way. Send a message to Baokue not to give up an inch of land. His 2 uncles Yuanjin and Yuan Shua are both in Chuanzhou. One is the military commander, and the other is the general. With his support in the past 2 years, they have basically controlled the military and political affairs of Chuanzhou, and have kept abreast of Jizhou Temple and Chunshan City. But what was unexpected was that a group of western barbarians suddenly jumped out. Not only did they occupy the kingdom of Asoka, they actually occupied most of the territory of Nangu. The barbarian king Swakoji, who was praised so highly by Consort One, ran away with a group of Dharma kings. The cannons of the western barbarians were right at the border of Chuanzhou. How could I allow others to snore beside my bed? Lin Yi decided not to bear it, so he asked Baokue and Wang Dahai to lead 30,000 troops from Yueo and Hongou to support Chuanzhou. No matter whether we can win or not, let's test it first. He Jixiong stepped out and said, Generals Yuanjin and Yuan Shua are both veterans of many battles. Your Majesty, don't worry. Lin Yi stood in the court. His legs were a little sore, and he glanced at the dragon throne on the steps. He hesitated for a moment, and finally did not sit on it. He didn't want to do that. If people misunderstood him, it would probably be another bloody storm. It's better not to make trouble. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he took 2 steps forward, sat down on the steps, hugged his bare feet, looked around, looked at the pillar of state who was lowering his head, and said with a smile, General Yuan, you are very shrewd, but not right. Everything is planned out. Lin Yi made a bitter face and couldn't think of a suitable idiom for a while. So he simply stopped struggling and said in the stunned eyes of the civil and military officials in the court, "Anyway, you are very capable. If you have time, write more letters to your two sons and give them advice." Chen Yan, who was standing aside, held his forehead with his hand. The thing he regretted most in his life was being a lecturer to the prince. How could there be such an unlearned person in the world? He couldn't even use an idiom properly. It's really embarrassing. Your Majesty is wise, Yuan Ong said loudly. I obey your order. Lin Yi nodded, very satisfied with Yuan Ang's attitude. Your son and grandson are in my hands. If he decides to be a tyrant at some point, none of them will be able to return to Hong Kong City alive. As a person, you must know how to adapt, and those who know the times are heroes. Is there anything else? Lin Yi spread his hands and said, If there is nothing else, then leave the court, and go home, and find your mother. Everyone's face was uncertain again. If he Wang yet continues to quarrel like this, the court rules that Emperor Gaozu worked so hard to establish, and have been passed down to this day, will be completely gone. As for Majesty, he Wang yet is the only one who has it. Everyone else can only be in disgrace. Lin Yi had nothing to do when he returned, so he walked to Qilin Palace. Emperor DeLong squinted his eyes, and after hearing the footsteps, he said lightly, You are quite leisurely. Lin Yi smiled and said, I think the deal that father mentioned last time can be done. Then please write a letter to my third brother. The specific decision depends on him. You must go to Jianzhou. Emperor DeLong did not comment. Father, Jianzhou is a long way away, and I don't have the time and energy to travel all the way to such a place. Lin Yi said with a smile. You should just write the letter directly. I will definitely have someone deliver it to him. I hope he can turn back from his wrong path and turn back to the right path. Emperor DeLong sighed. I hope so. As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Chaoyuan bowed and handed over an envelope. Xiao Shizi hurried forward to take it. Lin Yi said, In that case, I will take my leave first. Your Majesty, please wait for my good news. Xiao Shizi followed closely behind him with the letter in his hand, whispering, Your Majesty, this letter. Lin Yi stopped at the lotus pond in the imperial garden, glanced at the letter in Xiao Shizi's hand. Give it to Lord He. Let him take a look. If there is no problem, let him send it out. His father's handwriting was so vigorous, he could recognize it. But seeing too much is also a headache, so I might as well not bother myself. Yes. Xiao Shizi retreated respectfully. Lin Yi scattered a handful of fish food, turned his head, and suddenly saw Concubine Tang. Concubine Tang had seen him a long time ago, and was about to turn around and leave quietly, but when their eyes met, she knew there was no escape, so she could only bite the bullet and step forward and say, The regent is busy with state affairs, and I didn't expect that he would have such leisure and elegance today. I call this work and entertainment at the same time. Every time he saw Concubine Tang, Lin Yi couldn't help but compare her appearance with Du Yinyang. Concubine Tang is graceful, with skin as white as cream. Looking down from above, she is unfathomable, and has an excellent temperament, making her a suitable soulmate. Du Yinyang is probably a kind of wild beauty, like a fierce horse, and every man wants to conquer her. Faced with these two people, only adults will make a choice. If it is a shameless person like Emperor DeLong, he might choose both. The regent is still so humorous, Concubine Tang said with a smile. Lin Yi smiled and said, A few days ago, I told the 12th brother to come and accompany you more when he has time. It is his blessing to be able to work for the regent. Concubine Tang smiled and said, I am not to the point where I can't walk, so I don't need him to be filial. I just hope that he can do more things for the prince, and I will be relieved. Lin Yi was about to speak when he saw his mother. Concubine Tang said no more, and hurriedly left with two maids. Concubine Yuan looked at Concubine Tang's figure getting farther and farther away, and couldn't help scolding. Fox spirit. Lin Yi sighed. Mother, calm down. Did Concubine Tang offend you? Concubine Yuan snorted coldly. You crawled out of my belly. Don't think I don't know what you were thinking. Lin Yi's face was embarrassed, and he smiled. Mother, you worry too much. How dare your son have other thoughts? Concubine Yuan sat down on the stone bench in the pavilion, and said lightly, I heard that you found a commoner girl, and she dared to act out with you? You are the regent, and you let her do that? She, how disgraceful, no rules. If I saw her, I would beat her to death. Lin Yi asked curiously. Old lady, What does this have to do with you? Don't worry about it. Concubine Yuan said. You must remember, your father is still alive. Old lady, you are really my biological mother. You are getting more and more ridiculous. Lin Yi was really helpless. There are so many palace maids and eunuchs around. Can't you be more reserved when talking to people? If this is not my biological mother, it's not just me who looks bad. He will definitely make the person who is talking look bad. You are not as good as your father in this respect. Concubine Yuan said to herself. Your father. Whatever he wants to do. He always does it openly and honestly. Regardless of the world's gossip. Old lady. Your son is not only timid, but also stupid. You. Just say it quickly if you have anything to say. Lin Yi waved his hand at the people around him. None of them have any sense of vision. Why don't you get out of here early? Since ancient times, it is common sense to marry the mother after the father's death, and marry the sister-in-law after the brother's death. It is not a big deal. Concubine Yuan said slowly. You are trying to cover up, which makes you look more obvious, and makes you lose your integrity, and makes people look down on you. What are you talking about? Lin Yi's face turned red. Her mother is really a ruthless person. She dares to say anything, Lin Yi said with a smile. Old lady, I really don't have that intention. You really misunderstood. Concubine Yuan looked disappointed. With your temper, no wonder this little fox dares to play hard to get with you. Old lady, are you hungry? I'll go to have lunch with you. Let's stop nagging. Lin Yi just wanted to end this topic quickly. It was getting more and more irrelevant. As a modern man, once it comes to ethics and morality, he is confused. Do you think that vixen doesn't have that intention? Concubine Yuan continued to say without caring. She, for her son, there is nothing she dare not do. You should show some courage. Don't be so cautious. You are embarrassing me. Why do you act like a mouse seeing a cat when you see a woman? How disappointing. The more she thought about it, the angrier she got. Chapter 540 showing true strength. Lin Yi couldn't stand his mother's nagging. Sighing. Old lady, if you are really bored, I will call Xue Da to you and perform a big show for you for a few days. Xue Da is the son of Xue Tongji, whose head he chopped off. His mother inexplicably gave him the title of the world's #1 martial artist. I don't know if it was to contradict him or if she really liked him. He never made things difficult for Xue Da, but just banned him from entering the palace. In order to shut up his mother, he was ready to compromise and let Xue Da perform in the palace. This would save his mother from picking on him. He was not a saint. He really liked concubine Tang, and he never avoided anyone. However, this did not mean that he was willing to discuss this topic with his mother. He always felt something was wrong. It was probably similar to the embarrassment of hiding in the house, and masturbating, and being caught by parents. If I want to listen, I will naturally go out of the palace to listen. You don't need to be sentimental. Concubine Yuan snorted coldly. I just look down on your personality. If you really like it, just be open and honest. Even if your father knows, what can he do? Lin Yi was stunned after hearing this. He even suspected that his mother was reborn. Her open-mindedness was even higher than his. Okay. I knew you couldn't save your face, said Concubine Yuan unhappily. Since I have nothing to do, I will train that little vixen for you, so that you won't be controlled by her. Old lady, what do you want to do? Lin Yi wanted to cry, but had no tears. Concubine Yuan said indifferently. I remember you used to have a catchphrase, which was something like as long as you go in the right direction, you should cheer up and suffer less. I also learned it from you. After that, she left without looking back. Hey. Lin Yi held his forehead with his hand. What's going on? Prince. Xiao Shizi appeared behind Lin Yi at the right time. Did you hear everything? Ah. Xiao Shizi didn't know how to answer. Should I hear it? Or shouldn't I hear it? It's really difficult. While thinking, I heard Prince He asking again. I'm asking you a question. Are you mute? Prince. Xiao Shizi hurriedly said. Your Majesty is now leading the harem well, and is deeply respected by the concubines. It is natural for you to train the concubines. It's even what concubine Tang wanted. Now Emperor Delong lives in Qilin Palace, and many concubines are wandering all day long. If it weren't for Prince He's favor, they would have been crying until they grow old in this hierarchical palace. Maybe, even crying. She would be bullied by the palace maids. This was unacceptable to many concubines, who were used to a life of luxury. The concubines naturally showed their own magical powers. This prince and the 12th prince are brothers. Lenny couldn't help but sighed. Won't this be too embarrassing in the future? Back then, the 8th prince, the king of Chu, slept with the mother of the 7th prince, the king of Nanling, the imperial concubine Zhan. And the imperial concubine Zhan committed suicide. The 7th prince's eyes were red when he saw the 8th prince, and he wanted to skin him alive. For the 8th brother, it was not worth the loss. After all, concubine Zhan's biological father was General Mei Jingji. General Mei Jingji's former subordinates were all over the army, no matter emotionally or legally. No one dared to easily support the king of Chu. The king of Chu was like a lapdog. He wanted to get along with the 3rd brother, King Yong. King Yong was afraid of offending Mei Jingji and King Nanling. But he was eyeing the money in the hands of the king of Chu, and did not dare to do anything extreme. He could only be close to him. Even the crown prince. He and the king of Chu were brothers from the same mother. Just because of concubine Zhan, he was unwilling to get too close to the king of Chu. Of course, the king of Chu was not very close to the crown prince, and was devoted to following the king of Yong. Lenny could not figure out what was wrong with these two brothers. Sometimes he thought, if he had such a bear brother, he would just beat him to death. He was such a worry. Your Highness, I remember you said that as long as you are not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. The flesh on Xiao Shizi's cheeks, which were not rich to begin with, piled together. You are getting better and better at talking. After hearing this, Lin Yi was actually a little relieved. Did you see Lord He? Xiao Shizi said. Your Highness, Lord He is in the courtroom, discussing the matter of Nangdu with the adults. I gave him the letter, and did not dare to stay for long. What has the crown prince been doing these 2 days? Lin Yi almost forgot about him. Xiao Shizi hurriedly said. Since the envoy from Mashi went back, the prince has been staying in the Yongwang mansion all day long, and all the daily purchases are handed over to the clan office. Lin Yi smiled and said, It seems that I should still trust him. Tell the Daiwang and the 12th old man to accompany the prince when he has nothing to do. In addition, tell Pan Duo to try to find the whereabouts of the eldest princess. After returning from Jizhou, he personally supervised the Ministry of Revenue to escort the silver and grain to Jizhou. It didn't take long for the rats to run away from the outer warehouse again. Gan Mao was worried every day. Lack of money. So Lin Yi is now eager to find the princess. Whether there is a date or not, he will try his best. Yes. Xiao Shizi was secretly happy. If Pan Duo still can't find the princess, would he be in trouble? Lin Yi went out of the main gate of the Imperial Garden, and did not take a detour to deliberately avoid the sun, but went straight to the direction of the Golden Palace. In front of the Golden Palace, the huge square was full of people, and everyone was talking loudly, seemingly very excited. Xiao Shizi stepped forward to explain. Your Majesty, the Wuzhou Chamber of Commerce is holding a banquet here today. Minister Gan originally disagreed, but the money was too much. Just give the money. The economy was tight. So Lin Yi asked the Ministry of Revenue to rent out the Golden Palace, the Imperial Kitchen, and the Hall of Supreme Harmony. 100,000 taels of silver a year. It's like picking it up for free. Don't miss it. Xiao Shizi said. Your Highness is wise. Lin suddenly had an idea and said, We could also auction the Emperor's dinner and lunch. The highest bidder wins. He remembered that Buffett had once launched a Buffett charity lunch auction, and many Xiao entrepreneurs flocked to it. In order to have a meal with Buffett, he was willing to spend tens of millions. And his father, Emperor Delong, was a legitimate emperor. Isn't this more impressive than Buffett? The most important thing is that although Emperor Delong has lost his power, he is still the supreme leader of Daliang State in name. The most powerful person in the world. Emperor Delong's lunch, let alone tens of millions of silver, should be fine for a few hundred taels of silver. Right? The more I think about it, the more excited I am. China travel. I think it's okay. Your Majesty. Xiao Shizi didn't dare to say a word of flattery after all. Is this really wise? If He Jixiang and other elders know about this, wouldn't it be? The country will no longer exist? Why are you still standing there? Go and call Gan Mao over quickly. Lin Yi just finished speaking, and then he got a little impatient again, and called Xiao Shizi, who turned around and said, Don't bother me, I'll go directly to the courtroom. The courtroom is the resting place for ministers before going to court. At this moment, He Jixiang, Chen Disheng, Gan Mao, Qin Yin, Xie Zan and other cabinet ministers are discussing the affairs of Nanggu here. Seeing Prince He coming in, hurriedly saluted. Okay. No need to be so polite. Lenny sat in the main seat carelessly. I have thought of a way to make money. When the auction plan of Emperor's Lunch was announced, everyone looked at each other in surprise. What is going on with the prince? If this continues, what will happen? Everyone finally looked at He Jixiang again. He Jixiang knew that he could not escape, and said with a wry smile, Prince, this old minister thinks this is inappropriate. It really damages the dignity of the royal family. No matter how great Emperor Delong was, he would not be so poor as to smile and greet some merchants who were full of the smell of money. Right? Dignity? Lenny said disdainfully. It's gone long ago. Don't you see how poor the court is now? There will be summer hurricanes on the coast, mildew rain in the south of the Yangtze River, floods in the natural moat, and the bursting of the Huangshui River. Money will be needed everywhere. By then, you will definitely cry poor again. Xiazan knelt down and said, Please consider it carefully. Your Majesty, if Emperor Delong's face is lost like this, how can the faces of these ministers be saved? Lenny waved his hand and said, No need to discuss it anymore. I am here just to inform you. You just need to execute it. Now that we are so poor, what face do we need? I obey your order. Everyone looked at the expression of the prince, and finally could not say anything against it. Moreover, you have to be innovative, Lenny said. For example, since they have paid so much money, can you let me give you something? Such as a piece of calligraphy, a jade pendant, or a piece of clothing? Customer satisfaction should be your goal. Lenny returned to Qilin Palace again, and told the lunch auction plan. Emperor Delong couldn't help but twitch his mouth several times. And after a while he said, It would be great if my rotten body could be of some use. Father, you are still sensible, Lenny said with satisfaction. I would like to thank you here. If Emperor Delong didn't cooperate, this matter would be a bit difficult to handle. Within 2 days, the news of the Emperor's Lunch auction spread throughout Hong Kong City. The topic gradually overshadowed the topic of Sichuan province sending troops to Nangu, becoming the most searched topic. Many people began to discuss who would win. Some said it was the Shi family in Jinling. Some said it was the Chao family in Hong Kong City. Some said it was the Wang family in Sanha, the Liang family, and even the Tan family in Wulin City. In less than a month, many more merchants, big and small, came from far away just to participate in the so-called Emperor's Lunch auction. What Lin Yi didn't expect was that the most powerful one was actually the Jin Buhuan of Jizhou. The Jin family had so many silver cars that they were determined to win. The people of Hong Kong City saw, for the first time, what arrogance was. Liang Qingshu stood on the rooftop of Chuanxiang building, looking at the silver carriages escorted by Dongfeng Escort Agency, and said to Liang Jin beside him, Boss, this Jin Buhuan is so domineering. He is a little arrogant. Humph. Liang Jin yawned, and with the help of the servant, he slowly stood up and looked down at the crowded street. I didn't expect that I could join in such a big crowd when I came to Hong Kong City for the first time, Liang Qingshu said. Boss, we don't have to bother with him. Wang Chum on the side glanced at Liang Qingshu, and then said to Liang Jin, Mr. Liang, you, the shopkeeper, are getting worse and worse. Liang Qingshu's old face. Yi Hong, I don't understand what he meant. Why is Wang Chum competing with me? I only heard the boss snort coldly. On the sea, my Liang family gives him 3 points, but on land, his Jin family has to be controlled even if it is a tiger. Liang Qishu couldn't help but say, Boss, now the court is controlled by the prince, why should we? Now the court is ruled by the prince, Emperor Delong is just a decoration, spending so much money, getting such a little help, it's not worth it, Wang Chung said indifferently. For a long time, the world has regarded us Sanha people as barbarians, and it is difficult to do business in various ways. Today's auction is our Sanha people's opportunity to make a name for ourselves. If you miss this village, you will have such a store. I, Wang, will take the first prize. Ha. Wang is talking about. Xiao Qing, the former largest landlord in Sanha, followed up with a quip. If they don't show off their power, they will think that we Sanha people are afraid of them. Ladies and gentlemen, we Sanha people should unite as one this time. Those who have money will contribute money, and those who have strength will contribute strength. I, Xiao, am not talented. No matter how much the final bid is, I will contribute 20%. The supplier system was first implemented in Sanha. These Sanha merchants are very familiar with the so-called auction. That's right. According to the rules of this auction, the winning bidder can bring 3 companions, which means 4 places. Yan Kuisheng slowly opened his slightly closed eyes. I want 1 place. And I'll take 20%. Liang Jin looked at Wang Chung. And then said, there are still 60% left. Mr. Wang, I'll listen to you. Wang Chung is the richest man in Sanha. In terms of financial strength, he should be the first in Sanha. He didn't dare to take advantage of him. Ha. Wang Chung laughed. You are all old acquaintances. No problem. No problem. The remaining old men looked at each other and bowed together. Then it all depends on Mr. Wang. This time, there is no retreat, Wang Chung said, looking at the servant next to him. Give a greeting to Sanha Bank and say that I, Wang Chung, need silver. Liang Jin on the side also winked at Liang Qingshu. Liang Qingshu hurried out. Jiang Dasheng, Li Sanyang, Mo Shun, Wang Daoji and others had been standing at the stairs with their necks stretched out. When they saw Liang Qingshu coming down, they hurriedly surrounded him. Liang Qingshu looked at the endless convoy of Jin family silver cars and said with disdain, this bunch of country bumpkins can only scare people with their posture. Several old bosses said that. This time we Sanha people must show them some strength and not be arrogant. That's right, that's right. Jiang Dasheng quickly echoed. This Jizhou people are too arrogant. Others followed and talked at once. Jiang Dasheng couldn't get a word in again. So he hurried out and came to Zhu Rorong, who was sitting at the door. What do you think? I was right. Wasn't I? Wang Dongjia and Liang Dongjia will definitely not give up. In our words and the prince's, it's time to show your true strength. Although Zhu Rorong had been in Sanha before, he was a native of Ankang City after all. Sometimes when people from Sanha gathered together, he felt a little out of place and could only drink alone. Looking at the excited butcher Jiang, he said jealously, don't be happy too early. Wuzhou and Yong'an are the richest places in the world. They haven't come yet. Chapter 541 Strength does not allow it. The butcher finished the wine in the cup, and then picked up a peanut, chewing it while saying with disdain, all the big families in Jiang'an have been dealt with by the prince, like the Shui family, the daughter is a courtesan, the son is an opera singer, and they have fallen to such a state. The rest are as timid as mice. Who dares to risk showing such a face in front of the prince? Zhu Rorong pursed his lips. That's because you have no vision, it's because you have been dealt with, that you have to find a way to send money to the prince to be proud otherwise. There will be no trade route for them in Daliang in the future. What happened? Just wait and see. You don't have to wait until next month. Maybe the big merchants from Wuzhou and Yong'an will come. Just wait and see. The butcher snorted coldly. Let's see who is more powerful. The people from Jiang'an or the people from Sanha? Look at what you are capable of. You made Wang Chung and his team win. And you took advantage of it. What does it have to do with you? If you have time for that, you might as well think about collecting more live pigs and spending less time with them. Sometimes Zhu Rorong would argue just for the sake of arguing, mainly because he couldn't stand the butcher's arrogance. The butcher blushed and said, I am from Sanha. I understand the principle of prosperity and adversity are shared by all. Zhu Rorong raised his eyelids and glanced at him, and then continued, whether it is Wuzhou, Yong'an, or even Yuezhou, people in Ankang City have chambers of commerce, hometown associations, peer associations, and various guild halls. This is what we call prosperity, and adversity are shared by all. You know nothing. The butcher snorted coldly. If people are not united, any guild hall is useless. Just take a look. Whether it is the military or in the palace, aren't there people from Sanha everywhere? Setting up those guilds is unnecessary. Only those who are not united need to have these titles. We Sanha people don't need them. Zhu Rorong poured wine for him and said, you are deceiving yourself. Have you forgotten that when we first arrived in Ankang City, whether it was Mo Shun or Liang Qingshu, who looked at us straight in the eye? Oh, by the way, you wanted to unite with Zhang Shun a few days ago. Are they willing to unite with you? After saying that, he raised his head and glanced at Liang Qingshu, who was still standing at the stairs and being flattered by everyone. Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder. Zhu Rorong, saying bad things about people behind their backs, in the words of Ankang City, is not authentic. What do you think, is it? Ouch, shopkeeper Zhang. The butcher reacted first, standing up, and said to Zhang Shun, please sit down and have a drink. Zhu Rorong did not move his butt, but laughed. Shopkeeper Zhang, in this day and age, Telling the truth is not authentic, but it is not against the law. If it was Yi Chen who came, he would still be courteous, but to Yi Chen's lackey, he would not be polite. He is different from Jiang the butcher. He is not from Sanhe, he is not from the same hometown, and he is not in the same circle. There is no such thing as seeing each other every day. If he offends someone, it's fine. Manager Zhang, he is a rough man, you don't have to bother with him. Jiang the butcher suddenly felt a little panicked. Zhang Shun did not sit down, but just stood there, saying calmly, "Our boss always taught me that harmony brings wealth. If you don't do good things with your mouth, you will never get rich in this life." The butcher agreed. Boss Yi is right. If people always have conflicts with each other, there is no point in doing business. Zhu Rorong laughed. I am just a butcher. I don't expect to make a fortune in this life. Only when you are content can you be happy. Don't you think so? Zhang Shun said with a fake smile. I am afraid that not only will I not get rich, but I won't even have enough to eat. Seeing that the two people were talking more and more wrong, the butcher hurriedly said, Boss Zhang, would you like to sit down and have a drink? No. I am here to pass on a message for our boss. After Zhang Shun glanced at Zhu Rorong, he walked past Liang Qinshu at the bottom of the building and went upstairs directly. Zhu Rorong finished the wine in his glass, and slammed the glass on the table, and snorted coldly. What kind of person is this? You dare to threaten me? Jiang the butcher sat down again, and said helplessly, Why bother? They do have a bigger business than us. We should lower our heads, and say something nice. It's not shameful. Why are you so stubborn? Zhu Rorong said. My bones are hard. You mean my bones are soft? Jiang the butcher looked unhappy. Zhu Rorong said, I don't mean that. Li Sanyang also squeezed out of the crowd, sat between the two without any hesitation, looked at the two people with strange expressions, and joked, What's the matter? What are you two doing again? If you can do the business together, do it. If you can't, break up as soon as possible. It's boring to be angry with each other every day. I never get tired of it. Zhu Rorong raised his eyelids and smiled. Why? Don't you go upstairs to join in the fun? Li Sanyang rolled her eyes at him and said, You know I don't have the ability. But you still say this deliberately. What do you mean? You are so cowardly. No wonder the old general quarrels with you every day, whether in Sanhe or Ankang City. She, Li Sanyang, is the top person. But compared with Wang Cheng, Liang Zhen, Yan Kuisheng, Shao Qing, she is just a pitiful ant. Not to mention attending an auction and dining with the emperor. She is not even qualified to dine with Wang Cheng and others. This gap is similar to that between stars and fireflies. No matter how hard the fireflies try, they cannot make up for this gap. He just has a bad mouth. The butcher said angrily. He will be beaten sooner or later. Otherwise he will not be honest. Zhu Rorong said carelessly. I don't know if others can beat me. Anyway, you don't have to think about it. Even if you practice for a few more years, you can't beat me. Li Sanyang poured wine for herself and said, You are getting more and more annoying. Zhu Rorong's kung fu is not as good as hers, and she is sure that she can kill Zhu Rorong. But it is not necessarily guaranteed that there will be no missing limbs. After all, Zhu Rorong's butcher knife is so skillful that it can tear human bones into pieces. Even the newly promoted Grandmaster Pan Duo mentioned him. He is a genius who can use unconventional methods to this extent. Although there is a lot of disdain in these words, there is also a certain amount of admiration. What does this mean? Zhu Rorong pointed his mouth upstairs. There are only 4 places in total. If you don't come early or late, who will agree to join in now? Shao Qing or Yan Kuisheng? Li Sanyang said with a smile. Just watch the fun. No matter who goes in the end. It will be to strengthen the momentum of our Sanhe people. We have to thank them. The butcher nodded in approval. That's right. But I'm still curious. Will they sell? Yi Chen's face. On the top floor, Wang Cheng glanced at Zhang Shun, who was hunched over and respectfully, and snorted. Your boss is really busy, and he actually asked you, a dog, to come here. Boss Wang, calm down. Although he was scolded, Zhang Shun did not dare to be angry, and still smiled and said, Our boss caught a cold a few days ago, and has been lying down these days. I was afraid of passing it on to the bosses, so I didn't dare to come here, so I sent someone to inform the bosses. Our boss said, he is still young, the auction is all up to you bosses, he is willing to help behind the scenes, we can't lose face for the Sanhe people. Yan Kuisheng asked curiously, From what you said, your boss won't go to the emperor's lunch, Zhang Shun said. Of course. We all rely on you bosses, Xiao Qing said with a smile. I haven't seen you for 2 years, your boss has become more stable, and Mr. Yi is a good parent. This sounds like a compliment to their boss, but it also seems like he is secretly manipulating people by bringing up their old boss. Zhang Shun could only smile awkwardly, not knowing how to respond. Sunset. Lin Yi, lying in the pool, gradually felt the coolness of the mountain. But, as soon as he ran up, he was sweating all over, and it was too hot, and there were mosquitoes, flies, and unknown insects around him from time to time. Damn it. Lin Yi had no choice but to sit on the shore, hiding his lower body in the water, and when the mosquitoes were too noisy, he would hold his breath in the water for a while. Your Highness, Han Deqing came over and said, the letter has been sent to the camp of King Yong, and it is said that King Yong did not sleep all night. Lin Yi yawned and said, that's right. He couldn't sleep. Is there any news from Mashi? Han Deqing said. The northern part of the border gathered in Shuozhou, and the Daizhou army has entered Mashi. We have not encountered the Wadden people yet. When it was dark, he returned to the mansion. The little girl ran around the table, and several maids chased her from all sides, making her giggle. Lin Yi hugged her and touched her back without caring. Your back is sweating. Take a rest. The little girl was babbling, and didn't want to get off the ground. It's like I want to hug you. Lin Yi's face was scratched by her long nails, and he grimaced in pain. The maids beside him were scared to death. Lin Yi said, it has nothing to do with you. I'll cut her nails when she's asleep. Several people breathed a sigh of relief and said in unison, yes. After dinner, he strolled to the top of the mountain. Han Deqing whispered, Your Majesty, Miss Jinxiang followed us again. You dare to have a wild battle in this place? Aren't you afraid of being fed to mosquitoes? Lin Yi shuddered when he thought of this, and ran away along a path. He couldn't afford to offend this tiger woman, so he could only hide from her. He was under a lot of pressure now, since Mingwei gave birth to a child. Both Zixia and Jinxiang regarded pregnancy as the top priority, and worked hard for this goal every day. Especially Duinyang, who seemed to regard pregnancy as her only goal. Influenced by this atmosphere, even Guan Xiaoqi, who had just entered the house, galloped on this road. As for Hu Miaoyi, she was not much better. Every time Lin Yi went to see his daughter, Hu Miaoyi wanted him to stay overnight. Hu Miaoyi also wanted to have a son. Lin Yi had no choice but to agree several times. What was worse was that the maids in the mansion who were a little bit pretty also took Mingwei and Zixia as inspirational role models. And they were all eager to try. The look in his eyes was like looking at a stud. It seemed that as long as she slept with him, she would be able to rise to prominence in the future and bring honor to the family. Facing this situation, he was scared. His kidneys were not made of iron. He needed a few days a month to rest, otherwise he really couldn't survive. Walking down the path, he walked down the mountain unconsciously, looking back at the prince's mansion standing on the top of the mountain. He waved his hand and said, I'm not going home tonight. There are wolves at home, and it's impossible to stay here any longer. Let's hide from the limelight first, Han Deqing said. Prince, where are we going? Lin Yi hadn't seen Old 12 for a long time, so he said, let's go to Old 12 for a drink. Prince Yong'an is now the head of the clan affairs office, and there are many people who flatter him. And gradually, he is not short of money. After the Prince Yong'an's mansion was renovated several times, it also looked a little prosperous. When Lin Yi told him that he wanted to drink, he dared to wave his hand, and said in a tone that he was not short of money, good wine, good food. Lin Yi took 2 pots of wine and drank them. He was in high spirits. However, what he didn't expect was that the 12th brother actually arranged a singing girl for him. He also wanted to make a mistake that every man would make, but his strength did not allow it. Arrogance, extravagance and debauchery are not advisable. Brother, this is my good intention. Looking at the prince, he who walked away with a dark face. The 12th brother wanted to cry, but had no tears. What did he do wrong? These are all things that my brother likes very much. Why is he unhappy today? Could it be that my brother wants to find an excuse to kill him? Thinking of this, he was so scared that he couldn't stop trembling. He hurriedly got on the carriage, and went to the Dai Wang mansion. He wanted to ask the Dai Wang for advice. It's meaningless. Lin Yi rode on the donkey, looked up at the lively Chuanxiang building in front of him. People should live a meaningful life. He never thought that there would be a day when he would be indifferent to the place of fireworks? Did he misogyny? Impossible. I want to play League of Legends. As an internet-addicted teenager, I will never get tired of it. Prince? Han Ditching had been strolling with Prince He all night, but he still didn't understand what Prince He was going to do. You don't understand. Han Ditching didn't understand what League of Legends was, and he didn't explain it, but just sighed. What I want, I can't get it after all. Han Ditching only hated himself for being stupid. He didn't understand what Prince He meant. I really want to ask directly, what else do you want but can't get? Go to the Daiwang mansion. Lin Yi suddenly thought of Lao Lu. Lao 12 doesn't understand him. Lao Lu should understand him. He went straight in, the servants were kneeling on the ground, and no one informed him. As soon as Lin Yi entered, he saw Lao 12 with a sad face. Royal brother. Lao 12 couldn't hold it anymore. He even spoke with tears in his voice. The Daiwang still looked calm and indifferent. Seeing Lin Yi, he bowed and said, Greetings to the regent. Long live the regent. Long live the regent. Long live the regent. Sixth brother, I'm here to ask for a glass of wine. After saying that, he rolled his eyes at Lao 12 next to him. The 12th elder hung his head, not daring to look directly into Lin Yi's eyes. It is an honor for the regent to come to my house. Just don't disturb you. Lin Yi passed by the 12th elder, and couldn't help but kick him. You coward. You won't be able to eat 4 dishes in your lifetime. The food and wine were served. After Lin Yi finished a glass of wine, he said, Your wine is much better than the one of the 12th elder. Chapter 542 Dam burst. Old 12 laughed. You know me. I have always been short of money. How can I compare with my 6th brother? He had been favored by his father since he was a child. And even his fiefdom was Yong'an. His former housekeeper was good at business. And he managed things for him outside. He only needed to show his face occasionally, and say a few words. And he would get tens of thousands of taels of silver. At the most glorious time, there were more than 20 silk shops, brothels, casinos, and restaurants under his name. The annual dividends were hundreds of thousands of taels of silver. The concept of money never occurred to him. When he was short of money, he would just ask the housekeeper in the mansion for it. Unfortunately, the prince had a coup and had to flee Hong Kong City. He could ascend the throne. But why would he take his property? When he comes back, the prince and I will return the Yong'an Palace to him. The originally luxurious Yong'an Palace has become overgrown with weeds. And the housekeepers and servants have all run away. He wanted to replicate his past success, especially after becoming the head of the clan affairs office. However, good things can never be returned. Liang State is cracking down on tax evasion. Whether it is ordinary people or princes and nobles, they must pay taxes according to the law. No one was willing to register their property under his name anymore. However, he was the prince of Yong'an after all, and the head of the clan, so there were still many people who gave him money, and he would accept any offer as long as it was not too difficult to handle. His life was much better than before. The wine he drank was not bad, and it matched his temperament. As the prince of Yong'an. But compared with the prince of Dai, it was far worse. The prince of Dai's treasury was full, and there were many industries that continuously supplied money. Besides, he likes wine. And he might even drink better than the prince. Don't cry poor for no reason, Lin Yi said with a squint. Don't think I don't know. You dare to accept any money now? Seeing that he didn't look angry, the 12th brother breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, Your Majesty is wise. I am not good at business. And my life is also very difficult. Lin Yi said, Use your brain more when doing things. If you accept money randomly, and something goes wrong in the end, don't say that your brother doesn't care about you. Thank you for your teachings, Your Majesty. The 12th brother vowed, I will strictly abide by the Liang law, and will never do anything illegal. If there is a poetry gathering that needs to be attended, he will definitely be there. After all, it costs several thousand taels of silver to go there. The brothel and the restaurant were opened, and he was indispensable. This also brought in several thousand taels of income. If the children of the royal family had a fight and needed mediation, it was natural for him to mediate the conflict. Most of the royal family would give him, the chief of the clan, some face. It was better than going to the prefect of Hong Kong. Right? And if things got awkward, he would really have to go to labor camp. He liked to do this kind of thing the most. He used his status as the chief of the clan to gossip and get double the money. So happy. Humph. You do nothing all day long, complaining about everything. And you still want to compete with your sixth brother? Your sixth brother sent 30,000 soldiers to the army and donated 500,000 taels of silver to the national treasury. Why don't you compare? Lenny said casually. Brother, I will teach you a truth today. This person, the more he compares treatment, the narrower his mind becomes. He only talks about dedication. The higher the world you talk about, the more you need to work hard. Old 12's head drooped down all of a sudden, and he said with a smile, I will learn more from my sixth brother in the future, and try my best to contribute to my Dalian country. 12 brother, you are too kind. We are all contributing to Dalian country. Just do our best. The king of Dai stood up, raised the glass, and said to Lin Yi, the regent king can come to my humble home today, which really makes my humble home glorious. I am honored, and I will drink this glass first. After saying that, he raised his head and drank the wine in the glass. Lenny pressed his hands and said, sit down and talk. We brothers finally sit together. There is no need to talk about ministers. Regents, you are so polite. I dare not come next time. The king of Dai bowed and said, I know my crime. Lenny waved his hands and said, just pretend I didn't say anything. I am ashamed. Old 12. Lenny turned his eyes to the king of Yongan again. Brother, I want to ask you something. Old 12 said hurriedly. My brother, please ask me anything. I will tell you everything I know, and will never dare to hide anything. Lenny said curiously. Just now when I was in your house, I forgot to ask. That singer looked familiar to me. Where was she from? Old 12 smiled and said, Your Majesty, that is Shui Ener, the daughter of the traitor Shui Tongji. It turned out to be her. After Lenny realized it, he said in hatred, Damn it. How dare you let her sit next to me? The hatred of killing my father is irreconcilable. And you actually let the two sit together? If Shui Ener had any evil intentions, would he still be alive? The 12th elder was stunned. After a long time, he slowly said, I forgot. What else can he say? Should he directly lecture the guests of the Sifong? How many of them have no grudges against the actors? Which actor doesn't want to kill those officials after seeing them? This is quite normal. What's there to mind? Lin Yi tilted his head and said, Do you want me to die? Ah. The 12th elder was frightened by this and knelt down, grinning and said, Royal brother, I didn't know you would come here suddenly. Since Shui Ener is here, I thought of letting her cheer for you. Besides, I thought the butler was very skilled, so I was a little careless. Hong Ying, that bastard, was like a shadow, always following the prince. With him around, who would dare to cause trouble? It was totally groundless worry. Really? Lin Yi still didn't believe it. The 12th prince looked at Hong Ying, who was standing behind Lin Yi with his eyes closed. Hong Ying seemed to sense it, opened his eyes, and said with a smile, Prince, the 12th prince also had good intentions, and I couldn't let him down. So I pressed the acupoints of Shui Ener. Even if she had great abilities, she wouldn't dare to act rashly in front of the prince. Okay, then I forgive you. Lin Yi rolled his eyes, and asked curiously, Shui Ener has been free for a long time. Why does she still stay in the teaching office? What is her purpose? And what about Shui Dao, who performs dramas every day? What is his purpose? The 12th old man smiled awkwardly. I really don't know. Okay. I also know that you don't know. Lin Yi finished another pot of wine. Yawned. It's really boring to talk to you. He left the Daiwang mansion again without looking back. The 12th and 6th brothers looked at each other. 6th brother, this? You worry too much. He, probably is really bored. The king of Dai said slowly. From the moment he stood in the golden palace, he had no family affection. No friends. The 12th brother muttered. If I were me, I would not have friends. One day, with a knife in hand, I will kill all the unfaithful dogs in the world. The rest will be friends. Right? Lin Yi returned to the mansion again. He could hear the crying of a child from a long distance. He couldn't help but push the door open and go in. Qin Shilian and Yin Hong were both there. Infant spasms are too common. No matter how they explained it to Mingwei, Mingwei didn't believe them and kept asking them to find a solution. What could they do? They could only keep rubbing the baby's belly. Colic. Lin Yi came in and saw what was going on. Let's hold the baby in an airplane. Pull the baby in an airplane? No one understood what it meant, including Qin Shilian and Yin Hong. He only saw the prince letting the baby lie on his arms, with his face facing outwards, shaking him left and right. Miraculously, the child stopped crying. And she can do the carrot squat. Lenny squatted down and stood up again. Then squatted down again. After a few times, he was sweating all over. He looked at Mingwen and said, "You have been in an orphanage. How come you have forgotten such common sense?" Mingwen wiped her tears and said, "When I heard her cry, my heart was panicked. The prince and the ministers in the court also value this child. The more this happened, the more her heart was shaken. She had heard and seen a lot of those dirty things. She dared not let her son out of her sight. Even in the middle of the night, she would often use her hands to check the child's breath. Today, for the first time, the child cried so miserably, cried so hard, and really scared her. Hey, colic is just the beginning. There will be teething fever later, and maybe pneumonia." Lenny didn't have the courage to continue talking about so many terrible diseases. There are no vaccines or antibiotics in this world. I dare not say that all diseases. At least most of them are fatal to infants and young children who are already fragile. It is not because they are in the imperial family that diseases will bypass them. Your Highness, please don't scare me like that. Mingyue's tears were pouring down. Don't cry. Just follow my example and hold the child. You can take turns holding the child. It's too tiring for one person. Lenny handed the child to Mingyue and taught her how to hold the child in the airplane hold. The child struggled for more than an hour before falling asleep. Seeing that nothing happened here, Lenny returned to his room. He didn't get up until noon in the morning. He was sweating all over and lay down beside the pool on the mountain. He Jixiang came over in a hurry. "Prince, the Huangshui River has burst its dike." Lenny sighed. "Send a pigeon to send a letter. Order Chuzhou and Nanling's army to rescue nearby. Gan Mao will coordinate. And send Chen Yan, Han Jin, Bian Jing, and Chen Jingji to form an inspection team to rush to Yuzhou to supervise the battle. If it is a natural disaster, we will do our best. If it is a man-made disaster, we will kill them all and leave no harm behind. In this era when communication depends on shouting and transportation depends on walking, all rescue measures are almost all for aftermath. Sending people there now is mainly to prevent the disaster from spreading. For example, refugees, without food, will they turn into bandits? Or even rebel? If the bodies of people and animals are not handled in time, will there be a plague? Yes. He Jixiang went down in a hurry without hesitation. Headache. Lin Yi held his forehead with his hand. Since he took charge of the government, he has been worried for a day. Why is it so difficult? Prince. Honging put a hot towel on his head and smiled. Lord, he is always serious. And he will definitely handle it properly. I hope so. Lenny sighed. If God doesn't give us food, there is nothing we can do. Even in modern society, relying on modern water conservancy technology, floods and droughts are common. In front of nature, human beings are so insignificant, Honging said. Your Majesty, just rest assured. Lenny thought for a moment and said, as for Liang Yuanji, let him follow the past practice and draft a donation proposal. The wealthy families in Daliang, the rich ones should naturally donate money, and the powerful ones should naturally contribute their strength. Don't make it seem like it has nothing to do with them. Yes, Honging said and left. Lin Yi glanced at Han Diching next to him. Where is Guan Shuqi? Han Diching hurriedly said. The sheepfold has been built. Miss Guan went to the market town of Hajaiwan to buy lambs today. Lin Yi said. There are many places to buy lambs nearby. Why go so far? Han Diching said. I said the same thing, but Miss Guan said lambs in the countryside are cheaper, so I asked Tan Fei to take 2 servants to accompany Miss Guan. Then let her do whatever she wants. Lin Yi closed his eyes slightly, and said nothing more. It is the hottest time of the year in Ankong City, and most people are reluctant to go out. On the empty street, a long convoy suddenly appeared. In the tea house, the butcher shook Zhu Rorong, who was sleeping there, and Zhu Rorong said in a daze, Let me sleep for a while. What are you doing? The butcher pointed at the convoy with a flag of Dongfeng Escort Agency and said, Is Song Chung escorting a silver car? Zhu Rorong squinted his eyes, looked carefully, and then said, Apart from the silver car, is there anything else worth Song Cheng's personal escort? Dongfeng Escort Agency is the property of the prince, and this is no secret in Ankong City. Therefore, all the merchants and travelers who have some power will go to Dongfeng Escort Agency. The main reason is safety. No bandit dares to stroke the beard of Dongfeng Escort Agency, the butcher said. These days, there are silver cars almost every few days. Whose company do you think this is? Look at the other flag. It says Chen's Business. The butcher raised his head and followed the source of the voice. He saw Liang Qinshu with his hands behind his back. Manager Liang. Please sit here. How come you have time to come out for tea today? The butcher quickly poured him a cup of tea. Liang Qinshu said with a smile. It's too hot these days. And I'm too lazy to go out. But I can't stay out. I have too many things to do. So I just came here to have a cup of tea. Zhu Rorong asked casually. Where is this Chen's Business from? Why haven't I heard of it? Liang Qinshu said. This is the Chen family in Qizhou. They are also a hegemon on the sea. Now that they have obtained a shipping license, they are even more arrogant. I didn't expect them to join in the fun. The butcher bowed and complimented. Manager Liang is still knowledgeable, Liang Qinshu said with a smile. In fact, you also know them. The year before last, the Fuan grain store, one of the grain suppliers, is theirs. Zhu Rorong was amazed. So it's them. The butcher nodded. Fuan grain store is all over the city, so they definitely can't be short of money, Liang Qinshu said. Selling grain is only part of their business. They transport silk, porcelain, tea to the sea, which is where they really make money. This is the real beginning of the good show in Hong Kong City. In the future, it will definitely be more lively. The butcher was surprised. What do you mean? Liang Qinshu stroked his beard and smiled. When a fierce dragon crosses the river, the wind is strong and the rain is heavy. Chapter 543 East and west of the river. The butcher had been waiting for Liang Qinshu to finish the tea in his cup. Now that it was empty, he quickly stood up and bent over to fill it up, and said with a smile. Manager Liang, you know me, my brain is not enough, I can't figure out anything. You have a lot of experience. Can you give us some advice? Save us from being like headless flies, guessing and imagining all day long. Zhu Rorong couldn't bear to see his lack of ambition, so he turned his head away and pretended not to see it. But his ears twitched, and he was listening carefully all the time. Liang Qinshu waved his hand and said, Old General, you are becoming more and more modest. If you say you are stupid, how did you raise such a good girl? How did you make such a big business? To be honest, I am only a few years older than you. The boss thinks highly of an old man like me. I have worked for the boss for so many years, and the rest are not as good as you. In a few years, when I am old and can no longer work for the boss, I will have to go back to Sanha to retire. The butcher smiled and said, You are being modest. He did not dare to take Liang Qinshu's words seriously. I'm telling the truth, Liang Qinshu said slowly. I just rely on my boss and look like a decent person. When I'm no longer the so-called shopkeeper and return to Sanha, who will still recognize me as Liang? By then, I'll be hated by everyone. If no one steps on me, I'll be happy and hope I can live a peaceful life for a few days. It's different from you. You too have your own business. Even if you don't do it in the future, you will be rich when you return to the countryside. Who dares to jump in front of you? Zhu Rorong liked to hear this. Liang Qinshu is the same as Zhang Shun. Although he looks like a decent man now, he is just an errand boy for his boss. The last laugh is the winner. However, no matter what he thought in his heart, he said, Manager Liang, you are too flattering. Now there are more and more businessmen coming to Hong Kong City. A lot of people are scrambling to do any business that is slightly profitable. In the future, it will be good if we don't lose money. It is not certain whether we can have money for retirement. If we make a mistake, we may lose everything. Unlike you, you have a guaranteed income regardless of drought or flood. And you don't have to take risks yourself. We are so envious of you that we can't wait to see you. The butcher held his forehead with his hand. Zhu Rorong is usually a smart man. Why is he talking nonsense now? Liang Qinshu, as the head shopkeeper of Liangjin, has a stake. Although I don't know how much it is. Even if it is only 1%, it is worth more than 1 million taels. He and Zhu Rorong worked together for a lifetime, and they couldn't compare to him. That's for sure. What's more, a few days ago, when the prince called for donations to Yuzhou, Liang Qinshu donated 100,000 taels in his personal name. And he and Zhu Rorong, seeing that everyone was donating, the situation had come to this point, and they couldn't save face. So they had no choice but to donate 200 taels. How can you compare with others? You, Are you confused again? The butcher finally couldn't help but kick Zhu Rorong under the table. No matter what Zhu Rorong's expression was, he just smiled at Liang Qingxu and said, "The dividends of Liang alone in 1 year are more than we can earn in our lifetime." He donated to the disaster victims, and he donated 100,000 taels at a time. That shocked those northerners. How dare they look down on us Sanha people? Yes, yes. Zhu Rorong smiled awkwardly, and actually forgot about it. He remembered that Li Sanyang had once sighed at Liang Qingxu's generosity. This Liang Qingxu must have a lot of dividends every year, and he started as an apprentice in the Liang family, and has been working for 30 years. The old man Liang Jin of the Liang family trusts him very much. The filial sons and grandsons of the Liang family, who were pampered and lived in luxury, had to bow and respectfully call Liang Qingxu uncle or grandpa when they saw him. This shows how high his status is. Thinking of this, he lowered his head all of a sudden. Why didn't he think before speaking? It made people laugh. Okay, let's stop flattering each other. It's not that meaningful, Liang Qingxu said nonchalantly. This time, the auction of the emperor's lunch. Anyone with a discerning eye can see what's going on. The butcher smiled and said, "It must be that our prince is short of money again." But then again, our prince? When has he never been short of money? Yes, Liang Qingxu said without reservation. This time, the royal dignity is damaged. For this kind of auction, he is probably even short of money. Merchants from all walks of life in Daliang State have gathered in Ankang City. The first reason is to help the prince solve his problems. We want to be concerned about the prince's concerns, and think about what the prince wants. This is the real loyalty to the emperor, the butcher said impatiently. What about the second one? Liang Qingxu said. The second one is the face of our Sanha people. It is such an honor to be summoned by the emperor to hold a banquet. Zhu Rorong said with a grunt. Is there a third one? Liang Qingxu said slowly. It is said that the winner can get the Daliang State Charity Model awarded by the prince himself. Seeing the two people stunned with shock, he lowered his head and drank tea proudly. This is a golden ticket to avoid death, Zhu Rorong said with eyes wide open. No wonder I said so many people flocked to Ankang City. The filial piety to the prince was fake, and the real reason was to seek the life-saving talisman. Liang Qingxu snorted coldly. No one in the rich and powerful families has no bad deeds. It's better not to reveal them. Once they reveal them, the whole family should be executed. Then, the butcher wanted to ask. The Liang family should not need the life-saving talisman, right? But when he thought of the things the Liang family did before the prince entered Sanha, he stopped talking. Whether it is the Liang family or the Wang family, they all made their fortunes on the sea. They have done at least 70 evil things, if not 100. These people deserve to be cut into pieces, Zhu Rorong said cheerfully. It's okay to spend money to buy peace. However, I heard that those merchants from the country of Ayu actually came to join in the fun. Why is that? Liang Qingxu smiled but said nothing, rolled up his sleeves, stood up and said, "Goodbye. Thank you for the tea." Hey. Zhu Rorong looked at his back. It's interesting to say half of the words, Jiang the butcher said. They just don't want to say it, Zhu Rorong asked. Then do you know why? Jiang the butcher said. You ask me. Who should I ask? Then he changed the subject and said, But I think there is someone who may know. Who? Zhu Rorong asked. Wang Xiaoshuan. That little bastard. The butcher leaned back on the chair yawning. He is in the Beijing camp now. He must be well informed. Why don't you go ask him? I'm too idle. Zhu Rorong rolled his eyes. If I had that time, I might as well sleep a little longer. Why did the merchants of Ayu country participate in this auction? Not only Zhu Rorong and others were surprised. Even Lin Yi was confused, and asked Pan Duo. Pan Duo also looked embarrassed. No matter how powerful the court guards and the shadows were, they had not penetrated into the inner circle of Ayu country and Ayu country merchants. Lin Yi did not continue to ask, and he understood Pan Duo better. As a black man, no matter how well he learned Chinese, he could not be a spy. His skin color was a flaw. However, at night, Du Yinyang solved his doubts. Your Highness, when I was at sea, I heard people say that the Emperor of Ahsoka, Liefo, was not dead. After emptying the treasury of Ahsoka, he fled to the sea on a big ship and occupied an island as king. Du Yinyang rubbed Lin Yi's shoulders and said, Many merchants from Ahsoka in Ankang City are Li Fo's men. According to my father's guess, Liefo might be secretly accumulating power to counterattack the Western barbarians. Lenny closed his eyes slightly and said, "Then, there is no need to participate in this auction." "Right?" Du Yinyang pondered for a moment and said, "I just said it casually. I hope your highness will not be offended. According to my guess, does Liefo want to take this opportunity to reconcile with your highness, and use your highness's power to return to Ahsoka?" Lenny sat up from her elastic thighs and frowned. "Now that you mention it, it's not impossible. If he really gives me tens of millions of taels of silver, I will help him restore his country." He had a vague feeling. The biggest threat to Dalian is not King Yong, not Shihuang, not Jizhou Temple, and certainly not Au Kingdom. It is those Western barbarians, who have never met each other. These people have strong ships and powerful guns, and have already occupied most of the surrounding countries and regions. If they continue to be presumptuous, it will be really troublesome. Your highness is wise. Du Yinyang was very happy to see Lin Yi's recognition. On the second day, Lin Yi was still in high spirits. The boring day of the fisherman began again. As soon as he went out, he saw a carriage. The curtain of the sedan chair was half lifted. Out of curiosity, Lin Yi took a few steps back and saw a bright face. The woman obviously saw him and hurriedly lowered the curtain. Han Diching hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, this is Xiao Chuhong, the shopkeeper from Jingzhou, who is here to see Master Yi Qiu." The Xiao family in Jingzhou? Lin Yi remembered hearing this name. That's right. Han Diching tried to recall. Wang Su sent troops to Chuzhou, and the Xiao family donated 500,000 taels of silver. The prince also personally bestowed the title of Model of Supporting the Army on shopkeeper Xiao. A few days ago, when disaster relief was provided in Yuzhou, shopkeeper Xiao donated another 200,000 taels of silver. After receiving the meeting in person, Lord Gan Mao of the Ministry of Revenue ordered that since shopkeeper Xiao had come to Hong Kong City, he should not be neglected. Otherwise it would chill people's hearts. Therefore, I was bold enough to let shopkeeper Zhao's carriage in without authorization and park it outside the mansion. In order to be a qualified guard commander, he asked Liang Yuanji for a lot of information and memorized the resumes of many adults. He didn't expect that he would use it right before his eyes, so that when the prince is questioned, he will not be clueless. As expected, hard work pays off, Lenny said. I remember now, this girl has also been to Sanha. In order to get a shipping license, she used 50 taels of silver to help with the military expenses, which left a deep impression on me. Is she attracted to Yi Qiu? Speaking of this, he felt jealous. Lenny is not bad either. Why not look for him? Han Diching said. Young Master Yi is devoted to martial arts, and seems to be deliberately avoiding Manager Xiao. Humph, there is no such thing as not understanding romance. You are just deceiving yourself. Lenny thought of those so-called iron straight men. Again, some women are just like men. They are obviously lickers, but for the sake of their own face, they are determined to excuse the men they like, calling them steel straight men. In fact, the reason is that the steel straight man does not like her. If he meets someone he likes, the steel straight man will also become a licker in seconds. Your Majesty is right. Han Diching habitually agreed. This is also the first skill he mastered after becoming the commander of the guards. No matter whether what he said to the prince is right or not, even if he is wrong, it is all Your Majesty is wise. And Your Majesty is right. Because many people have proved in practice that anyone who goes against the prince will not have a good ending. Lenny glanced at the back of the carriage and said, Let Yi Qiu, that bastard, come to see me. He is young and does not know the fragrance of a rich woman. He wasted his youth and regretted it later. Yes, Han Diching said this, but he did not agree in his heart. The Yi family is one of the largest families in Sanha. How can they be short of money? What's more, Yi Chen has opened up a situation in Hong Kong City and is making a fortune every day. Lenny hid under the shade of a tree and caught 2 crucian carps. Yi Qiu came over. Lenny glanced at Yi Qiu in his fluttering white clothes, and then looked at himself in his shorts, and couldn't help asking, Aren't you hot? Yi Qiu said calmly. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I'm not hot. Lenny cleared his throat and asked, Do you know that Xiao Chuhong came to see you? Yi Qiu still said expressionlessly, I didn't kill her, which was already giving face to her Xiao family. I know that women will affect your speed of drawing the sword. But have you ever thought that if you find a rich woman, she can help you get a good sword? Lenny glanced at the hilt of the sword on Yi Qiu's waist. which had been polished to a shine. Look at you, you are so poor now that you can't even afford to change a good sword. Yi Qiu wanted to speak, but was interrupted by Lin Yi. Dear, don't reject me, we can still be friends. Yi Qiu's face flushed red, and he couldn't help but ask. What does the prince want me to do? No, no. Lin Yi waved his hand, and said earnestly. You misunderstood, I'm doing this for your own good. Yes. Yi Qiu sighed and floated away. You don't know how to appreciate your blessings. Lin Yi was also helpless. Until the sun set, Lin Yi returned with a full load. Passing by Guan Xiaoqi's sheep shed, he could smell the smell of sheep from a distance. Looking at the strong goats, he couldn't help but said, Take good care of them, and you can roast the whole sheep in winter. Guan Xiaoqi rolled his eyes and said, You are talking nonsense again. This is the ewe I bought at a high price. You can't eat it. It's kept for giving birth. Lin Yi said. Then wait a while, and eat their babies. As soon as he finished speaking, Guan Sheng came out from a sheep pen next to him. Just as he was about to kneel, Lin Yi stopped him and said with a smile, You are my father-in-law now. Don't be so polite. Thank you, Your Majesty. Guan Sheng was a little at a loss for a moment. These days are okay? The blessing of Lord King, Kainan can eat and drink, good. Guan Sheng said in a hurry. That's good if you have time. You can turn around. Lin Yi laughed. Come with her more, she saved her alone. Yes, yes. Guan Sheng accompanies the smiley face. Wang Yi so loved, it is really a blessing that I have cultivated in my life for a few lives. He didn't know if it was good or bad to marry his daughter to the palace. Fight daily. But he knew he had no choice. Chapter 544 Test. Of course, I can't regret it. The head of the village where I live now, the rich man in the same village, even the patrolman of Ankang Prefecture and Beijing Camp, all respectfully call me Master Guan. I went to see a doctor a few days ago, and Hu Shirlu, the most famous doctor in Daliang, was willing to give me acupuncture personally. He was kind and gentle. If I rely on myself, I'm afraid I can't earn this kind of appearance in my lifetime. I won't delay your chat. I'm leaving. I'll go to the mansion when I have time. Lin Yi saw his timid look and knew that no matter how much he talked, it would be just the same old talk, and it wouldn't be very meaningful. Guan Sheng hurriedly said, Thank you, Your Highness. Looking at Lin Yi's receding back. After a long while, he sighed. Everything else is fine. But it's too uncomfortable for the father-in-law to bow to his son-in-law. Guan Xiaoqi looked around and saw that there was no one around. So he whispered, Dad, don't talk nonsense. He treats you badly, so don't be dissatisfied. No, I'm not dissatisfied, Guan Sheng said with a wry smile. There's no one else here. Just the two of us. I just said a few words. Guan Xiaoqi sighed. You'd better not talk nonsense. What if? What if someone hears it? It's not good. Okay, I understand. Guan Sheng continued to ask. You are considered to have entered the mansion. Don't you have a status? Guan Xiaoqi shook his head and said, Dad, why are you worrying about it again? Didn't I tell you a few days ago that I am not the only one in this mansion who doesn't have one? Sister Minghua has been with me for many years, but she doesn't have one. Don't ask me any more, Guan Sheng said anxiously. I won't ask. But you should. Don't be so confused. And make it seem like a concubine, Guan Xiaoqi said unhappily. She was originally a concubine. What else do you think? This? Guan Sheng looked around again, and then whispered, I think he is a good person. As long as you talk to him nicely, he will not deny you a status. Can you not just ignore my business? Guan Xiaoqi said helplessly. How can I just ignore it? Guan Sheng said anxiously. You are my daughter. Of course I am doing this for your own good. Look, you are raising sheep and cattle here every day. How unbecoming. You are smelling like sheep. And maybe people will dislike you. Who else can dislike me except you? Guan Xiaoqi said, as he poured corn crumbs into the sheep shed. You don't know. I spend all day in the mansion eating, drinking, and being in a daze. If I don't find something to do, I will go crazy. It will get moldy. Isn't that good? Guan Sheng stamped his feet in hatred. You have such good fortune, but you don't know how to enjoy it. How many people can't even ask for it? Guan Xiaoqi patted the corn crumbs in his hand, and then said, You want to enjoy it? Of course. The betrothal gift from the prince last time is enough for you to enjoy it. Right? If not, I will give you my 20 taels of silver per month. And you can just lie down at home and don't go out of the house. Do you think it's okay? That will suffocate me to death. Guansheng blurted out without thinking. You are afraid of suffocation. But I am not. Guan Xiaoqi pointed at the sweet potato vines on the ground. If you really have nothing to do, can you help me with the work? Guansheng said. I have something to do. I will leave first. Stop. Guan Xiaoqi stopped him directly and warned him. I know you have some money in your hands. And you have been addicted to gambling these days. But I have to tell you, if you lose too much, I will definitely not save you. If you bring the prince out, who will respect me in the future? Both of us will have a hard time. Guansheng said. Do you really think I am stupid? I have traveled all over the country. And I know everything. Don't worry. I will just play some small cards. It won't cause any trouble. After saying that, he ran away in a hurry. Guan Xiaoqi sighed secretly. Unconsciously, her father had changed. However, she couldn't tell exactly where he had changed. Lenny got on the newly built cement road, rode on the donkey, and said to Han Diqing beside him, My father-in-law is full of vigor and vitality, and looks like he has regained his youth. Han Diqing said. Sure enough, I can't hide it from the prince. Since Miss Guan entered the mansion, many matchmakers have chosen Uncle Guan, and Uncle Guan is the one who really chose one. Lenny said happily. You have made progress these days, and you can even find out such private things. Han Diqing smiled and said, It's all because of the prince's good teaching. You are becoming more and more like Xiaoingzi. Lenny shook the reins in his hand. Why learn from him when you can learn from anyone else? Thank you for the praise, Your Majesty. If I can have 1/10,000th of the general manager, I will be satisfied. Han Diqing is not ashamed, but proud? You fucking bastard. If Lenny didn't know him well, he would have suspected that he was impersonated by someone. This change was too big. He is a talent. Follow Han Yingxua well. If there is a chance in the future, I will send you to the palace for further study. Han Diqing wanted to habitually call the prince wise, but when he heard the last 4 words, his legs trembled with fear. Further study in the palace? Isn't that becoming a eunuch? This is definitely not okay. I will never do that, he hurriedly said. Prince, I just want to protect you. Even if you cut off the root of right and wrong, you can still protect me. Lenny teased. Don't you think so? Prince. Han Diqing wanted to cry, but had no tears. Okay. Stop making such a sullen face. Lenny yawned. Let me ask you. Whose wife did Guansheng fall in love with? Han Diqing said. It is said that she is a widow who runs a rouge shop. She is not bad looking. But now she has no children. Lenny nodded. Investigate it thoroughly. If she is a filthy woman, it must not be done. Otherwise it will be embarrassing for me. Han Diqing bowed. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I have already checked it out. This widow grew up in the South City and married in the South City. After her husband died of tuberculosis, she devoted herself to running the rouge shop and had no connection with anyone. But he must have the intention of taking advantage of the situation, Lenny said with a smile. If he didn't want to take advantage of the situation, what could he want from Guansheng? Is it because he's poor, or because he's old? Han Diqing smiled. He can tease his father-in-law with the prince without restraint. But he, the commander of the guards, can't do that. Remember to send some new tea to my father-in-law this year. When they arrived at the gate of the mansion, Lin Yi threw the reins to Han Diqing behind him. If you're dating and drinking tea with someone, you can't do without good tea. Yes. Han Diqing agreed hastily. The weather was hot and humid. The originally empty street suddenly became crowded because of a convoy. The military had to go out to the street to maintain order. Li Sanyang stood on the steps at the door of the shop, stretching her neck to look at the carriages passing by, and said in disbelief, These Nanyang natives are here too? These people were dark and thin, and she was sure that. She was not mistaken. When Sanha lifted the ban on sea trade, those Sanha, Nanzhou sea merchants went crazy and hunted down natives on the Nanyang Islands. These natives were chased to the point where they had no way to go up to the sky or down to the earth, and could only follow the Sanha people into the sea. For a time, the Sanha natives gathered together, not only merchants, but also ordinary people like to buy, and even Bian Jing, the adult in charge of the construction of Sanha, bought. After all, it is a one-time investment, and lifelong benefits. They eat less, work more, and are highly obedient. The Sanha provincial government once did a statistics and found that among every 5 Sanha people, there was a native. At the most, the number of natives in Sanha was as high as hundreds of thousands. But not long after, Sanha banned the human trafficking. The natives could only be recruited as hired workers. The natives were freed, and most of them returned home with the sea merchants. But many of them stayed. For example, in her small garment shop, there were more than a dozen native female workers, and they spoke Sanha dialect better than those northerners. If you only listened to their accents, without looking at their faces, you would never imagine that they were natives. Want to know? Isn't it simple? Tian Cixi pulled a dark and thin middle-aged man over. Laoan, see if the man riding a tall horse is your high priest? The middle-aged man called Laoan was grabbed by the collar, and was about to get angry, but when he turned around and saw that it was Tian Cixi, he hurriedly said, "It turned out to be the shopkeeper Tian, and the leader was our respected priest Dag." After he finished speaking, he ignored Tian Cixi, and knelt on the ground and kowtowed like some dark and thin people in the crowd. Tian Cixi frowned and said, "These natives have been in our Dalian country for so many years. I didn't expect them to respect Dag so much." Li Sanyang asked curiously, "Nanyang is more than 10,000 miles away from our Lian country. How come the news of the auction has passed? And it came so quickly?" Tian Cixi shook his head and said, "They may not have come for the auction. They may have just caught up. The western barbarians have occupied the Nanyang Islands. They are not as merciful as the prince. They kill the natives when they see them, and use almost all of the 10 tortures. The natives hate them to the core. If this continues, the country will really be destroyed. Maybe." He came to ask the prince for help. Tian Xiu looked at Tian Cixi in surprise, and said with a smile, "You bastard. You have finally made some progress." "You bastard, you haven't made any progress in speaking." Tian Cixi immediately hit back. "What, you want to fight? Do you think I'm afraid of you?" He was doing real estate development outside the city. Not only did he make money for himself, he also made a lot of money for Prince He. He was highly regarded by Prince He. Prince He even praised him as the god of wealth. He was no longer the little bandit leader who was at the mercy of others on Jinji Mountain. What's more, his master was Yichio, who was Tian Xiu, who dared to challenge him. On the other hand, this Tian Xiu actually competed with him for business, and also developed many residential projects outside the city, also with the support of Prince He. People in the same industry are enemies. He wanted to kill this old guy with a knife, to relieve the hatred in his heart. "Can you set a date? Let's go outside the city and fight," Tian Xiu said with a smile. "Shopkeeper Tian wants to make friends through martial arts. I am not talented, but I am willing to play with you." The voice appeared abruptly. Tian Xiu immediately glanced at Yi Chen, who appeared beside him. "Humph," Tian Xiu said disdainfully. "Mr. Yi is willing to fight. Of course I am more than happy. But I am afraid that if I beat the younger one, the older one will be attracted. If it weren't for Yichio, he would have beaten Yi Chen so hard that his parents wouldn't recognize him. It's really amazing to have a brother who is a great master. Young Master Yi has already entered the 9th rank. If he wants to beat you, does he need to ask my master?" Tian Cixi chimed in. "You think too highly of yourself," Tian Xiu snorted. "Even if the two of you come together, you may not be my opponent. However, I still don't want Lord Yi to misunderstand me and think that I am bullying you. Yichio has no official position in the palace, but no matter who sees him, they must respectfully call him Lord," Yi Chen said indifferently. "My brother is busy with affairs, and he has no time to take care of my trivial matters. I am sorry that Tian, the shopkeeper, misunderstood me. He was telling the truth. He had been in Ankong City for so long, and he had only seen his brother once. It was because he was injured by the pirates in Jiangyan." Tian Xiu naturally didn't believe his nonsense. He said unhappily, "I ask you, what does this native coming here have to do with you? Why are you coming here so eagerly? Why did shopkeeper Tian come here?" After Yi Chen finished speaking, he looked at Liang Qishu, Mo Shun and others on the side. "What are the shopkeepers here for?" Liang Qishu smiled and said, "It's strange that the natives came here suddenly. We just came to watch the fun." Yi Chen bowed and said, "I just happened to be free, so I came to watch the fun too." Tian Xiu said, "Don't underestimate these people. Don't forget that many of them secretly learned Huiyuan Gong in Sanha. Although the skills are not complete, there are many talented people. Some have already broken through the 3rd and 4th grades. Olden, don't you think so?" As the native caravan walked away, Olden, who had slowly stood up, heard what Tian Shiyu said, was frightened and hurriedly smiled and said, "Boss Tian, you are flattering us too much. Thanks to the grace of the prince, many of us are following the laborers, and we can only do some leg and foot skills." Tian Shiyu put one hand directly on Lao En's shoulder, and said expressionlessly, "Are you dishonest?" Shopkeeper Tian. Seeing that Tian Shiyu was unmoved, Lao En looked at Liang Qishu, Yi Chen and others with a frustrated face. "Shopkeeper Liang, Shopkeeper Yi, you know me, I have always been doing business honestly in Baiyun City and Ankang City, and I dare not overstep the mark." Yi Chen put one hand on his other shoulder, and said lightly, "You are not practicing Huiyuan Gong." Tian Shiyu looked at Yi Chen. "You are quite knowledgeable." Lao En and the other two let go of their hands from his shoulders, and sat down on the ground, covering their mouths with their hands, but it was still useless, and blood still flowed out from their fingers. Li Sanyang hurried forward to offer a handkerchief to help Lao En wipe, complaining to the two, "Why did you deliberately cause his inner strength to become restless? He is just a third-rank cultivator. How could he withstand this?" Tian Shiyu smiled and said, "You misunderstood me. This old man learned the star-absorbing technique, and his inner strength was out of his control. When he saw my inner strength, he directly absorbed it, and it backfired, hurting himself." Star-absorbing technique. Liang Qishu and the others looked at each other, very shocked. Chapter 545. No one is a fool. With the help of Li Sanyang, Lao En finally stood up straight. But after hearing what Tian Shiyu said, he was so scared that his whole body was shaking like a sieve. After hearing the 4-word star-absorbing technique, Li Sanyang also hurriedly let go of Lao En's hand, stepped aside, and said in disbelief, "Did you learn it secretly?" After asking, she felt that it was nonsense. For example, even peddlers and hawkers can perform a little bit of Huiyuan Gong, but the number of people who can learn it is limited. There are only a few hundred people who know the complete Huiyuan Gong, not to mention the Shixing Dafa. This Shixing Dafa can only be learned by some soldiers in the army, the constables of the government office, and the guards of the palace with the instruction of General Manager Hong. Even the people of Sanha have only heard a few words, and only know that this Shixing Dafa can absorb people's internal energy. It is a very terrifying skill. It is not something that ordinary people can learn. How dare Olden, a native, learn by stealing? Where did he learn it from? Tian Shiyu snorted coldly. "We have been friends for a long time. I shouldn't be so aggressive. But it's a matter of great importance. I have to send you to the Incom government office." Tian, the shopkeeper. Olden's face was ashen. Yi Chen glanced at Zhang Shun beside him. "Why are you still standing there?" "Yes, I'll go right away." Zhang Shun hurriedly retreated, and soon brought Jiang Yi, the deputy commander of the military division, who happened to be there to maintain order. Jiang Yi didn't even look at Lao En, just waved his hand, and 2 flag bearers came forward and took Lao En away. "Thank you all," Jiang Yi said with a bow. "I'm busy today. I will definitely reward you handsomely in the future. This is a great achievement." After Jiang Yi left, Liang Qishu couldn't help but sigh. What on earth do these natives want to do? They are a little too bold. He had heard of the reputation of the star-absorbing technique a long time ago. However, if Manager Hong didn't give them a chance, they couldn't learn it. Stealing, if you have the guts, you must have the means. They think they have connections in Sanha, but they can't do anything. I didn't expect these natives to not only have the guts, but also the means. It's really impressive. Yi Chen said calmly. "It has nothing to do with me anyway, so I'll take my leave first." After that, he left directly with his lackey Zhang Shun. Palace. In a small wing room, there were people kneeling on the ground. Fang Pai glanced at Chen Xinluo, who was also kneeling on the ground, and saw that the other party had no reaction, and couldn't help but secretly raise his head and glanced at the stern-faced steward Hong Yinghong. The air froze for a moment, and then Chief Steward Hong said calmly, "Investigate. Thoroughly investigate. And never show any leniency." "Yes," everyone said in unison. Fang Pai followed Chen Xinluo and followed him out of the small gate of the palace. The gatekeepers were Yu Xiaosher and Adai, who had not yet finished their punishment. Fang Pai smiled and said, "How does it feel to guard the gate every day?" Yu Xiaosher turned his back and ignored him. Only Adai said in a muffled voice, "It's too hot. Lend me some money." "What did you say?" Fang Pai pretended not to hear, and then hurriedly caught up with Chen Xinluo, who had already climbed onto the horse. Brother Chen. Wait for me. Don't be so anxious. You kid. Why don't you hurry up and find out the news? What do you want to do all day long? Chen Xinluo rubbed his brows and said, The steward only gave us 1 month. If there is no result by then, we will all be in trouble. Fang Pai said unconvinced. This is obviously the work that Ankong Mansion and Bingmasi should do. Why did it fall on us? You, after so many years, you still haven't made any progress. Chen Xinluo said earnestly. The steward is looking for us only because our martial arts are all from him. Although we don't have the title of master and apprentice. We are master and apprentice in reality. And others can't say anything. No matter if it was Jiang Yi or Chao Shihuan. After all, there was a layer of separation. It was a bit excessive for the butler to look for them. If people who were not aware of the situation knew about it, they would think that the butler did not know the rules. No matter what. Hong Ying was just a eunuch. If he stretched his hand too far, it would inevitably make people think too much. Fang Pai said. Then you can let the prince give the order. The star-absorbing art is passed on. To put it bluntly, it is still a matter between the Jianghu sects. Chen Xinluo said slowly. The prince is busy with all kinds of affairs. How can he worry about these trivial matters? Although he said so, he actually disagreed in his heart. As a former guard of Prince He's palace, he knows Prince He too well. Although Prince He is not good at martial arts. He often says that people who practice martial arts should not cherish their own skills, and should have the so-called sharing spirit. It is estimated that according to Prince He's own ideas, everyone should learn Yuan Gong and everyone should know the star-absorbing technique. He must be happy to see the star-absorbing technique being spread outside. Right? How could he urge the people below to investigate? Of course, Prince He envied flying around. But he still felt that martial arts was unscientific. Prince He never liked unscientific things. He believed that truth was within the range of the canon. Canons are truth. Canons are science. That's true. Fang Pai nodded helplessly. Brother Chen, tell me how to investigate. I will listen to you. I will mobilize all the imperial guards that can be mobilized. Chen Xinluo said. You just need to keep an eye on the native delegation headed by Dag. Don't worry about anything else. I will investigate it myself. Don't worry about this. It's not a big problem. I will take care of it. Fang Pai smiled and said. Anything else? Chen Xinluo said. I'm here. Go to the Oncom government office and interrogate Lauan. Okay. Then you go. Fang Pai looked at Chen Xinluo's figure getting farther and farther away, and couldn't help but sigh. Why can't there be a day when people can be at peace? Zhou Jing said. Sir, shall I send more people to the post house right now? Fang Pai said lightly. Even if a fly flies out, it will be closely watched. The general manager is very angry this time, and the consequences will be serious. Yes. Zhou Jing and Shan Sangwan said in unison. What about you two? Fang Pai looked them up and down. If you can make achievements this time, I will teach you the star-absorbing technique. In Dalian country, there are not many people who know the star-absorbing technique, and he is one of them. However, he has limited talent and has only learned the basics. Absorbing people's internal energy? It would be great if he doesn't get attacked by others. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh sadly. Thank you, sir, for your kindness. The two men knelt down. Their excitement was beyond words. That was the star-absorbing technique. We are all brothers. Don't be so polite. Fang Pai continued. According to the new Liang State Civil Service regulations, your small flag is at most equivalent to a section-level cadre, which is about the same level as the local village head or town head. If you do a good job this time, I will apply to promote you to a centurion, at least a division-level position. When the local county magistrate sees you, he will have to bow and scrape. When you return to your hometown in the future, will it be considered a return home in glory? Thank you, sir. Support. This time, the two were not as excited as before. Although they were small flags of the court guards, not to mention the local county magistrates. Even some ministers of the court had to show courtesy to them when they saw them. What's more, both of them were 9th rank. Even if they didn't have the skin of the court guards, they didn't need to be afraid of anyone, Fang Pai warned. If you dare to be lazy, what will be the consequences? I won't say much. At most, I will take you with me. I will be my pacification envoy safely, and you will be your small flags honestly. Yes, sir. The two were shocked. Although they looked down on the so-called centurions, they were definitely not willing to be a small flag with no future for the rest of their lives. Their kung fu was so advanced now, and they were willing to stay in the Imperial Guards. Wasn't it just for promotion? Fong Pai saw that the two were still motionless, and then asked, "Why are you still standing there?" Zhou Jing and Shan Sanwan looked at each other. Zhou Jing couldn't help but said, "Sir, I have something. I don't know whether I should say it or not." Fong Pai said, "Do you want to hide it from me?" "I dare not," Zhou Jing said hurriedly. "It's just that it involves Master Chen Xinluo. I'm afraid I'm talking too much." Fong Pai's eyes lit up, and he said anxiously, "What gossip does he have? Tell me quickly. If you keep on wasting, I'll beat you up." "Sir," Zhou Jing said with a wry smile, "last night, the spies under my command found that Chen Xinluo, Lord Luo, spent the night with a woman in the hibiscus tent." Fong Pai said disdainfully, "What's so strange about a grown man sleeping with a girl?" Shan Sanwan followed up. Then General Wei Yishan came. When he saw Lord Chen, he drew his sword and faced him. The two fought for dozens of rounds, which attracted the troops from the military department. Lord Zhang Mian personally escorted the two to the governor's mansion, and he decided their fate. "This is a real surprise." Fong Pai was stunned. It was no secret to the people of Tingwei that both He Hong and Chen Xinluo liked Wei Yishan's mother. However, what he could not imagine was that Chen Xinluo actually slept with Wei Yishan's mother. Wei Yishan's mother. Even a hot-blooded man like him could not help but feel moved when he saw her. Shan Sanwan said, "I saw Lord Chen today. Lord Chen is still in high spirits. I guess he didn't pursue it too much," Fong Pai said with a smile. "Under the guidance of Prince He's thoughts, our Dalian kingdom advocates free love. Chen Xinluo and Wei are in love with each other. What can Lord He say? Otherwise, it would go against Prince He's thoughts. Your Excellency is right. Under the wise guidance of Prince He's thoughts, our Dalian kingdom is thriving." Zhou Jing smiled. "But, as the garrison commander of the Beijing camp, Wei Yishan will probably not swallow this bread so easily." "Right?" Fong Pai glared at him. "If you have anything to say, just say it quickly. If you keep talking like this, I will not be polite." "Your Excellency still understands me." Zhou Jing laughed. "My Excellency, if we are not in a hurry, we can still watch a show. If what I guessed is correct, Wei Yishan will definitely come to ask the prince to make a decision for him." Fong Pai pondered for a while, sighed. "Although I don't have a deep friendship with Wei Yishan, we are elementary school classmates after all. If I just watch him make a fuss, others may make up stories about me. It's not advisable to stay here for long. Let's go!" After saying that, he led the two of them on horseback. "The natives are coming?" After hearing this news, Lin Yi kept throwing grapes into his mouth. "What are they trying to do?" Chen Jingji, who had just sat on the chair, stood up and bowed. "Your Highness, the one who came this time is the native high priest Dag, and your Highness has also seen him. According to him, the barbarians have committed all kinds of evil in the Nanyang Islands, which are too numerous to list. We respectfully request that your Majesty speak for the millions of people in Nanyang and save them from the dire situation." Lin Yi's mouth was sore from eating grapes, and he bared his teeth and said, "Let me speak for them." "Relying on words?" Chen Jingji hurriedly said. "The Nanyang Islands voluntarily submit to be our vassal states, and will never rebel as vassal states of Dalian," Lin Yi said lazily. "What else?" Chen Jingji smiled. "Your Majesty's great kindness. The islands will never forget it." Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him and said, "Isn't this just relying on words? Who can't say nice things? You have been the minister of the Honglu Temple for so many years. How can you still believe in such nonsense, and have not made any progress at all? I know my crime." Chen Jingji knelt on the ground with a plop, and kowtowed 3 times in a row. Lin Yi said, "Let them use less tricks and be more sincere. Okay? Okay. Go down. As long as Dagger doesn't give you any real benefits, don't make promises blindly. I am kind. I won't be a sucker. I will never do anything that is not good for the people of Dalian. I will definitely actively understand the spirit of the prince," Chen Jingji said. And seeing that the prince no longer paid attention to him, he quietly withdrew. "Humph. I am really a failure. How come everyone is trained to be like a gentleman?" Lin Yi felt a little depressed. The diplomats of his Dalian kingdom, one by one, are basically no good people, But how come they are so polite to foreign envoys? They have no business sense at all. Your Highness. Thank you for your trouble. Hong Ying said while pouring tea for Lin Yi. Your Highness. If you are tired, just take a rest. As soon as he finished speaking, he paused suddenly, turned his head and saw Jiang Chou standing at the door. He took advantage of the prince's nap and floated to the door. Jiang Chou didn't wait for him to ask, and whispered, General Manager, the garrison commander of the Beijing camp, Wei Yishan, came with his mother and asked to see the prince. Hong Ying floated in front of Lin Yi again and said carefully, Wei Yishan's mother? Lin Yi sat up suddenly. I have only heard of her name, but never seen her. Today I really want to see her. He was really curious about Wei Yishan's mother. How could she kill both him and the generals of the palace at the same time? Jiang Chou did not need Hong Ying's order and hurriedly retreated. After a while, he let a man and a woman in. Lin Yi's eyes were all on the woman, and he did not listen to what Wei Yishan, who was kneeling on the ground, was saying. This woman with skin as white as snow, eyebrows and eyes as beautiful as picturesque, and charming posture is Wei Yishan's mother. He couldn't believe it. He finally believed the saying on the internet, I'm not afraid of bad women playing ambiguity, but I'm afraid of young women with charm. It makes people obsessed and intoxicated. Sure enough, He Hong and Chen Xinluo are not fools. Such a woman, no matter who sees it, will believe in love at first sight. Please help me. Your Majesty, Wei Yishan said loudly. This Wei Yishan is such a smart man, but he actually did such a stupid thing. Jiang Chou, who was standing at the door, couldn't help but sigh secretly. Chapter 546 Sincerity. It's fine to bring it to Lord He Jixiang, but why bring it to Prince He? Can Prince He kill Chen Xinluo or what? It's the same result anyway. Prince He won't favor anyone. He's still too young, too impulsive. While hesitating whether to continue standing at the door and listening, he saw Zixia coming from the corridor, and turned around and left without hesitation. I shouldn't listen, so I better listen less. In the hall, Lin Yi just sat there, looking at the mother and daughter kneeling on the ground, and said after a while, Stand up and talk. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wei Yishan helped his mother up after he finished speaking. Lin Yi looked Wei Yishan's mother up and down again, and his heart could not calm down for a long time. Without waiting for Wei Yishan to speak, he said, You are not young anymore. Now, as a garrison commander of the Beijing camp, you should be more calm. You are so anxious and hurried. If you don't know, you will think the sky is falling. I admit my guilt. Wei Yishan knelt down again. Wei also hurriedly knelt down. Lin Yi sighed. You kid, you won't listen to me no matter what I say. You even want to implicate your mother, sister-in-law. You don't have to kneel down, get up. Thank you, Your Majesty. Wei knelt down obediently, and didn't get up. Lin Yi said calmly. Wei Yishan, your mother raised you with great difficulty, but it wasn't easy. You have the heart to let her kneel with you? Yes. Wei Yishan stood up again, helped his mother up. But, thinking back carefully to the words of the prince, it seems to be pointed out, Lin Yi continued, if there is anything between mother and son, you can discuss it behind closed doors. If outsiders know, they will not sympathize with you, but will only laugh at you. This world is like this. What do you think? You asked him if he supported Chen Xinluo marrying Wei. Of course, he didn't support it. The good cabbage was eaten by the pig. But the two of them had already rolled in the sheets, so he had to support it even if he didn't want to. Prince. Wei Yishan's heart suddenly sank. Go down. Lin Yi pretended to know nothing. It's useless to ask me to make the decision when the mother and daughter quarrel. Even an honest official can hardly settle family affairs. Let alone I am not an honest official. You, just be more considerate of your mother. He couldn't get it anyway, so he simply didn't get involved. Wei Yishan wanted to say something, but suddenly he felt a chill all over his body. He raised his head bravely, and saw Hong Zongguan standing behind the prince with a whisk in his hand. He was immediately frightened and dared not say anything more. Yes. After saying that, he could only leave with his mother in dismay. When Wei turned around, her eyes moved. Lin Yi was actually a little dazed. He really wanted to be a thief. Your Highness is wise. Hong Ying waited for Wei's mother and son to leave, and bowed. Wei Yishan, this kid is getting more and more naughty. Lin Yi smiled and said, although he matured early, he grew up in a single-parent family after all, and his psychology is still a little different from that of children from normal families. For example, They grew up in an orphanage since childhood, without a father or a mother. Inferiority and sensitivity accompany two lives. Just because he becomes a prince in this life, he will not be free of mental illness. He is so frugal and stingy now, because he was afraid of poverty in the past. They always regard money as more important than life. Because no matter what, you have to pay money first when you go to the hospital for treatment, and then you can save your life. If you lose your money, you will lose your life naturally. Jiang Cho watched Wei Yishan come out of the small door of the mansion, and then said to Sun Chung, who was bored on the side, "It seems that the prince did not make a decision for him." Sun Chung said disdainfully, "As the old saying goes, family disgrace should not be made public, but he made it known to the whole world. I don't know what he was thinking." Jiang Cho said indifferently, "Who didn't do some stupid things when they were young? It's still the prince's words. You were not frivolous when you were young." Sun Chung asked curiously, "What stupid things did you do when you were young?" "Humph." Jiang Cho squatted down on the steps beside the small gate, waving the palm leaf fan in his hand. He said, "If I had been smarter when I was young, I wouldn't have had such a big scar on my face." Sun Chung said, "It's inevitable to have revenge in the world of martial arts. I envy you. Unlike me, I'm so young, guarding the gate every day. It's boring. Revenge? That's nonsense." Jiang Cho said disdainfully, "My father opened a tea house. My parents wanted me to inherit the family business. When I was young, I hated the kind of life that I could see the end of." He relied on his kung fu skills, hid it from his family, and left Yuzhou to wander the world, thinking of making a name for himself. He was ignorant and fearless, and dared to do anything and offend anyone. In the end, he was hunted everywhere. At that time, I realized that in life, the happiest thing is a life that can be seen at a glance. And the most frightening thing is a life that can't be seen at a glance. It's just that you are lucky to go to Sanha. Otherwise you will inevitably end up with nothing left. What about you? You are born with blessings, but don't know how to appreciate them. Guarding this door. And you have to give gifts to everyone who comes in. What else is there to be dissatisfied with? He used to be a doorman, so he naturally knew the income of being a doorman, because he was a doorman of the Huang Mansion. He bought a mansion in Ankon City, and brought his wife and children. Now he is no longer a doorman, but a guard. And he can't say he regrets it. As a person, you still have to pursue progress. The end of a gate is just a gate. Work hard as a guard. From a third-class guard to a first-class guard. There is plenty of room for promotion. I don't want to be like this all my life. Now the children on the street call me to guard the gate. Sun Chung couldn't help but sigh. My brother won't let me leave. He wants me to stay here. I have no choice. Jiang Cho said, "Your elder brother is now a third-rank official in the imperial court. If he waits for another 2 years, he can go one step further. As for you, as long as you don't make trouble, you will have no worries about food and clothing in your life. And everything will go smoothly. Smooth sailing is so boring. What I want is to ride the wind and waves." Sun Chung said with high spirits. "You want to ride the wind and waves?" Jiang Cho couldn't help but sneered. "Your kung fu is only at the 5th level. Right? If you really want to make achievements, you should practice kung fu first. It will be almost the 6th level." Sun Chung said with a red face. "Fong Pai is still at the 5th level. Why can't I do what he can do?" Jiang Cho laughed. "Because he can be valued by the prince." Sun Chung was silent. The prince came in and out of the door every day, and he didn't even look at him. Jiang Cho said, "If you really want to be an official, you should keep pestering your brother. I don't believe that your brother is heartless." Sun Chung sighed. "You say that because you don't understand my brother. It's natural for him to love me. But the more he loves me, the more worried he is. He's afraid that I'll get into trouble. If he's really pushed, he might send me to den to raise horses. It's better for me to guard the gate here. Then just pretend I didn't say anything." Jiang Cho patted the dust on his butt and turned back to the yard. The sun was scorching. The gate of the palace was empty, only Sun Chung was left. He felt even worse. In the evening, the palace sent a message that concubine Yuan missed her grandchildren again. Hu Miaoyi did not dare to make a decision on her own, so she had to ask Lin Yi for permission. Lin Yi had nothing to do, so he took Hu Miaoyi, Ming Wei, and the 2 children to the palace. "My sweetheart." Concubine Yuan held a child in one hand, and refused to let go. She glanced at Lin Yi and said, "You, if you are fine, don't be an eyesore here." Lin Yi was puzzled. not knowing where he had offended her again. He could only leave Xi'an Palace. Lin Yi glanced at Xiao Shizi, who was following him. Has there been any abnormality in the palace these days? Xiao Shizi hurriedly said. After the queen talked with Concubine Tang. Concubine Tang burst into tears and stayed indoors. Concubine Tang cried? Lin Yi was very surprised. Do you know what the queen said? Xiao Shizi shook his head and said, Your Majesty, please forgive me. I don't know. Even if he knew, he couldn't say it. It's okay to show loyalty. But you can't commit suicide? No matter what. Concubine Yuan is also the prince's biological mother. Without the prince's order, he monitored and eavesdropped without authorization. Would he still have a head? His master said something right. Doing things according to the will of heaven and being a person against one's personality is the foundation of life. This is the will of heaven. It used to be Emperor DeLong, but now it is naturally the prince. You don't know anything. What use do I have for you? Lin Yi said with his eyes wide open. I really don't know. Xiao Shizi looked aggrieved and about to cry. Then what about my father? Lin Yi continued to ask. Xiao Shizi said. Since the lunch auction started, Your Majesty has stayed in Qilin Palace and has not even been to the Imperial Garden these days. Is this out of anger? Lin Yi was puzzled. Xiao Shizi hesitated and said, Your Majesty seems to be practicing martial arts. Martial arts? Lin Yi frowned. Xiao Shizi said, I also asked Lu Gongfeng, and he only said that these are some exercises to strengthen the body. Let's go to Qilin Palace. Lin Yi took 2 steps and was sweating all over. He even took off his sweatshirt. Emperor DeLong squinted his eyes, lying on the couch. When he heard footsteps, he opened his eyes and saw Lin Yi, shirtless, wearing shorts and barefoot. He said angrily, How disgraceful. Lin Yi sat in front of his father carelessly and said indifferently, Father, are you feeling unwell? I heard that you haven't been to the Imperial Garden to relax for a long time. Emperor DeLong snorted coldly. Don't worry about me. I can still live a little longer. You make it sound like I'm so unfilial. Lin Yi said very dissatisfiedly. I do everything according to your wishes. Emperor DeLong glanced at him and said, What do you want today? I can't come if I'm fine? Lin Yi asked, unconvinced. If you have nothing else to do, please leave. I am tired. Emperor DeLong looked disgusted. Lin Yi stepped forward, put his arm around Emperor DeLong's shoulders, and said with a smile, It is better to speak directly than to speak. Let's have a heart-to-heart talk. Tell me the truth. What cards do you have? You know, your son's brain is sometimes not enough. It is too tiring to guess. This old man is almost exhausted of all his patience. If it were someone else, he would have had Han ditching skinned alive. But this is the biological father who provided the Y chromosome. Don't worry about people not knowing you. Worry about not knowing people. Emperor DeLong said coldly. I have nothing to say to you. Gentlemen and gentlemen are friends with the same principles. Villains and villains are friends with the same interests. Lin Yi couldn't help but add a sentence. Neither of us is a good person, so we are naturally friends. There is nothing we can't talk about. The corner of Emperor DeLong's mouth twitched again. Get out. You have a bad temper. Lin Yi continued to nag. What else to say? The cup in front of Emperor DeLong has already fallen over. With a bang. Lin Yi patted his chest. Fortunately, he dodged quickly. Calm down. Your son will take his leave. Lin Yi finally calmed down, looking at his father's chest rising and falling, fearing that he would really die of anger. At night, Lin Yi lay in the garden, swatting mosquitoes from time to time. Hong Ying suddenly came over and said, Your Majesty, the prince is here. Please come in. Although Lin Yi didn't know why the prince came so late, he must have something to do. His brother, the prince, was much more obedient than his father. I pay my respects to the regent. The prince bowed his body, and was so sensible that it made people feel distressed. You and I are brothers. There is no need to be so polite. Lin Yi took his hand and pushed him to the chair. Brother, you came so late, I guess something happened. The prince stood up again after being pushed down, and bowed his hands. I have something to say. I don't know whether I should say it or not. Lin Yi personally brewed tea, and handed the teacup to him. You can say it. The prince looked into Lin Yi's eyes and said, If my guess is correct, my father has already practiced the Yin-Yang 8 Desolations art. What is the unique secret book of Xingqianhai? Lin Yi was impressed by this so-called Xingqianhai. The regent is wise. The prince said solemnly. Please make plans early. Thank you. My dear brother, I am very grateful. No matter how much his father practices, it will not be of much use. Unless Lu Chaoyuan practices this kung fu and finally passes it on to Emperor DeLong. Lin Yi saw the prince stand up and said, "Send my dear brother back home." After the prince left, Lin Yi looked at Hong Ying, who was standing beside him. "What do you think?" Hong Ying smiled and said, "This Yin Yang Ba Huang Kung Fu is nothing more than a Kung Fu of initiation. It's useless?" Lin Yi roughly understood what he meant. To put it bluntly, this technique can only be used to pass on internal strength to others. This is obviously impossible. Emperor DeLong is afraid of death. So how could Lu Chaoyuan not fear death? Your Highness is wise, Hong Ying said cautiously. Just in case, you don't have to stay at home these days. You can also go to the palace, Lin Yi said lightly. If there is any change, you can make the decision directly. And you don't need to ask me for instructions. Don't worry, Your Highness. I will never let you down. Hong Ying floated away. On the third day after the Nanyang natives arrived in Hong Kong City, they knelt in front of the gate of the prince's mansion. There were hundreds of them. You came here empty-handed? Lin Yi looked at Sun Chung. Sun Chung said, Your Majesty, I didn't see the gift list. They are indeed barbarians. They don't know any etiquette. Lin Yi said hatefully. If they like to kneel, let them continue to kneel. I won't see them asking someone to do something and coming empty-handed. There is no sincerity at all. Chapter 547 Tribute. Dag had lived in Sanha after all. How come he didn't know what it meant to adapt to local customs? Sun Chung glanced at Han Diching next to him, then said boldly, Your Highness, I heard that after the natives went ashore directly from Jito Port City, they hired hundreds of civilians to carry the boxes. I also saw it with my own eyes when they entered the city this time. There were 25 carriages loaded with boxes, and there were natives guarding the front, back, left and right. I guess they must be some valuable things. He had just taken over the position of the doorman from his brother Sun Chungda, and his brother taught him how to be a qualified doorman. As a doorman of the Huang Mansion, you must adhere to the principle of the door of the Huang Mansion faces south, and you cannot enter without money. The gate of the Huang Mansion is not open to everyone. The longer he works as a doorman, the deeper he understands the Huang. You won't give even if you have money? That's even more excessive, Lin Yi said carelessly. Come here, Your Highness. Han Diching responded hurriedly. Lin Yi said calmly. How does Chen Jingji do things? Tell him that I am very angry and the consequences are serious. Let him get rid of these natives first. Give them a good ideological and political lesson, and improve their awareness. With your current posture and level, you still have the face to kneel at the door? Yes. Han Diching hurriedly retreated. Chen Jingji came over in a hurry, leading the constables of Ankang Prefecture and Bingmisi, and drove away the natives. The gate of Huang Mansion was calm again. Only then did Lin Yi dare to go out again. At the foot of Huang Mansion is the commercial street and residential area developed by Tian Shiyu, Tian Sishi and others. Whether it is a restaurant, inn, warehouse, wholesale market, brothel, or supporting school, medical clinic, they are all built along the North Canal. White walls and green tiles, ancient style, houses are lined up in order, each with its own style. When it came to the construction of the suburbs outside the city, Lin Yi only gave a general idea at the beginning, and did not participate in the specific affairs. Now, the actual effect is better than he imagined. He had to admire the planning and aesthetics of the construction practitioners in Dalian, which was much better than the architectural design under modern industry. Especially at night, when the big red lanterns were hung, it was not as bright as the modern light show, but it also had a different taste in my heart. As more and more residents were relocated from the city, it became more and more lively here. The wide cement-hardened road can accommodate 5 carriages at the same time. And there has been no congestion so far. There is a drainage pipe more than half a person's height under the road. And even when it rains heavily, the ground is clean. This is a feeling that many people have never experienced in the city. The new houses outside the city are big, spacious and cheap, and the prices are low. Nearby are the government offices and military camps that have moved from the city. After many people no longer have to worry about public security, they began to move out of the city on their own initiative. Compared to living in a small and cramped house in the city, living outside the city is called life. The Beijing camp is located at the outermost edge of the town. Under the scorching sun, the military camp is still conducting routine daily training, and the roars and shouts of killing are endless. Lin Yi looked at the densely packed heads And his first thought was, it would be a pity not to chop into a duo. 1,000 people are not enough. He will gather 10,000. 10,000 people are not enough. He will gather 100,000. If 100,000 people are not enough, he will prepare to chop people. Hondiching hesitated and said, Your Majesty, will I go in and report it? No need. Lenny waved his hand and said, We are just out for a walk. There is no need to trouble ourselves. In the hot summer, there are people kneeling on the ground in front of him. And he has to say a lot of things earnestly, which is tiring. Continuing south along the canal, his brows furrowed deeper as he walked. He covered his nose and said, I haven't come here to fish for a long time. How come it's so smelly? Hondiching frowned and said, Your Highness, there are now more than 100,000 people living in this new city. And the wastewater from eating, drinking, defecating and urinating is all discharged into this grand canal. Damn it! Lenny was unhappy. But there was no solution. After a while, he comforted himself. Hey, in the future, the fish in this river will definitely grow fatter. In fact, after thinking about it carefully, he was relieved. Now there is no industrial wastewater, no plastic waste, and urban sewage. At most, it is leftovers and human and animal excrement. No matter how polluted it is just like that. Maybe it is beneficial to the growth of fish. However, he will definitely not eat the fish in this river again. Your Highness is right, Hondiching said with a smile. Many poor families in the surrounding areas make a living by rowing boats and fishing. It's the same with the Guan family. Lenny glanced at the patches of water chestnuts in the river, and after hesitating for a long time, he still chose not to eat them. There are plenty of them in the wild ponds nearby. If he wants to eat them, he can just pick them. The water there is crystal clear. Much better than here. Of course, there are not as many fish there as here, but there are a lot of lobsters. Thinking of lobsters, he suddenly wanted to eat spicy crayfish. After becoming the regent of Daliang, tribute has almost become his exclusive privilege. In this era, there are no pesticides, fertilizers, or genetically modified organisms. Vegetables and fruits can be eaten anywhere. They can be bought directly from the market. Therefore, among the tributes, only tea is planned to be kept. However, unexpectedly, it was opposed by He Jixiang and others. Later, he realized that there are no fools these days. Although tribute is paid by local governments to the court, but compared with the rewards, what is this little effort? With the royal family and Emperor of Daliang as product spokespersons, isn't the brand effect stronger than advertising and word-of-mouth marketing? Many people live on the name of tribute. If it is directly cancelled, wouldn't it be a waste of people's livelihood? Even in modern society, there are still many agricultural product-producing areas and manufacturers who like to use tribute as a publicity gimmick. The emperors in ancient times all like to eat. If you don't like to eat, who do you think you are? After figuring this out, he started the Tribute Investment Promotion Conference. With great fanfare. Do you want your wine to be the emperor's favorite? Do you want your silk to be the new favorite of the 3 palaces and 6 courtyards? Do you want your tea to be the exclusive product of the royal family? The shopping malls in Daliang State suddenly became popular. The title of national wine alone was auctioned for 2 million taels of silver. If an annual usage fee of 500,000 taels is added, Emperor Delong can also write the trademark for it himself. Gong Mao of the Ministry of Revenue was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling for several days. Many ministers in the court also discovered that Emperor Delong, who had not abdicated, could still be of such great use. Why didn't they realize it before? If they had been a little smarter before, the treasury of Daliang would not have been so empty. The most amazing thing is that Prince He actually asked the treasury to deposit the silver into Sanha Bank. What money makes money? Among the tributes, the only 2 exceptions are pepper and Sichuan pepper. Sichuan pepper must be from Sichuan, and pepper must be from Cheongzhou. He doesn't eat crayfish from other places. Crayfish doesn't taste that good, Your Highness, Hondiching said with a smile. The village where the Guan family originally lived has been demolished and turned into a flood storage area. The terrain there is too low, and it is not suitable for living. It's just that the river water constantly carries the riverbed silt, and the land is fertile, which is suitable for planting. The people are unwilling to move away easily even if they risk floods. Lenny sighed. But we have to move. They say that the government doesn't need to care about disasters, but can I watch them drown by the flood? I should just be a bad guy again. I have to move even if I don't want to. Your Highness is wise. Han Diching felt that his ancestral grave was on fire. Otherwise, why would the prince be willing to talk to me so much? But I am not good at talking. I can only repeat these few sentences over and over again. Where is the carriage? Lin Yi looked around. Let's go fishing for lobsters. Han Diching hurriedly blew the whistle on his neck. After a while, a carriage slowly stopped beside Lin Yi. The one driving the carriage was Guo Xiao, who had just returned from the Heshuan County Prince's mansion, and the former gardener of the Heshuan Prince's mansion. Why are you here, old man? After Lin Yi got on the carriage, he lay on his back directly, and put ice on his forehead. After Guo Xiao and others turned the carriage around, they said with a smile, Your Highness, I took the initiative and asked Miss Zixia to let my useless son take care of the flowers and plants in the garden. I am still willing to drive the carriage for you. He was originally a groom in the palace. It was just because no one took care of the garden that he had no choice but to become a gardener. Then Hu Shilu's father Huda came, and son Chonba came. He had no chance to be a groom again. Lin Yi yawned and said, What's good about driving a carriage? It's exposed to the wind and sun. It's not as comfortable as being a gardener. You don't have to go out. And you can drink a little wine when you are happy. Guo Xiao said boldly, Your Highness, these flowers and plants are dead things. No matter how much I get along with them, no matter how hard I try, they don't respond. But this horse is different. The little one is in tune with them, and is more obedient than their own son. If you call it son, will it agree? Lin Yi was bored and couldn't help but tease. Guo Xiao cleared his throat and actually shouted to the two horses in front, Son! When everyone was about to laugh, they didn't expect that the two horses seemed to really listen to him, and actually called out twice while running. You have something in your belly. Lin Yi was stunned. Guo Xiao couldn't help but say proudly, Your Highness, I am 58 this year. My father is also a horseman. I rolled around in the horse's belly when I was 7 years old. I could argue with it when I had nothing to do. I had to be careful when arguing with horses. These bears can kick people, which hurts a lot. I counted with my fingers, and I have been driving horses for 50 years. Lin Yi gave a thumbs up and said, It's true that everyone has their own specialty. Han Diching said in A. The people who were listening were even more stunned. Looking at Prince He's expression again, he felt a sense of admiration for Guo Xiao. It turns out that the old ones are the best. After working as a guard in Prince He's mansion for so many years, he saw with his own eyes that, except for Chief Steward Hong Yinghong and that bastard son of Xiao Shizi, the only one who could make Prince He so happy was probably Guo Xiao. As for Mingwei and Zixia, they were called the happy children. The carriage stopped steadily at a wild pond. Han Diching asked Jiang Chou to serve the prince while he went shrimp fishing, and hid deep in the woods, and personally lit Guo Xiao's pipe. I don't deserve it. I don't deserve it. Guo Xiao saw the flame, and habitually stretched out his pipe. But he never expected that the one who lit the cigarette would be Han Diching, the commander of the guards. I'm so embarrassed. Han Diching sat on the tree roots like Guo Xiao, and said with a smile, Master Guo, you have served the prince for many years, and you have made great contributions. It is right for us to respect you. Guo Xiao bowed and said, Master Han, I can only grow flowers and serve livestock, and the prince does not despise me. It is really a blessing for me. How can I dare to mention any credit? It is the commander who is really hard-working, serving the prince every day. Han Diching said with a smile, Your son's name is Guizong, right? Yes, Guo Xiao said hurriedly. My son is 40 years old, but he is also a useless guy, timid and afraid of things, and he really has no ability. He can only fiddle with flowers and plants. That's why he shamelessly begged Miss Zixia to come into the mansion to save him from starving to death outside. He also asked the Commander Han to take care of him in the future. Han Diching still smiled and said, Master Guo, you are getting more and more polite. You are still right as the prince said. Everyone has his own specialty. Even if he can only grow flowers and plants, it is still a great skill. Besides, your son is also a 6th rank official, and he may be very successful in the future. You are too kind, Commander. Guo Xiao really couldn't guess what Han Diching meant, so he could only say cautiously, whether in the palace or in the army, there are many experts. He is just a 6th rank official, and he is really not worthy of your attention. Commander, please don't laugh at me. Han Diching shook his head and said, Master Guo, I am telling the truth. Why don't you believe it? Guo Xiao bowed his head and said, You are really praising him. As long as I can find a place to use my skills. Please give me your instructions. Although he also needs to be liked by the prince. He is no different from an object liked by the prince. It is just a use. After all, he is just a groom. In terms of status, compared with Han Diching, the commander of the guards, it is simply not worth mentioning. To put it bluntly, people like him can still show off outside. After all, they are working for the prince's mansion. People who don't know the truth think they are so powerful. But in the prince's mansion, they are at the bottom of the society. No different from dogs. Occasionally, people give them some face. And they are qualified to take advantage of their seniority. Otherwise, if they really anger them, not to mention crushing themselves to death, they will crush their entire family to death. Just like pouring boiling water on an ant nest. And no one can escape. Afterwards, who would care if there was one more or one less person in the world? Master Gua, you know, Han Diching stretched and said, I have just been promoted to the commander of the guards. And I am not very familiar with many affairs in the palace. Please give me more advice. I don't deserve your advice. Guizhao nervously went over every word of Han Diching in his mind 7 or 8 times. And after careful consideration, he said, Your Excellency, please feel free to ask. And I will tell you everything I know. We are all serving the prince. You don't have to take it so seriously. Han Diching shook his head and smiled bitterly. I just want to learn more from Master Gua. And hope to be able to make the prince laugh like you. Chapter 548 The Princess Returns. Like the old man? Guizhao was stunned for a long time. Before he understood what Han Diching meant, hesitated for a moment, sighed. Sir, I was born and raised in Ankong City, and I am a natural chatterbox. In Ankong City, you can pick any person on the street, as long as they are local residents, they are almost the same as the old man, can make good words sound good, and can make bad words sound bad when insulting others. It is passed down from generation to generation, imperceptibly, and learned without a teacher. It is like the place that produces the kind of people. This is like Ankong City does not produce lychees. Sanha does not produce grapes. And the climate produces the kind of crops. It is all determined by God. If you insist on planting rice in dry fields and soybeans in paddy fields, you are asking for trouble. The only things that can grow in both dry and paddy fields are weeds. My lord, I will say something inappropriate. I have no special skills. What else can I do except to make some stews for Prince He? My lord, you are the commander of the guards. Prince He does not look at what you say, but what you do. If you do well, your future will be limitless. Han Diching opened his eyes wide. He did not expect Guizhao to say such a meaningful word. He clasped his fists and said respectfully, Thank you for clearing up my doubts. It is really thought-provoking. Guizhao smiled and said, I am just a bystander. Sir, I am sincere. You look at Lord Shinchu, Lord Hihong. They are all the commanders. You will definitely be in the future. How dare I compare with them? Han Diching said sincerely. Please give me more advice in the future. He was telling the truth. He couldn't even compare to the unreliable Wang Su and Bao Kuei. Not to mention Shinchu and Hihong. You are too polite. Seeing Han Diching's attitude, Guizhao was still a little proud. As a gardener and groom, he still had some status in the palace. The sun was setting. Lenny caught a full barrel of lobsters. On the way back to the mansion, he took a bath by the pool under the mountain stream. After arriving home, he took 2 sips of tea, went to the kitchen, and personally instructed Su Yin to make spicy crayfish. Su Yin was extremely nervous, but at least nothing went wrong. The food was delicious. What Lin Yi didn't expect was that, after the 2 large pots were served, no one ate anything except himself. They were afraid of spicy food. He didn't force them. After all, Mingwei and Hu Miaoyu were still breastfeeding. After they left the dining room, he asked someone to move the table to the garden. Crayfish and wine. The more you drink, the more you get drunk. Before you know it, you're drunk. Old Gua, come here. Drink with me. Lenny saw Guizhao, who was instructing his son Guizong to prune in the garden. Thank you, Your Highness. Guizhao didn't hesitate, and sat directly opposite to Prince He. He picked up the bottle, first filled Prince He's glass, and then poured himself a glass. I have smelled the aroma of this wine for a long time. Thank you, Your Highness. Otherwise, I would never have the chance to drink such good wine in my life. Stop talking nonsense. Lenny rolled his eyes at him and said, Don't think I don't know. You and that old man Sangam are the same. You bought a big house and a shop outside the city. The monthly rental income alone is more than 10 taels. With your family background, what good wine do you want to drink? Don't cry, poor. We are still friends. Maybe Gua Xiao's family background is even stronger than Sang An's. Although the Gua family is a small family, they are a local family after all. The wealth accumulated by several generations is still considerable, which is not comparable to Sang An. Sometimes, to compare wealth, we still have to look at the historical stock. To put it more elegantly, it is the so-called heritage. It is like an orphan like him. He graduated from college and went to work, earning 5,000 yuan. His colleague also earned 5,000 yuan. But his parents had already saved up for a house and car. His colleague didn't have to pay rent, ate and drank with his parents, and didn't have to pay a penny. The money he earned could buy the latest camera, mobile phone, and computer. As for him, the difference of 5,000 yuan was used for housing, food, drink, and defecation. And there was not a penny left. A ZTE phone is almost stuck, but I don't want to replace it. The quality of life is not on the same level. He can't solve any problem that can be solved with money. Your Highness is well informed. Gua Xiao not only did not deny it, but even said with a proud look, people who don't know me would think that I am a poor man. In fact, who would have thought that although I am just a small groom, I have several houses in Hong Kong City. I am not as good as the best, but I am better than the worst. Your Majesty, I offer you a glass of wine. He drank the wine in the glass in one gulp. Look at how proud you are, Lenny said disdainfully. You are a little too proud. Your Majesty, you have to finish this drink, so that I can pour you more wine. Gua Xiao glanced at Lin Yi's glass, and waited until Lin Yi finished the wine in his glass before he continued. Your Majesty, my ancestors fled from Jizhou, and now they have taken root here. At least 4 generations. Each generation is stronger than the previous one, and the generations are endless. And I am able to comfort my ancestors. Han Diqing on the side admired Gua Xiao even more. No one has ever dared to approach the prince to drink, and, except when Jiaoyi, Lin Yi smiled and said, you should retire now. It would be great to walk your bird cage every day. Why do you have to find fault with me? But unexpectedly, Gua Xiao laughed and said, Prince, my family lives in the mansion. We have food and drink. We don't need to rent. If we rent out our own house, we can get money. I am not a fool. Good guy. Lin Yi glared at him. Gua Xiao said, you are so self-righteous while fleecing me. Gua Xiao raised his head and said, unless the prince drives my family away, I will definitely not leave. Drink. Lin Yi raised his glass again. You are thicker skinned than I thought. Gua Xiao smiled and said, the old saying is still true. Thick-skinned people can eat as much as they want. Thin-skinned people can't eat at all. You win. Lin Yi hadn't had such a good time drinking for a long time. Suddenly, there was a sound of arrowheads breaking through the air. Before Lin Yi could react, a large number of guards jumped out from the dark, holding long swords and nervously protecting him. Gua Xiao hurriedly stood up from the stone bench and left the circle of guards. Han Diqing stood beside Lin Yi and bowed. Your Highness, please be at ease. Damn it. You can't even drink. Lin Yi sat on the stone bench and continued to drink his wine. If someone killed him on his own territory, he deserved it. After a while, Tan Fei came over and said, Your Highness, the princess is back. Lin Yi said in surprise. Why is she back? Please ask her to come over. As soon as he finished speaking, the princess came. Lin Yi said helplessly. Aunt, can't you just walk in through the main door? Why do you have to jump over the wall to come in? She was wearing a white silk dress, and her facial features were still as delicate as ever. But her skin, which was originally so delicate, seemed to have a more weathered air, a unique charm, indifferent and indifferent, beyond the gorgeous and rich beauty. What a pity. This is his aunt. The princess walked past the guards and sat opposite Lin Yi leisurely. I never have the habit of going through the main entrance. Everyone, please leave. Lin Yi waved to the guards on both sides and then said to Han Diqing, Why are you standing there? Get a new bowl and chopsticks for Aunt, and a few side dishes. Aunt has been sleeping in the open all the way, and must be hungry. Right? He was arranging for Pan Duo and others to find the princess. He didn't expect that she would come back immediately. It was really puzzling. The princess said calmly, I can understand that you don't live in your original house. But why do you want to move here instead of living in the palace? Lenny sighed. Aunt, you don't know that my nephew is in financial difficulty now, and his income is not enough to make ends meet. He is trying to increase revenue and reduce expenditure. However, he can't save much. There are places to spend money everywhere. He can only find ways to increase revenue. Since the year before last, he has been actively developing the rental business of the Jinwan Palace, the Taiha Hall, and the Women Gate. As long as you pay, you can hold a lunch inside, invite actors to sing operas, and perform shaman dances. Ridiculous. The princess looked uneasy. The maid brought new bowls and chopsticks. Lenny glanced at her and said while pouring wine, "You are a full man who doesn't know the hunger of a hungry man. Come, drink some wine. Drink more, and you will sleep well at night." The princess finished the wine in the glass and said, "I heard that you are organizing an auction for the emperor's lunch." Lenny said, "The news spread so quickly? Aunt knows it?" The princess snorted coldly. "My brother is such a proud man. How could he agree?" Lenny smiled and said, "Father is very righteous. As long as it is beneficial to our Dalian country, he is happy to do anything that benefits the people of Dalian." The princess sighed. "I still underestimated you, Aunt. You are too kind." Lenny smiled and cupped his hands. "My nephew also plans to let my father leave the palace and actively participate in commercial activities. If my father goes, it will give face to the merchants and accept some tribute from them. Isn't it reasonable? For example, if a merchant wants to hold an event, let his father go to the stage and accept 100,000 or 80,000 yuan at a time. Isn't it too much?" "Nonsense." The princess's face suddenly turned cold. "My nephew is dull. I hope you can give me some advice. Why is his aunt unhappy? Is it because he asked Emperor Delong to leave the palace, or because he asked him to participate in business activities? It's inexplicable. Why is she so angry?" The princess sneered. "Don't underestimate your father. You will end up losing more than you gain." Lenny said, "It means you don't want my father to leave the palace?" The princess stared at Lin Yi's eyes and said word by word, "You just take care of yourself. Thank you for your concern, Aunt." Lin Yi then asked curiously, "Where did you go? Why did you come back now?" The princess took another sip of wine and sighed. "I went to the western wasteland, to the starry sea." Lin Yi didn't rush to speak. While pouring her wine, he continued to listen to her. Xingqianhai failed to unify the western wasteland this time. The princess held the wine glass and said slowly, "Those western barbarians plundered the western wasteland to the utmost, bombarded the Xingqianhai Buddha, and the fire burned all over the sky. It burned for 7 days and 7 nights. And the people of Xingqianhai fled in all directions. Just like that Liufo, who boasted so much, but was finally vulnerable." Lin Yi was stunned. However, he became more and more convinced of the power of technology. No matter how good the martial arts are, they are afraid of cannons. The princess continued, "Those western barbarians are tall, blonde and blue-eyed, and look the same as the western barbarians in the Imperial Observatory. You have to be careful that they are spies. The western barbarians have evil ambitions. After they annex the western wasteland, they will be not far from Liangzhou and Jianzhou. Thank you for your concern, Aunt. Your nephew will make plans early." Lin Yi raised his glass again and said, "My Dalian kingdom is gone. Isn't that exactly what you want, Aunt?" The princess sighed. "How innocent are the people of my Dalian kingdom, Aunt. You care about the world. Your nephew admires you." Lin Yi naturally didn't believe this nonsense. The people of the Lin family, from his father to King Yong, even the 12th and 6th sons, did not have the people in their hearts. His aunt is no exception. They all have evil hearts. Occasionally, they do something that benefits the people, but it is only to win people's hearts. To put it bluntly, it is just a show. I am tired. Come here, take my aunt to the bedroom to rest. Yes, Zixia said hurriedly. Princess, please come here. Lin Yi looked at her back gradually hidden in the corridor, and said to Han Diqing, "Send more people to guard the little princess and the prince, and don't let my aunt get close to them." He was surrounded by strict guards, and her aunt would definitely not dare to attack her. But what about the child? He couldn't guarantee it. Yes, sir. Han Diqing hurried down to give orders, and added guards to the rooms where the princess and Minghua lived. How about sending her to the palace? Lin Yi always felt that it was troublesome to keep her by his side. After a long pause, he said, "Someone come, send a pigeon to ask Wen Jiaoyi to return to the capital. Where is that bastard Liang Yuanji? Women understand women best, not to mention that the two are uncle and niece. So it's better to ask Wen Jiaoyi to come back and fight against her aunt. Most importantly, he still wanted to learn more about the Jizhou Temple treasury from Concubine 1. Prince, you're looking for me. Liang Yuanji appeared in front of Lin Yi. Sweating profusely, Lin Yi told him the news he got from the princess. And then said, go to the governor's mansion now. Tell Lord Yi about this news. And urge Mo Shun to increase his research on firearms. I don't care how much money it costs. The Western barbarians, whom he had never seen before, really became a serious concern. Don't worry, Your Majesty. I'll go right away. Liang Yuanji hurriedly withdrew. Lin Yi had something on his mind, and he didn't have a good night's rest. When he got up the next day, he was still in a daze. Sun Chung came to pass on the message. The natives came to see him, but he lay on the chair and didn't bother to pay attention. Sun Chung hesitated and said, Your Majesty, this is the gift list of the natives. Lin Yi took it with a dull look, glanced at it casually, and then threw the gift list on the ground, snorting coldly. Foreign tin, foreign salt, ebony, coral, ambergris, turkey, rhinoceros, divine deer, celestial horse, foreign slaves. What the hell are these? Do you think I'm a bumpkin? You use these things to fool me. Get out. After a while, Chen Jingji came again to complain. Lin Yi was gone. Chen Jingji could only walk away with a bitter face, venting his anger on the natives. Barbarians are barbarians. There is no way to teach them. He was also desperate. Chapter 549 Weakness. As soon as his carriage arrived at the gate of the post house, he received the news that the native deputy envoy Ma Ku was arrested by the imperial guards. Chen Jingji stared at the officer in front of him and asked, Why is this? He knew nothing beforehand. The officer shook his head and said, I don't know the details, but I heard that it seemed to be because of some kind of leaking of secrets. Chen Jingji frowned and said, Where is that old man Dag? The officer said, He was running around in the post house anxiously, looking for you. Sir, Chen Jingji said decisively. No. I stopped him. The officer said in embarrassment. Sir, this native is not so easy to fool. What if he insists on looking for you? I can't stop him. Right? Chen Jingji said unhappily. No matter how he asks. You always say I'm out on business, and not in Hong Kong City. The officer asked in confusion. Sir, are we really going to ignore it? Chen Jingji snorted coldly. What can I do about the people arrested by the imperial guards? If things go wrong, I'll get into trouble. The officer laughed awkwardly. What if? Chen Jingji interrupted. What if? I've tried my best to persuade them, and they still won't go. Now even the prince doesn't like them. Although they are foreign envoys, they can complain as they please. What can they do to me? The officer suddenly realized. Your Excellency is wise. Chen Jingji stroked his beard and said disdainfully. They are just cooked dumplings. I don't think they can make any waves. He lowered the curtain of the sedan chair and told the coachman to turn the horse around. This post house can no longer be visited. I was sitting in the carriage with my eyes closed to rest, but the carriage suddenly stopped. Due to inertia, I almost crashed out of the carriage. When I was about to curse, I heard a very familiar voice. He straightened his hat, stretched his head out of the sedan chair, and saw the court guard Fang Pi, riding a tall horse, carrying two small flags, blocking the middle of the road. Sir Chen, don't you recognize me? I dare not. I dare not. Chen Jingji stood on the carriage and bowed respectfully. So you are the governor. I wonder if you have any advice for me. In terms of rank, he, the minister of Honglu Temple, is the same as the minister of Guanglu Temple, the minister of Taipu Temple, the transport commissioner of Salt, the commander of the resident commander, and the Xianwei official. He is a third-rank official, one of the 9 ministers. Fang Pai, the pacification envoy, was only a 4th-rank official. If he wanted to be on equal footing with me, he had to be at least a commander. But there was no way. He was a court guard. He was someone who could not be easily provoked in the court. As a 3rd-rank official, I had to be polite to him. Besides, in this day and age, it still depends on the backers. His backers were stronger than mine. I couldn't compare. There was no way. There was no way. Fang Pai smiled and said, It's not a matter of instruction, but just to inform you that these natives in my Liang state are lawless and reckless. You have to keep a close eye on them. Chen Jingji hesitated and said, I wonder if you could tell me a thing or two, so that I can have an idea? I've finished my words, and I'll leave now, Fan Pai said, pulled up the reins, and walked straight past the carriage. Humph, you bastard. Chen Jingji could not help but curse with hatred. The sun was scorching. The cicadas on the treetops kept chirping. Lenny lay on the chair, not feeling any wind in the air, as if he was in a huge steamer, and the air was filled with scorching heat. Lenny kicked the big yellow dog sleeping on his instep, and then glanced at the eldest princess, who was holding her daughter, and refused to let go. The eldest princess teased the child, while smiling. She looks quite like you, Lenny said to Zixia. The princess is sleepy, take her to take a nap. Are you worried about me? Although the eldest princess was dissatisfied, she still handed the child to Zixia. Of course I'm worried about you, Lenny said sincerely. After all, the woman in front of him is a ruthless person, who is determined to kill all the people in the Lin family. The princess said proudly. Does this count as finding your weakness? They are my weaknesses. And I am also their armor. Lenny yawned and said. And I'm really worried about your performance. You should move into the palace. Huh? The princess said in surprise. Why don't you try again? You continue to live with me day and night. What if I develop feelings for you, and tell you the location of the vault? In broad daylight. My nephew dare not dream of this. Lenny pouted and said. And don't treat me as a fool. When I want to know, it's naturally when you speak up. The princess said. What if I don't speak up? Are you still going to use force? Aunt, my nephew is not that kind of person. Lenny shook his head and said. I dare not use force on you, but I cannot guarantee that I will not use force on the people you care about. The princess said coldly. I am alone in this world, with no worries. Who else can be worthy of my care? Lenny smiled and said. Aunt, tell me the truth. Did you really only go to the western wilderness this time? Did you not meet anyone? The princess's eyes changed suddenly, staring at Lenny and said. What do you want to say? Lenny stood up, stretched, ignoring the princess's increasingly fierce eyes, still said lightly. When the princess's mansion encountered an accident, Aunt and Tangke were not grandmasters, but they had already entered the 9th rank. I know, this 9th rank is still very powerful. Once upon a time, this Nye Yudao had just entered the 9th rank, and he fought his way out of Ankong City with a sword. You and Tangke, both of you are 9th rank, can't you protect a child? I don't believe it. Nonsense. The eldest princess's face suddenly changed. Aunt, I'm very curious. You obviously don't have to come back. You obviously can enjoy your old age with my cousin. Why do you come back? The eldest princess's son, his cousin, is actually alive and well. When Lenny heard the news from Pan Duo, he was so shocked that he couldn't close his mouth. He had personally experienced the princess's hatred for Emperor Delong and the descendants of the Lin family. Is life like a play? All acting? I really underestimated you, the princess said hatefully. What do you want? Lenny slowly walked towards the princess, smiling. Aunt, let's make a deal. Tell me the location of the vault. Tell me your wish, and I will help you achieve it, the princess said coldly. As long as your father is still alive, my child will never see the light of day. Lenny frowned. Is this asking him to kill his father? My nephew is now in charge of the government, Aunt. Do you still not trust my nephew? Humph, the princess said coldly. If anything happens to my child, I will make you pay with your life. Lenny sighed. Aunt, you misunderstood. He is my cousin. How could I harm him? He is still living well in Daizhou. No one bothers him. I said, as long as your father is still alive, I will never tell you the location of the vault. The princess raised her head and said, send me to the palace. After that, she left without looking back. Looking at her back, Lin Yi's face darkened. Did she really not care about her son's life or death? Or was she sure that she didn't dare to kill anyone? The princess returned to the palace, and the court and the public were shocked. She's back. She's really back. Emperor Delong sat in the Qilin Palace, crushing the porcelain bowl in his hand. I want to see her. Although he no longer had the power. But this momentum still frightened He Lian, who was standing opposite him, and trembled all over. After a long while, he trembled and said, yes. The prince had already ordered that the emperor should not be stopped from seeing the princess. In every dynasty, no matter how many people died, the system was almost the same after the change. Except that different people sat on the chairs, And then the benefits were redistributed. Lenny stood on the steps of Qilin Palace and said to himself, I don't want to follow that old path. I want to create something different. But now it seems that I am still overthinking. I can't be a gravedigger by myself. Xiao Shizi was confused and didn't know what the prince was talking about. However, after talking so much to the prince, she couldn't say nothing, so she could only bite the bullet and offer the teacup. Prince, please have tea. Lenny didn't even look at the teacup, but just asked. After the two of them met, did they really say nothing? Xiao Shizi said, Your Majesty, I have been watching from the side. The eldest princess and the emperor really didn't say anything after they met. The eldest princess laughed a few times and left directly. Oh, I really don't know what they are trying to do. Lenny was helpless. Why don't you guys want to talk properly? You have to guess riddles. He walked into the Qilin Palace, and just as he was about to go inside, he was stopped by Lu Chaoyuan, who was standing in the middle of the road. You want to stop me? Lenny was very unhappy. I dare not. Lu Chaoyuan bowed and said, Your Majesty is tired. I don't want to see anyone. Okay, then I'll go. I'm a filial son. Lenny knows his father. He's a stubborn donkey. If he says he doesn't want to see you, it means he really doesn't want to see you. Even if he forces you to see him, I guess he won't say a word to you. The little girl was running in the huge square chasing butterflies. For maids were surrounding her, fearing that she would fall down suddenly. Okay. Stop running. Lenny walked over, caught her, held her in his arms, and wiped the sweat off her face with a towel. Looking at the freckles dancing under the setting sun, he couldn't help but sigh. I can only hope that they won't grow any more otherwise. A princess would become a pockmarked face in the future, which would be a real joke. There is no laser these days. What can we do? However, it's not too depressing after all. Most of the freckles in children are pigmentation. Eating more fruits, getting more sun, they can still be saved. Ah. The little girl patted his shoulder, refusing to stay in his arms, still wanted to get off the ground. My dear, it's time to go home. Lenny put her on the ground, holding her hand. Go home for dinner. Don't waste time anymore. Back to the mansion. Sun Chung sent another list of native gifts. Lenny took a look and threw it away again. Can such a person be the high priest? Lenny said disdainfully. Your brain is not working well. Zixia came over and whispered. Congratulations. Your Majesty, congratulations. Your Majesty? What's there to be happy about? Lenny asked in surprise. Zixia smiled and said, Miss Du is pregnant. Pregnant? Lenny asked curiously. Yes. Zixia felt very jealous. From Minghua to Du Yinyang, everyone was pregnant. But her belly was still empty. What a surprise! Lin Yi's first reaction was not happiness, but frustration. From now on, he could no longer stay in Du Yinyang's house. Your Highness. Jin Xiang pouted. I want to have a baby too. Okay. Have one. Let's have one. Lin Yi's scalp tingled when he heard this. He was most afraid of this little girl now. He waved his hand and said, Why are you all standing there? Let's eat. If you are not active in eating, you have a problem with your brain. Yes. The servants on the left and right began to get busy. He looked around and asked, Where is Guan Xiuqi? She has to find someone to eat with her every day. It's really interesting, Zixia said hurriedly. Miss Guan told me when she went out that the two ewes in the sheepfold might give birth in the next 2 days. She has to stay there to prevent any accidents. Lenny frowned and said, Is there food and drink over there? Zixia smiled and said, I've checked it out. There is everything there. Don't worry. My lord. I have arranged 2 clever maids to go over there. They will definitely take good care of Miss Guan. Then let her do whatever she wants. Lenny was too lazy to care. After dinner, he held the little girl and taught her to sing. Under the bridge in front of the door, a group of ducks swam by. Come on. Come on. Count them. 2, 4, 6, 7, 8. Get ready. The little girl was still babbling with unclear syllables. Zixia and others watched from the side, and they all felt that the prince was very patient. After the little girl hummed a few words, she became impatient again. Seeing that De Huang was so excited, Lin Yi put her directly on De Huang's back. Hu Miei turned pale with fear, and hurried forward and said, Prince, be careful. It's okay. De Huang has a good temper. You know it. Lin Yi still put the little girl on De Huang's back, and the little girl tightly grasped De Huang's hair. De Huang grimaced in pain. but still did not move. Lin Yi was very satisfied with its attitude, and said happily, "Reward it with a big bone. With more meat." The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. Lin Yi sat in the garden as usual, and Pan Duo stood opposite him. "As long as the prince gives the order, I can invite Mr. Tang back to the capital at any time." "Not for now, just keep an eye on him." Lin Yi sighed. "This is my aunt's favorite. If anything happens, she will fight me to death." "Your Highness is wise," Pan Duo continued. "This Mr. Tang is now a 5th-rank official, well-read, modest and polite, generous, and has a slight reputation in the countryside. My aunt will definitely not lack her money." Lin Yi thought for a while and said, "I'm still curious. How did my aunt send him out of Hong Kong City?" Pan Duo hesitated and said, "If my subordinates are right, it's probably the credit of Lu Chaoyuan." "Lu Gongfeng." "Lu Chaoyuan?" Lin Yi pondered for a moment and said, "Can he help the princess?" But after thinking about it, it's not completely impossible. Chapter 550 Common Language. Pan Duo bowed and said, "On the surface, Lu Gongfeng is only loyal to the emperor, but he happens to be the disciple of Wen Jiaoyi, and this He Jin was also promoted by Lu Gongfeng. If it weren't for Lu Gongfeng's connivance, how could He Jin risk the world's condemnation and do so many unspeakable evil deeds? Damn it." Lin Yi held his forehead with his hand and said, "Forget the relationship between the two of them. When I was in the palace, this He Jin was indeed respectful to Lu Gongfeng." "Respect?" Pan Duo looked at Prince He's face and said, "Prince, in my opinion, it is better to ask Lu Gongfeng to leave the palace." "No need. I promised him to stay in the palace. There is no need to regret it." Lin Yi snorted coldly. "I want to see what tricks they can play when they get together. If he really leaves, there will be no fun to watch in the future." "Your Highness is wise." Pan Duo saw that Prince he had made up his mind, and said no more. "And, by the way, is He Jin dead or not?" Lin Yi said in hatred. "You are so disappointing. You can't even figure out who killed a eunuch. And you haven't said a single word of affirmation yet." Pan Duo hurriedly said, "I am willing to guarantee with my life that I have personally examined the body, and there is absolutely no possibility of survival." Lin Yi frowned and said, "Can you guarantee that the dead person is He Jin?" No matter how powerful Pan Duo and his people are, few of them have seen He Jin's true face. Pan Duo said, "I brought the secret guard Hong Shi along with me. He personally identified the person. I believe he is right." "Stop talking nonsense." Lin Yi waved his hand impatiently. "What about Chi Peng? Tell him to drink less tea and do more work." "Yes." Pan Duo retreated with a sad face. The prince was very dissatisfied with his performance and needed to ask his shopkeeper to come forward. Before Lin Yi had time to lie down on the chair, Sun Chung came in with Gan Mao. "Why don't you sleep at night? What do you want to do?" Lin Yi was worried when he saw him. Gan Mao's wrinkled old face easily forced out a smile, but it looked like crying. "I can't sleep." "You can't sleep. Can you please stop bothering me?" Lin Yi sighed. "Seeing you makes me even more sleepless." "Your Majesty," Gan Mao suddenly shouted, "I have something to say." "Don't talk, really, you and I have nothing in common." Lin Yi interrupted him hastily. Gan Mao smiled awkwardly. "Your Majesty, what do you mean by common ground?" Lin Yi snorted. "When you asked me for money, I didn't want to give it to you." "Your Majesty." Gan Mao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Lin Yi sighed. "Palace tourism is booming these days, making a fortune every day. How can you still be short of money?" Gan Mao said. "Your Highness, Sichuan, Mabe, and Jinzhou are fighting at the same time. The daily grain alone costs tens of thousands of taels. This does not include the soldiers' wages and the loss of military equipment. In addition, Lord Bianjing is building a large-scale project in Jizhou, and the money is also spent like water, and it is gone in a flash." Lin Yi leaned back in his chair, rubbing his brows, and said, "He Jixiang has no solution?" Gan Mao said, "If Lord He has a solution, how dare I bother you?" "Your Highness." "Then you come to me. What can I do?" Lin Yi stood up again and paced back and forth in front of Gan Mao. "Lord," he said, "the prince always has wonderful ideas. Maybe there is a way." Gan Mao's voice became smaller and smaller as he spoke. Lin Yi also asked without confidence, "What about borrowing from Sanha Bank?" Gan Mao said sincerely, "Manager Bai Lin has been getting anxious for a long time. If he continues to borrow, Sanha Bank will be run out of money. Sanha Bank is the property of Prince He. If he runs Sanha Bank out of money and closes it, will Prince he let him go? He still knows the importance of things. Can't you hold on until my father's lunch auction? Lin Yi asked unwillingly again. The auction is next month. Distant water cannot quench immediate thirst. Gan Mao said cautiously. Lin Yi said angrily. Then you wait a few more days. I will find a way to skin the natives first. Gan Mao said again. Your Majesty, I need 1 million taels of silver. I'm afraid the natives can't give so much silver. Right? What? Lin Yi jumped 3 feet high in anger. Why do you want so much silver? Jianzhou and Chuanzhou need money. I can understand. But Maobei also wants us to give money? This Shinsanbei is too incompetent. Right? Didn't I tell him before I left? Gan Mao said. Your Majesty, Maobei does not need the money from the Ministry of Revenue. Only Chuanzhou and Jianzhou need money now. Moreover, the work for relief project, the construction of the canal, the construction of the official road, and the food and drink for more than 100,000 people have been gradually insufficient in the past 2 days. If I dare to cut off their food supply, they will make trouble again, and the prince will probably chop off my head as a sacrifice to the heaven. Lin Yi glanced at him and said, Not only will I chop off your head as a sacrifice to the heaven, I will definitely let Bianjing be buried with you. Gan Mao really couldn't say the word thank you. Scholars should still have some integrity. Lin Yi continued to pace back and forth in the garden, and saw De Huang blocking his way, so he kicked him, and De Huang ran away sobbing, with endless grievances. After pondering for a while, he said, You want silver. Right. Your Highness is wise. Gan Mao said this, but in fact he looked at a fool. This question is nonsense. Hey, I still have some private money, take it. Lin Yi gritted his teeth and said, I'll give you 500,000 taels first. Don't be ungrateful, you'll have nothing more. However, let me make it clear first. You have to pay back the money. And you have to pay interest. Thank you. Your Highness. Gan Mao was overjoyed. As for the rest of the words, he automatically filtered them out. Pay back? What to pay back with? In a few years, he can retire and return home. In the words of the prince, after he leaves, he doesn't care what happens. You and Sun Chum go find Zixia. Ask her for the money. Lin Yi was so distressed that he almost cried. It's not easy for him to save some private money. He even hated He Jixiang. This old bastard asked Gan Mao to come here, just to get his private money. Alas, there is no good person. Feeling irritable, he successfully lost sleep. Prepare the carriage, go down the mountain, and have fun. After hearing this, Han Diching hurried to prepare. He got on the carriage and headed straight to the foot of the mountain. The streets were still bustling. He got off the carriage and wandered around. Passing by Chengxianglu, there were even more beautiful girls inside, and laughter and joy. It turns out that people's joys and sorrows are always different. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. The moon was getting higher and higher. Wei Yishan held a long knife in his hand, and kept wiping it with a dark brown cloth. Wang Xiaoshuan put down the lantern he was holding, and couldn't help but say, Brother, listen to my advice. It's never too late for us to take revenge. There's no need to quarrel with Qin Xinlua now. Wei Yishan snorted. You want me to endure it? Wang Xiaoshuan waved his hands hurriedly. You misunderstood. I didn't mean that. You have fought with him before. And you saw the result. You can't do anything to him now. In this case, let's wait. If you go now, it will still be the same. If there is a quarrel, we won't be able to explain it to the prince. Wei Yishan said expressionlessly. Today, either he dies or I die. One of us must die to understand. Why bother? Wang Xiaoshuan sighed. Brother, you have always been a smart man. Why do you want to do it now? What's the foolish thing? If you don't think about yourself, you should think about your aunt. Right, think about it. If something happens to you, what will your aunt do alone? Wei Yishan turned his head and stared at Wang Xiaoshuan. Do you mean that I can't beat Qin Xinluo? Wang Xiaoshuan was frightened by Wei Yishan's stare, finally lost his patience, and said without caring, Then think about your aunt's reputation. If you continue like this, will your aunt's reputation still exist? Wei Yishan said hatefully. But she has never cared about my reputation. Now I am laughed at by thousands of people. How can a man gain a foothold in the world in the future and establish his prestige in the army? Wang Xiaoshuan said boldly. It's nothing. I don't think Lord Qin Xinluo has done anything wrong. He didn't understand Wei Yishan's thoughts at all. He is just like Wei Yishan. His father died young. and his widowed mother raised him with great difficulty. If his mother could marry again, he would be so happy. It would save him from worrying all day long. What's more, she would marry a big shot like Shin Shinlua. It's not bad to call him dad. What did you say? With a bang, the table in front of him was smashed to pieces by Wei Yishan's palm, and wood chips flew everywhere. I don't mean anything. I just think that. You don't need to be so stubborn. Wang Xiaoshuan continued. Think about it. It's not easy for my aunt to live her life. It's not easy to meet someone. Why should we stop her like this? Get out. The long knife in Wei Yishan's hand was pointed directly at Wang Xiaoshuan. Wei Yishan. This time, Wang Xiaoshuan finally got angry. Being pointed at by his best brother with a long knife, no one could bear it. I'm telling you the truth, you don't want to hear it. Right? Okay, if you have the guts, just come to me. After saying that, he took a step forward, and directly pressed his chest against the tip of Wei Yishan's knife. With a clang, the knife was sheathed. Go out, I want to be alone, Wei Yishan said, holding his head with both hands. If you are really unhappy, why don't we go out for a drink? Wang Xiaoshuan stepped forward to comfort him. Drink as much as you want, drink to death, just enough to get rid of all your sorrows. Come here, Wei Yishan suddenly shouted. Serve the food and wine. Wang Xiaoshuan sighed. Okay, then I'll drink with you here. The maid entered the room, and was startled to see the mess in the room, but she still cleaned up the room quietly. Wei Yishan said, Let's go to the yard to drink. The food and wine were served, and Wang Xiaoshuan poured wine for him while saying, Brother, think about it carefully. Neither this matter nor the prince has any influence on you. Right? If you really can't figure out what's going on here, and you really want to deal with Chen Xinlua, we brothers should just be patient for now, and wait for a chance in the future. And then we can find trouble with him. Okay? Don't worry. I will definitely stand with you then. Thank you. Wei Yishan drank the wine in the glass. Eat some food. Don't just drink. Wang Xiaoshuan put a piece of meat into his bowl and continued. In this world, the strong are the kings. Without strength, it's useless to be angry. Don't you think it's unreasonable? No matter what he said, Wei Yishan stopped talking and just drank. In the end, he was drunk. Wang Xiaoshuan had no choice but to order 2 maids to carry him to the side room to sleep. Then he left the Wei family without looking back. As soon as he walked out of the door, he was stopped by someone. He tilted his head and saw that it was Lao Dao from the dental shop. You old man, why are you waiting for me here? Brother Xiaoshuan, I have something to talk to you about. Lao Dao raised his hand and laughed. Let's talk somewhere else? Brother Chengxianglu has opened a private room. Please give me a favor. Wang Xiaoshuan waved his hand and said, No. I just drank a lot of wine. There is no room. Lao Dao said unwillingly. Then you only talk about love, and not drink? Wang Xiaoshuan sighed. Brother, you have already hooked up with Chief Constable Hongyan. Just go to her if you have anything to do. Why bother to compete with me here? Lao Dao said. You know Mr. Hong is the most. I am impartial and just. If I go, I will definitely not end up well. Wang Xiaoshuan glared. Do you mean I can bend the law for personal gain? No. No. Lao Dao explained hurriedly. I mean, brother, you are very righteous and considerate. Wang Xiaoshuan said unhappily. You can't be righteous this time. There are pawnbrokers who dare to offend Prince Hishuan. The prince is furious and has ordered the prefect of Hong Kong to conduct a strict investigation. I will not wade into this muddy water. Go back to where you came from. He now relied on Wei Yishan. And he only got a captain of the Beijing camp. He could still look decent in front of people who didn't know the situation, and help to settle some small matters. However, he would never show up for anything bigger. He wasn't that bad. He might even get himself involved. It was unnecessary. Lao Dao said anxiously. Brother, I'm not that stupid. Only a fool would offend the Prince of Hishuan. After all, he had been trained in the army. He was not the kind of person who could not see the superiority. Wang Xiaoshuan hesitated and said, Since it has nothing to do with the Prince of Hishuan, then tell me, what's the matter? Lao Dao laughed. The Chuanxiang Tower. Isn't this too expensive? Wang Xiaoshuan asked with a smile. No, it's not expensive. It's my duty. Lao Dao waved his hand towards the darkness. A carriage slowly drove over. He raised his hand and said, Please. That won't happen again. Wang Xiaoshuan put his hands behind his back and lightly jumped into the carriage. Lao Dao followed closely behind him. Have some tea. It seems that your business is really profitable. The carriages are all the latest shock-absorbing carriages. The tea is so delicious. Wang Xiaoshuan blew the floating tea leaves and said in a pretentious manner, "Tell me, what's the matter?" Lao Dao lifted the curtain of the carriage window, looked around, and whispered, "I offended Guizong from the Wang mansion a few days ago. This kid is unyielding and wants to make me look bad. Brother, please be a middleman and have some tea." Guizong? Wang Xiaoshuan pondered for a long time before he suddenly realized. Guizhao's son? Chapter 551 Background. Lao Dao said with a smile. It was him. I was blind and did not recognize the great man. I offended him. I hope you can help me. Wang Xiaoshuan said with an incredible look on his face. You have fallen to this point? You are cautious even with such a person? Even if it was Guizhao, he would not even raise his eyelids when he saw him. Not to mention that he was Guizhao's son. Lao Dao said with a wry smile. Sir, I am not you. No matter what. Guizong is still a member of the Wang mansion. Although I have a little money outside, I don't have the courage to confront him. If something goes wrong, I will be the one who suffers in the end. Wang Xiaoshuan said disdainfully. Look at your ability. You and Zhu Rorong are brothers. Right? Just go to Zhu Rorong. Even if Guizong has 10 times the courage, he would not dare to act presumptuously in front of Zhu Rorong. Lao Dao sighed. The first person I went to was Zhu Rorong. He said that Guizong is no longer the same as before. He is now valued by Commander Han Diqing and often follows Commander Han. It seems that Commander Han wants to promote him. Humph. Wang Xiaoshuan hummed twice and said contemptuously. You have been in the army of Prince Yong. And you can't see this kind of trick of pretending to be powerful? Guizong is just a gardener. No matter how much he is promoted, he is still just a gardener. Lao Dao said cautiously. You can't say that. Luo Han was just a night watchman before. Sun Chongda was just a groom before. Look at them now. Each of them is so successful. Wang Xiaoshuan snorted coldly. Then you have to see who promoted Luo Han and Sun Chongda. No matter how capable Han Diqing is, where can he arrange Guizong? Besides, in this mansion, only Chief Steward Hong and Miss Zixia have the final say on all matters. Big or small. Han Diqing is nothing. Let's establish a foothold in Wangfu and win the support of the people first. Zhu Rorong has his own considerations. I have no other choice but to ask you. Brother, please do me a favor. Lao Dao said sincerely. I will reward you handsomely later. No, I have told you so. You are still afraid. What can Guizong do to you? Wang Xiaoshuan said unhappily. If it were someone else, they would definitely scare you and make a fortune from you. I think you are a good person. I treat you as a brother. And I say such things to you. Lao Dao sighed. Not everyone knows the inside story like you. When people outside heard that it was with Wang Fu, they almost licked Guizong's asshole. You don't know? My goodness. When Guizong goes out, he is surrounded by people. Even if one person steps on him, my body will not be able to bear it. Wang Xiaoshuan yawned. Send me home. Ah. Lao Dao was confused and didn't know where he said the wrong thing. Okay. It's just a small matter. You keep repeating it. It's embarrassing. Wang Xiaoshuan stretched. I'll tell you when I have time. Thank you. Brother. Thank you. Lao Dao poked his head out of the carriage and said a few words to the driver. The carriage went straight to Wang Xiaoshuan's house. Lao Dao sent him to the door and finally politely stuffed a stack of banknotes into his hand. This is so embarrassing. Wang Xiaoshuan said so. But there was no embarrassment on his face. And he put the banknotes into his pocket. Take money from others and help them get rid of disasters. This is his principle in life. The next day, after checking in at the Beijing camp, he rode straight to the Huang mansion. The newly built stable of the Huang mansion is located on the east side of the palace and is not connected to the palace. There is a wall in the middle, and there is another door in the northeast corner. Sang squatted at the door chewing cucumbers and saw Wang Xiaoshuan and smiled and said, You are so busy. How can you bear to come here today? Wang Xiaoshuan squatted on the steps with him and took a cucumber from the basket next to him and asked while chewing, How is this place compared to the original place? Are you used to it? Sang pouted and said, This Hong Kong city is the same inside and outside the city. It is cold when it should be cold and hot when it should be hot. It's just that the place is bigger. I can grow some nearby. Cucumbers, corn, save a few bucks on food and drink. Wang Xiaoshuan laughed. You have made a lot of money these years. Since you don't like Onkong City, you can go back to Sanha to retire. Sangin rolled his eyes at him and said, I don't mind the money, so the more the better. When my grandson gets married and has a grandson, I will go back to Sanha. If he dies outside, it will be a joke. Wang Xiaoshuan said, I want to ask you a question. Although he looked down on Guo Zhao and Guo Song, father and son. But it is better to be cautious. Since leaving Yuanma Temple and entering the Beijing camp, he has come to the palace less and less frequently. So now he knows nothing about what is going on in the palace. What if the father and son of the Guo family really become successful at this stage? So it is better to be cautious and find out the truth first. Otherwise, it will be difficult to end up making a fool of oneself. Sangin turned his head, looked at Wang Xiaoshuan in surprise, and said, What do you want to ask? Wang Xiaoshuan asked nonchalantly. I heard that the father and son of the Guo family are shaking. Sangin said impatiently. Guo family? Which Guo family? Please be clear. Wang Xiaoshuan said. Guo Zhao and Guo Song. Oh, them? Sangin said disdainfully. Are they worthy of your inquiry? What? Have they offended you? Wang Xiaoshuan waved his hand. That's not the case. Sangin said. Then why are you asking this? Wang Xiaoshuan did not hide it from him, and told the truth. I heard that Guo Song is very powerful outside. And you have never heard of it? Sangin pouted and said. I have heard a little bit. It is said that Guo Song has a wife outside. And there are a lot of people around him who want to take advantage of him. Although I am only a doorman, his father and his wife, a groom and a gardener, are not afraid to tremble in front of me. However, one thing is true. Guo Zhao did accompany the prince to drink a few days ago, and Han Diqing naturally looked up to him. Guo Song invited him to dinner, and he did not refuse. He was in trouble twice. That's all. Nothing serious. Wang Xiaoshuan heard this and felt relieved. He said disdainfully, It turned out that he just helped to do a few things. I thought Guo Song was so powerful all of a sudden that he could go out with Han Diqing. Sangin thought for a while and said, You can look down on him, but you can't do it. It will really hurt your face, and it won't look good. Wang Xiaoshuan smiled and said, Don't worry. I'm not that stupid. Is Guo Song in the stable now? Sangin shook his head and said, I'm not his father, how would I know? Uncle. Wang Xiaoshuan threw a silver ingot over, said with a smile. Now you know. Right? You are a good man. Sangin shouted towards the ear room. Xiaowin. Uncle. A half-grown boy ran out of the ear room, and stood respectfully in front of Sangin. Wang Xiaoshuan looked the child up and down, said with a smile, Is he new here? Sangin ignored him, and only asked the child, You haven't seen Guo Song so far. Where did you go? The child said. Someone came early in the morning and said, Uncle Guo went to Futai restaurant. Asshole. Sangin said angrily. What kind of uncle is he? You are shouting nonsense, and you are disrespectful. Uncle, I heard others call him that. The child said aggrievedly. Sangin was even angrier. Calling Guo Song uncle. Calling him uncle? He was shorter than Guo Song for no reason. You are a kid who will never learn his lesson if you don't punish him for 3 days. Uncle, you two can chat, I'm leaving first. Before leaving, Wang Xiaoshuan gave another critical hit. He got on his horse and headed straight for Tian Futai restaurant. Futai restaurant is the property of the Sanha Wang family. The person in charge was Wang Sun, the second son of Wang Cheng, who was undergoing training. He and Wang Xiaoshuan were also acquaintances. Standing at the counter, he raised his head and eyelids, and continued to fiddle with the abacus. What wind blew you here? Northwest wind. Wang Xiaoshuan put his hands on the counter, turned his neck and looked around the lobby. Your business is pretty good. Why is our Sanha cuisine so popular? No matter how good the business is, it's still losing money. Wang Sun finished the account, reset the abacus, and sighed. Now the business is getting harder and harder. Don't cry poor in front of me. I don't know you, Wang Xiaoshuan said carelessly. Your restaurant makes hundreds of taels every month. And your Wang family is big and powerful. How can you care about these little things? You also know that it is the Wang family? Wang Sun did not hide his true thoughts. What does it have to do with me? Wang Sun, my father is going to participate in a lunch auction, and he took away all the money I had. I don't have a penny left now. You are right. Wang Xiaoshuan immediately felt the resentment in Wang Sun's heart, and laughed. But everything is not so absolute. Although Wang Xing is powerful, you are not bad either. Aren't you going to fight for it? Fight? Wang Sun raised his head and sighed. What can I fight for? His brother Wang Xing is not only the eldest son of the Wang family, but also the captain of the Sanha militia. Sometimes, even his father has to think carefully before saying something. He is a bastard, and he is definitely not going to win. Wang Xiaoshuan whispered. Your brother can be an official. Why can't you? The treasury of the court is empty. And the worst thing is money. You can donate to become a member of the government. And take one step at a time in the future. After all, you are also a primary school graduate. Wang Sun said. Do you think I don't want to? If there is a chance, I won't be an official? Wang Xiaoshuan slapped his head and said. I remember that you have been in labor reform, which is a stain. You have no hope of becoming an official. Wang Sun said very dissatisfiedly. It's okay to know it. But you still said it out loud? No. Wang Xiaoshuan said with a smile. Don't be so discouraged. If the policy changes in the future, you may be able to become an official. Although I, Wang Sun, don't have much ability. I know myself. I am not as good as my elder brother in terms of kung fu. And I am not as good as my brothers in terms of intelligence. And even my sisters. Wang Sun said carelessly. As long as my family can give me some melons and dates in the future, I won't starve to death. Hey, you are so clear-headed. I don't know what to say. Wang Xiaoshuan actually sympathized with Wang Sun. In terms of birth, Wang Sun is much higher than him in the Sanha Wang family. In terms of money, even if Wang Sun is just a bastard, he will get a lot of money in the future when the family is divided. Other people's starting point may also be the end of his life. But, if you really think about it, Wang Sun is not as comfortable as him. He is an orphan with a widowed mother, and it is a bit hard. But Wang Sun doesn't need to live so aggrieved. He is suppressed at home, and he has to smile everywhere outside. Even I don't take him seriously. If it were Wang Xing, I wouldn't dare to say a word. Wang Sun waved his hand and said, Don't make any more noise. Are you going to eat? There are still private rooms. I'll save one for you. Wang Xiaoshuan said. I'm not going to eat. I'm here to look for someone. Wang Sun raised his head and said, Who are you looking for? Is Guizong here? Wang Xiaoshuan had already looked around the hall several times. But he didn't see Guizong. Wang Sun said vigilantly. You are not going to cause trouble here. Are you? Wang Xiaoshuan said. I am a civil servant after all. How can I break the law knowingly? That's good. Just don't make it difficult for me. Wang Sun pointed to the second floor and said, Just go to the end of the second floor. If you can't find it, go up and ask the waiter. Thank you. Wang Xiaoshuan took a few steps and took a step back. Turning back and said, Who is upstairs? Wang Sun said, Zhang Shun. That bastard. Zhang Shun? Wang Xiaoshuan frowned for a long time, but couldn't remember who this was. The shopkeeper under Yichen. Wang Sun said calmly. So it was him. Wang Xiaoshuan said in surprise. He is so great. How can he look down on a poor man like Guizong? Wang Sun said. Who knows? Maybe they just appreciate each other? Wang Xiaoshuan said. Why don't you explain it more clearly? I still don't understand. Wang Sun also put his hands on the counter and looked at Wang Xiaoshuan. I also heard nonsense from others, saying that Guizong has a group of people under him, who specialize in taking money to help people do things. And Zhang Shun sent the money to him. Hey, this is to steal my business. Wang Xiaoshuan said angrily. You don't even know your own weight. As a local resident of Sanha, he has also been a civilian laborer. He has classmates in the army, relatives, friends, and business partners. He has only dared to come out to do some work and earn some pocket money after getting so far. Guizong, a gardener. How dare he cheat outside? Wang Sun said. You don't underestimate him. A few days ago, I saw Zhou Jing invited him to dinner. The little flag under Fang Pai? Wang Xiaoshuan saw him nod and said in surprise, This is a top-level 9th grade master. Is Guizong worthy of it? Wang Sun said. I don't know if he is worthy. But when they go out, they call each other brothers. How can you compare? Damn it. Wang Xiaoshuan said hatefully. Then I have to think about it in the long run. He left Futai restaurant without looking back. This Guizong probably has some hidden cards that I don't know about. Let's find out more first. Hey, are you leaving now? Wang Sun shouted. See you later. Wang Xiaoshuan rode away. finally stopped at the governor's mansion. The sun was scorching. After he wandered at the door for a long time, he finally couldn't help but step forward to ask about the guard. A familiar figure appeared from inside. No food. He jumped and shouted. Chapter 552 Inventions and Creations. Two lieutenants led their horses out of the stable at the alley entrance. Duanliang waved at them, and then walked straight to Wang Xiaoshuan, and said with a smile, "You don't have to be on duty today?" Wang Xiaoshuan looked Duanliang up and down and asked, "You got promoted again?" Duanliang said, "Don't interrupt me, I'm asking you a question." Wang Xiaoshuan said, "I'm resting this week. I don't have to go to the barracks. It's so hot, why don't you stay at home and wander around?" Duanliang rolled his eyes at him and said, "I haven't had a day off in the past 2 months. I envy you so much, and you don't know how to cherish it." Wang Xiaoshuan said, "Answer me too, did you get promoted again?" Duanliang raised his head and said, "Lord, he has given me the position of Lieutenant General." Wang Xiaoshuan was stunned and said, "This is a real position. After a few days, I may be able to lead the army." Duanliang said, "It's not that easy to lead the army. I guess it will take some training." Wang Xiaoshuan pulled him to a cool place and asked, "Then who did you give the position of discipline inspection to?" "What do you mean I gave it to someone? I can give it to anyone I want." Duanliang rolled his eyes at him and said, "Be careful with your words in the future. You are a grown-up." "Okay. Stop nitpicking. Then who did Lord he give this position to?" Wang Xiaoshuan changed his words. Duanliang said teasingly, "Do you want to guess?" Wang Xiaoshuan shook his head and said, "I can't guess, you should just say it directly." Duanliang said, "It's Zhou Sun." "Zhou Sun?" Wang Xiaoshuan jumped up and said, "She's a woman." Woo woo woo. Duanliang covered his mouth directly. Duanliang saw that he stopped yelling. So he let go of his hand and said, "If you want to get mad, go home. Not here. If people see you, they'll think something's wrong." Wang Xiaoshuan took a long breath and glared at Duanliang. "Is it necessary to use so much force? You almost suffocated me to death. I was just curious. Isn't Zhou Sun a constable? He works in the government office. This has nothing to do with the army." Duanliang said calmly, "It is because she has nothing to do with the army that she is suitable to be the patrol captain. She doesn't need to consider anyone's feelings or bend the law for personal gain. Lord, he is really wise." Wang Xiaoshuan said, "Where are you going now? It's convenient for us to have a drink together? To show off for you?" Duanliang guessed his purpose at once. Wang Xiaoshuan said with a smile, "Brother, you understand me. Let's go to Futai restaurant now. I'll bring Fang Pai along." Fang Pai didn't think much of him, so he brought Duanliang with him, so Fang Pai wouldn't give him face. "Not today." Duanliang shook his head. "Why?" Wang Xiaoshuan looked at the two lieutenants beside him in confusion. "You don't look like you have anything to do. If you really have something to do, you wouldn't have brought only 2 lieutenants." Duanliang whispered, "Today I'm going to guard the Prince Yong's mansion." "The Prince Yong's mansion, that's not." This time, before Duanliang could get started, Wang Xiaoshuan covered his mouth first. "The name of the prince is still a taboo in Hong Kong City." Duanliang rolled his eyes. And the meaning was very clear. "You are smart. Okay. I won't say any more to you. I'm leaving. You can solve your own problems." "Wait a minute." Wang Xiaoshuan hurriedly grabbed him. "I just want to ask you one thing. What is Guozong's background?" "Guojiao's son?" Duanliang saw him nod, and said unhappily, "You are getting worse and worse. You can take this kind of bastard seriously." "That's not what I meant." Wang Xiaoshuan smiled and said, "Yi Chen shopkeeper Zhang Shun, and Fang Pai's subordinate Zhou Jing, are all flattering them. If they don't have any background, they won't be like this." "Right," Duanliang said casually. "Why don't you ask Fang Pai directly? Why are you interfering with me?" Wang Xiaoshuan said anxiously. "To tell you the truth, I took 100 taels of silver from someone. Tell me the truth, so I can explain to others, don't you think so?" Duanliang sighed. If you want to make money, hurry up and leave the Beijing camp. Don't make mistakes again, otherwise. If something happens in the future, not only will you be in trouble, but you will also implicate Wei Yishan. Why bother?" Wang Xiaoshuan smiled. "Don't worry, I didn't do anything out of line. If it was discovered, it's no big deal. At most I'll quit this time." "Humph," Duanliang said unhappily. "Are you treating everyone as fools? If you quit this time, how can Wei Yishan be proud? How will Lord he look at him? You can't just think about yourself. Think about us brothers. Okay. I've said this. You should think about it carefully. After saying that, he took the reins from the captain, got on the horse, and galloped away. Hey. Wang Xiaoshuan looked at the 3 horses that were gradually going away, and said with emotion, "What happened to me today? Who did I offend?" Nothing went smoothly. After hesitating for a while, he returned to Futai restaurant again. Wang Sun asked curiously, "Why are you back again?" Wang Xiaoshuan said, "Are they still here?" Wang Sun said, "Don't you see what time it is? It's past dinner time." "Hey, you said that. I'm hungry immediately, and I haven't eaten yet." Wang Xiaoshuan heard that Guizong and others had left. So he said, "Give me some of your signature dishes, and come over to drink a few cups with me. I'll serve you the food. Drink it yourself." Wang Sun sighed. "My old man is waiting for me outside the city. I have to go and get scolded by him, to vent his anger." Wang Xiaoshuan asked, "How did you provoke him?" "How dare I provoke him?" Wang Sun frowned and said, "He is just dissatisfied with me. He sees that the Liang family and the Yi family are doing more and more business in Ankang City, and he is very jealous." Wang Xiaoshuan said, "You have done well in the past few years since you came to Ankang City. This restaurant alone is ranked among the best in Ankang City. The key is to see who you compare with. Compared with the Liang family, it's nothing." Wang Sun sighed. Originally, the Liang family looked down on the restaurant business, but as soon as they arrived in Ankang City, they opened 3 restaurants in succession: silk shops, rice shops, and pawn shops are also blooming everywhere. I can't compare. You are also a junior graduate." Wang Xiaoshuan teased. "No matter how big the silk shop is, it's useless. It's just a little more money. It's not impossible to surpass them." "What do you mean by just a little more money?" Wang Sun felt very uncomfortable, but it was not easy to get angry. What if the other party really had a way to surpass the Liang family's business in Ankang City? After hesitating for a while, still said politely, "What good ideas do you have?" Wang Xiaoshuan said, "Even brothers should settle accounts clearly. Don't be so anxious. What's more, the 2 of them are not even friends." Wang Sun understood what he meant immediately, and said through gritted teeth, "If you really have any good ideas, just tell me. As long as they are reliable, I will give you 100 taels. Talking about money is too hurtful, isn't it?" Wang Xiaoshuan said with a smile. 1,000 taels. Don't even think about more." Wang Sun said firmly. "Look, brother, you are still so polite." Wang Xiaoshuan walked straight to the table and sat down. After Wang Sun came over to pour him tea, he picked up the teacup and said slowly, "If you want to surpass them, there is only one way. That is to be valued by the prince. This is harder than making money." Wang Sun put down the teapot in his hand and said, "Can you tell me something reliable?" Wang Xiaoshuan drank the water in the teacup and said, "How did Mo Shun, Dang Ku, Huang Daoji, oh, and Li Sanyang become successful?" Mo Shun was originally a refugee in Yueshou, and his family almost starved to death on the way. Although Huang Daoji was a native of Baiyun City, he was just a blacksmith, not much better than a refugee. If he hadn't been building a road with a prince in Sanha, he would have wanted to sell his daughter. Dang Ku, a carpenter, was also a poor man. By chance, he became a supplier, because he owed workers wages. He was sentenced to labor reform. When everyone thought that the Dang family was doomed, the carriage wheel he made was actually valued by the prince and revived. As for Li Sanyang, I don't need to say much. She was an old woman who was beaten by the man in the family every day, took care of 4 children, and had no food to eat. Look back. These people nowadays, although they are not as rich as your Wang family, but look, which one is not doing well? This Mo Shun is still an official. Even if your father meets him, he should be polite. Right? Wang Sun looked at Wang Xiaoshuan in surprise, as if he didn't know him. You can actually say such reasonable words. Please continue. Wang Xiaoshuan said. Dengku's carpenter workshop. And the prince have been there 3 times in a row. Huang Daoji's blacksmith shop. And the prince have been there no less than 10 times in a month. And Mo Shun's gunpowder workshop. And the prince have been there countless times. He and the prince even went to Li Sanyang's clothing store and encouraged him to start a textile business in Sanha. Li Sanyang was timid at that time, afraid of losing money, and did not dare to do textile business. The opportunity just slipped away. Otherwise she would not be in such a mediocre situation now. Wang Sun frowned, vaguely feeling that he had grasped something. And suddenly there was a bang. And he slapped his hand on the table. I understand. Do you really understand? At this moment, the waiter brought wine and food. And Wang Xiushuan first picked up a chicken leg and ate it quietly. Wang Sun personally poured wine for Wang Xiushuan, and said with a smile, Brother's words still awaken me from my dream. If you want to be valued by Prince He, you have to open a workshop. Wang Xiushuan nodded. That's what I mean. In fact, it's an industry. No matter how many restaurants you open, it's better to open a workshop. Prince He said in person that invention and creation are the cornerstone of development. Whether it's textiles or blacksmith shops, Prince He values them very much. Even the mill? Prince He went to the water mill outside Ankong City several times. The shopkeeper was from Jizhou. In order to reward him for his contribution to improving the water mill, Prince He directly gave him a first-class invention merit medal, now in Ankong City, not to mention walking sideways. At least no one dares to provoke him easily. Wang Sun said anxiously, What kind of workshop do you think I should open? But our family also has a workshop, and the prince and I have never been there once. Wang Xiushuan took a sip of wine, yawned and said, Your family has a blacksmith shop and a clothing store, but have you done anything that others have not done? To put it bluntly, you are still not creative. You have to do things differently from others. Invention and creation. Wang Sun frowned and thought for a long time, finally gritted his teeth and said, Just tell me directly, I will give you another 1,000 taels. Wang Xiushuan said, Do you know the invention of this year? What is the first prize in the competition? Wang Sun said with a smile, Brother, I am busy in the store all day, and I don't know much about what is happening outside. Wang Xiushuan said, I don't know what it is specifically. Probably something used on the ship. At that time, He Wangya was a judge. After seeing it, he shouted good, and gave it the first prize. Not only did he let him serve as the consultant of the Jizhou Navy, but he also gave him money to build a shipyard. Wang Sun said, He Wangya is wise and brave, and he knows what's good. Wang Xiushuan nodded. So, as long as you have good things, He Wangya will definitely not bury you. So, what should I do? Wang Sun continued to ask. Wang Xiushuan said, We still can't invent it ourselves. So why not take the money to the Academy of Sciences to buy a patent? Now this is called the integration of industry, academia and research. Patent? Wang Sun was confused. Wang Xiushuan sighed. You really don't know anything? Wang Sun rolled his eyes at him and said, Just tell me directly. You won't lose money. Wang Xiushuan said, The craftsmen of the Daliang Academy of Sciences have worked day and night to invent many good things. But if you want to make them, you need money. And our treasury is empty. And we don't have that much money. The prince thought of a way. Allowing private merchants to buy the invention. Or they could pay to cooperate with the Academy of Sciences and start a workshop together. This is called the combination of industry, academia and research. Wang Sun's eyes lit up. This is a good idea. So, your workshop still depends on the Academy of Sciences. Wang Xiushuan said slowly. The Academy of Sciences has a cooperation catalog. If you have time, go to the Academy of Sciences and take a look. If you see anything worth doing, just buy it directly. Wang Sun said, You will lose money if you do this. You should go out and continue to do business. Someone just said it before. Wang Xiushuan couldn't help feeling uncomfortable when he thought of the food shortage. Did he really do something wrong? But as the old saying goes, a person who travels thousands of miles to serve as an official is only for money. If he doesn't do it for money, why would he be an official? Thinking of this, the wine in the cup went straight down his throat. You came up with the idea. Let's work together. Brothers. Wang Sun continued to pour him wine. I don't know much about the invention competition, but I know what's going on in the court. Lord Shinkisho is investigating corruption among officials, and he can't tolerate any sand in his eyes. You are now standing up for this one, and supporting that one. Sooner or later something will happen. You'd better leave the Beijing camp, so as to avoid any trouble in the future. Do you think so too? Wang Xiushuan's eyes widened. Wang Sun smiled and said, You do have some talent in business. But I know more about officialdom than you. You are too much. Wang Xiushuan raised his head and sighed. Damn it. I will listen to you. This captain works hard for a whole year and doesn't make much money. It's too tiring. It's still easier to make money in business. Chapter 553 Partnership. Wang Sun saw Wang Xiaoshuan drinking with great relish, and couldn't help pouring himself a glass. After taking a sip, he said, I really can't understand why you were doing a good business at the beginning, and suddenly ran away with that guy Sun Chengde. You are from Sanhe, and he is from the north. There is no way you can be of the same mind. Fortunately, you are lucky. Wei Yishan is willing to help you, otherwise you would probably still be raising horses now. Wang Xiaoshuan sighed. If I want to be an official, of course. It's because I don't want to be looked down upon. These days, if you don't have some power, anyone dares to step on you. You're exaggerating. Who dares to step on me? Who dares to take Liang Jin lightly? Wang Sun said disdainfully. You think money is useless, just because you don't have enough money. Wang Xiaoshuan said with a wry smile. When the prince was short of money, your father was the guest of honor in the prince's mansion. Who dares to look down on you, anyway? The prince, and I have to give them some face. That's it. Look at that kid Yi Chen. Why does he dare to be so arrogant in Hong Kong City? Isn't it because he has a good brother? After Wang Sun finished the wine in his glass, he filled his glass again. Do you think Yi Qiu is rich or powerful? Wang Xiaoshuan said. He is a grandmaster. I am not bad in martial arts, but I can't even compare with Yu Xiaoshi and Ah Dai, let alone compare with Yi Qiu. I will only be the 9th rank in this life. Are you not satisfied with the 9th rank? Wang Sun rolled his eyes at him and said. Let it go, it's enough to start a sect, even now, in Hong Kong City, in Sanhe. It's worthless. When you go to the local areas, which prefecture, county magistrate won't welcome you with open shoes? As a person, sometimes you have to be content. You can't look down on this mountain and look up to that mountain. Wang Xiaoshuan held out his cup, waited for him to fill it. Why are you scolding me? Aren't you going to see your father later? How dare you drink so much? Wang Sun took a sip and said. What you said just now about creating inventions, I think it's quite reliable. Tell me in detail. I'll sell it directly to my father when I see him later. Maybe he won't scold me. If I still get scolded in the same way, I will accept it. Anyway, I have been scolded since I was a child. And I am used to it. Wang Xiaoshuan said with a smile. You said I was content before. But it is you who is not. You have so many brothers. And you are the 7th child. You can run a business in Hong Kong City. Isn't it better than others? Wang Sun laughed. If you say so, I think I am okay. I guess I don't know how many brothers and sisters there are in our Wang family. Only we brothers are qualified to come out and gain experience. Some brothers and sisters are not even qualified to be scolded by their father, because there is no chance to see his father at all. Wang Xiaoshuan said. You are exaggerating. How could your father not know how many children he has? Wang Sun said. How could he know? My father has more than a dozen concubines in Sanhe alone. Each concubine gave birth to 1 child at least, and 4 or 5 children at most. I heard that he also kept several concubines in Nanzhou. It has not been long since he came to Hong Kong City. He has taken in another courtesan. Some of them just had a one-night stand outside. Some people found my father, and my father recognized them. But at most he gave them some money, and they still could not be included in the family tree. Most women were unable to find my father. So how many descendants does our Wang family have? This is a mystery. Wang Xiaoshuan wiped the saliva from the corner of his mouth and said, My uncle is really a role model for my generation. When I have money, I will also marry many women. I can't stay young forever, but my women can. Wang Sun said. Okay, let's get to the point. Tell me more about this invention. How should I cooperate with the Academy of Sciences? I said it before, Wang Xiaoshuan said while chewing peanuts. The Academy of Sciences outside the city has a special exhibition hall. There are special reception people. You just need to put forward a request for cooperation, and they will show you the cooperation catalog. If you think any technical invention is good, you can buy it and put it into production, or simply cooperate with them. They provide the technology, you provide the money, and you can share the profit together. Wang Sun thought for a while and said, Then I still think cooperation is more reliable. Wang Xiaoshuan said, Reliable or not, just go and see for yourself. After saying that, he stretched out his hand. What? Wang Sun asked in confusion. Give me silver. 2,000 taels. Wang Xiaoshuan said unhappily. Why? Do you want to go back on your word? Who wants to owe you such a small amount of silver? Wang Sun took out 2 silver notes from his chest and threw them over casually. You still underestimate me. 3,000 taels? I won't take advantage of you. Wang Xiushuan pointed out the extra 1,000 taels and said, It's what it should be. Wang Sun said, It's for you. Take it. But I have a request. Wang Xiushuan said, What request? Just tell me directly. Without thinking, he put the 3,000 taels of silver into his pocket. Wang Sun said, Accompany me to the Academy of Sciences. Help me with some advice and suggestions. For the sake of so much money, I will accompany you even if it's 10 times. Not to mention one trip. Wang Xiushuan said with a grin. For this workshop, how about we become partners? Wang Sun suddenly said. Wang Xiushuan stretched and said, When has your Wang family ever done a joint business with anyone? Even if I agree, you can't get past your father. You should just keep quiet to avoid being scolded by your father again. Wang Sun leaned back in his chair, holding a glass of wine, and said, From what you said, as long as there is no problem with our family, you will agree? Wang Xiushuan said, Only a fool would disagree. This is the Wang family of Sanhe, the richest family in Sanhe. Doing business with them, what is there to be afraid of? Let's not talk about whether it makes money or not. Just your reputation is worth 1,000 gold. At that time, people will say, Look, that's Wang Xiushuan who does business with the Wang family. If he is qualified to do business with the Wang family, who would doubt his strength? This is probably a case of bullying. Then it's settled. Wang Sun sipped the last sip of wine, clapped his hands and said, I'm leaving first. Let's talk later. Wait. What are you doing? Wang Sun turned around and asked. Wang Xiushuan pointed at the mess on the table and said, Remember to say hello to your waiter. You're treating us. Don't come to me for money again. You're promising. Wang Sun snorted coldly and left in a hurry. Waiter. Captain Wang, you order. Another pound of roast chicken, a pound of liquor. Wang Xiushuan said generously. Wrap it in oil paper and take it away. Although the waiter had already cursed Wang Xiushuan's ancestors in his heart, when he handed over the roast chicken and the roast chicken, he still smiled and said, Captain Wang, take care. Moonlit night. And the palace. Oh, my hair. Lin Yi suddenly burst out with fatherly love and sent the little girl to his neck and let her ride a horse. As a result, the little girl kept grabbing his hair and pulling it. That hurt. Your Highness. Zixia took advantage of the prince squatting down and hurriedly took the princess off his shoulders. I am your real father. How can you do this to me? Lin Yi looked at the hair in the little girl's hand and began to accuse her. Ah. The little girl seemed very happy. You still have the nerve to laugh. You really deserve a beating. Lin Yi pinched her little face, but didn't dare to use too much force. The little girl cried loudly. Hey. You are really filial. Lin Yi said to Zixia. Take her away quickly and let her mother coax her. He didn't know what his little girl would be like in the future. At least now she is leaking. Prince, you spoil her too much. Without waiting for Zixia to go over, Humie came directly and didn't rush to coax the little girl, but first fixed Lin Yi's hair. In the future, she may be even more disobedient. Lin Yi sat on the chair and let her fix his hair. Whether I give birth to a son or a daughter, it's not for them to listen to me. I just want them to be themselves and follow their hearts. In his previous life, from childhood to adulthood, he was acting, play the role that others like, and try to be an obedient child. In this life, he himself was not obedient, and naturally he did not like his children to go against their own hearts, be too worldly, and be obedient in order to win the favor of adults. That would be too sad. Although Humie could not understand the meaning of Lin Yi's words, she could also feel Lin Yi's love for the child. Prince, you can't be too indulgent. You yourself told me that everything is better than too much. There must be moderation. I am very moderate. Lin Yi picked up the teacup on the table and said while sipping tea. She is still a child now. She is showing her own nature and showing her own nature. She will not understand no matter what you say to her. What you need is patience and wait for her to grow up slowly. Humie said sincerely. I will learn from you. In this regard, she really admired the prince. She always has her own unique views on parenting, which is refreshing. Seeing that she was not leaving, Lin Yi immediately understood what she meant. This old woman is going to sow seeds again? What does she think of herself? Helplessly, she could only bite the bullet and said, You take the child to rest first. I still have some things to deal with. I will go down. After Humie said respectfully, she led the child back. Lin Yi looked at his figure and rubbed his forehead. Isn't that group of natives still moving? Han Diching hurriedly said. Your Highness. After Pan Duo led people to capture the native deputy envoy Ma Ku, the natives gave Pan Duo 10,000 taels of silver. Humph. Lenny said unhappily. These people are really stupid. They can't even find the temple gate when burning incense. Their IQ is really worrying. Humph. He actually secretly learned the martial arts. He is quite courageous. He will not be sentenced to death, but he will be punished with a life sentence. Give the order. The 3 judges will hold a joint trial. We must show the natives some power. Yes. Han Diching replied hurriedly. Guan Xiuqi didn't come back today again? Lenny asked curiously. I heard from the maids in the courtyard that the 2 ewes in the sheepfold have all given birth, and Miss Guan is very busy. Han Diching didn't know how the prince was feeling now, and couldn't figure it out, so he could only say cautiously. I heard that Master Guan also went there. Oh. Lenny nodded subconsciously. How is Guansheng getting along with that woman? Han Diching said. I asked the people of the Tingwei to follow him for 2 days. It is said that Master Guan has been addicted to gambling these days, and the woman in the rouge shop is not very happy. Master Guan went to his house to invite her for several consecutive days, but the woman was not happy at all. Being addicted to gambling, this is quite troublesome. It's okay for a gambler to lose money at the beginning, but he is afraid of winning money. Once he has tasted the taste of quick money, he will not want to do anything else. Lenny frowned and said, Do you think I should ban gambling in Daliang? I dare not speak nonsense. Han Diching really didn't have the courage. After all, the gambling houses are too powerful. If it is spread that it was his suggestion to ban gambling, how can he be safe? No matter how big or small the gambling houses are, there are basically relatives of the emperor and senior officials in the court. Even the Sanha people, who have a huge influence in the army, are involved. He is not afraid of these people, but the little ghosts are also difficult to deal with. If there are too many mosquitoes, they will really bite people to death. Forget it. Lenny thought about it, and felt that it was not the right time. The entertainment methods in this era are monotonous and outrageous. In addition to brothels, there are casinos. If gambling is really banned, there will be a big mess. The only thing he can do is to standardize the law, especially in the area of loans and debt collection. The interest of casino loans must be set according to official regulations, and there must be no violent debt collection. Your Highness. Han Diching couldn't guess what the prince was thinking. Lenny said, Let Liang Yuanji cooperate with the court guards and Oncom government office to compile an internal reference and work with the cabinet to standardize casino operations. Yes, sir. Then let's go to Guan Xiaoqi's place. Lenny stood up and patted his sore legs. Although Guan Xiuqi was also affected by the atmosphere of giving birth in the mansion, she was at least more reserved and shy, so she could sleep well at night. Riding a donkey to the sheep shed where Guan Xiaoqi raised sheep, he heard the barking of dogs from a long distance away. He asked curiously, Does she raise a dog too? Han Diching said, Your Highness, these are wild dogs on the left and right. They scared Master Guan a lot in the evening. Lenny said, How could there be wild dogs in this desolate mountain? Han Diching said, Your Highness, the north side of the mountain is a new dog fighting arena opened by Sanha people. The bone-mouthed Sharpei of Baiyun City, the big-headed dog of Fangya Island, the bear dog of Jingji Mountain, the gray dog of Nanhai, the blue dog of Chuanzhou, the native dog of Nanzhou, the arrow-haired dog of Jingzhou, and the mountain dog of Yueo were all brought here. It was very lively during the day. A few days ago, the kennel lost water, and many dogs escaped. Some of them ran here. The dog fighting arena didn't have the courage to come here to catch them, so these dogs made their den here. Damn! What a talent! They actually started dog fighting in Oncom City. Your Majesty, dog fighting is not enough. There are also cockfighting and cricket fighting. Han Diching saw that the prince was interested, and couldn't help but continue. Such a small cricket is worth 1,000 gold. Lenny sighed. Only rich people know how to play. A poor man like me is really not worthy. However, he really had no interest in dog fighting and cricket fighting. After all, he was also a man who had ridden Yao Mei. Chapter 554 Hot Potato. The monotonous entertainment methods in this world really did not arouse his interest at all. He still missed the internet era more. With just a mobile phone, he could have fun all day without eating or drinking. Han Diching continued. These dogs have become wild dogs now. They don't wag their tails when they see people, but they are very arrogant. Lenny smiled and said, Arrange people to clear them out quickly. Remember, don't kill them. It's best to give them to civilians for adoption. Han Diqing said. Don't worry. Your Majesty, I will make arrangements for it. Lin Yi borrowed the lantern in Han Diqing's hand and continued to walk along the narrow path to Guan Xiaoqi's sheepfold. Soon, the sound of the stream was heard. It was dark everywhere. He did not look into the sheepfold. He walked through the sheepfold and continued to walk upstream of the stream. A small courtyard was just a few steps away. It had white walls and gray tiles. It was a very ordinary farmhouse. Han Diqing went forward and knocked on the door. Soon, light appeared in the courtyard. Guan Xiuqi came out with his clothes on. He first glanced at Han Diqing, and then said to Lin Yi, "Are you suffering from insomnia again?" "No. I just haven't seen you for several days. Now I have time. So I came to see you." Lin Yi walked into the courtyard, sat on a stone bench, and killed a group of mosquitoes with his hand. With so many mosquitoes. "Can you stay here?" Guan Xiuqi took a kettle from the living room and said while pouring tea for Lin Yi, "It's more comfortable than where you are. I am free here alone. No one is restraining me. I don't know how comfortable I am." Lin Yi held her on his lap, held her hand, said with a smile, "Don't you know what it means to marry a chicken and follow the chicken? Marry a dog and follow the dog?" Guan Xiuqi muttered. "I didn't go far, you just walked a few steps here?" Lin Yi said. "How can a couple sleep separately like this?" Guan Xiuqi said disdainfully. "You talk as if I can accompany you in the mansion. Don't you stay with Miss Du every day? You are talking nonsense again. Isn't it that I don't accompany you enough?" Lin Yi smiled awkwardly. Guan Xiuqi said. "No more. No less. You know it well. It's the same whether I live in the mansion or here. Unless..." "Unless what?" Lin Yi asked. Guan Xiuqi said. "Unless I get pregnant and it's inconvenient to live here, I'll go back with you." Lin Yi said with a smile. "Why are you crazy too? You want a child too? Didn't you say you didn't care a few days ago? He's not a stud. No one is willing to have a serious relationship with him. Every time they chat, they talk about children. I didn't expect that Guan Xiuqi is like this now." Guan Xiuqi said. "I have been married to you for some time. After a long time, not to mention the people in the mansion, even the people outside will look down on me, saying that I am..." "What is it?" Lin Yi frowned. "They said that I am a hen that doesn't lay eggs." Guan Xiuqi said angrily. "You are asking for your life. How dare you make up a story about you?" Lin Yi snorted coldly. "Don't worry, I will vent your anger for you." Guan Xiuqi said shyly. "How can I vent my anger? It's not what I said. Can I go and confront them in a big way? If they don't admit it, can you kill them? Besides, they have their mouths on them, whatever they say, since they scold me for not being able to lay eggs. I just want to give birth to one for them to buy." Lin Yi was stunned. "I just want to have a baby. Even if you don't agree," Guan Xiuqi said angrily. "I don't want people to laugh at me anymore." Lin Yi had no choice but to be dragged into the house by Guan Xiuqi in a daze. He couldn't resist anyway, so he could only lie there resigned to his fate and let Guan Xiuqi toss him around. In the end, he was sweating all over. There was no one to serve him, so he had to get up and fetch water from the yard to wash himself. After washing, his butt was once again red and swollen from mosquito bites. If anyone can invent mosquito coils to kill mosquitoes, I will definitely worship him as my ancestor. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh while lying on the bed. Mosquito coils? Guan Xiuqi had never heard of this thing. Lin Yi explained. "It's a kind of powder. The smoke from burning can kill mosquitoes," Guan Xiuqi said while lying on his chest. "It's really a good thing. In fact, as long as you don't run around at night and just lie down in the mosquito net, you'll be fine." Lin Yi sighed. "I'm afraid my body can't take it." After a while, Guan Xiuqi finally reacted and said angrily, "You are a person who doesn't speak properly." Lin Yi asked curiously, "If you are really pregnant, do you want a son or a daughter?" "Of course a son," Guan Xiuqi blurted out, answering without hesitation. Lin Yi joked, "What if it's a daughter? Then keep giving birth," Guan Xiuqi said firmly. "Then what about a daughter?" Lin Yi was helpless. "Then keep giving birth until you have a son." Guan Xiuqi gritted his teeth. Lin Yi smiled and said, "Isn't it good to have a daughter?" Guan Xiuqi pouted and said, "I am a girl myself. How can I not know whether it is good or not?" Lin Yi said, "You are not bad now. Are you?" Guan Xiuqi murmured, "My father treats me well. But because I am not a man, He can't hold his head up in the village. Every year when he burns incense, he always cries and says that he is sorry to his ancestors. If I were a man, he would have sold everything he had to send me to school. Maybe I could have passed the imperial examination and become the top scholar now. You are really ambitious. You still want to pass the imperial examination? Lenny laughed dumbly and pulled his arm out from under her head. My arm is sore. Guan Xiaoqi sighed. I knew you looked down on me, Lenny said hurriedly. I didn't mean that, Guan Xiaoqi said. Forget it. I won't say it. I am a woman. Even if I pass the imperial examination and become the top scholar, it won't bring honor to my family. Lenny comforted her. You think too much. I don't think too much. I just tell the truth, Guan Xiaoqi said calmly. My father has been hanging out with those matchmakers these days. He thinks I don't know. In fact, I know in my heart that he still wants to have a son. Otherwise, he would not be able to close his eyes even after he died. Lenny said in surprise. You know everything? Guan Xiaoqi said. I am not blind or deaf. What can I not know? Besides, since I followed you, many people think I am extraordinary. Those who used to look down on me have started to get close to me. They keep talking about things I don't want to know. Lenny said firmly. You are my wife. You are extraordinary. Guan Xiaoqi was unmoved and said. You are talking nonsense. You only have one wife. And that is the princess. I and sister Jinxiang are just concubines. Is that a big deal? Lenny sighed. I'll give you a status tomorrow. Okay? I don't want it. Guan Xiaoqi shook her head firmly. I know you are doing this for my own good, and don't want me to be wronged. But if you really want to do this for my own good, you should understand that if you only give me one person, what will they think and how will they look at me? She admitted that Mingwei, Zixia, Jinxiang, and Du Yinyang were all good people. But good people can also hold a knife and kill people. Just like his father said. Prince He is also a good man. But where Prince He's army went, were there not many people killed? Were all the heads chopped off at the Meridian Gate bad guys? Well, then I'll give them all together. Lenny sighed. Is that okay? Then let them take it first, and then we'll talk. Guan Xiaoqi pulled Lin Yi's arm under her head again. Forget it. I won't say more. It seems like I'm trying to win favor. But I don't mean that. I know you don't mean that, Lenny said, touching her soft hair. Since you're with me, I will definitely not let you suffer. Guan Xiaoqi shook his head. You don't have the final say, Lenny said curiously. As the head of the family, how can I not have the final say? Guan Xiaoqi hesitated and said, I will get old one day, and I will lose my beauty, and you will have younger women, and you will say what you said to me today to them again. You in the future will not be you now, and you now may not be able to make decisions for your future self. Lin Yi was stunned for a long time. What now? What future? This is clearly philosophy. Guan Xiaoqi is not stupid, but he may not be able to say this. Who taught you to say these words? You said it yourself. I learned it from you. Guan Xiaoqi couldn't help pinching Lin Yi's palm. It hurt so much. Lin Yi hesitated and did not pull his arm away. When did I say that? You said that. You said that the price of everyone's growth is to constantly kill the past self and achieve the future self. Guan Xiaoqi said slowly. I remember it clearly. Lin Yi said silently. You have a good memory. He did say this when he was pretending. I remember every word you said. Guan Xiaoqi seemed to be talking to herself. Thank you. Lin Yi hugged her tighter. After saying that, he fell into a deep sleep. He woke up before dawn because of the heat. Sweating all over, he walked out of the house with his bare chest. Zixia and others had been waiting outside. Lin Yi kept yawning, rejected the tea handed to him, went directly outside, carefully stepped on the mossy stones, and went down to the stream. Your Highness, Zixia said nervously. It's foggy in the morning, and it's cold. You should be careful. Lin Yi was completely submerged in the water, and said nonchalantly. It's okay, it's comfortable. After the stuffiness was gone, the whole person felt indescribably refreshed. He took a toothbrush made of pig bristles, applied some salt, and brushed his teeth directly in the stream. After lying on a big rock for a while, he went ashore and changed his clothes. At this time, the hot porridge was ready, and he drank 2 bowls directly, without touching the cakes on the table. Where is Han Diching? Your Highness, Commander Han went to the governor's mansion early in the morning, and has not returned yet, Zixia said while wiping Lin Yi's hands. Never mind, I'll go to the palace for a stroll first. Lenny suddenly wanted to see the eldest princess. I wonder if she has understood. This is called arranging people to prepare. Zixiao went out for a long time, and whispered a few words to Tan Fei and Lei Kaishan who were standing at the door. The morning glow filled the sky, and the forests were dyed with color. Lenny rode on the donkey, and was in a very good mood. After entering the palace, he got off the donkey, and went straight to Chongqing Palace where the prince lived before, and in front of him was the residence of the eldest princess. In the courtyard, the eldest princess held a long sword, dancing gracefully, up and down, and indescribably graceful. Tan Fei and Lei Kaishan stuck to the left and right of the prince, tightly holding the long sword in their hands. Lenny pushed the two people away, walked forward, and waited for the princess to put away her sword. He clapped his hands and said, "Aunt, you have a good swordsmanship. You know martial arts?" The princess lowered her head to wipe the sword, without even raising her head. Lenny laughed. "Aunt, you are making fun of me again. Don't you know what I am capable of?" The princess said indifferently. "You don't know martial arts. How can you tell that my swordsmanship is good? It shows that you are not sincere when you say this." Lenny said, "My nephew can't write an article that will be passed down through the ages. But it doesn't prevent you from shouting. Right? Making a false argument." The princess threw the sword in her hand after she finished speaking, and it fell steadily into the scabbard hanging under the tree. "Tell me, what is the reason for coming here so early in the morning?" Lenny sighed. "It's mainly because I miss my aunt. I came to see her. I wonder if she is used to living here." The princess took a bowl of tremella soup from the maid and said, "I said I am not used to living here. Can you ask your mother to return Xi'an Palace to me?" Lenny said, "That is definitely not possible. You know my old lady's temper. It is not easy to take out things that are in her hands. Although Xi'an Palace was originally the residence of the princess, it has now become his mother's. It is difficult to ask his mother to vacate the palace. Besides, there is no need to make room. No matter how good the princess is, she is not as dear as my own mother." Humph. The princess glanced at her sideways, and continued to drink her soup. "However, if my aunt insists on living in the Xining Palace, then you have to pay more," Lenny said with a smile. "As long as the money can help the people, the old lady will definitely understand the righteousness." The princess put down the bowl and looked at Lenny. "How much do you want?" "Of course the more the better," Lenny said bluntly. 10 million. 220 million is not too little. And 30 or 40 million is not too much. The princess suddenly sighed. "You think too highly of Jizhou Temple. No matter what is said outside, it is not rich enough to rival a country. You know my nephew is honest. You can't lie to me like this. Right?" Lenny smiled. "As far as I know, you gave the prince 10 million alone. Taels. And there are 10 million taels from Prince Yong." The princess stood up, slowly walked towards Lenny. "Now 7 out of 10 are gone." "Really? I don't believe it." Lenny shook his head. "Jizhou Temple has stood for 1,000 years, and it only has this little silver?" The princess sighed. "What do you think of Jizhou Temple? No matter how powerful it is just a larger sect after all. It is already very good to have accumulated so much family property." "Aunt, you are very wrong. Why are you suddenly willing to say it now?" "Jingyi and Jingquan came to Ankang City." The princess smiled. "I don't want this hot potato anymore." She said it very sincerely. Lenny looked at her smile, and for a moment, he felt empty inside. He shook his head quickly. "Jizhou Temple came to Ankang City?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Shizi's voice came from outside. "Your Majesty, Pan Duo wants to see you." "No," Lenny said viciously. "Pan Duo is really a useless person." Chapter 555. Cover up the trouble. He is always so arrogant, acting like he is the most awesome, but he failed at the critical moment. The people from Jizhou Temple entered Ankang City, but he didn't even know about it. The most hateful thing is, he was told by someone else. Standing in front of the eldest princess, he felt really hot. "You don't have to be angry," the princess smiled and said. "Jingyi and Jingquan are both masters of the world. Even I can't easily find out their whereabouts, let alone those scumbags under your command." Lenny sighed. "Then how did Aunt know that they came to Ankang City?" The princess smiled and said, "Because they sent someone to tell me the news." Lenny was surprised. "They didn't enter the palace?" The princess snorted coldly. "You let Hong in, that bastard, guard the palace? How dare they come to the palace with confidence?" Are they looking for Ant for the treasure? Lenny asked closely. Of course. The princess smiled and said. So, you have to protect me. If I die, you will have nothing. Lenny stretched and walked slowly. Ant is too modest. With your skills, even if you can't fight two people alone, you can still protect yourself and escape. This is what Honging told him. Escape? The princess laughed. Where can I escape to? Lenny smiled and said. Ant is so afraid of the people in Jija Temple? The princess said. Who in the world is not afraid of Jija Temple? That's easy. Lenny sat down and poured himself a cup of tea. Ant, please tell me the location of the treasure. I will go and get it out right away. And your nephew will bear any pain for you. Take it if you want it. The princess stared at Lin Yi's eyes and said. The entrance is the White Horse Temple. I won't tell you the exact location. There are many petty thieves in the Imperial Guards, so it's not impossible to find it. White Horse Temple. Lin Yi never thought that Jizhou Temple would put the treasure in the White Horse Temple, the princess said calmly. Now that things have come to this, I have nothing to hide from you. You'll know when you go there. Lin Yi walked to the door and said to a screen wall. Did you hear it? Pando, who was standing behind the screen wall, was stunned for a long time before saying, I heard it, I'll go right away. The sun was rising higher and higher. The courtyard was impenetrable by the light. So he went under the pavilion and leaned on the railing. I haven't had a good meal with you since my aunt came back. I will have a few drinks with you today. The princess sat opposite Lin Yi and snorted coldly. Then I will wait with you. Lin Yi personally poured tea for the princess. And then said, give orders to add more bowls and chopsticks for lunch and 2 more dishes. Yes. After Xiao Shizi responded. He gave a look to Yi Lian behind him. And Yi Lian hurried down. But he turned back halfway. And did not dare to enter the courtyard. He just smiled at Jiang Chou who was guarding the door. Brother Jiang. The prince rarely eats in the imperial kitchen. I wonder what the rule is. Jiang Chou bowed and smiled. You are too polite. Eunuch. It is not a big deal. It is still early for lunch. You can go out of the palace to call Su Yin over. He will decide everything. Yi Lian slapped his head and said with a wry smile. Thank you, brother. I was also too excited and didn't think of it for a while. After that, he hurried out of the palace to invite Su Yin. The sun in the courtyard was even brighter. Xiao Shizi stood there for a while, and was also sweating profusely. He could not help but take a step back and hid in the porch next to him. He concentrated and calmed down to ensure that he could hear the prince's call in time. Suddenly, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him. He didn't need to look up. He could tell who it was just by looking at the whisk that caught his eye. He lowered his waist even lower. Master. In this palace? Except for his master. Who else dared to use the purple jade whisk? This was specially made for his master by the prince according to the style in Journey to the West. His master always regarded it as a treasure and never left it. As for himself, of course, he did not have the same status as his master, and had to be rewarded by the prince. However, he still had the courage to make a sandalwood whisk according to Journey to the West. In terms of handle and style, it was much better than his previous pine wood one. He sometimes used it to hit people, and it felt pretty good. If he could learn the skill of tie whisk from his master, it would be even better. The palace has been uneasy these 2 days. You should stay here well. If anything goes wrong, you will be the only one we will ask. Honging said expressionlessly, and then looked at Lake Kaishan and Tan Fei. The two were so scared that they hurriedly bowed and said, Please give orders to the general manager. Honging said, Let Yi Qiu enter the palace and guard Xi'an Palace. He is not allowed to leave without permission. The two looked at each other, and did not dare to go against the general manager's wishes, and hurriedly retreated. Xiao Shizi said boldly, With master in the palace, there is naturally nothing to worry about. Honging snorted coldly. Remember what the prince said? It is usually not incompetence that makes people crazy, but arrogance. Although our family has achieved some success in martial arts, we dare not underestimate the heroes of the world. Master is right. Xiao Shizi had an attitude of being taught. Honging suddenly said, Jiang Chou, general manager. Jiang Chou didn't expect the general manager to suddenly call his name, and he was extremely nervous. Honging said, You go to the White Horse Temple in person, and report any news in time. The prince really loves this treasure. If there is any accident with Pan Duo and his group of rubbish, we will have to clean up the mess. General manager, Jiang Chou said boldly. Do you want me to go to the governor's mansion and ask the Beijing camp to mobilize troops? After saying that, he suddenly felt a biting cold, and knelt down in fear, saying, I know my crime. Hong Ying said coldly, You must remember that I am just a temple servant, and interfering in politics is a capital crime. Yes. Jiang Zhou hated himself and slapped himself twice. Why did he say nonsense? Mobilizing troops is something that can only be done with the prince's permission. Otherwise, it's he Jixiang. No one dared to take charge. Alas, he was still too stupid. He was hopelessly stupid. For the sake of showing off, he couldn't say such nonsense. The imperial kitchen. Su Yin was not here for the first time. Standing at the door of the huge imperial kitchen with his hands behind his back, he said to He Lian beside him, Didn't the prince tell you what you wanted to eat? He Lian shook his head. Nothing, just said to add 2 more dishes than usual. Su Yin's broad palm dragged his fat and greasy chin. It's not easy to cook for just 2 people. If it's too much, the prince will definitely say I'm wasting. If it's too little, it's not good enough. And the prince will say we're not doing our job well. He Lian nodded. That's right. He has changed his opinion of this fat man now. As for the people in the palace, not everyone is so arrogant. Su Yin hesitated for a long time and said, It's not appropriate to eat hot pot in hot weather. You're right. He Lian knew nothing about the imperial kitchen, and could only agree. Su Yin continued, You can't make too much, and it can't be too shabby, so make it more unique. Shijiang ingredients, Sheping roast, 8 immortals plate, 5 raw materials plate, the last one is Shui Lian calf, for dishes and 1 soup. What do you think? He Lian said, We know the other dishes, but what are these 5 raw materials plate and Shui Lian calf? We have never seen them. And we have never even heard of them. After all, he is an old man in the palace. He used to serve Emperor Delong with his adoptive father. The so-called 5 raw dishes are lamb, pork, beef, bear meat, and a platter of raw deer meat slices. Su Yin said proudly. Shuliandu is stewed calf, and the most important thing is the heat. In Daliang, there are only a few people who can do this, and no more than a slap. He Lian frowned. Bear meat? There is a bear in the palace's zoo, but Empress Yuan loves it very much. If it is killed, this concubine Yuan would probably chop off his head. The prince would not plead for him. Su Yin said indifferently. Then make a fish with sauce, and stuff the fish into the sheep's stomach and roast it together. It was originally for performance, not really to make a 5 raw dish. What's more, they and the prince don't eat bear meat. They don't even like to eat tiger meat and wolf meat. If they really make it, they will probably be scolded. This is possible. He Lian was shocked, and said loudly, Stop, listen to Mr. Su. Anyone who dares to disobey will be beaten to death, no mercy. Yes. Everyone in the imperial kitchen said in unison, and no one dared to have any opinions. The person in charge of the palace in front of him, besides eunuch Shi, is He Lian, the most powerful one. He has the power of life and death over anyone. The sun is high in the sky. A group of people who are going to the White Horse Temple to burn incense are blocked on the mountain road, including many nobles. Where are you from? How dare you set up a checkpoint here? A middle-aged man dressed as a guard riding on a tall horse said sternly to Fang Pai. It's simply lawless. Zhou Jing, who was dressed in plain clothes, stepped forward and bowed. Officials are doing their job. Please turn back. Brother, if you want to burn incense, come back another day. Huh? Officials? Where are you from? Show your identity. The guard still said unyieldingly. Zhou Jing smiled and said, It's a secret. I have nothing to say. What a great sentence. The guard snorted coldly, pointing to the carriage next to him. Do you know who my master is? Zhou Jing looked at Fang Pai next to him in embarrassment. Fang Pai stood up from the steps, bowed to the carriage and said, I pay my respects to the Prince of Dai. Please forgive me. The Prince of Dai? The people watching nearby were all surprised. The person sitting in the carriage was actually the Prince of Dai. You court guards are getting more and more courageous. The man in the carriage said, Go back to the mansion. He was hiding in the carriage from beginning to end, and never showed his face. Fang Pai looked at the slowly departing carriage, snorted coldly. Why did the King of Dai get involved? Zhou Jing smiled awkwardly. I didn't know either. This Prince of Dai has been reciting poems and having fun in his palace every day. He hasn't gone out for several months. Just because he doesn't go out doesn't mean he's honest. Fang Pai sighed. Send someone to keep an eye on him. If anything goes wrong, We'll just have to prepare to kill ourselves. He was kind to the prince. However, Pan Duo and Shi Ping might not be. These two people were cold-hearted and would kill without blinking an eye. If something really happened, the grass on his grave would probably be several feet high before the prince knew about it. Yes, Zhou Jing and Shan Sanwan said in unison. The people who came to worship nearby saw that the king of Dai had left. So what could they do? These were the feared court guards. Not to mention that they were just ordinary people. Even if they were high officials in the court, how many of them would dare to challenge the court guards? They could only turn back. Only the court guards were left on the mountain road. And it suddenly became much quieter. Fong Pai sat on the steps under the shade of the tree, stretched out his hand to scoop up a handful of stream water, drank a sip and said, "Haven't you found it yet?" Shan Sanwan said, "I just went up to take a look. Lord Pan Duo personally led people to search one by one, and they haven't found the entrance yet." Fong Pai frowned and said, "No matter what secret passage it is always difficult to hide it from Lord Pan's eyes. What's more, there are many secret guards in the court guards, who are good at confiscating property and exterminating families. When it comes to confiscating property, they are all professionals. There is no reason why the secret passage cannot be found." Zhou Jing asked curiously, "Sir, what is this temple? What treasures are said to be hidden?" Fong Pai glared at him and said, "Don't ask about things you shouldn't know." "Yes." Zhou Jing smiled awkwardly and said no more. It was already noon. Lenny had eaten and drunk enough, and he was getting impatient after lying in Chongqing Palace for so long without any news. He stood up and said, "Aunt, have a good rest. Your nephew will not disturb you." The sun was still scorching. Lenny walked into Qilin Palace again. "Meet the prince." Lu Chaoyuan still blocked the palace gate. "Stop talking nonsense, I will definitely go in." After saying that, he stretched out his hand and pushed Lu Chaoyuan aside. After Lu Chaoyuan and the prince walked in, they took a look at Honging standing at the door, and sighed. "I can no longer see through you," Honging said indifferently. "You are too polite." "Sir," Lu Chaoyuan said slowly, "whether it is Jingyi or Jingquan, they are not ordinary people. You should be careful." Honging said, "Thank you for your advice. Sir, we should be cautious." Emperor Delong was lying on the couch. After hearing footsteps, he opened his eyes and said, "You are here." Lenny walked to his side and sat down. "I haven't seen my father for a long time. I miss you very much. What do you want?" Emperor Delong stood up with the help of Lin Yi, and then took Lin Yi's teacup. Lin Yi asked curiously, "Do you also know that the people from Jizhao Temple are here?" Emperor Delong said, "The only people who can make my sister so nervous are Xingchenhai and Jizhao Temple. The people from Xingchenhai are scattered and nowhere to be found. So it can only be Jizhao Temple." Lin Yi smiled and said, "There is a saying that you can know everything in the world without leaving home. And that is my father." He couldn't help but beat a drum in his heart. His father's eyes and ears are still in this palace. His father is not yet so old that his eyesight is dim. I know it all in my heart. What do you think?" Emperor Delong suddenly asked. "Of course. We should fight back when the enemy comes and block when the water comes," Lenny said proudly. "No matter how great Jizhao Temple is, it is just a larger sect of my son's place, and it can't make any waves." He had already labeled Jizhao Temple as a gang. Not only should we eliminate the gang, but we should also eliminate the umbrellas behind the gang. Chapter 556 Treasures. With the help of Lu Chaoyuan, Emperor Delong slowly stood up from the couch, looked down at his feet, put his left foot on the ground, and then stood up and said, "This world will always be yours. Think about it yourself, and I won't worry about it." Lenny smiled and said, "Father, you are too polite. You are still the ruler of Dalian. As the ruler of a country, I dare not overstep my authority. I will leave it to you to decide everything. I will follow your teachings." Emperor Delong said, "You have sent troops to Sichuan province now, and you are already at odds with Jizhao Temple. Do you have any way out?" Leland smiled and said, "Father is right. Jingquan and Jingyi are both great masters of the time, and their skills are unfathomable. I am not good at either literature or martial arts. I am afraid that Jizhao Temple will assassinate me secretly. You know my son's temper. He is not afraid of death, but mainly afraid of pain. The sword is so long. If he stabs me, I won't die in a short time. It's very uncomfortable to stand there. The more I think about it, the more afraid I am." I am in a state of panic all day long. Of course, he is reluctant to die. It would be better if he died completely. He is afraid of returning to the modern world and sitting in a wheelchair again. When bedsores occur, no matter how fun the game is, it will not be interesting. So, no matter how hypocritical he is, no matter how much he misses Wi-Fi, watermelon, and air conditioning, he doesn't want to go back. After hearing this, Emperor DeLong's mouth twitched unconsciously. How could he have such a shameless son? How could he describe being afraid of death so fresh and refined? He had never seen such a thing in his life. What do you want me to do? No, father. It's your son who is asking you. Lenny personally poured a cup of tea for Emperor DeLong and handed it to him. Father, you have to give your son some advice, Emperor DeLong said. If you really want to keep them, the few dog slaves under your command will naturally have the ability to do it. Why ask me? Lenny smiled awkwardly. Let your father know that there are indeed a few who are good at martial arts. But they are not in Hong Kong City. There are not many who can fight at the moment. He regretted letting the monk and the blind man go to Chuanzhou. The masters in Hong Kong City in front of him are only Hong Ying, Yi Qiu, Yu Xiaochun, Yu Xiaoshi, Cui Gingxing, Cui Gingren, Pan Duo. And most of them are new masters. He once asked Hong Ying about the level of these people. Hong Ying's answer was vague, but he probably understood it. Except Yi Qiu and Hong Ying, the rest are still hanging around in the novice village. If these people come together, whether they can keep the two people from Jizhao Temple, I really don't know, Emperor DeLong said. Then let your aunt go too, Lu Gongfeng. I'm here, Lu Chaoyuan said with his head down. You go too, Emperor DeLong said slowly. When Ruoxin is your master, you should contribute. I obey your order, Lu Chaoyuan responded without hesitation. Lin Yi first heard Wen Ruoxin's name, but didn't react. Finally, he remembered that the so-called Wen Ruoxin was Wen Jiaoyi. Thank you, father, Lin Yi said with a smile. With aunt and the offering, my son will make them unable to escape. He counted with his fingers. 9 great masters. If they can't beat up the 2 women, Lin Yi thought it would be better to give this kingdom to Jizhou Temple. After leaving Qilin Palace, Lu Chaoyuan followed him silently. Lin Yi ignored Lu Chaoyuan and said to Hong Ying, Did you hear what was said in the palace just now? He admired Hong Ying the most. One was his leg strength. Not only did he walk silently, but he also ran fast. The second was his hearing. He was simply a superior person. He could hear clearly no matter how far away he was. It was not scientific at all. Your Highness is wise, Hong Ying said with a wry smile. I will do my best to prevent the thieves from escaping. Lin Yi sighed. You 9 people beat 2 old women. If you let them run away, I say, you can go home to farm and sell sweet potatoes. As ordered, Lu Chaoyuan and Hong Ying knelt down and said in unison. Lin Yi smiled and said, I've told you so many times. You don't need to kneel. As a modern person, he really hates the complicated etiquette of feudal society. They kneel down before they say a few words, which seriously affects the efficiency of communication. However, now he finally understands why these people are so obsessed with kneeling. In the animal world, even monkeys and gorillas know how to kneel to show their submission to the strong. Not to mention humans, who are said to have intelligence. In the history of the Xia dynasty, starting from the Han dynasty, when the emperor appeared, the bells and drums sounded, and all officials bowed down. As for the Tang and Song dynasties, some people said that ministers could sit and discuss with the emperor. But that was wishful thinking. Unless the emperor was in a good mood one day and gave you a little face and a seat, you had to kneel. Western society is a bit special. It is not the monarchy that is kneeling, but the divine power. If you dare not kneel and repent, you may be hanged or burned to death, or your knees may be broken. Heresy. Even Henry II, the first king of England of the Plantagenet dynasty, had to kneel down and be whipped. Even in modern society, although the monarchy is just a symbol, ordinary people will still kneel when they see the old British lady. Even if it is the Iron Lady, it doesn't count if the knees don't touch the ground. Don't be funny. He actually studied the history of the world he traveled to more seriously. 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows are ancient rituals. When Lin Baoji ascended the throne, many of them were abolished. Otherwise, it would be more complicated. Lin Yi is now thinking about learning from Lin Baoji as soon as possible and abolishing all the messy etiquette. As for whether it will affect the so-called monarchy, Majesty, he completely disdains it. Since ancient times, the only things that can truly threaten the imperial power are land annexation and natural and man-made disasters. Your Majesty, etiquette cannot be abolished. This time, Lenny didn't need to speak. Honging stood up consciously. It would be a great sin to let their prince waste a word. Lenny put his hand on his brow and looked up at the palace gate in the distance. No news yet? Honging said. I have asked Jiang Cho to find out. Once there is news, report it in time. Hey, why are you so slow? Lenny sighed. In the White Horse Temple, Pan Duo and Yu Xiaochun stood in the spacious palace, concentrating and calming down. After a while, they looked at each other and shook their heads. Pan Duo frowned and said, I have had people search the White Horse Temple from front to back, left to right, and found nothing. Yu Xiaochun said, I have also interrogated the monks in the temple one by one, and there is nothing unusual. They all said they didn't know. Pan Duo said, Dinglun of Tuigu Temple had killed people in the White Horse Temple before, and almost all the monks inside were killed. Did he come to the White Horse Temple for the treasure? Yu Xiaochun said. Now that I think about it, it's probably so. Where did you get this information? Is it accurate? Pan Duo said. The order conveyed by the prince himself. It probably can't be wrong. Prince he? Yu Xiaochun sighed. You have so many capable people under you. Is there really no one who can tell the truth? Jiang Cho, who was standing aside, had been waiting impatiently for a long time. At this moment, he couldn't help but shout, My lords, if it doesn't work, just bombard it with cannons. Bomb it to pieces. And see what's inside. Pan Duo snorted coldly. What do you think of the White Horse Temple? Do you think it's an ordinary temple? Hey, I just said it casually because I was angry. Don't take it so seriously. Jiang Cho then remembered that the White Horse Temple was a royal temple. Concubines, royal relatives, and nobles in the palace often come here to worship. If it is destroyed, how can we report to the emperor in the future? Yu Xiaochun said. We can't just talk nonsense. This White Horse Temple is a solemn place for Buddhism. It's okay for us to make a little noise. But if it is really destroyed, it will probably cause public outrage. Lord, he may be able to guarantee our lives, but he may not be able to guarantee our future. The most important thing is that the abbot of the White Horse Temple is a monk. He went to Chuanzhou. If he comes back and finds that his old nest has been destroyed, rotten, no one can guarantee that he will not kill people with such a good temper. Jiang Chio scratched his head and said, Hey, what should we do now? The manager is still waiting for my news. If we continue to waste time here, what's the matter? Fong Pai walked into the hall with a knife, and saw that the atmosphere was solemn, so he said, No progress yet? Pan Duo sighed. What do you think? Fong Pai smiled and said, In ancient times, treasures were mostly hidden in the mountains and facing the water. And there were also formulas, such as things hidden in the earth's crust. They will not be flooded when the water rises, but will be flooded 3 feet when the water dries up. 2 rivers sandwich a river, 18 baskets in each river, 3-eyed bridgehead, 3-way intersection. There's a temple here, but I don't know how to find it. Back by mountains and facing the water? Pan Duo's eyes lit up. There is a cliff behind this mountain, and under the cliff is a rushing river. Yu Xiaochun followed closely. Let's go and take a look. Pan Duo gritted his teeth and said, We should try our best. He took the lead and ran out, and everyone followed closely. After a while, they all stopped at the edge of a cliff. Yu Xiaochun held a big knife in his hand, looking at the rushing river below, and looked around. Fong Pai said curiously, If there is really a treasure, it is not something that 1 or 2 people can move, and it will. It will probably take a lot of people. There must be a way for so many people to walk around. As Pan was speaking, a squirrel poked its head out of the hole of a thick chintan tree next to it. Suddenly seeing so many strangers, it was frightened and quickly retracted its head. The chintan tree has very tangled roots, hanging horizontally and upside down in various shapes. Pan Duo squatted on the ground, slapped the ground with his palm twice, and then shouted, Come here! After he stepped back, a small flag with a sly look came over with a shovel, inserted it into the ground, and then slowly pulled it out. Looking at the soil stuck on the shovel, he shouted, Sir, it's 3-in-1 soil. 3-in-1 soil is a material mixed with lime, clay, and coarse sand. It is used to cover the coffins of the dead and to build houses for the living. In short, there were traces of living people here. Ha ha. It seems that we didn't come here in vain. Panduo couldn't help laughing. Dig. Dig for me. The flag bearer holding the shovel looked around and said with a smile. Sir, there should be a door. He walked to the entrance of the squirrel hole, put his head in directly, and then his whole body followed. Everyone also looked into the dark hole, but couldn't see anything. The flag bearer didn't come up for a long time. Jiang Cho couldn't help saying, could he suffocate to death in there? Fong Pai said carelessly. Don't look at his appearance. But when it comes to digging graves, he is the ancestor. And I also taught him the turtle breathing skill, so he won't suffocate to death. Jiang Cho said in surprise. Did you teach him the turtle breathing skill? The turtle breathing skill is the life-saving skill of King Yong'an, and it has never been passed on to others. He and the prince wanted to play with each other, and asked for this skill from the prince of Yong'an. But he couldn't learn it himself, so he threw it to Fong Pai without any care. Many people were furious at that time. A fool has his own luck. But Fong Pai was not suitable for learning martial arts, and he couldn't master any skill. I didn't expect that he would pass it on to an unknown Shichi. What's the matter? He is my brother. Shouldn't I pass it on to him? Fong Pai said nonchalantly. Of course I should. Jiang Chio was thinking. The Shichi must have exchanged this skill with Fong Pai for something good. If others can exchange it, I can do it too. When I have a chance, I must have a good discussion with Fong Pai. When Panduo was waiting anxiously, suddenly an excited voice came out from the cave. My lord. Then the head of the little flag came out. Lin Yi was lying in the imperial garden in the palace. Bored. He fell asleep soon, and when he woke up, the sun had already set. Hong Ying stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, I found it. Lin Yi said happily. Did you find it in the temple? Hong Ying smiled and said, It's on the cliff behind the White Horse Temple. There is an ancient sandalwood tree at the entrance. If they weren't smart, it would be difficult to find it. Lin Yi stood up and shook his sore neck. How much silver? Hong Ying said. Gold, silver and jewelry are piled in more than a dozen secret rooms. The court guards are still counting them. It is estimated that there will be no results until tomorrow. Lin Yi pondered for a moment and said, Let the Ministry of Revenue send officials to count them. In addition, remind them not to forget to return my silver. Yes. Hong Ying was happy with the prince. And he was naturally happy too. He couldn't stop smiling. After Hong Ying walked out of the imperial garden, Xiao Shizi went to meet him, taking advantage of the master's good mood. He boldly said, Master, I have a favor to ask you. Hong Ying smiled and said, Tell me, what do you want? Xiao Shizi hurriedly said, My kung fu is not making any progress, and I really failed the master's expectations. Hong Ying looked him up and down, snorted coldly, You are entangled in greed and desire, and your heart cannot be pure. How can you achieve great success? Xiao Shizi knelt down and said, Master, please teach me. I can't teach you. After saying this, Hong Ying left without looking back. Xiao Shizi could only stare at his receding figure in a daze. He Lian, who was standing by, hurriedly and carefully helped Xiao Shizi up. Eunuch. Xiao Shizi sighed. Master wants us to give it up. Do you think we can give it up? His master's words implied that his heart was not pure. People with impure hearts will eventually suffer from the shackles of martial arts. This, He Lian didn't know how to respond for a moment. Xiao Shizi said again, Forget it. Let everything go with fate. It was naturally impossible for him to give up everything in the palace. Don't give up. If your martial arts don't improve in the end, wouldn't it be a loss? Chapter 557 Background. He wanted to look at the long term, but he really didn't have the conditions. Lin Yi was about to go to Chongqing Palace, but the princess came directly. Aunt, you hid the things very well. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. The court guard sent out thousands of people, and they just needed to turn the White Horse Temple upside down, so it would be easy to find. The princess said, This treasure place was not chosen by me, but was dubbed by the Empress Dowager, the Saintess of Jijiao Temple, after she entered the palace. She is good at choosing places. Lin Yi continued, Aunt, there are a few more treasure places. Just tell me directly, so that your nephew won't ask again later. The princess snorted coldly. Are you going to push your luck? Aunt, you hurt my nephew's heart. Lin Yi was unhappy. The eldest princess said, I am sincere enough to tell you this. I want my child to be safe. Li Lin patted his chest and said, Don't worry, Aunt. Although I know where he lives, I have not disturbed his life. Besides, No matter what. He is my cousin. I value feelings, and will never do anything despicable. The eldest princess said calmly. That's good. This time, if Jinquan and Jingyi really enter the palace, I will fight them for life and death even for my own sake. You don't need to say more about this, Lenny said. My nephew still has one question. Is it the Kung Fu of Jizhou Temple or Xingqianhai that Auntie is practicing? Stop making too much noise, said the princess, pacing back and forth in the garden. Since the people from Jizhou Temple are here, the people from Jingangtai will probably not be far away. Jingangtai? Lenny couldn't say he liked these monks, but he didn't hate them either. He just asked curiously, Will they help us? The princess said, You must know that if we talk about the real royal temple, there is only one in Daliang, whether it is the royal family or the generals. There are many children practicing in Jingangtai. Its influence in the court is beyond your imagination. Even your grandfather, Zhuge, would have to bow his head when he saw the great monk of Jingangtai. If I remember correctly, Zhuge's mentor is the current great elder of Jingangtai, Monk Wuxiang, Lenny said in surprise. Since they are so powerful, why is Jizhou Temple so rampant? This is what he has always been most puzzled about. It's just a balance, the eldest princess said lazily. Neither my father nor my brother wants one family to dominate. So the saint of Jizhou Temple can enter the palace as a concubine, and the monk of Jingangtai can be a teacher, as a national teacher. Lenny suddenly realized. If you say so, it makes sense. What about Xingqianhai and Swakoji? It is said that they are both very skilled in martial arts. But how come they are so vulnerable when they meet the foreigners? The princess sighed. The foreigners' muskets can spray out iron pillars all over the sky. One or two is not a big deal. But facing hundreds of them, even a great master has to avoid them. Human power is limited. And ants can kill people if they are in large numbers. Muskets? Lenny frowned. How powerful are the cannons? Of course they are powerful, the princess continued. Xingqianhai has been passed down for thousands of years, and is as solid as a rock. However, it was still blasted into dust and rubble by the foreigners' cannons, and it was almost reduced to a scorched earth. Then I feel relieved. Lenny thought for a while. And? Is there anything else you want to say? If you have nothing else, I will take my leave. Go ahead. The princess sighed. I am tired too. I will take my leave. Lenny said this and left without looking back. After leaving the imperial garden, standing on the huge square of the Hall of Supreme Harmony, give orders to see if there are any people from the King Kong Terrace in the city. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. His information network is still not working. The princess told him that the people from Jizhou Temple came to Ankong City. The princess also reminded him that the people from the King Kong Terrace would come to Ankong City. Yes, Hong said hurriedly. Also, the supervision of the manufacture of muskets should be accelerated. Lenny frowned and said, Let Liang Yuanji go there in person a few times to see if there are any difficulties. If they need money, they will give money. If they need people, they will give people. I understand. How stingy is Prince he? Hong Ying, his great companion, naturally understands. Naturally. He knows how difficult it is to make Prince he say if you want money, you will give money. It can be seen that he attaches great importance to these muskets and artillery. Therefore, Hong Ying dare not be careless at all. Only when industry, technology and agriculture develop synchronously can we establish a life for the people and bring peace to the world. Everything else is nonsense. Lenny couldn't help but sigh. We still have to work harder and move faster. We can't wait any longer. The treasure house in the back mountain of the White Horse Temple has been much faster in coordination and transportation because of the participation of professionals from the Ministry of Revenue. At night, Lenny was lying in the garden, knowing that Gan Mao wanted to see him. He let him in directly. You're here to return the silver? Lenny was very happy. Your Majesty, Gan Mao presented a memorial and said loudly, the total value of the gold, silver and jewelry this time is more than 4 million taels. I think. Lenny saw that he was talking about something wrong and interrupted him. Don't think it's useless. I won't care about the silver you owed me before. Can you pay back the 500,000 taels of silver you borrowed a few days ago? What do you mean he owed me? Did he borrow this silver? It was obviously borrowed by the Ministry of Revenue. The world belongs to the surname Lin. What does it have to do with him? I am innocent. Gan Mao didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You are wrongly accusing me, Lenny said angrily. No one who owes me money is wronged. Your Majesty, the salaries of some local officers and soldiers have been delayed for 2 months. It can't be delayed any longer. Gan Mao laughed. The people from the Ministry of War block this old minister every day. I can't stand it. Leland sighed. Damn it. Am I being a mother? I should have known not to change the military system. The feudal dynasty was based on the small peasant economy. Without industrial support, it is difficult for the agricultural population to support a professional army. Therefore, a variety of systems combining soldiers and farmers emerged. When it came to the founding Emperor Lin Baoji, he creatively invented the Weisua system that combined soldiers and farmers, that is, the system of separating military and civilians. Some people were registered as military households, and the families that became military households would serve as soldiers for generations. These military households were not only soldiers, but also farmers. The country did not need to pay salaries, and the military burden was relatively light. When he was in Sanhe, he always felt that this was unreasonable, and despite the opposition of Xiezan, He Jixiang and others, he abolished the Weisua system and implemented the recruitment system. Even an old man who cooked in the garrison had to be paid money every month. After a large-scale expansion, Daliang State now has 270,000 soldiers on the register. The total expenses for food, silver, weapons, and other miscellaneous expenses add up to at least 500,000 taels per month, which is 6 million taels per year. The military expenditure alone is more than Daliang State's annual income. It's really hard to complain. However, fortunately, he listened to the suggestions of He Jixiang and others in time. Silver can continue to be issued, but the soldiers stationed on the border need to cultivate their own land and achieve self-sufficiency in food. As for the garrison troops, such as Pang Long of Jizhou, it is best to raise money by yourself. Otherwise, even if you sell him, you won't be able to find the money. Prince, Han Jin always asks the old minister for money. The Ministry of Education has customized an education plan, and is preparing to popularize 3-year compulsory education to every village in Daliang. Gan Mao smiled bitterly on the surface, but he couldn't stop being proud in his heart. It's what he deserves. Not only did he change the military system arbitrarily, he also reduced the burden and exempted taxes at every turn. Without increasing income, he spent money everywhere. It would be a miracle if the treasury was not empty. God and heaven and earth are conscientious, since entering Ankang City with the prince. He has never taken a penny from his family. He is not willing to die. The prince is a life-threatening abacus. Not a penny can escape his eyes. What's more, there are 2 evil gods, Mingwei and Zixia. It is said that the cabinet intends to establish the so-called audit office, and let Zixia be the first director of the audit office. When the time comes, the hen crows at dawn, these people will be even more troublesome. Okay, since you don't pay back the money, get out of here quickly, Lenny said unhappily. Don't come around me anymore in the future. I'm leaving now. Gan Mao left in a hurry. Now that he has money in his hands, he walks a little more briskly. Sun Chung squatted at the door, watching his figure, and when he got on the carriage, he yawned and said, This Lord Gan is old, but he is still a little arrogant. Jiang Cho snorted coldly. Today, the Ministry of Revenue received more than 4 million taels of silver at once. Of course he is happy, Sun Chung said in surprise. Did you really find the treasure? Jiang Cho pursed his lips and said, How could it be false? Sun Chung was stunned. More than 4 million taels of silver, piled together. Wouldn't it be shining? Shining fart, Jiang Cho said disdainfully. It's a dead thing. It will never see the light of day. I heard from the people in the Ministry of Revenue that after it is taken back, it will have to be recast, Sun Chung said. That's terrible. I won't have the chance to see it. If it weren't for my useless son to have a future, I wouldn't want to be a waiter. I'm not a guard anymore. I'd be a doorman like you, squatting every day. How nice it would be. Jiang Cho sighed. You're just not satisfied, Sun Chung said. You're a bunch of bullshit. Even if you don't become a guard, can your son's future be bad? I don't believe it. Hee hee. You know the truth that people get cold when they leave. Jiang Cho finished speaking, and looked at Sun Chung again. I heard you're getting married. I haven't asked whose family it is yet. Sun Chung lowered his head shyly when he heard this. You'll know later. What's there to be said? Jiang Cho said unhappily. Tell me. Maybe I know her. Sun Chung looked around, and then whispered, Old Gua's granddaughter. Guo Zhao? Jiang Cho didn't react for a while. Yes. Sun Chung nodded honestly. Isn't it Guizong's daughter? Jiang Chao's eyes widened. Sun Chung nodded. It's his eldest daughter. Jiang Cho said. I didn't expect you two could become a family. I've seen his daughter. She's pretty. Very good. Did you two fall in love with each other? Sun Chung rolled his eyes at him and said. Humph, old Gua and my father are very familiar with each other. The two old men have decided. What can I say? His father, Sun Du, used to be a groom in the palace. The reason why his brother Sun Chongda was able to work as a groom in the Huang Palace was because he took over his father's position. I've seen that girl a few times. Jiang Cho said with a smile. I won't let you down. When the work is done, I'll go and ask for a drink. At the end of the month, if you're willing, come and have a drink. Sun Chung said with a smile. When the time comes, I'll have a seat. Jiang Cho said. You flatter me too much. With your brother's face, there will definitely be many people who will go to drink. For me, it's good enough to have a seat. The people in the Yuanma temple and the government office alone can fill the Sun family. He is just a small guard. How could he be qualified to sit on the throne? Sun Chung sighed. Hey, my brother also wants me to marry the girl of the Gua family. I have to agree. Is Gua Zhao shaking? Jiang Cho said puzzledly. I haven't heard of it. Sun Chung whispered. When Prince He entered Ankong City for the first time, it was Gua Zhao who drove Prince He to the palace gate fearlessly. Prince He was grateful for his kindness and has always been kind to him. If he hadn't been old, he would have been sent out long ago. This time, the third son of the Gua family won the first prize in the civil service examination. After hearing about it, the prince was very happy. Lord Chendishing did a favor and directly recruited the third son Guoli into the censorate. The man in front of him was Lord Chen's clerk. Although he was just a clerk, Lord Chen trusted him very much. He drafted all the documents and handled them all by himself. His future was limitless. I thought so. Jiang Cho patted his thigh and said, Guizong has been so arrogant recently. Everything was explained. Don't pay attention to them. Sun Chung said unhappily. If my father and brother hadn't forced me, I would really not be happy. Don't be ungrateful. Kid. In my opinion, this marriage is a good one. Jiang Cho couldn't help but say something in Yuzhou dialect. He has been wandering around for half his life. But the most unforgettable thing is still the accent of his hometown. Wang Xiaoshuan stood under a big tree next to the door of the stable of the Wang mansion, looking at Jiang Cho, who was getting closer and closer, and threw a bag directly to him. Speak. Jiang Cho weighed the bag in his hand twice, and said with a smile, When did you become so generous? Wang Xiaoshuan sighed. It was the court guards, who made a fortune yesterday. What does it have to do with me? Just tell me directly. Jiang Cho repeated the news he got from Sun Chung, and then said, In short, the Gua family is no longer the same as before. If you want to go against them, you should think twice. Damn it. Wang Xiaoshuan cursed in a low voice. If you can't settle it, return the money to the other party. And don't ruin your reputation. Jiang Cho reminded. I'm not someone you can easily mess with. If Guizong really doesn't give me face, Wang Xiaoshuan said angrily, I'll make him pay. Who doesn't know one or two rich and powerful friends? Jiang Cho said. I don't care. It's up to you. He put the bag in his arms and walked away. Wang Xiaoshuan sighed and climbed on the horse. It was hot, and he felt sorry for the horse. So he didn't dare to pull the reins and let the horse walk on its own. Even if the horse lowered its head to eat grass and drink water, he didn't restrain it. He jumped off the horse directly, lying on the grass slope, holding the horsetail grass in his mouth, slightly closing his eyes, and letting the summer breeze blow away the sadness of his balls. Chapter 558 The Imperial Court System. He could never have imagined that the Gua family would have such bad luck. It was not like he had never seen Guoli before. How could a bookworm be so good at taking exams? And Lord Chendishing was really nosy. How could he value such a bookworm? However, since he had already received the money from Lao Dao, there was no reason to return it. Although this bookworm was valued by Lord Chen, he might not have any real power. What's more, he was looking for Guizong. Is Guizong stupid enough to cause trouble for his brother? Just as he was thinking deeply, he heard a voice saying, Wang Xiaoshuan, you are not on duty today, and are you slacking off here again? The woman's voice sounded familiar. Without looking, he already knew who it was. Master Zhou Sun, I haven't seen you for a long time. I miss you so much. Wang Xiushuan was still lying lazily. Wang Xiushuan, who gave you the courage to talk to me in this tone? Zhou Sun got off his horse and walked straight to Wang Xiushuan and squatted down. Oh, I forgot. You are now the captain of the patrol team. Wang Xiushuan said with a smile. Greetings to the captain, Zhou Sun said proudly. It's good that you know. If you dare to offend me, I will embarrass you next time I go to the Beijing camp. Oh, I'm scared to death. Wang Xiushuan kept patting his chest and said loudly. Please, Captain, let me go for the sake of us growing up naked together. Zhou Sun grabbed his ear, and it hurt so much. Who grew up naked with you? Zhou Sun said with a red face. If you can't talk, just shut up. I'm not wrong, Wang Xiushuan said carelessly. Have you forgotten that when we were young, we competed to see who could pee the farthest? Wang Xiushuan. Zhou Sun grabbed his ears directly. If you keep talking nonsense, I'll take off your ears. Hey, how can you do that? Woman! It hurts so much. Let go. Although Wang Xiushuan screamed in pain, he still said unconvinced. What I say with my mouth? What does it have to do with my ears? Okay, Zhou Sun said hatefully. Then I'll tear your mouth apart. Wang Xiushuan saw that Zhou Sun's hand was really reaching out, and he turned his arm over his head and shouted, Lady, spare me. Humph! Do you dare? Zhou Sun's hand that was grabbing his ears did not loosen, but he squeezed harder. My ears are gone. Wang Xiushuan had to give in. Big sister, I know I was wrong, okay, I will never dare to do it again. Who are you calling big sister? Zhou Sun's pretty face frowned even more. I'm not even as old as you, don't talk nonsense. Little sister. Little sister. Okay. Wang Xiushuan's mouth was finally not as arrogant as before. You still want to take advantage of me? Zhou Sun's hand unconsciously exerted a little force again. Then what should I say? Wang Xiushuan was very helpless. Anyway, no matter what I say, it's wrong? Humph. Zhou Sun finally let go of his hand, pushed his head, and said unhappily, I ask you, why are you not on duty, and what are you doing here? None of your business. Wang Xiushuan himself didn't understand why he wanted to quarrel with Zhou Sun every time he saw him. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't quarrel. Are you sure you want to talk to me like this? Wang Xiushuan immediately backed off and hurriedly said, I quit from the Beijing camp. Zhou Sun touched Wang Xiushuan's forehead with his hand and frowned. You don't have a fever. Do you? You came out of Yuanma Temple just now and said that the Beijing camp has a better future. What good future did you encounter after leaving the Beijing camp this time? No good future. Wang Xiushuan stretched and said, I just feel that I am not cut out to be an official. I'd better continue to do business. These days, as long as you have money, you can live a carefree life. Zhou Sun snorted. You didn't tell me that before. Didn't you always say that a real man should not be without power for a day? Wang Xiushuan sighed. Compared to that, I found that I still love money more. Are all humans so fickle? Zhou Sun asked with his eyes wide open. No, I love money all the same, until death. Wang Xiushuan said with a smirk. I never forgot to make money in the Beijing camp. I'm afraid if I continue to make money, you will have to go to jail to get me. Zhou Sun laughed when he heard this, rolled his eyes at him and said, You are still so frivolous. You abuse your power for personal gain, and you still want to go to jail. Why don't you be happy? You must be sent to the frontier to cultivate land and build roads. Wang Xiushuan said. You won't report me, will you? Zhou Sun snorted coldly. Do I still need to report it? Based on your reckless words, I can take you away right now and send you to the execution ground directly. You are indeed a powerful patrol captain. Wang Xiushuan laughed. How about I join you? Zhou Sun said. Our patrol team doesn't want scum like you. Wang Xiushuan covered his chest and said, Your words are too hurtful. Let me ask you, if you start a business again, who will you do it with? Zhou Sun asked coldly. Wang Sun. Wang Xiushuan said proudly. You never thought that I would do business with the Wang family one day. Did you? Zhou Sun said. Wang Sun is not a good guy. Be careful or you will get into trouble. Wang Xiushuan raised his head and said confidently. I am not good at being an official. But when it comes to doing business, there are not many people who can compare with me. He was not bragging. He, Wang Xiushuan, was unwilling to be an apprentice to Zhu Rorong, and became a civilian without hesitation. Every time Sanhe went to war, he and Wei Yishan were at the forefront. With the wealth he had accumulated as a laborer, He quickly started a grain and butcher business, although not as big as Zhurong's. The wealth he had accumulated was still enough to make people proud. The only pity was that without Wei Yishan as his partner, he was a little weak on his own. Stop bragging, how can I not know you? Joseon sighed. You have saved a lot of money over the years. If it doesn't work out, you can take the money back to Sanhe, marry a wife, and serve your aunt well. Wang Xiaoshuan looked at her in surprise. You care about me so much. You have to ask me whether I marry a poor woman or not. Joseon said viciously. Wang Xiaoshuan, if you really can't talk, I will ignore you. Wang Xiaoshuan smiled. Okay, then I will talk nicely? Yeah. Joseon nodded. You should talk nicely, and don't smile. Wang Xiaoshuan said seriously. Have you eaten yet? Joseon's face darkened again. Hee. Wang Xiaoshuan lowered his head consciously because of Joseon's stare. Forget it. I don't want to bother with you anymore. Joseon stood up and said. I'm leaving. Hey. Wait a minute. Wang Xiaoshuan took her hand without thinking. Joseon's hand was held by him. And then, their eyes met. For a moment, the air froze. Excuse me. Wang Xiaoshuan smiled. Can I ask you something? Go ahead. Joseon sighed, looking helpless. Do you know Guli well? Wang Xiaoshuan asked. Joseon said. He is now Mr. Chen's favorite student. I advise you not to have any bad ideas about him. Even Lu Can. Wei Yishan and others have to be courteous to him when they see him. Wang Xiaoshuan said. What about you? Joseon said proudly. Although I am not afraid of him, there is no need to offend him. Tell me, what's the matter? What mess did you make? Wang Xiaoshuan said. Am I as bad as you think? Joseon said. If you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I will beat you up? A friend of mine has some grievances with Guokong. He asked me to talk to Guitsong, but I was afraid that Guitsong would not give me face. After hesitating for a long time, Wang Xiaoshuan also told what he had learned from Duan Liang and Jiang Chou. Joseon said. You are regressing as you grow older. You have wasted time in the Beijing camp and the Yuanma temple. How come you haven't made any progress? Wang Xiaoshuan said aggrievedly. You scolded me like this when the food supply was cut off. You are scolding me again? Joseon said patiently. Guoli is Guoli. Guitsong is Guokong. Although they are brothers, they are irrelevant. How can you be so scared? Wang Xiaoshuan said. They are brothers. How can they be irrelevant? Joseon sighed. What kind of place do you think the censorate is? It is responsible for impeaching hundreds of officials, clarifying grievances, supervising various provinces, and serving as the eyes and ears of the emperor. Guoli is a smart man, and even more so a sensible man. If he knew that his brother was using his name to bully others, he might even kill his own brother for the sake of justice. Wang Xiaoshuan said. You can't? You? Listen to me. I know Guitsong. Joseon said with certainty. Although he is not a good person, he is not too stupid. You just go find him. You said, if he really doesn't give you face, you can go directly to Guizhou. This old man is a smart man. He will never ruin the future of his younger son for the sake of his elder son. Wang Xiaoshuan sighed. Guitsong doesn't give me face. How can I still affect Guitsong's future? Joseon pressed his finger on Wang Xiaoshuan's head. Don't forget, if you are a little thick-skinned, you are also able to ask for an audience with the prince. Whether you meet or not, you have to say this to Guizhou. Guizhou will definitely have some concerns. Wang Xiaoshuan smiled and said, Xiaomei, you are really my benefactor. Brother will never forget you. After that, without waiting for Joseon to react, he jumped on the horse, patted the horse's butt, and galloped away. You son of a bitch. Don't let me see you again, or I'll smash your head. Joseon stamped his feet in anger as he watched him go away. The orphanage transformed from the Nancheng and Wangfu officially opened. Lenny stood at the gate of the Huangfu, splashing ink and writing, and soon he had written the plaque. Gonmao stretched his neck to see, and it said, Nancheng Orphanage. He breathed a sigh of relief, and Wangya was very normal this time, and there was nothing wrong. This place is Nancheng, named according to the place name, very scientific. Accompanied by Mrs. Sang, Lenny inspected the orphanage. Except for a few healthy girls, the boys were either deaf-mute or had difficulty moving. As for those with lung disease, smallpox, leprosy, and urticaria, it was not that they were cruel, but they did not dare to accept them. These diseases are highly contagious and need to be isolated before effective treatment is available. All Lin Yi can do is to ensure that they do not starve to death. The most lively place in the orphanage is the pond, where many children are playing. Lin Yi had previously raised goldfish in the pond. Although he had taken away a lot of them, there were still many left. Now they had been destroyed by the naughty kids. A 7 or 8-year-old girl was holding a small goldfish that was still jumping around, muttering something. Mrs. Sang saw Lin Yi staring at the purple lips of the little girl and explained, "You have heart pain at such a young age. I hope God will have mercy on you." Lin Yi smiled and said, "It should be ventricular septal defect or atrial septal defect. If you are lucky, your heart will grow back gradually. You guys, you can teach them some kung fu when you have nothing to do, so that they won't be bullied when they go out in the future." He thought of the blind man and the monk, two disabled people, who worked hard and became great masters. Destiny is still very strange, Mrs. Sang said hurriedly. Yes. Lin Yi turned to look at Gong Mao and said, "You have also seen these children. You should allocate money, don't be too stingy." Gong Mao said, "I obey your order." Lin Yi was very familiar with the current Huang mansion and the current orphanage. After a round, he felt bored. What's more, the more he saw, the more upset he felt. At the entrance of the orphanage, Han Diqing escorted the prince to the carriage and then said, "Prince, shall we go fishing?" "No, I've been sunburned these past 2 days." Lin Yi sighed as he looked at his tanned arms. Men, once they reach a certain age, they still need to take care of themselves. Han Diqing was about to speak when a lieutenant in the uniform of the post station came running over. He went to meet him, and after a few words with the lieutenant, he turned back and said to Lin Yi, "Prince, the natives presented 1,000,000 taels of gold, silver and jewels." Lin Yi snorted. "Finally enlightened? Where's the silver?" Han Diqing said. "Lord Chen Jingji has received it, and it's still in the post station." "Congratulations. Your Majesty, congratulations." "Your Majesty." Gong Mao suddenly appeared beside Lin Yi's carriage. Lin Yi said with a dark face, "What do you mean?" Gong Mao smiled and said, "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will go to the post house right away." After saying that, he no longer looked at Lin Yi, and got into the carriage behind him, urging the coachman to hurry up. "Damn it!" Lin Yi gritted his teeth and said, "Can I keep my silver warm?" Han Diqing smiled awkwardly and said more cautiously, "How should we deal with the captured envoys? Please tell me." "Your Majesty." Lin Yi sighed. "The old rules. One hand for money, the other for people." Then he added, "This Maka is definitely not an ordinary envoy. Otherwise the natives would not be so anxious. Find out the details carefully." The next day, for the sake of money, the native envoys had the opportunity to enter the Golden Palace and meet the Emperor. Emperor Delong sat on the dragon throne. According to the rules, he said a few polite words and then left with the excuse of being tired. Lin Yi waited for Emperor Delong to leave before he slowly walked up the steps and looked at the native envoys in front of him. "Your Highness." The native envoys headed by Dag saluted again. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "I have taken your money, so I will do things for you. If you have any requests, just tell me directly." This not only shocked the natives, but also made the ministers in the court feel ashamed. Do you still want the court's etiquette? Chapter 559 Price Tag. However, luckily, everyone understands Prince He's character. No one is stupid enough to die for advice. Prince He has made it clear, you can die on the issue of principle. If I give in, I will lose. In some ways, Prince He is sometimes more cruel than Emperor Delong. Emperor Delong is not obsessed with women, not greedy for concubines in the harem, getting up early and going to bed late, very diligent, determined to be a wise ruler, building a foundation for eternity. On the surface, he is extremely tolerant and kind to others. And he is also very good at etiquette, which often makes some old ministers grateful. Unlike the prince, he often says serving the people, but often does things that make people embarrassed. He is definitely not easy to talk to. As long as he believes in something, it doesn't matter what others say. Prince Dag was dark and thin, with a dry face. After a long while, he said, "The Western barbarians are rampant. Please help my children in Nanyang with justice." Lin Yi looked him up and down, and then said, "I saw you in Sanha. Why are you still so thin now?" Dag said loudly, "During the time in Sanha, I was educated by Liang State, and I ate well and drank well. Now the Western barbarians are tyrannical, and our Nanyang people are in dire straits. As the high priest, I am watching my people suffer, and I am really restless. Your official language has improved a lot, and you can even use idioms now. Lin Yi seemed not to hear what he said, and continued to talk to himself. Yes, if you learn official language well, you won't be afraid to travel all over Dalian. Thank you, Your Highness, for your praise. Dag wanted to cry, but had no tears. Is this what he was talking about? Why do you always change the subject? Lin Yi asked curiously. Have you seen the Western barbarians' artillery? Dag hurriedly said. Your Highness, now my Nanyang homeland is full of Western barbarians' artillery, on the coast, and on the ships. How powerful are they? This is the question that Lin Yi is most concerned about. Until now, he had never seen the artillery of the Western barbarians. He had already ordered Du Sanhe and Tian Shiyu to bring back a Western barbarian artillery at all costs. However, these two people were not up to the task, and had gained nothing so far. Dag said sadly. Your Majesty, that artillery was very powerful, and it caused countless casualties to my Nanyang Erlang. Go and see our artillery with the people from the Ministry of Works later, and compare them. Lin Yi still did not have much confidence in the artillery in front of him, Oshun and others. Give them some suggestions. Dag lowered his head and said, I dare not. The artillery of the upper country must be extraordinary. Let me ask you again. Lin Yi squatted on the steps and stretched his waist. How much territory do you have left in Nanyang? Your humble servant is stupid. Dag did not understand the meaning of this. How many people do you have? How much money do you have? How much land do you have? Lin Yi asked lazily. He didn't understand what was so confusing about this. It wasn't some high-level vocabulary. My Nanyang is a small country with few people, and we are no match for the Western barbarians. My king endured humiliation and led his people into the mountains, looking forward to the king's teacher. Dag said more and more sadly. Please have mercy on my Nanyang people. Your Majesty, don't worry. You know how far Nanyang is from my Dalian country, and distant water cannot quench near thirst. Lin Yi suddenly asked again. Do you know Liefo of Asoka? Dag hesitated and said, Your Majesty, since the Asoka kingdom was destroyed by the Western barbarians, Emperor Liefo has set sail, and people on the sea still respect him. That's even better. Lin Yi thought for a moment and said, When you return, you can contact Liefo and pass on my message. For 10 million taels of silver, I will help him restore his country. The price is fair, and I will not cheat anyone. He is not his father, who would be a sucker for the sake of the so-called heavenly kingdom. What's more, he is short of money now. He is short of a lot of money. The more gold and silver, the better. As for whether it will cause soaring prices and currency depreciation, he can't know. After all, he is not studying economics. If he really wants to consider it, it will be a matter for the future. At worst, he can expand abroad. This has been the best way to solve economic crisis since ancient times. 10 million taels. Dag suddenly fell into deep thought. On the surface, he asked himself to pass the message to Liefo. But wasn't this also said to himself? Can 10 million taels restore the country? Lin Yi smiled and said, Okay, it's hot. I guess you are tired. Go back to the post house to rest. I'll take my leave. Dag said, and led a group of envoys out of the Golden Palace. Gon Mao suddenly stepped out and said, I think that Nanyang is far away overseas, and it is not suitable to promote the country's prestige. Going to war requires money. Where can he, the Minister of Revenue, get so much money? If the prince really wants to show off his power overseas, at least he should wait until he retires. Right? I don't want you to think. I want what I think. Lin Yi seemed to have not noticed Gon Mao's expression at all, and said carelessly, Do you think I want to promote the country's prestige? I want to make money. Make a lot of money? You, the Minister of Revenue, don't understand? Old Minister. Gon Mao's old face flushed. Now the treasury is empty. Please think twice. He doesn't know whether it will make money or not. But he has to pay for it. Okay. Stop frowning. We'll discuss this later. Lin Yi yawned. Let's leave the court. After saying that, he left without looking back. After a rain, it was the autumnal equinox. The north came, and the weather gradually became colder. Lin Yi didn't dare to wear shorts anymore. But he didn't wear a long gown either. He learned from ordinary people, wrapped in a jacket and long pants, and walked on the streets of Ankang City. Many vendors' stalls were filled with corn, sweet potatoes, and cabbages, all of which had just come out of the fields and looked very fresh. Lin Yi bought a roasted sweet potato and ate it while walking. He said to Liang Yuanji, who was following behind him, "This year's autumn harvest work cannot be delayed. Some families have weak labor force. So let the Ministry of War organize officers and soldiers from all over the country to participate in the autumn harvest. Their salaries are all given by the people, and it is their duty to do something for the people. Your Highness, in a few days, there will be a military review on the battlefield and the autumn competition. I'm afraid it will be difficult for officers and soldiers from all over the country to spare time." Unlike Lin Yi, Liang Yuanji wore a white gown, and his elegant appearance formed a sharp contrast with Lin Yi. Lin Yi's nose twitched, and he always felt that there was snot in his nose. He always wanted to blow it out with his hands. But there were people coming and going on the street, and there were plainclothes guards on both sides. He was always embarrassed to be seen. Although he was not very shameless, he was still quite decent. After walking for a long time, he did not find a suitable place to blow his nose. When he walked to a corner, he saw a puddle of water. He looked up at the water line on the wall and understood everything at once. He frowned and said, "Let Ankang Prefecture build more public toilets in the city. People have 3 urgent needs, and now they urinate and defecate everywhere. How shameless." The concept of public toilets did not exist in Daliang State at all. The so-called public toilets were opened by myself in Baiyun City. Now back in Ankang City, Ankang Prefecture built some toilets in the same way as Baiyun City. But it was still not enough. Many people couldn't hold it anymore, and still relieve themselves anywhere. This was not the first or second time that Lin Yi encountered this kind of thing. After hearing this, Liang Yuanji laughed and said, "Your Majesty, Ankang Prefecture is short of money right now. The salaries of the constables this month have not been paid yet. It is said that Ma Jie is auctioning 2 plots of land outside the city, and is living on the money from the land sales. Where is the money to build a public toilet?" Lin Yi said puzzledly. "This is the capital of my Daliang kingdom. How can Ankang Prefecture be so poor? Where are the taxes collected every month?" Liang Yuanji said respectfully, "Your Majesty, old city renovation, demolition, school construction, there are places to spend money everywhere. As far as I know, Master Ma Jie has been counting the money on his fingers, but he is still short of money. I don't know how they are all doing." Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. "How is the construction of the greenhouse this year? Is it not delayed?" "Your Highness, the greenhouse was funded by the Academy of Sciences. Master Ma has been able to take a break." Liang Yuanji told the truth. Lin Yi said angrily, "Let the Ministry of Revenue issue a promise to impose heavy taxes on brothels and casinos across the country. It is impossible to ban them. However, it is not Lin Yi's intention to let them flourish. In this case, Lin Yi decided to let them contribute to the tax revenue of Daliang. As for whether it will increase the cost of old drivers and gamblers, that is not his consideration. Your Highness is wise," Liang Yuanji said with a smile. "You guys, think of a way to see if you can open up another source of income." Lin Yi said helplessly, "People are worse than dogs without money, and I am no different." Liang Yuanji lowered his head. He definitely didn't hear it. After Lin Yi threw the sweet potato peel into Han Diqing's hand, he continued, "Did the King of Dai go to the White Horse Temple a few days ago? Was it just to burn incense?" Han Diqing smiled and said, "Your Highness, there is a nunnery around the White Horse Temple. The King of Dai and a young nun have a mutual understanding and regard her as a close friend. The King of Dai often visits her." Lin Yi's eyes widened and said, "He has this habit? I didn't know it before." Han Diqing said, "Your Highness, the King of Dai's biological mother, concubine Hui, was originally from Tianning Temple. The Emperor doted on her, and the King of Dai was influenced by her virtue and devoted himself to worshipping Buddha. If you hadn't told me, I would have almost forgotten about Tianning Temple," Lin Yi said with a smile. "I've been there several times before, and many of the nuns there are pretty. Tianning Temple is not just a nunnery. The Emperor has 3 palaces and 6 courtyards, and I dare not say that all of them are beautiful, but there are definitely not many ugly ones. When the old Emperor was alive, his sons did not dare to put their ideas into practice. Once the old Emperor died, the new Emperor who succeeded to the throne began to do things that he had not dared to do before. But due to ethical reasons, it was not possible to do it openly. So, he played a trick and let his favorite concubine enter Tianning Temple to be a nun for a period of time. After that, after changing her name, she was welcomed back into the palace. This was the case with the Holy Mother Huifei of the King of Dai. She was originally the lady of Emperor Yongguang. After her father, Emperor Delong, took a fancy to her, he sent her directly to Tianning Temple, and then went through the selection process again and was named Huifei. If the process was right, no one could say no. After Lin Yi entered Ankang City, he also saw concubine Hui from a distance twice. She was dressed in plain clothes, without makeup. She was in her 40s, but she still looked like a girl. The 8th Prince of Chu was eager to try, but concubine Hui was aloof and strong in martial arts, so she directly threw the 8th Prince into the river. The 8th Prince had no way to express his pain. Lin Yi learned the painful lesson of the 8th Prince and never dared to talk to concubine Hui. Even now, it is still the same. Why bother to offend that person? When he returned to the prince's mansion, the little girl ran towards him from a distance. You're walking more and more steadily. Lin Yi held the girl in his arms and taught her to speak persistently. Call Daddy? Ah. The little girl was unmoved and only giggled at Zixia behind Lin Yi. I really can't count on you at all. Lin Yi was still very relieved. At least she didn't say Nyang Sheepy anymore. He had stopped swearing in front of the child these days. And now it seems that the results are obvious. Zixia took the little girl and said to Lin Yi, Your Majesty, the princess is smart and can already say a lot of words. I hope she will improve slowly. Lin Yi's nose was still uncomfortable, looking at the stream water brought in from outside the yard. He squatted down directly, buried his head, and snored for a while, and his nose was much more painful. Zixia said worriedly, Prince, have you caught a cold? Lin Yi said, It's possible. You should stay away from me while holding the child. If it's a virus, it might be passed on to them. At this moment, he gave up the idea of going to see his son. Zixia said, Prince, I'll make you some ginger soup. No need. Lin Yi was still sniffling. Forget it. I won't stay at home, so that you won't be in trouble with me. Without waiting for Zixia to speak, he left the princess again. Your Highness. Han Diqing was about to go off duty, but he didn't expect the prince to go out at this time. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, Let others follow me. You can go back and rest. Some people are enjoying the blessing of 996. But Han Diqing and his people are working harder than 996, following him, almost day and night. At most, they can rest for a few days a month. I really feel embarrassed to waste his time. Thank you for your consideration. Your Highness. Han Diqing was not polite. He had figured out the prince's temperament, and the more polite he was, the more annoying he would be. After telling Tian Fei and Lei Kaishan a few words, then he went home. In the back mountain, Guan Xiuqi's cattle pen became more and more lively, the sound of sheep bleating, the sound of cow horns, and each other. Lin Yi even heard the sound of dogs barking, and indeed found a Shar-Pei dog when he entered the yard. Your father is allergic to cats and dogs, and you still keep these? It would be better if he didn't come over. Guan Xiuqi said angrily. Are you and your daughter having a conflict? Lin Yi said in surprise. Guan Xiuqi snorted coldly. No. Lin Yi glanced at the Shar-Pei dog that was baring its teeth at him. It's quite fierce. Where did it come from? Guan Xiuqi said. People in the mansion are driving away stray dogs in the mountains everywhere. It's also pitiful, and it knows to hide here, so I didn't want to chase it away, so I kept it. It's also very useful, and can help me look after the cattle and sheep. Chapter 560. The slave bullies the master. The Shar-Pei with a wrinkled face kept barking at Lin Yi. Lin Yi pretended to kick it, but it did not retreat. Instead, it rushed towards Lin Yi. Guan Xiaoqi was startled, and hurriedly stood in the middle to stop it, and shouted, Xiuhu, get out of the way. Turning back to Lin Yi. It seems that there is no dog of this breed in our Ankang city. I have never seen it before. In the past 2 years, many people from Sanha have come, and many people raise this kind of dog. I don't know what it is called. Lin Yi said. The Shar-Pei dog is only found in Sanha. It is indeed fierce. It is usually used as a hunting dog, not a shepherd dog. How can it help you watch the cattle and sheep? Guan Xiuqi raised his head and said, It is very smart. I drove the sheep to the mountain in the afternoon. If there were any running around, it chased them back. When it got dark, it helped to drive the sheep into the sheepfold again. That's really smart. Lin Yi said curiously. There were no cows last time I came to see it. How come you suddenly raise cows again? You are really bored. Guan Xiaoqi smiled and said, It was originally our own cow. After we moved out of the village, Dad was reluctant to sell it, and it had been fostered at a relative's house. I brought it back yesterday. Lenny suddenly asked curiously. Why did your father make you angry? You lost your temper. As for him, what else can he do? Guan Xiaoqi sighed. Since I left home, he has been doing nothing all day, hanging out in the casino, and has become a gambler. I really wish I hadn't met you, but it's a pity that I can't go back. Lenny felt so wronged. You can't blame me for this, right? No matter who you marry, your father is always doing nothing. Guan Xiaoqi sighed. If I marry someone else, I won't give him so much money, neighbors won't look up to him, and won't flatter him, and he won't be like this now. That's really my fault, I'm too rich, and I'm too powerful. Lenny couldn't help but laugh. I'll ask someone to check it out later, and make sure no casino will dare to let him in the future. Guan Xiaoqi hesitated and said. No need, it's not like that. Don't you dislike him gambling? Lenny asked puzzledly. Guan Xiaoqi said. My mother died of complications during childbirth after giving birth to me. He had to be both a father and a mother. It was not easy for a person. From childhood to adulthood. He always frowned and felt frustrated. Since I entered the mansion, he has become much happier. Since he is happy, why should I stop him? I remember you said, the most important thing in life is to live happily and do what you want to do. Lenny said. Gambling is a bad habit. No matter how much money you have, it is not enough for gambling. At most, I will give him some of my monthly allowance in the future. Guan Xiaoqi said angrily. How much is your monthly allowance now? The monthly allowance in the mansion has always been determined according to the royal rules, and is managed by Zixia and Mingwei. Lenny really doesn't know how much money it is. Guan Xiaoqi smiled and said. You love money so much, how come you don't know? My love for money has always been the same. Lenny said nonchalantly. But some small amounts of money are still not worth looking at. As for me, although I have no official status, I get 11 taels of monthly allowance every month. In the past, she and her father worked hard for a whole year, and earned only a few coins. If her father needed medicine, he might even have to go into debt. Wouldn't that be more than 100 taels a year? Lenny counted with his fingers. He now has 6 women, wouldn't that be more than 1,000 taels a year? Why, are you feeling bad? Guan Xiaoqi smiled with her hands covering her mouth. It's okay, I earn money for women, it's only natural. Lenny said it with great righteousness, but in fact, he still felt that it was a bit too much. If there are 3 palaces and 6 courtyards in the future, food and drink plus the silver, wouldn't it be an astronomical figure? Just thinking about it, I can't help but feel sad. Humph. Guan Xiaoqi snorted coldly. I don't believe your nonsense. I'm telling the truth, Lenny said solemnly, and then changed the subject. You have so much money every month. You can't spend it all, right? It's a pity to give it to your father to gamble. You think too much. Guan Xiaoqi rolled his eyes at him and said, I can only give him 3 taels of silver every month. No matter how much he loses, he won't dare to make a big fuss because of the reputation of the palace. At most, he will lose a little face, which is insignificant. She is not really stupid. It's just that she is limited by her background and environment. And she has little experience. After just a few months in the palace, she has already thought about many issues. Although she has no official status in the palace, she is a woman that the prince values after all. No matter how bad the outsiders are, they have to look at her halo. She is not someone who can be bullied at will. And her father is not someone who can be amused at will. Most of the loan sharks in the casino are smart people. They are willing to lend money to her father not for the sake of making money, but mainly for selling well. If her father really had no money to pay back, even if those people had 100 guts, they couldn't do anything to her father. It was different from Prince Hishuan. Prince Hishuan had been pampered since childhood. It was said that he could shake dice at the age of 3. Since he sat at the table, his winnings and losses had never been less than 10,000 taels. Even though he was down and out, he was still rampant in Hong Kong City, which really angered those loan sharks, and they set traps for him, set up a trap for him, and did everything they could. However, still no one dared to blatantly bully Prince Hishuan. In any case, his daughters were married to the princesses of the palace. What about the rest of the money? Lenny continued to ask. I don't have enough to spend. Guan Xiaoqi frowned. Lenny smiled and said, Food, clothing and shelter are all provided by the palace. How can you not have enough to spend? Even the tile house in front of him, and the animal shed are his private money. He didn't let Guan Xiaoqi spend a penny at all. Then I'll just say it straight? Guan Xiaoqi hesitated and said, You can't blame people randomly and leave me on the ground in the end. Am I that kind of person? Lin Yi said unhappily. Just say it directly. Whatever happens, I will keep it a secret for you. Okay. Guan Xiaoqi risked it. On the surface, I am yours, and Zixia also has 2 maids to serve me. Actually, behind the scenes, I am nothing. I have to reward these 2 girls with small change frequently. Otherwise, they might do something disgusting behind their backs. 2 girls, a few dozen coins are not enough? Lin Yi was not surprised. This is a very common thing in the palace. His mother is such an arrogant person, and she rewards the eunuchs and palace maids with hundreds of taels of silver every year. It is the so-called little devils that are difficult to deal with. Not only can we not offend these people casually, but we also have to reward them to win their hearts. Last month, the grandson of Prince Guo was celebrating his full month. The princess and I went there. The gifts alone cost 5 taels of silver. Guan Xiaoqi said angrily. I have only been in the Prince He mansion for a few months, and the gifts alone cost more than 30 taels. Do you think I can use the money? Interpersonal relationships are indeed a big expense. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. In the future, you can just pretend to be a coward. Try not to go if you can, Guan Xiaoqi said. Everyone else went, but I didn't. What will people think of me? Lin Yi smiled and said. Then let them say whatever they want. Guan Xiaoqi pouted. I can't afford to lose this person. It's your money anyway. I can spend it. What else can I do? Okay. Whatever you want. Lin Yi didn't know what to do for a moment. We can't stop the clan members from interacting with each other. Can we? He has already cancelled the clan member support. If we even forbid the interaction between people, it would be too inhumane. In the evening, the meal was very simple. It was millet porridge cooked by Guan Xiaoqi himself, with preserved eggs and pickles as side dishes. Lin Yi sighed. You don't have to treat guests like this. Right? He had never eaten such a shabby dinner in his life. No one brought food today. Guan Xiaoqi slurped the porridge while saying, I don't have time to go out to buy vegetables. How dare those 2 girls bully you like this? Lin Yi was furious. I've told you. Don't get angry, or I'll be in trouble, Guan Xiaoqi said indifferently. You? Just leave it alone. This is the truth Zixia taught her. Women should keep their duties, and not let the prince be distracted. If I drive them out of the house, what else can they do? Will they rebel? Lin Yi said with a straight face. That's not the case. It's easy to fire them, but I'll have a bad reputation. If I find someone else, who will be willing to treat me sincerely? Guan Xiaoqi said with a smile. Then you can't let your master be bullied by your power, Lin Yi said angrily. Someone come! Prince! Tan Fei jumped in from the courtyard wall and stood respectfully in front of Lin Yi. He stood outside, relying on his 9th rank peak strength, and heard the conversation between Prince He and Guan Xiaoqi clearly. However, at this moment, he still had to pretend that he knew nothing. Prince He hated others knowing his privacy the most. If they knew too much, Prince He would inevitably make things difficult for them. Hey, can you listen to me? Guan Xiaoqi suddenly got a little anxious. What are you anxious about? Lin Yi sighed. I'm doing this for your own good. I've said, if it's for my own good, don't make such a big fuss, I'll be embarrassed later. Guan Xiaoqi said helplessly. Can you think of me as begging you? Don't mind our business. Okay. Lin Yi waved at Tan Fei, waited for Tan Fei to leave, and closed the door before saying, Are you willing to be bullied? When I want to teach someone a lesson, I don't need your help. It makes me look incompetent, and they'll have more reason to look down on me later. Guan Xiaoqi muttered. Then let me be nosy. You can handle it yourself. Seeing her insistence, Lin Yi was no longer prepared to take care of these trivial matters. The house fight was too brutal, and it was too brainless. The 2 girls didn't even know that they were here. They hurried to deliver the food. Aren't they waiting to be caught? At night, Lin Yi, who was already asleep, was awakened by a burst of thick smoke. Opening the window, the foot of the mountain was full of fire. Guan Xiaoqi got up and handed Lin Yi a glass of water. It's the autumn harvest now. You forbid the people to burn straw. During the day, the Beijing camp, the constables, and the military patrols everywhere. They don't have the courage, so they can only burn it secretly at night. Damn it, it's better to burn it during the day, so I can hide farther away. Lin Yi's nose was originally blocked, and it was even more uncomfortable when it was smoked by the smoke. Guan Xiaoqi said, "Every family has land now. If they don't burn the land, there will be no harvest next year. It seems that I am still stupid." Lin Yi seemed to understand something in an instant. Although he was an orphan since childhood and suffered a lot, he had no experience of rural life. At the beginning, he didn't understand why the people were so obsessed with burning straw. Now Guan Xiaoqi's words reminded him that the people actually summarized it based on thousands of years of experience. First of all, a large part of the bacteria and insect eggs are hosted on the straw. A fire can kill the bacteria and insect eggs hosted on the straw. This method is the most effective and the lowest cost treatment method. After a winter, there will not be so many pests and weeds in the fields next year. Secondly, most of the weed seeds fall on the surface of the cultivated land after maturity, except for some weeds that reproduce by tubers. Burning straw can clean up most of the grass seeds and reduce the fields in the next season. Finally, the ashes after burning straw contain a lot of potassium and phosphorus, which can be absorbed by the soil for crops to absorb. Of course you are stupid, Guan Xiaoqi said bluntly. From ancient times to the present, there is no reason to not burn straw when farming. That's all my fault. Lin Yi had to admit his mistake. Or I was too arbitrary. There is no crusher, no biological fermentation, no biogas power generation, no pesticides, no high-quality seeds, and no fertilizers. If the people want to get a good harvest next year, what else can they do except burning? It's good that you know, Guan Xiaoqi said leisurely. Are the people scolding me in secret? Lin Yi smiled bitterly. The funny thing is that I have always been so proud, Guan Xiaoqi said. You are the regent. How dare they scold you? Forget it. I'd better correct my mistakes. After getting up the next day, Lin Yi went directly to Ankang Mansion. Ma Jia was dozing off in front of the hall. After seeing Lin Yi, he rubbed his eyes several times. After confirming that he was not mistaken, he knelt down. Long live the prince. Get up. Lin Yi sat on the shiny pine chair. Cancel the ban on burning straw. Let the people do whatever they want. Your Majesty is wise. Ma Jia was so happy that tears came out. He had been worried about the problem of people burning straw for several nights and had not slept. He dared not disobey the prince's order to ban burning straw. The people dared to be angry, but not to speak out. Some people had already called him a dog official behind his back. He knew it. When he went out of the city to inspect the autumn harvest last month, he was spat on by an old woman. He also had his own grievances. So, when he said that the prince was wise, he meant it from the bottom of his heart. Lin Yi warned, the autumn harvest cannot be delayed. We also need to keep a close eye on it. Chapter 561 Talking Points. Ma Jia hurriedly said, Don't worry, Your Majesty. I will do my best to ensure the autumn harvest. Another thing is grain reserves. We need to do a good job of checking the grain inventory. We will investigate and deal with each case. And we will never tolerate it, Lin Yi said with a straight face. This winter, if there is another food shortage in Ankang City, it will be a joke, Ma Jia said in embarrassment. Your Majesty, you don't know that the granaries in this capital are managed by the Ministry of Revenue and the Censorate. I am a humble person, and I am afraid that he is indeed a powerful prefect of Ankang City, but he can't control the Ministry of Revenue and the Censorate. Besides, there are 8 million dan of tax grain shipped to the capital every year. It was a hot potato. And it was not something that he, the prefect of Ankang Prefecture, should touch. Lin Yi nodded and said, What are you thinking about? The Ministry of Revenue is in charge of the grain warehouses for transporting grain. The granary on Juma River that I mentioned. Isn't that under your control? Your Highness, Ma Jia continued to explain. Beijing camp is short of grain and grass. According to the cabinet, Ankang Prefecture has transferred the granary on Juma River to Beijing camp. Now the grain transported by various grain suppliers is stored there. I see. Lin Yi thought hard. And it seemed that he had seen this memorial before. But he just didn't remember it. The autumn weather was bright and sunny. After Lin Yi left the government office, he did not want to go home and hide. So he went straight to the suburbs. Looking around, there was no idle field. The fire he saw last night clearly came from here. So why was there no burn mark on the field at this moment? It was lunchtime, and many children were carrying bowls to the fields to deliver their meals. Lin Yi smiled and said, Don't these children have to go to school today? Tan Fei said, Your Majesty, during the busy farming season, Children are also considered laborers. Although they cannot do heavy work, they can still wash clothes, cook, and take care of younger brothers and sisters. And they can be ordered by the adults. Now that there are no students in the village school, the teachers simply take a holiday and wait until after the autumn harvest to resume classes. This is nonsense. Lenny didn't know whether to laugh or cry. But there is nothing we can do, just let them do it. If we take care of all these things, we will be really bored. Every era, every place has its own special problems. If we ignore the reality and make a one-size-fits-all approach, not only will it not end well, it will also cause public resentment. Many families have 4 or 5 children. Some are still in swaddling clothes, some are just toddlers. If there are no older brothers or sisters in school to take care of them, then they can only be taken care of by adults. But autumn harvest is so important. It is the key to whether a family can safely get through the winter. If the harvest is not timely, it will be a disaster for them. And it is an unbearable burden. A middle-aged man was holding a pottery pot, scolding his son, who forgot to bring chopsticks. Seeing his son's tears, he stopped and found a branch from the edge of the field to use as chopsticks, and lowered his head to stuff sweet potatoes and grains into his mouth. Seeing that his son continued to sob, he gave his son the dried fish that he was reluctant to eat and picked up from the edge. "Eat it and get out." After the child put the dried fish into his mouth, he was glared at by his father again, and ran away in a hurry. Lenny found it funny. Then, he couldn't help laughing out loud. Today he was wearing a navy blue silk long coat and a high bun, and looked like a nobleman. Especially the big and strong, fierce-looking tan face standing next to him, which made Lenny look even more extraordinary. The middle-aged man didn't dare to blame him, and even felt a little nervous. "Sir, I'm sorry to make you laugh. It's okay." Lenny looked at the wheat field that had been half-harvested in front of him, and said with a smile, "Is this all yours?" The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, put down the pottery jar, and said with a smile, "This is the field I bought with 1 or 2 taels of silver. After a year of tending to it, I finally got the first year's harvest." Lenny said casually, "After the taxes and donations, how much did you get?" The middle-aged man raised his head and said, "The regent was merciful and cancelled many of the previous levies. Now there is only grain tax, 70% of which can be collected. And there is also a road donation. If you don't pay grain, you can also pay labor." Lenny said, "After a year of hard work, you still have to pay labor. Are you happy?" This was the most hesitant part after he decided on the road donation. To put it bluntly, this is corvée labor. It's just a different name. If you don't want to do corvée labor, just pay. "Why not?" the middle-aged man said cheerfully. "Whether it's road construction or river embankment construction, it's all nearby, not far away. The construction site also provides meals, which saves food for the family. Not only can you eat enough, but you can also have meat every other day, which is better than anything else. You continue to eat yours. If the food gets cold later, there will be nothing to eat." Lenny pointed to the pottery jar and said, "Let's eat and chat at the same time." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment and said, "It's okay. I'm tired today, and I can rest more." Lenny didn't. "I insisted. Just asking. Yesterday I saw a large fire on the mountain, and there was thick smoke everywhere. Why did you burn the straw instead of keeping it for cooking and feeding livestock?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "Sir, you are standing on a high place, so you can see far away. The village in front is a mountainous area, which was reclaimed a few years ago and planted with corn. The harvest is good, but after breaking the corn, the sickle will be damaged. For more than an acre of land, no matter how good the sickle is, it will be ruined. The harvest is not worth the money of a sickle." Everyone was at a loss. They pulled out what they could pull out, and covered what they couldn't pull out with wheat straw and burned it. Lenny smiled and said, "Aren't you afraid of not having a Kong in the winter?" The middle-aged man said, "Now that the court has distributed land, who doesn't have a haystack? It's not like before, when you had to ask the owner for kindness to chop firewood in the mountains. Last winter, everyone had enough firewood. Sometimes they burned charcoal and sent it to the city. But the masters in the city now burn coal and don't care about it anymore." "That's good." Lenny suddenly felt a long sigh of relief. The middle-aged man murmured, "What you said is right. In the past, when the common people had land, they liked to hang it on the gentry, the jurin masters. Is this still the case now?" This is what Lin Yi is most concerned about, the middle-aged man said. Now the Juren masters pay the same taxes and donations as us. Moreover, under the emperor's feet, everyone has 5 acres of land, which is an iron rule. The masters who dared to commit crimes were all sent to the labor camp by Lord Majia. Even the heads were as tall as a person. This Majia is really cruel, Lin Yi said casually. The middle-aged man said, this Lord Majia is a good official. Sir, you'd better not talk nonsense. Lin Yi smiled awkwardly, and then said, was that your son just now? Naughty boy. The middle-aged man sighed. No punishment. No success. Going to school? Are you not afraid of being laughed at by you? The middle-aged man still smiled and said, I am a rough man. I can't read a single word. The village school doesn't charge tuition. I don't want this child to be like me, blind until death. Lin Yi smiled and said, from your conversation, it seems that you have seen the world. The man said, to answer your question, I once served in the army of the prince, and went to the northern frontier. I have seen more local customs and practices than others. Have you been in the army? Lin Yi couldn't help but look him up and down. I am not talented. I once served under General Shinchu. The man raised his head. I participated in the great victory in the northern frontier. Lin Yi said, you are not very old. Why did you leave the army? The man patted his thigh and said sadly, I was injured in the battle in the northern frontier. Fortunately, the governor's office gave me a subsidy. I bought land and renovated a new house with the money. I am considered a good person in this village. I believe that the court will not treat you people unfairly in the future, Lin Yi said with his head down, and said to Tan Fei, I am sorry to have taken up so much of your time. This is a reward from our young master. Tan Fei directly handed over a piece of silver. This. The man looked at the silver glittering in the sun and hesitated. Take it, you're welcome. If the other party was not a veteran, Tan Fei would have thrown it over without any hesitation. It's his habit. Thank you, sir. The man finally took it. Goodbye. Lin Yi bowed, and rode on the donkey again, heading southwest. Unknowingly, it was dark. The fire all over the mountains was imprinted in front of him. Occasionally, the shouts of the flying cavalry in Hong City could be heard. The general meaning is that the burning order has been cancelled. You can burn as much as you want. No one will care if you burn yourself. Wherever the flying cavalry went, there were laughter and joy everywhere. It seems that I really did something wrong. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. Tan Fei said, Your Highness, we are out of Hong City ahead. It's time to go back home. Don't run anymore. If you run any further, the wooden horse under his crotch will not be able to hold on, not to mention the donkey under your butt, Lin Yi said in surprise. Is Hong City so small? He always thought that Hong City was very large. You walked out in less than a day. He hasn't even started running on the donkey yet. Tan Fei smiled and said, Your Highness, there is Mingu town ahead. How about taking a rest for a night? That's fine. Lin Yi's, but hurt from sitting on the donkey. So he got off the donkey and walked forward directly. Surrounded by thick smoke, we finally arrived at Mingu town. Although it was just a town, it was still very lively. There were brothels, wine shops, and everything else. Qianfu restaurant. Looking up at the sign on the door, I felt a little familiar. Tan Fei said, Prince, this is also the property of the court guards. All the properties of the court guards have their own secrets. As guards of the He Palace, they basically know everything. The guards of the He Palace cannot keep secrets from the He Prince. The court guards cannot keep secrets from the guards of the He Palace. This is basically a consensus. Anyone who violates this consensus will face the wrath of Mr. He Jixiang, the chief steward of Hong. At night, after eating and drinking, Lin Yi lay alone in bed, still did not dare to open the window, otherwise the room would be filled with smoke. He glanced at Tan Fei standing at the door, and said with a smile, Come and have a drink with me, subordinate. Tan Fei was still a little hesitant. Don't hesitate. It's better to obey than to be respectful. Tan Fei sat opposite Lin Yi the moment Lin Yi blinked. You also learned the Lingba Weibu? Lin Yi personally poured wine for him. I am extremely honored. Pour wine with the prince himself? I am afraid that even Chief Steward Hong didn't get this treatment, not to mention him. Tan Fei, he straightened up as if by reflex. Stop talking nonsense. Yes. Tan Fei sat down again. I'm asking you a question, are you mute? Lin Yi picked up the wine glass and took a sip. I toast to the prince. Tenfei raised the glass with courage and drank the wine in the glass. Lenny smiled and said, "You don't have to be so reserved. It makes me unhappy. You've been with me for quite some time, and you know my temper." Yes. The more he talked to the prince, the more reserved Tenfei became. "Did Jiao Zhong accompany his wife today?" Lenny asked casually. "In reply to your question, the commander's wife is pregnant, and I am overjoyed," Tenfei said carefully. "Thank you. Your kindness. Today, I accompanied my wife to the temple to burn incense." Lenny smiled and said, "He is also old, and it's time for him to have children. How about you? How many children do you have?" This was the first time he asked the prince about his family affairs. Tenfei was naturally very nervous. "Your Highness, I have known my wife since childhood, and now we have 3 sons. Tenfei stood up and poured wine for Lin Yi. "3 sons, you are under a lot of pressure." Lenny sighed. "Thanks to the prince," Tenfei said boldly. "I work for the prince, and everyone looks up to me. The eldest is already 17 years old, and matchmakers have been knocking on my door." "So powerful?" Lenny teased. "Do you have a favorite?" Tenfei smiled bitterly. "My eldest son thinks he is great. I was indignant and slapped him twice, and he was so angry that he ran away from home. Now he has gone to the Beijing camp. It is difficult for me to see him. It's a rebellious period. It's normal. You don't have to worry too much." Lenny looked like an experienced person. "It is said that there are no parents who are not right in the world. I feel that they have made sacrifices and gave birth to you and raised you. As a child, you should be grateful for their kindness in this life. Treat him as a young sapling and do everything you can to frame him. In fact, it should be said the other way around. There are no children who are not good in the world. The younger generation pushes the older generation forward. If the younger generation is the same as the older generation, the world will not make progress." "Your Majesty is right," Tenfei said respectfully. "You?" Lenny saw him like this and lost interest in talking again. "Your Majesty, I'll toast you another glass." Tenfei didn't know what to do. They and the prince's temperament are always unpredictable. "When do you think the people in this world will be able to have enough food?" Lin Yi asked a question that no one could answer. Tenfei had no answer. He could only say vaguely, "Your Majesty's kindness. I really have no way to repay you. My dream is very simple," Lenny said sincerely. "The people have enough to eat. I can make money, and everyone should not be so embarrassed." "Your Majesty." Tenfei drank every glass of wine. At this moment, under the influence of the wine, he became a little bolder. "As long as there is a bite to eat, the people don't have to be displaced, and they will be grateful for your kindness." Another cliché. "You don't have your own ideas," Lenny couldn't help but said. "If you want to achieve something, you must have your own ideas. People who parrot others will never make progress." Chapter 562 Salt and Iron Monopoly. After hearing this, Tenfei wanted to cry, but had no tears. He was just an ordinary guard. General Manager Hong's ideas were their ideas. Anyone who had his own ideas, in the general manager's place, was called talkative. General Manager Hong had already sent them away. Who would dare to die, however, since the prince had made a suggestion? He could not help but express his opinion. "Isn't this not giving face?" After hesitating for a long time, he smiled and said, "Prince, although I have read some books, I am still not very knowledgeable. I just heard the prince read a poem once, and was shocked. If you can't speak, don't speak. What good poem can I write? A simple poem." How good is his level? How can Lin Yi not know? Praise him for his good poetry. This is not flattery. I dare not. I did hear it from the prince. After collecting hundreds of flowers to make honey, for whom is the hard work and for whom is the sweetness? Tenfei was bitter but could not say it, and he did not say you wrote it. "Oh, it turned out to be this poem." Lin Yi did read this poem. It was just to show off in the brothel. Seeing that he nodded to the prince, Tenfei followed up. "There is another one, I remember it clearly. The soil in front of the door is all gone, there is not a single tile on the roof. 10 fingers are not stained with mud, and they live in the building." The poem is a good poem, but it was not read in the right place. It was a bit of a downer to lament the hardships of life in a place of entertainment. "You, damn it, remember it so well, recite it so well, and you still tell me you have never been to school?" If ordinary people heard this poem, they would not understand it at all, and probably would not know what the words were. However, Lin Yi reacted immediately. Among the guards of the palace, most of them came from well-off families. After all, practicing martial arts costs money. And it costs a lot of money, which is not something that ordinary poor people can afford. Tan Fei, who comes from a good family, all follow the path of being both civil and military. Your Majesty, I barely attended a private school when I was young. Tan Fei filled Lin Yi's glass with wine again. But I get a headache when I see books. I'm not a good student. My father saw that I was obsessed with martial arts, so he let me learn martial arts, and no longer expected me to be the top scholar. Lin Yi glanced at Tan Fei, who was as strong as a calf, and said with a smile, "There is indeed no top scholar with your appearance. This guy obviously practiced routine kung fu, but his body was similar to that of a boxer, and his body was full of tendons." Sometimes, Lin Yi was not very willing to walk with these guards, especially Lei Kaishan, who was nearly 2 meters tall. It was not an exaggeration to describe him as an Iron Tower man. Standing in front of him, he looked like a little chicken, weak and fragile. There is no harm without comparison. He couldn't help but sigh. How could the gap between people be greater than the gap between people and dogs? Your Highness is right. Tan Fei raised his glass boldly and said, "I toast your Highness another glass." He was not afraid of anything, except for the sudden appearance of Chief Steward Hong hiding in the dark. If you say something wrong, the prince won't care, but the steward won't let them go. This is the rule. The rules are for the servants to follow. The steward made it clear. If someone makes a mistake in the end, the steward will make sure you die clearly. In the evening, through chatting with that fellow villager, I finally understood a truth again. The backwardness of industrial productivity will inevitably lead to the backwardness of agricultural productivity. Lin Yi, regardless of whether Tan Fei could understand or not, was inspired again. Hong Kong City. This is one of the richest places in the world. I didn't see a few decent iron tools. I was curious why the people didn't use axes and hoes to clean corn stalks. But the axes and hoes I saw on the road were all rough and of poor quality. Tan Fei didn't understand the first half of the sentence, but he understood the second half, and couldn't help saying, "Your Majesty, I didn't see any decent plowshares along the way. Salt and iron are the pillar industries of our Dalian country. The salt and iron monopoly has the advantage of bringing in a lot of tax revenue. But the disadvantages are also obvious. The official ironware only focuses on output, and the ironware produced is mostly large agricultural tools with few applications, which are not suitable for farmers at all. Moreover, the cost is high, the quality is low, selection is not allowed, the purchase is inconvenient, and the purchase is forced. The price of government-run salt and iron is expensive, and many poor people can't afford it at all." The more Lin Yi thought about it, the deeper his brows frowned. I really want to cancel the iron organ camp. He now understood more and more why the people had to burn the mountains to open up wasteland. Without iron tools as tools, fire attack is the most efficient way. He also understood more and more the difference between the so-called raw land and cooked land. As for salt, he didn't want to cancel it. Even in modern society, this is an important source of revenue. Salt and iron are the foundation of the country. Tan Fei did not dare to answer, but smiled and said, "I will drink first as a sign of respect." Forget it. Let the cabinet study it later. The government-run iron workshops must be reformed. At least, they should be responsible for their own profits and losses. Open up iron experience. Allow private capital to enter. And everyone should compete on the same platform. Lin Yi seemed to have made up his mind. This broken ship of Dalian state must have the courage to burn its boats. Your Majesty is wise. Tan Fei's heart skipped a beat. If the prince really did this, the court would probably be in a bloodbath again. This prince wants to realize the freedom of iron tools for the people, and then realize food freedom. Without innovation in agricultural productivity, the people will never have enough to eat. However, Lin Yi was not too optimistic. He was still prepared for a long and arduous struggle. He remembered clearly that even in modern times, the steel industry had made great progress. During the Republic of China, the steel production of the entire Xia kingdom seemed to be only tens of thousands of tons. In this feudal society, if there are 40,000 tons a year, including iron slag, you will wake up laughing in your dreams. And most of it has to be supplied to the army. The income of the people is even more pitiful. Tan Fei did not dare to say anything more, but could only stand up and continue to pour wine for Lin Yi. Lin Yi was drunk and fell asleep on the bed without washing after drinking the last glass of wine. Tan Fei tiptoed to cover him with a quilt, quietly closed the door, and left the room. Lei Kaishan floated down from the roof, stood in front of Tan Fei and said, "Is the prince asleep?" Tan Fei nodded. "He is asleep," Lei Kaishan joked. "You are valued by the prince, and you can drink at the same table with him. Don't bring up such things." Tan Fei glanced at Lei Kaishan and whispered, "Your injury hasn't healed yet? How long have you been recovering?" He had to admire Liang Yuanji's methods. He could actually injure Lei Kaishan so badly. He has been recovering for almost 2 years. He still has the root of the disease. "Humph," Lei Kaishan said hatefully. "I will teach him a lesson sooner or later." "What?" Tan Fei sighed. "Liang Yuanji is about to be sent out, and you will not get any good results by fighting with him. Besides, your sister has already married him, and we are a family now. So why bother with it?" Lei Kaishan snorted. "I dare not have such a good brother-in-law," Tan Fei said indifferently. "You are also ambitious, and it is good to have more help. In my opinion, you two should put aside your hostility and work together," Lei Kaishan said. "Who wants to work together with her? I can't coexist with him. His most beloved sister became someone else's concubine. How could he not be angry? You just can't let go of your pride," Tan Fei said with a smile. "Being friends with him will only benefit you, not harm you." "Benefits? What benefits can I ask for?" Lei Kaishan said disdainfully. "I don't have any ambitions. I'm just waiting to save enough money to go back to Sanha for retirement." Tan Fei glanced at him and said, "If you really have this determination, I respect you as a man. Everyone has been eating from the same pot for so many years. Who doesn't know each other? Lei Kaishan is a person with a strong desire for fame and fortune. Otherwise, he wouldn't be indignant because Han Diqing became the commander of the guards. Most of the undercurrents within the palace guards were instigated by Lei Kaishan. If it weren't for the pressure from General Manager Hong, Lei Kaishan might have already attacked Han Diqing." "Humph," Lei Kaishan snorted coldly and said, "The people from Jizhou Temple have entered Ankang City. Maybe there are spies in the dark. Be alert at night. Otherwise I will die without knowing how." After saying that, he nodded on his toes, jumped onto the roof again, held the big knife, and stared at the cold moon in a daze. He, Lei Kaishan, would never be willing to be inferior to others. Lenny woke up before dawn. His mouth was dry. As soon as he got off the ground, the door opened. Tan Fei came in and poured a glass of water for Lin Yi. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, why don't you sleep a little longer?" "No. I drank too much last night and didn't eat much. I'm so hungry." After Lin Yi finished a glass of water, he was still yawning. "I'll arrange breakfast right away." Tan Fei hurriedly retreated. After a while, he came in with a tray. "Your Highness." Lin Yi looked at the fried dough sticks, porridge, and buns in front of him, and couldn't help but sigh. They all smelled good. He couldn't help but eat them all, and finally patted his belly and said, "I'm full." At this moment, the morning glow rose. Lin Yi stood at the door of the inn. Going left meant continuing westward, and going east meant going home. He was hesitant. Lei Kaishan said, "Prince, if we go southwest, we will reach the border of Jizhou." Lin Yi said, "Then where is it after leaving Jizhou?" Lei Kaishan's heart skipped a beat. "Of course it's Jianzhou." "Jianzhou?" Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Let's go to Jianzhou to have a look. I miss my third brother." "Yes." Lei Kaishan had no right to object. He helped the prince onto the donkey and headed west. After passing Rongqing and Ningzui Mountain, we arrived at Jianzhou 5 days later. The fertile fields stretch for thousands of miles, and are all golden wheat fields, like carefully woven brocade, stretching across the vast land. Lin Yi nodded in satisfaction. The people can actually grow crops and not become refugees. I don't know if it's Shinchu's credit or my brother's credit, but it's a good thing. No wonder they say the public security in Ankang City has improved these days." Tan Fei said, "Your Highness, I made the decision on my own and sent a pigeon to Pingcheng. Please be patient, Your Highness, and we will welcome you. Jizhou has a large army stationed there, and Your Highness is safe, but Jianzhou is a place of war, and we must be on guard. If anything goes wrong, they will lose their heads. Be patient. It's so cold. I can't stand it." Lin Yi patted the donkey's butt, and the donkey led the way, heading straight to Pingcheng. Tan Fei and Lei Kaishan looked at each other, helpless, and could only follow closely. Fortunately, in the evening, they welcomed a team of cavalry, led by Jin Bo, a brave general under Shen Chu. Under the escort of the cavalry, they arrived at the tall city wall of Pingcheng 3 days later. The tents were everywhere, and the flags were like the wind. Shen Chu's 100,000-strong army made Pingcheng, the capital of Jinzhou, like an iron barrel, and not even a fly could fly out. Long live the regent! The shout shook the sky. The smoke and dust rolled. The dark iron armor, the shining swords. Lin Yi suddenly felt heroic, and shouted, "Stand up." Suddenly, his mood was different. "Thank you, Regent." After shouting, Shen Chu stood up, walked to Lin Yi and bowed. "I am incompetent, please punish me." "Your Majesty, we'll settle the old accounts later. I want to go to bed first." After days of traveling, even a body made of iron can't stand it. What's more, Lin Yi is not made of iron. He is just an ordinary man. Shen Chu welcomed him into the big tent. He didn't care, and slept until the next night. After washing up, there were plates of delicious delicacies in front of him. "You have a good life." Lin Yi couldn't help but tease. Shen Chu's heart tightened. But thinking of the prince's temper, he was probably joking. So he didn't take it seriously. "Your Highness has been traveling all the way, and I am very negligent. Please punish me." "Who the hell wants to punish you?" Lin Yi rolled his eyes, and continued to chew the lamb leg. "Tell me, what is the situation in the city now?" Shen Chu said. "The Emperor's letter of persuasion to surrender. I have shot it into the city. But the Prince of Yong still does not move his troops. If it were someone else, he would have attacked it long ago. But this is Prince He's brother. If Prince He doesn't talk, who dares to let Prince He bear the reputation of brotherly quarrel? So these generals have been just besieging without attacking. He is very patient." After eating and drinking, Lin Yi patted his stomach and left the tent. The afterglow of the setting sun, the rosy clouds are magnificent. Lin Yi looked at the tall city wall bathed in the sunset, and said with a smile, "No, with such a big commotion, there shouldn't be no reaction inside." "Right." The deafening shouts of the soldiers scared the birds in the mountains and forests so much that they dared not return to their nests, not to mention Prince Yong, who was always paying attention to the movements outside the city. Shen Chu said, "Your Majesty, I will go and call for the battle." "What the hell?" Lin Yi said with a smile. "Where are the cannons? Bring them out. Let me see the sight of the flame shooting up into the sky." "Artillery battalion!" With Shen Chu's roar, signal flags were flying all over the sky. Before Lin Yi could react, he heard a rumbling sound of cannons. Dust was flying under the city wall, and the officers and soldiers of Prince Yong on the city wall were running back and forth, with swords and guns everywhere, without any panic. "My brother is really good at commanding the army." As he finished speaking, a tall figure appeared on the city wall, overlooking him. "Third brother. Long time no see. I miss you so much." Lin Yi raised his head and said, "You are here." Prince Yong said calmly, "I am here." Lin Yi thought of the ancient dragon body, and replied casually, "You shouldn't have come." Prince Yong continued, "Brother, have you read too many novels?" Lin Yi was even more confused. Chapter 563, Persuading to Surrender. The atmosphere was originally quite serious and solemn, but Lin Yi's words directly destroyed it. King Yong is now a caged beast. How can he have the heart to read any novels? The stubble under the big face under the helmet of King Yong twisted twice inadvertently, after a long time sighed. "You and I are brothers. Do we want to compete today?" Lin Yi raised his head, feeling very tired. Moreover, he never had the habit of raising his head to talk, walked to a dual-drive chariot, which can carry 10 kilograms of grass per 100 kilometers, and got on the frame with the help of Shen Chu. After that, the rat flag was waved again, and with Lin Yi as the center, the crowd was once again so dense that no one could get through. Lin Yi felt more secure. Under the gaze of King Yong, he slowly raised his head again and said with a smile, "Brother, you are joking. I think that you and I are already better. What do you think?" King Yong said coldly. "Do you think you won?" "Not necessarily." Standing on the chariot, although Lin Yi could not look King Yong in the eye, his neck felt much more comfortable. "But I didn't lose either. Brother, open the door. We brothers can drink and chat happily." "What's wrong with that?" "You have to fight to the death, which makes outsiders laugh at you. Don't you think?" Every word he said was true. Prince Yong was much older than him, and the relationship between the two was not good. He wished that Prince Yong would die. But he was still an ordinary person with modern thinking consciousness. If he really killed his own brother, he would not be able to make up his mind. Moreover, He Jixiang and others did not completely agree that he would kill Prince Yong. If he killed Prince Yong, what would other brothers and sisters think? How could he gain their trust? The impact was too great. Brother, if you want to drink and chat, why don't you come into the city? Prince Yong said indifferently. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, then sighed. Brother, you are joking. You know that I am always timid. It is better for you to leave the city. I didn't expect that this man with thick eyebrows and big eyes had such a bad conscience. He actually let him go into the city to die. You are timid. But isn't your brother timid? Your brother is also afraid. If you go out, you have so many swordsmen. Won't your life be in danger? When King Yong said this, not only did the generals of King Yong on the city wall get scared, but even Shen Chu and others under the city wall showed suspicious looks. How could the brave and valiant Yong, who would rather die than surrender, say such a cowardly thing? It's not his character. Even Lin Yi was stunned, and asked in confusion, Third brother, something is wrong with you. You are a man of steel, but you are more cowardly than me? He even suspected that the Yong was possessed by a time traveler. How could he be so shameless? The Yong smiled and said, I remember you said something before. Pretending to be cowardly is only temporary. But losing your life is a lifelong thing. Now that I think about it, I agree with it. Don't you have any trust in your brother? Lin Yi looked heartbroken. Prince Yong put his hand on the battlement and said, Brother, I also remember what you said. We can talk about money, but forget about feelings. It is really thought-provoking. You and I don't even have feelings for each other. So how can we trust each other? Lin Yi was stunned again. How could his brother remember his words so clearly? Then what do you say? Do you really want to force your brother to attack the city? Lin Yi was very distressed. Then just let it go, and I'll wait for you here. Prince Yong said fearlessly. Hey, there's no food in the city. Right? Lin Yi shouted. How long can you hold out with your hungry soldiers? You must have received the letter from your father. Go to the northern frontier. I won't stop you. King Yong said slowly. Aren't you afraid of raising a tiger to cause trouble? No. Lin Yi smiled. I won't lose today, nor will I lose in the future. King Yong said. Are you so confident? Lin Yi sighed. Brother, the one who wins the hearts of the people will naturally win the world. If I lose the world, I will naturally lose the hearts of the people, which means that the world doesn't need me, and there's no need for me to stay. When the time comes, I will naturally set sail on the sea. The hearts of the people. King Yong muttered to himself. How can I trust you? Brother, you know, if I want to attack the city, you can't stop me. However, I am not without conditions. You can go, but all financial assets such as gold, silver, and jewelry must be left behind. You cannot take even a penny with you. Lin Yi said bluntly. If all the gold, silver, and jewelry were taken away, wouldn't ye have come here in vain? We are brothers. Why are you forcing me so hard? Following the source of the voice, Lin Yi saw a thin figure on the city wall. It was the seventh prince, Prince Nanling. If he guessed correctly, the person standing behind him was General Mei Jingji. I didn't expect this guy to still be confused. He smiled and said, It turns out to be the seventh brother. Long time no see. I miss you so much. Brother, I think you are mistaken. I did not force you. On the contrary, you were always rude to me when you were in Yuzhou and Nanling. I just had no choice but to resist. Now, although the wind and the years have changed, you can't confuse right and wrong. General Mei, what do you think? If he hates King Yong, then he hates King Nanling. King Yong is a man of great talent and strategy, both literary and martial, but it's a pity that he met me. As for King Nanling, he is ambitious but incompetent, a fool, but he wants to join in the fun without knowing his own limitations. Wouldn't it be better to stay quiet? Just because you have a grandfather named Mei Jingji? Whose bad habits are these? My brother. This is wrong. A middle-aged man in a white gown and a small mustache appeared on the city wall. Lin Yi looked again, and laughed. It turned out to be the fourth brother. If you have anything to say, just say it. I am all ears. The king of Jin said loudly. Jinzhou is my fiefdom. I have no grudge against you. Why did you attack Jinzhou again? Well, the reason is very simple. Lin Yi deliberately prolonged his voice. I just don't like you. It was from the bottom of his heart. The king of Jin was talented, and he was proficient in poetry, calligraphy and painting. He was the most talented among all the princes. Therefore, he was arrogant, and with the financial support of his grandfather Hanwenu, he did not take anyone seriously. When he was in the palace before, he never gave Lin Yi face, and often pointed at his nose and scolded him, "Idiot." Although Lin Yi always believed in the god of war, and insisted on keeping a low profile, he couldn't stand this, and often scolded him. If it were just these, it would be fine. But the key is that this guy is so bad. After getting married, he lived the life of a local emperor in Jinzhou, and even specially robbed the brides who were getting married on the same day, and praised himself as a gentleman. It is said that he forced people in Jinzhou not to get married during the day, and the brides could only go out secretly at night. As for other evil deeds, they are too numerous to list. The local people dared to be angry, but dared not speak out. "You?" King Jin was so angry that his face turned pale. Lin Yi said indifferently, "I am a person who always speaks his mind. You know that? Don't be angry." Third brother. Seventh brother can leave. General Yang Changchun. General Mei can also leave directly. But you can't. You have to kowtow 3 times respectfully to the people of Pingsheng before you can leave. How dare you? King Jin was so angry that his 3 corpses jumped up and down, pointing at Lin Yi under the city, and couldn't say a word. Ask him to kowtow to the people in the city? How dare he? Stop fooling around, King Yong said calmly. I don't know if he was talking about King Jin or King He. Third brother, seventh brother, have you thought about it? Lin Yi asked with a smile. Ninth brother, you really won't make things difficult for us? The speaker was King Nanling. King Yong frowned. Seventh brother still doesn't trust me. Is my character so bad? After Lin Yi finished speaking, he suddenly shouted. Pass the order down. Retreat 10 miles. Officers and soldiers along the way are not allowed to make things difficult for King Yong's army. Your Majesty. Xin Chu was stunned for a long time. This order from Prince He was so sudden. Seeing Prince He's determined expression, he didn't say anything more after all. They could only follow Prince He's orders, and the army moved out of camp and retreated 10 miles. Prince Yong looked at the rat flags waving everywhere under the city wall, and the army advancing and retreating in an orderly manner, and sighed. He is still the same temper. His General Chu Liang said. Prince, what should we do? Prince Yong looked at the long-robed scholar Yang Changchun, who was frowning and silent beside him, and said, Mr. Yang, what do you think? Prince, what else can we do except give it a try? Yang Changchun smiled bitterly. Even when he was facing the Wadens, he had never been forced into such a desperate situation. It all depends on the prince's decision. King Jin said loudly. At worst, we will perish together. How magnificent. King Yong said without raising his head. Fourth brother, are you willing to die? This king. King Jin said unconvinced. Do you really want me to kowtow? Fourth brother, as long as the Green Mountains remain, there is no need to worry about firewood. King Nanling consoled. You are also a learned man. Don't you understand the principle of taking things step by step? What's more, you also know the temper of my ninth brother. He said he would not let you go. If you don't bow your head, you really can't leave. Ah. King Jin hung his head helplessly. Between life and face, he decisively chose life. King Yong sighed. Spread the word, open the city gate. Chu Liang said anxiously. Prince, leave the city now? What if? King Yong shook his head. There is no what if. He is right. If he wants to attack the city, I can't stop him. What's more, we are running low on food and grass. Although I praise myself for my ability to control my subordinates, I dare not conclude that they will not mutiny. Chu Liang was silent. They fought against the Sanha army, if not 1,000, at least 900, and never won once. At the most exaggerated time, the civilians of Sanha could disarm their vanguard camp. The more they fought, the more discouraged they became. If there was any way, they would not stay in the city. Prince, we won't wait for them to retreat 10 miles. Chu Liang couldn't help but ask. Does it make a difference? Yang Changchun's fist hit the city wall directly, bleeding, and he didn't care. Yes, there is a difference. King Yong sighed. Mei Jingji, who had been silent from beginning to end, suddenly said, It's all up to King Yong. Lin Yi was facing the city wall, watching the army retreat, and suddenly there was a bang, which scared him, thinking something had happened. Xin Chu came over and said, Your Highness, Prince Yong has opened the city gate. Open the city gate? Lenny turned around and found that the drawbridge of Pingcheng had been lowered. Soon the city gate was half closed, and inside were piles of sacks filled with soil, bricks and stones, and rolling logs. A tall horse came out of the dimly lit doorway. After leaving the doorway, Lenny could see the person riding on the horse. It was the skinny and scary Prince Young. "My good brother, are you not afraid now?" Lenny laughed, and then looked at the seventh prince, Prince Nailing. Behind him, "Seventh brother, you have also lost weight and suffered. Thank you for your concern, Prince Regent." In just a moment, Prince Nanling even changed his address. Prince Young said, "It's all because of me, so you don't have to make it difficult for them." Lenny smiled and said, "It's already this time. You are still trying to sow discord, isn't it?" Prince Young looked directly into Lin Yi's eyes and said, "I am speaking the truth." "Then do I believe you?" Lenny waved his hand at the increasing number of soldiers gathered behind him and said, "Continue to withdraw?" "Yes." The generals led by Shin Chu responded loudly. "Third brother, you must go to Saibei." Lenny looked at the seventh prince and Mei Jingji behind him and said, "As for the two of you, if you want to go to Saibei, go to Saibei. If you want to return to the capital, I won't stop you. But let me make it clear in advance. After going to Hong Kong City, you will not be as comfortable as before. How about being a rich man?" When Prince Nanling heard this, he didn't know what to do for a while, and looked at Mei Jingji in embarrassment. Mei Jingji dismounted his horse and bowed to Prince Young, saying, "I am old and can no longer be of great use. I am willing to follow the regent to the palace to see the saint and retire. Your Majesty, please take care of yourself as you go to the northern frontier." Prince Young bowed and laughed heartily. "General, take care of yourself too." Mei Jingji walked to Prince Young again and kowtowed respectfully. "It's all up to the regent." Seeing this, Prince Nanling also knelt down. "It's all up to the regent. We are all brothers. Everything is easy to talk about." Lenny waved his hand and said, "Come on. Help the old general and Prince Nanling up." "Thank you, Regent." This time, Prince Nanling and his grandfather spoke almost in unison. "Prince, General, please come this way." Shin Chu led two soldiers to take Prince Nanling and Mei Jingji away. "General Yang, what choice will you make?" Lenny asked out of curiosity. Yang Changchun sighed. "The thousands of liters of salary earned by writing, the 10,000 households earned by the sword, are all in vain. I don't want to go to the northern frontier, nor to Hong Kong City. I just want to bring my family and stay here for the rest of my life. I hope the regent will grant me permission." Lenny smiled and said, "Yes. The so-called a scholar dies for his friend is just to fool ordinary people. How could a ruthless man like Yang Changchun die for the Prince of Yong so easily? I'm sorry to disappoint you, Your Majesty." Yang Changchun then turned to look at the moody Prince of Yong. "Sir, please do as you please." Prince of Yong rode away. "Third brother, wait for me." Prince Jean hurriedly pulled the reins and was about to catch up with Prince of Yong, but he didn't expect that a trip rope flew over, and his horse stumbled. He fell off the horse, covered in dust, and before he could react, he was pinned to the ground. "Please come here, fourth brother," Lenny said with a smile. Chapter 564 King of Jean. Then he inadvertently glanced at the increasing number of King of Yong soldiers pouring out of the city gate. Except for the cavalrymen who followed King of Yong, they looked a bit like famine victims. Many of them were in tattered clothes, and were as thin as skin and bones. Some supported each other, and some leaned on long spears. Several horses, when they were halfway through, flew directly with their front hooves raised. The groom who was leading the horse not only did not feel any grief, but was full of joy. Before he could react, some people had already chopped the horse into a bloody mess with a long knife. Soon a bunch of people went up to share the food. "They are eating raw. How hungry are they?" Lenny was stunned. Jean Bo stepped forward to explain. "Your Highness, the food and grass in the city has long been gone. King Yong had no choice but to kill many war horses. These few horses in front of you are probably the ones that are barely left." Lenny sighed. "Build a pot and give out porridge. After eating and drinking, those who are willing to return home will be given money to return home. Those who are willing to go to the northern frontier will continue to go to the northern frontier. Most of the officers and soldiers under King Yong's command are generations of military households from the guards. They are other people's fathers and other people's sons. On the battlefield, whether they become butchers or cannon fodder, It is not up to them to decide. In this era, most people cannot decide their own fate. He even let King Yong escape. So there is no reason to embarrass these ordinary soldiers. Yes, Jin Bo answered loudly. The civilians of Sanha had already retreated to the valley behind. And when they heard that porridge was to be distributed, they ran back from the valley. It was not because they were kind-hearted, but because they wanted to take advantage of the situation and do business with King Yong's soldiers. The big pot was just set up. It would take at least an hour for the firewood to burn, water to be added, and rice to be added. Many of King Yong's officers and soldiers could not hold out until the porridge in the big pot was cooked through. As long as the laborers were willing to give them a bite to eat, they would trade anything. 3 pounds of millet for an ancestral jade pendant, a long spear for a hard yellow steamed bun, and armor for meat jerky. Damn it. It would be unfair if they didn't make money. Lenny saw many familiar figures in the laborers' team. A dozen messengers rode on tall horses and held rat flags, running among the Yongwang soldiers, who were swaying from east to west and shouting. The region has ordered that if you can repent and surrender, and be willing to be civilized, you should lead your pseudo-officials, soldiers and civilians, to stand on the left. All your previous crimes of disobedience will be pardoned, and you will still be given preferential treatment, and be given grace and placed in positions. You will be guaranteed to be in your proper place. There were other messengers behind them, who helped translate in various local dialects from time to time. Those who want to go back to their hometown stand on the left. Those who want to go to the northern frontier stand on the right. Eat and drink enough and get out quickly. There will be no dinner. Lenny listened carefully, except for 2 sentences of standard official language that he understood. He didn't understand a single word, especially the Huizhou dialect, Hangzhou dialect and Nanzhou dialect. Chu Liang rode forward, his hair and beard all standing up, and shouted at Jin Bo. General Jin. What do you mean? Jin Bo smiled and said, General Chu, you still don't understand. Even if the King of Yong doesn't want to take them away. After all, they are a burden. General Chu, the King of Yong must have gone a long way by now. You should hurry up and catch up with him. You? Although Chu Liang gritted his teeth, he had to admit that Jin Bo was right. Not only did their team lose morale, but they were also old, weak, and sick. Even if they were taken back, they would not be able to fight again. General Chu. Lenny walked forward slowly. I respect you as a good man. If you don't stay, I will guarantee your future. Chu Liang bowed and said, Thank you for your kindness. Your Majesty, I am ashamed to accept it. Goodbye. Then he rode away. This Chu Liang is unruly. Your Majesty, don't worry about him. Jin Bo said cautiously. I just said it casually. Did you take it seriously? Lenny smiled and said, Chu Liang is a child born in the Yongwang mansion. His parents are well taken care of by Yongwang. If he dares to stay today, he will have to visit his parents' graves tomorrow. Your Majesty is right. Jin Bo smiled bitterly. This Yuang is still the same. He always says some seemingly reasonable things. However, one cannot help but admire it. After the long siege of Pingcheng and the arrival of the prince, the Yong king opened the gate with just a few words. It was just like a dream. You know, before this, General Shen Chu even entered Pingcheng alone, and said a lot of good and bad things. But the Yong king, the Nanling king, and even Mei Jingji were unmoved. They all had a posture of fighting to the death and destroying everything together. The Yong king even said, the city is alive, and the people are alive, and the city is destroyed, and the people are dead. To put it bluntly, the Yong king did not trust them, and did not even believe the letter from Emperor Delong. However, when Prince He arrived, Prince Yong actually believed him. You know, Prince He was notoriously unreliable. How could Prince Yong believe him? Wasn't he afraid of being cheated by Prince He who wanted to kill people? Moreover, the Sanha army hadn't withdrawn yet, but they were eager to open the city gate? To use the most common phrase in the school now. It's unscientific. Trust, character, are really, as Han Jin said, a metaphysics. The sun sets, and the heartbroken man is in front of me. Lenny glanced at the king of Jin, who was still looking at him indignantly. Fourth brother, are you very unconvinced? Old Nine, if you have the courage, let's have a good fight. What's your ability? The king of Jin's neatly trimmed mustache was now covered with dust, looking miserable. I don't have the courage. Everyone knows that you are both civil and martial. Wouldn't it be uncomfortable to fight you? Lin Yi didn't feel ashamed at all, but felt very honored. He was a man who was not good at civil and martial arts. But he beat these people who were both civil and martial. Isn't it worth being proud of? You? The king of Jin was held by the arms by two officers. His body was still leaning forward, and he gritted his teeth and said, "You are really unworthy of being a man, and you have brought shame to my Lin family ancestors." Lin Yi snorted coldly. "If you talk like that, I won't be sleepy at all. As the Prince of Liang, you are vicious, robbing women, and killing innocent people. It is too numerous to list. Isn't it a disgrace to the court, and a disgrace to your father? You still dare to call yourself a scholar. I think you have read so many books that you have no knowledge. You are just ants. Do I have to give in to you?" The king of Jin was so angry that he was out of breath. "I'm going to show my cards. I won't pretend anymore. I'll tell you directly that you are just an ant in my eyes." Lin Yi yawned and said slowly, "Then, how should I treat you?" Jin Bo and other generals were stunned. Should I be so blunt, after that? I tried to hold back my laughter, but I really couldn't help it. I could only turn my body slightly to avoid being seen by Prince He and Prince Jin. Unfortunately, I still laughed out loud in the end. Prince Jin's face turned red, and finally turned the color of liver. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, "Take Prince Jin to the city gate." "Old 9. Prince Jin roared. "Even if you have a grudge against me, don't you care about the royal etiquette? If he really kneeled down to those low-class people today, how could he still have the face to live in the world?" "Etiquette?" Lin Yi said disdainfully. "The Liang kingdom has been corrupt until now, and people have stripped their pants clean, and they have lost their face long ago, so what etiquette do they need?" The two soldiers dragged Prince Jin away without saying anything. The king of Jin stood straight in the city wall filled with sacks and bricks. A lieutenant whispered, "Your Majesty, he who knows the current situation is a hero. If I take action, you will lose face. Right?" The king of Jin gritted his teeth, fell to his knees, and hit his head heavily on his chest. More and more people came out of the city. They were pale and thin, and looked haggard. Looking at the steaming pot, they rushed over without hesitation. And they could not care about the king of Jin, who was kneeling on the ground. What a pity. According to Lin Yi's idea, the people should have pounced on him and eaten him alive. Unfortunately, these people were so hungry that they could only smell the fragrance of porridge. "Your Majesty." Jin Bo didn't understand what this meant. Lin Yi sighed. "The army will enter the city, take over the defense, garrison the treasury, check the household registration, and not let the scoundrels take the opportunity to cause chaos. The civilians will enter the city to distribute porridge, open the doors of the houses, and not miss a single person. If there are any sick people, all should be collected." "Yes." The generals responded loudly again. Lin Yi got off the chariot, got on the donkey, and ignored the murderous look of the king of Jin, and was escorted into the city by the generals. Looking at the devastated Ping Chung, he felt very uncomfortable, and went straight into the king of Jin's mansion. The pavilions and towers were connected by winding paths. The gurgling stream flowed with the wind, and the carved eaves pointed to the sky. It was really luxurious. Lin Yi couldn't help but sigh. "Damn. No wonder everyone says my brother is rich. With flying eaves, colorful decorations and gold decorations, and the columns of the corridor are all red sandalwood, which is really infuriating. In later generations, a pillar would probably be a small target." After crossing a screen wall, a group of women knelt in front of him, some plump and some thin, each with her own beauty. His eyes suddenly fixed on a woman in a bright yellow skirt. Her face was covered with lotus, and her eyebrows were evenly spaced. The woman blushed under Lin Yi's stare, and said boldly, "Your servant Su Xian pays respect to the regent. May you live 1,000 years, and 1,000,000 years. You are welcome. Get up." Lin Yi then remembered that this was a concubine of the king of Jin, whom he had seen when he was in the palace. He didn't expect that after so many years, she was still so radiant. If you want to go back to Hong Kong City, go back to Hong Kong City. If you don't want to, please do as you please. "Thank you, Your Majesty," the women said in unison. Lin Yi glanced at the trembling children hiding in the arms of some women, walked up to a little girl, and said softly, "No matter what, I am your uncle. Don't be afraid. Just eat well, drink well and sleep well." After that, he walked into the lobby of the Prince of Jin's mansion without looking back. The layout of the lobby was empty, and the most conspicuous thing was the case in the middle, which was also made of rosewood. and there was a calligraphy on it. This scroll has been left for 300 years, and the literati are eager to write inscriptions on it. Lenny let Jean Beau unfold the scroll, and after reading it aloud, he smiled and said, "Don't mention it. My royal brother, whether it is poetry or calligraphy, is a master, but his behavior is really not that good." When Xin Yan was his lecturer, he praised the fourth prince. The implicit meaning of his words is that a dragon has 9 sons, each with its own unique style. Of course, he also praised Lin Yi, especially his calligraphy, saying that it was full of ink. Now Lin Yi looked back and thought that Xin Yan was a badass. If he hadn't met Shibanquan, Xie Zan and others, he would never have realized how bad his calligraphy was in this life, or even in his previous life. Jean Beau smiled and said, "Your Majesty, I dare to ask for your calligraphy." "Okay." Lin Yi rolled up his sleeves and said loudly, "Grind it." "Yes." Jean Beau grinded the brush for Lin Yi like a lackey, and then handed it to him respectfully. After waiting for Prince He to start writing, he ran over excitedly to take a look. "Who will I take off my embroidered robe with, and spend the warm spring night in the hibiscus tent?" Jean Beau pondered. What was Prince He hinting at? Could it be the women of Prince Yong's mansion? Just when he was puzzled, he heard Prince He say, "Don't stand there stupidly. Go check the treasury, and see if this trip is profitable or not." As soon as he stepped out of the door, he heard Prince He say, "Don't forget, the richest man in Pingcheng is Prince Jin, and Prince Jin's mansion has to dig 3 feet into the ground, and it has to scrape out some oil and water. I obey your command." Jean Beau ran away in a hurry. Only Tan Fei and Lei Kaishan were left in front of Lin Yi. Lei Kaishan said boldly, "Wherever the prince goes, the scoundrels bow down to him, and I really admire him. Do you also think I have the aura of the protagonist?" Lin Yi raised his head and said. Lei Kaishan smiled and said, "I think so." He was not unfamiliar with the so-called aura of the protagonist, after all. There were too many descriptions of it in the prince's book. Lin Yi said disdainfully, "I am too far away from the protagonist. Anyone with great luck is the biological son of the heaven, and I am nothing like that. The cheaters in the book, even if they don't have a system, and no space, have the grandfather in the ring as a standard. No distinction between men and women." As soon as he finished speaking, Shen Chu bowed and came in, knelt down and said, "Greetings, Your Highness." Lin Yi said, "Where has Prince Yong gone now?" Shen Chu said, "According to the spy's report, Prince Yong galloped and has now left the border of Pingcheng. However, when passing through Daxing town, he allowed his soldiers to rob 2 families." Lin Yi said, "Did he kill anyone?" Shen Chu said, "No one was injured. This is deliberately ruining his reputation, just pretending to be good for me." Lin Yi snorted coldly. "My brother is really a smart man. Although he ordered Prince Yong's soldiers to leave gold, silver and jewelry, when Prince Yong left the city, he did not search Prince Yong's body. When passing through the town, he must have money to buy food, so he would not be robbed." Shen Chu said, "Your Highness is wise." Lin Yi continued, "Keep Mei Jingji and Yang Chongchun under my watch. Don't let them run around." "Don't worry, Your Highness," Shen Chu said loudly. "I have brought them into the city, and are keeping them under strict guard." Lin Yi said, "The biggest hidden danger in the city is the people. When they are hungry, they will do anything. We must appease them, and not intensify the conflict." Shen Chu said, "I have already sent the local laborers and the local headmen to visit every household in accordance with Your Highness's instructions, and solve the people's difficulties." "That's great. You can do whatever you like." Lin Yi waved his hand while sitting on the chair. "Go away." Sitting in the huge Prince Jin's mansion, it still felt a little unreal. Chapter 565. Bai Shixiangzi still holds the sword. "But I always feel something is wrong. Where are the people from Jizhou Temple? Have they abandoned Prince Yong long ago?" While he was pondering, Jean Beau trotted in again and said, "Your Majesty, Prince Nanling is clamoring to see you. I dare not make a decision on my own." Lin Yi was curious about the matter of Jizhou Temple. Since Lao Chi came, he could ask him. So he waved his hand and said, "Let him come." After that, he turned to Lake Shan and said, "Prepare some bath water. I want to take a bath and change clothes." "Yes." Lake Kaishan left the house and stood at the door for a while. After all, this is the Prince of Jin's mansion. He is unfamiliar with the place and is a bit at a loss in everything he does. While he was thinking, he heard a woman say, "My lord, do you have any instructions?" Lei Kaishan raised his head, and saw a woman in a green jacket and skirt in front of him. What position do you hold in the mansion? The woman smiled and said, I am Chung Duer, a military medical officer. There are many female relatives in the Prince of Jin's mansion. Because I am a woman, it is easier for me to act. I am respected by General Jinbo. Now I am taking over the Prince of Jin's mansion. If my lord has any instructions, just tell me. Lei Kaishan said. The prince wants to take a bath. Can you arrange it? The military medical officers are basically the apprentices of Hu Shiliu, Chen Shilian and Yen Hong. He does not want to offend these people casually, so his attitude is much more polite. The woman smiled and said, Don't worry, sir. I will arrange it right away. I am Lei Kaishan, a small guard in front of the prince. I am not worthy of being called sir. Lei Kaishan said politely. If a third-rank guard is not worthy of being called sir, your excellency is still too modest. The woman smiled with her hands covering her mouth. If your excellency is fine, I will go downstairs to prepare first. Sorry for the trouble. Lei Kaishan bowed politely. After a while, a sweaty little girl ran over. Sir, everything is ready. Wait and lead the way. Lei Kaishan went into the house to report, and then followed the prince into the bathroom. He searched the house first, and saw that the two maids had their acupuncture points sealed. Then he left the house, and stood guard at the door. Tan Fei tiptoed up to the roof, glanced at the soldiers guarding the Prince of Jin's mansion, and floated down again. He smiled and said, They are basically all good fighters above the 5th rank. Jin Bo is quite attentive. Lei Kaishan held the big knife in his arms, and snorted coldly. It is better to rely on yourself than on others. There are people from Jijiao Temple in Jianzhou. We should be more careful. As he spoke, Jin Bo came over and bowed, saying, If you two brothers believe. Lei Kaishan clasped his fists and said, Thank you, General Jin, for your kindness. I am doing my duty, and dare not leave without permission. Jin Bo was about to say something when he suddenly saw a tall figure and hurriedly said, General, the person who came was Shen Chu. He did not come forward, but smiled and said, Don't you trust me? I dare not. Lei Kaishan and Tan Fei said in unison. Shen Chu was originally the commander of the palace guards, and the two of them used to work under him. Now Shen Chu is completely different, and the two of them dare not act rashly. Shen Chu waved his hand and said, Then go down. Don't waste time. Leave this to me. Yes. The two dared not hesitate any longer. Please follow me. My lords. Chung Duer led the two of them down to rest. Shen Chu glanced at the closed door, turned around and left. Jin Bo followed him and said, Sir, the people in the city are eating each other's children. I dare not tell the prince about such a tragic scene. Shen Chu snorted. If it had not come to this, would the king of Yong give up so easily? Jin Bo said. The general is right. Shen Chu continued. You will be stationed in the mansion in person these few days. You and Chung Duer will work harder and carefully identify the idle people in the mansion. Those who are relevant should be sent away. Yes, Jin Bo said loudly. Speak softly. Shen Chu frowned. Don't startle the prince. Our prince has good hearing. Jin Bo hurriedly said. I know my crime. Shen Chu asked curiously. Did you see Wang Tuozi? Jin Bo smiled and said. He went to investigate the whereabouts of Prince Yong himself. Shen Chu said. Then send people to the streets to investigate the whereabouts of the court guards. They can't not come if the prince comes. Suddenly, a small flag came running to report. The court guard pacification envoy Fang Pai wants to see you. Shen Chu smiled and said. This man can't stand the nagging. Then he said to the small flag, Let him in. He sat down in a pavilion in the yard, took a sip of tea, and saw Fang Pai leading two small flags. The three approached and said, Meet General Shen. You're here pretty fast. Shen Chu glanced at Zhou Jing behind Fang Pai while talking. I can't see through your kung fu. Fang Pai pointed at Zhou Jing and said, Can't see it? Zhou Jing became a grandmaster a few days ago. Congratulations. As a sign of respect for the grandmaster, Shen Chu stood up and bowed to Zhou Jing. Zhou Jing quickly clasped his fists and said, Thank you for your kindness. General, only you haven't made any progress? Shen Chu said to Fang Pai without any politeness. General Shen, I told Prince He that everyone has their own strengths and weaknesses. I just need to play to my strengths. Fang Pai said confidently. Shinchu wanted to say that those who can't do martial arts are useless. But this kid even brought up Prince He. What can he say? Prince, he doesn't know martial arts. Prince He is useless? If he says this, it doesn't need to fall into Prince He's ears. As long as Chief Steward Hong knows it, he will be in trouble. He is now a general in command of troops. And he is no different from a grandson when he sees Chief Steward Hong. So he could only follow the conversation and ask, "What are your strengths?" Fong Pai said with a smile. "General, are my agile legs and sharp ears considered strengths? Okay. I won't waste my words on you anymore." Shinchu picked up the teacup again, blowing the tea leaves while saying, "Since you are here, please carefully inquire about the situation in the city. If there is any situation, inform me in time, and don't act rashly. Pingqing has developed to the point of cannibalism. Every nerve of the people is stretched to a string. At the slightest sign of trouble, they dare to burst out all their anger regardless of their lives." Fong Pai sighed. "I saw it when I came here. The main thing is to fill the people's stomachs. The grain shop is not open yet." Shinchu nodded. "I have ordered the grain supplier to transfer grain into the city. I think the rice shop will be open at night. Come on. Pass the order down. There is a curfew tonight. Only one person per household is allowed to go to the street to buy grain. For those who can't afford to buy grain, they can only use work for relief, as they did in the past to treat refugees." Jean Bo said respectfully. "Yes, sir." Fong Pai continued. "General, there are so many things going on in the city, and you are busy with some of them. When I passed by the government office, I found that all the houses inside had been demolished. I guess they were used to make fires." Shinchu sighed. "You know I'm busy, but you are still so nagging?" Fong Pai smiled and said, "Sir, before the restaurants and food shops in the city open, we can only stay here." Shinchu said with a stern face. "This is where the prince stays. Even I have to live outside. You are familiar with the supplier, so go there and squeeze in. I'm sorry that I can't entertain you too much." Fong Pai sighed. "In that case, I'll take my leave." After leaving the Jin Palace, in front of the two guards, he spit at the stone lion at the door. Shan Sanwan was frightened and quickly pulled his sleeve, reminding him, "Sir, we can't be so unrestrained here." Fong Pai smiled but said nothing. When they were far away from the gate, Zhou Jing smiled and explained, "Our Lord did it on purpose." Shan Sanwan said, "You are so mysterious, and I am confused. Drinking wine with you. You are kind. And human feelings are like waves." The old prime ministers still hold their swords, and the senior officials of the rich family laugh and tap their hats. Lord Xiezan's poem almost tells the whole officialdom, and reveals the power tactics. Zhou Jing followed behind Fong Pai and said slowly, "Our Lord of Pacification seems to have got the essence of it." Fong Pai grinned and said, "It was Lord Shinchu who got it. And I was also deeply inspired." "What are we?" "Court guards. The commander said privately that we are the lackeys and minions of the prince. And we are specialized in privacy. When I was in Sanha, I was taken care of by Lord Shinchu. I don't know if he trusts me or not, but he must have deliberately kept a distance from us, both for himself and for us. Whether the Prince He, General Manager Hong, and Lord He Jixiang can see it or not, the scene must be done this way. It will not become a reason for others to attack them in the future." Shan Sanwan suddenly realized. No wonder they say that the prime ministers are still holding their swords when they know each other. No one wants to lift anyone up. Fong Pai sighed. "That's right. If the Prince He is in a good mood one day, if he wants to know about General Shinchu, do you think we should tell him or not? If we tell him, I'm sorry for General Shinchu. If we don't tell him, this is bullying, a serious crime." Shan Sanwan said. "Your Excellency is right. Shall we go to the supplier station now?" "Go to hell." Fong Pai waved his hand and said, "You are a bunch of people who only care about money and not people. You took the money to buy food from the supplier, and we will go to our own base." "Yes." Shan Sanwan bowed. The north wind suddenly rose. When Lin Yi was bathing, he was probably too sleepy, and fell asleep directly on the couch in the bathroom. After waking up, he walked out of the house. It was already dark, and only the lanterns hanging on the side of the corridor kept it bright. Chung Duor stepped forward and said, "Please have dinner." "Your Majesty." Lin Yi followed her, and said with a smile, "I remember you, the disciple of Yin Wumpa, who is good at using poison. Yin Hong is good at gynecology, but he is even better at using poison. Inspired by his scientific ideas, he was able to use his internal energy to atomize some poisons, so that people could inhale them into their nasal cavities, killing people invisibly. He is also a genius. It is my blessing that the prince can remember me. Chung Duer looked flattered. Lenny asked curiously, "What poisons are you good at using?" It worked for the prince, but it's actually some things that are not good enough to be used on the table. Chung Duer said without hesitation. The simplest one is to collect oleander juice, and let people inhale it into their mouths and noses unconsciously, making them die of heart failure. Can you poison the Grand Master? Lenny's desire for knowledge is very strong. This, Chung Duer said with a wry smile. The meridians of the Grand Master are like the shadows of clouds on the edge of the nine-bin pond, and the stars in the sky bathing in the waves. The poison of my subordinates is also helpless. Then you keep trying, Lenny said with a smile. If the poison can't kill them, use your martial arts to kill them. As he spoke, he had already arrived at the hall. As soon as he sat down, the maids began to serve the dishes and pour wine. He had just drunk a glass of wine when he thought of King Nanling. Let King Nanling come in. King Nanling paced back and forth in the yard anxiously for an hour. Seeing Jean Bo coming over, he hurriedly asked, "Do you want to see me?" Jean Bo raised his hand and said, "King Nanling, please come in." King Nanling was very familiar with the Prince Jin's mansion. He didn't need a guide and went straight in. When he saw Lin Yi, he knelt down and said, "Your Highness, I pay my respects to the regent. May you live 1,000 years. 1,000 years. 1,000 years. Lenny smiled and said, "Get up. You are so polite. We are brothers. How about having a drink together? Your Highness." Looking at the table full of delicious food, King Nanling really didn't have the courage to say no. No. After Pingcheng was besieged, even the princes had limited daily supplies. And in the end, they only had radishes, cabbages, and occasionally horse meat. Seeing so many delicious foods at this moment, his stomach was rumbling. Lenny waved. "Come here. We are brothers." "Thank you, Regent." The King of Nanling finally couldn't help but sit opposite Lin Yi. He picked up the chopsticks beside him, picked up a piece of fish for himself, put it in the bowl, and then picked up the wine glass, stood up and said, "I will drink this cup." After drinking the wine in the glass, he suddenly couldn't hold it back and coughed a few times with his mouth covered. "Slow down. Don't rush," Lenny said to Chung Duer. "Serve the food to King Nanling. The Regent King is so kind. I really have no way to repay you." As he spoke, King Nanling burst into tears. Lenny was stunned. This is a great actor. He chewed the venison in his mouth, swallowed it, and said, "Okay, don't cry. You are not a child anymore. This kind of fake play can't fool people. I was too reckless." King Nanling's crying stopped abruptly. "I forgot to ask. Where are my sisters-in-law and nephews?" Lenny said with a smile. "I didn't see them in the mansion." The King of Nanling was startled, and then said calmly, respectfully, "The road is full of rebels and refugees. I am worried about their safety, so I placed them in a remote farm in Nanling." Lenny said carelessly, "Children can't grow up without their father. Tell me the address, and I will send someone to send them all to Ankong City, and your family will be reunited." The King of Nanling knelt down again. "No matter how many mistakes I made, they are all my fault. I will accept the punishment from the Regent without any regrets. I also ask the Regent to give them a way out for the sake of our past friendship. You are a responsible person." The King of Nanling's behavior surprised Lin Yi. Chapter 566 Jiuzhou Ding. In his impression, King Nanling and King Jean are the same, always selfish and conceited, and they must put their own survival as the first priority. How could they have a wife and children in their eyes? "Thank you, Regent, for your praise," King Nanling cried. "I have committed a serious mistake, and I deserve death. I only ask the Regent to show mercy, and spare them, and let them live a normal life." "Why are you crying again?" Lenny picked up the teacup, washed his mouth and spit into the spittoon held by the maid, and then said, "You know clearly, I even let my third brother go. How could I possibly embarrass you? You are crying to me now. You don't believe me?" King Nanling lowered his head and said, "I dare not. Yes, Old 9 did let Old 3 go, but he didn't let Old 4 go. It was agreed that he would only count out 3 times, but he heard from the guard on the way that he count out 3 times every day. When did King Jean truly repent? When did he not have to kneel? If this is the standard, when will Old 4 end? So, it is not surprising if he ends up with the same fate as old Four. Lenny only glanced at the roast goose, and the maid next to him seemed to have the same idea. She immediately cut 2 slices with a knife, dipped them in sauce, and put them in a small dish and brought them to him. In the past, Lenny was very averse to this troublesome method, but perhaps he was really tired, and now he actually enjoyed it a little. He leaned back in the chair, chewed slowly, and then said, "Get up. You know my temper. If you continue like this, I will really be annoyed." "Yes." Hearing what Lenny said, King Nanling stood up quickly and sat upright opposite Lenny again. Lenny said calmly, "You are a person who is sometimes really annoying. To be honest, I don't like you. But in terms of how annoying you are still not as annoying as the 3rd and 4th brothers." King Nanling didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Is he praising him or scolding him? But he had to thank him. "The regent is kind. I have nothing to repay you. Don't say nice things. You might hate me after a long time." Lenny raised the glass to him and said, "Come and have a drink." "I dare not," King Nanling said honestly. "I said, after returning to Hong Kong City, I will support you. But, you know, we can never go back to the past. At most, I can give you some food and drink, and nothing else is possible," Lenny said sincerely. "As for your family property, it will be nationalized, taken from the people, used for the people, and for the benefit of the people. Do you understand? I am willing to hand over all my property to the treasury." King Nanling answered without hesitation. In fact, he had expected it in his heart. His younger brother is famous for his love of money. What's more, he is now a prisoner. How could he be allowed to keep any floating wealth in his hands? It's already very good to be able to survive. "There is one more thing, my sisters-in-law and nephews. I really hope they go to Hong Kong City," Lenny said slowly, "so that you don't get bored living alone." The Regent King has said it twice in a row. King Nanling knew that if he refused again, he would deliberately annoy the other party, so he gritted his teeth and said, "I obey your order. Eat, don't be so stern, it's boring," Lenny said to the maid. "Serve the food to King Nanling." "Yes." Another little maid served King Nanling. The news that the regent persuaded Pingcheng to surrender, and the Prince of Yong retreated to the frontier spread throughout the world, and the 9 states were shocked. Although everyone had expected it, it was still a little incredible when it really happened. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Too fast. What was even more unexpected was that the proud Prince of Yong and Mei Jingji could actually be persuaded to surrender. Moreover, the prince actually let them go. And the tragedy that everyone imagined did not happen. With corpses everywhere, Yongzhou, Jianzhou, Shuizhou, Daio, Saibei, and Liangzhou in the north were connected. And Lin Yi finally completed the unification of Daliang in form. No one doubted that the regent would become the new ruler of Daliang. When clouds come, the mountains are more beautiful. When clouds go, the mountains are like paintings. The mountains are dark and bright because of the clouds. The clouds make the mountains high and low. Standing on the cloud sand, looking back, I see the mountain home. Wild deer sleep on the mountain grass. Mountain monkeys play with wild flowers. Clouds and mists, I love the mountains pricelessly. When I look at them, when I walk, the clouds and mountains also love us to go down. Lenny stood on the high wall, looking at the mountains and white clouds in the distance, and chanted slowly. The expression of King Nanling, who was standing beside Lin Yi, was indescribably strange. He knew what level his younger brother was. Can write such a good song. However, after seeing Lin Yi finish reciting, he still said loudly, "The regent is very talented, I admire him. If you don't lie, we can still be friends." Lin Yi rolled his eyes at him and said, "Once in a place of fireworks, I heard it by chance, and quietly wrote it down. I don't know who wrote it. I'm sorry. Mr. Zhang Yanghao, after he came to this world, he spread many poems, most of which were spread in the name of Anonymous and his sister. It can be regarded as a due contribution to the prosperity of Daliang's literary career." King Nanling said hurriedly, "The person who can write this song must be a genius. When I return to Hong Kong City, I will definitely ask about it." Lin Yi turned his head and looked at King Jin, who was kneeling in the city wall, being guarded by soldiers and pointed at by the people. He frowned and said, "The posture of this kowtow is not standard. It is obvious that he is not sincere and does not have a deep understanding. Seventh brother, would you mind going down and giving me some pointers?" "Ah." King Nanling was a little caught off guard. "Is there any difficulty?" No. No. King Nanling clasped his fists towards Lin Yi, and then hurriedly ran down the city wall. The king of Jin cowed out 3 times with disheveled hair, and heaved a sigh of relief. He thought that today's humiliation was over. But suddenly, he saw a long shadow in front of him. He looked up, and found that it was King Nanling, 7th brother. The king of Jin felt an indescribable feeling in his heart. He didn't know whether to envy or be jealous. Why could the 3rd brother run away directly? And King Nanling could be so arrogant? And what kind of life has he lived in the past half-month? It's worse than pigs and dogs. He had to kneel in the cold wind and be insulted. These lowly people. In the past, would they have the courage to raise their heads in front of him? Now they are so bold that they not only throw gravel and dirt at him, but also dare to spit at him and insult him. 4th brother. You have suffered. King Nanling looked at the king of Jin, who had long lost his human form. And not only did he not sympathize with him, but he even wanted to laugh. This is what you call your day. Did my 9th brother ask you to come and see me? King Jin asked hopefully. That's right. King Nanling nodded affirmatively. Then can I leave now? King Jin was actually a little excited. Unfortunately, as soon as he stood up, he was held down by 2 officers and soldiers again, and his knees slammed hard on the ground again. He glared at the 2 officers and soldiers. 4th brother, you misunderstood, King Nanling said hurriedly. The regent said that your cowed-out posture is not standard, which means that your heart is not sincere, so he asked me to come and teach you. Insincerity? King Jin finally reacted, snorted coldly. How do you want to teach me? King Nanling saw that King Jin looked unhappy, so he didn't hide it, because the relationship between the 2 of them was not very good. He snorted coldly. 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows are ancient rituals. My brother. Just follow them. 3 kneelings and 9 kowtows? King Jin looked at the people watching in front of him, and gritted his teeth and said, Are these lowly people worthy of it? This? King Nanling hesitated for a moment, and raised his head again to look at Lin Yi, who was looking at this side on the city wall, and then said loudly, The regent said, the people are the most important. The country is second, and the king is the least important. How can you not be worthy of it? After hearing this, Lin Yi, who was standing on the city wall, said to Shinchu next to him, This is enlightenment. My 7th brother is the truly smart man. The 12th and 6th have been following me for so long. They can't say such words. Your Highness, what you said makes sense, and the king of Nanling will naturally remember it. Shinchu smiled and said, I have sent a pigeon to Nanling, and ordered the local officials to send the king of Nanling's family to the capital. If nothing goes wrong, they will arrive in a month and a half. Lin Yi glanced at the king of Jin, who was performing the 3 kneeling and 9 kowtow ceremony, and then said, Send them to my house later, and remember to wash them. I'm afraid my nose can't stand the smell. Shinchu bowed and said, Yes. How should Mei Jingji and Yang Chongqun be dealt with? Please give your instructions. As for the people like the king of Jin and the king of Nanling, it's not his concern. He is just a general. If he manages too many things, he will not live long. What do you think? Lin Yi asked back. General Mei is an important minister of the country. I dare not speak rashly. But if Yang Chongqun wants to stay in Jinzhou, it is tantamount to letting a tiger go back to the mountain. I think it is inappropriate. Shinchu said boldly. I think he should also be escorted to the capital and handed over to the 3 courts for trial. If he wants to stay in Jinzhou, let him stay. You just keep a close watch on him. Lin Yi said lightly. He is the same as Shinsanbei. He will be useful sooner or later, if nothing unexpected happens. His biggest enemy should be the Western barbarians. In the future, large-scale wars will undoubtedly require a brave and skilled general like Yang Chongqun. It would be a pity if he was killed with one blow. Your Highness is wise. Shinchu could no longer say anything to object. The autumn wind blows. The grass and trees turn yellow, and the wild geese fly south. The newly dressed Prince Jin stood in front of the gate of the Prince Jin's mansion again, feeling a lot of emotion. The Prince Nanling on the side smiled and said, Imperial brother, are you in the mood for poetry? How about a poem? The Prince Jin sighed. 7th brother, the Prince of Jin was very kind to you in the past. Why are you so mean to me today? Imperial brother, that's because you were too kind to me in the past. The Prince Nanling snorted coldly and said, Please come in. Don't let the regent wait anxiously. I misjudged you. The Prince Jin waved his sleeves and strode into the familiar Prince Jin's mansion. This used to be his home. Now the cuckoo has taken over the magpie's nest. From a distance, he heard a swana sound, and then a singing voice. I got up early in the morning to collect manure, and when I came home, I couldn't find my woman. I looked for her in the east and west yards. I looked for her in all the neighbors. I called you, Lihuozi, and you heard me. Your woman thinks you are ugly and wants to divorce you. The king of Jin frowned. When had such vulgar lyrics and music ever been heard in his mansion? When he entered the hall, he suddenly realized that the people singing this song were his brother and the prince, who were not good at civil or military affairs. That's normal. After Lin Yi finished singing a song, he waved to the opera troupe next to him and said, Everyone has worked hard. Go down and receive your reward. To restore the development of Pingqing's entertainment industry, it starts with him. Thank you, Regent. The opera troupe, dressed like refugees, bowed and left the hall. Your servant, I pay my respects to the regent. Although the king of Jin was indignant, he still performed the ceremony honestly. Huh? Lin Yi said loudly. It seems that the guidance of the seventh brother today is still very effective. You can perform a great ceremony now. Not bad, not bad. You are a teachable kid. The corner of the king of Jin's mouth twitched unconsciously. Your servant has troubled the regent, Lin Yi said enthusiastically. Get up and talk. Thank you, regent. The king of Jin finally stood up. Lin Yi was about to speak when he found that his brother was half a head taller than him. Although he had suffered a lot in the past half-month, his originally handsome face actually had an indescribable sense of vicissitudes. Ah! Damn temperament. Seeing Lin Yi frown, King Jin hurriedly leaned over again. Lin Yi said with satisfaction, Pingqing has just been settled. I am so busy. Brother, I am sorry for being rude. I hope you can forgive me and understand me. The regent is busy with all kinds of affairs. How can we compare with him? King Jin looked sincere. Lin Yi raised his hand and said, Ah, sit down. Don't be polite. We are all brothers. Come, serve tea. Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, King Nanling was about to leave quietly, but was suddenly stopped again. You stay too. There is no one else today. Just us brothers. Have a family dinner. Lin Yi suddenly remembered something. Call my sisters-in-law and nephews and nieces. They have been hard these days. King Jin said. Thank you, Your Highness. Chung Duer led the whole family of Yingying and Yinyan to kneel in front of Lin Yi first, and then began to cry to King Jin. Old and young. Very noisy. How can you behave in front of the regent? After the king of Jin roared. The scene finally quieted down. Concubine Su Xian saw Lin Yi staring at her again, and she felt even more embarrassed. So she wiped her tears and bowed, saying, We are rude, and we made the regent laugh. The king of Nanling on the side looked at Lin Yi first, then at Su Xian, as if he had discovered something incredible. You all must have a lot to say. Just talk about your own things. Lin Yi waved his hand and said, I'll go feed the birds over there. The king of Jin had a hobby that was the same as his, which was raising fish and birds. There were many precious flowers, birds and goldfish in this mansion, and he was going to take some away when he left. The king of Nanling also followed Lin Yi's body. Lin Yi blows his whistle, teasing the parrot in the cage. Regent Wang Yingming, Regent Wang Yingming. The parrot kept calling. You taught it? Lin Yi looked at King Nanling. The minister is okay, he taught him a few words. Nanling personally took a pot of tea for Lin Yi, respectfully raised in front of the eyebrows. Chapter 567, Imitating the Sages. You are a real talent then. Lin Yi looked at him again, and he no longer felt that he was disgusting. Tell me, if you had been so good at being a human being before, why would you have ended up like this? King Nanling said hurriedly. What the regent said is true. Fortunately, the regent was able to influence me in time, and I was able to stop in time and return to the right path. Lin Yi threw the bird food in his hand into the fish pond. Although it was already autumn, the fish in the pond were still very active, competing for food. The mind of things is unpredictable, and human nature changes. Even after a meal, he is still like this, let alone riding in the carriage of an official. Seeing this scene, Lin Yi was moved. The regent is well informed and knowledgeable. I admire him very much. I claim to be well read, but I have never read a poem like this. This time, the king of Nanling learned his lesson and dared not praise Lin Yi's talent again. As everyone knows, his brother is a complete idiot. Talking about talent is simply an insult to literature. The poem, I am reading now must have the first verse. I only recited the second verse. Probably because I forgot it. Look at this memory. This poem was written by a poet in the previous dynasty. But unfortunately I can't remember it in full. It probably means that cranes and chickens are competing for food. Lenny thought that when he wrote online articles in the past, he worked hard on poetry. Like this one, mainly because there are too many uncommon characters, he can't remember it all. The regent can continue to sing this eternal quatrain for this unknown person, which is really a great contribution for future generations. King Naling looked as if it was just as expected, but he couldn't help but complain in his heart. How dare you say that? Thinking of this, he actually missed his third brother a little. His third brother is both civil and military. He is a talented person of the time, and treats him like a spring breeze, making him feel respected. How could he be like this ignorant ninth brother? He doesn't understand what brotherly love and respect mean. As an elder brother, standing in front of him, he actually felt like he was living a year. Moreover, they were very harsh to Shinchu, Jean Bo and others. How could they win people's hearts if they treated meritorious officials and soldiers like this? Aren't they afraid of chilling the hearts of their subordinates? Shinchu and others were really mean. Why didn't they have any backbone? Is it necessary to work hard for such people? He really felt sorry for his third brother. He actually lost to such a rogue. As his grandfather said, it was fate and time. No wonder your third brother wanted to take you with him. You are so good at talking, Lenny said with a smile. You are so kind. Regent. King Nanling couldn't help but feel proud. If his fourth brother could speak a little, he wouldn't have ended up like this. He is so stupid. Okay, you go, and see how the family is chatting. It's almost time for dinner. I'm hungry. Brother. Lenny urged. Yes. Assigned as an errand boy, King Nanling didn't feel unhappy at all, and went to the lobby immediately. When he arrived at the lobby, he looked up and saw the family standing quietly in 2 rows. King Jean was sitting in the middle, so he smiled and said, Brother, are you hungry? King Jean was confused by the question, and after a moment of stunned, I will follow the regent's orders. That's good. In the puzzled look of King Jean, King Nanling ran away again. When she stood in front of Lin Yi, she was already out of breath. Lenny smiled and said, Why are you so anxious? Nanling Wang smiled and said, Please come in. Regent King. When Lin Yi first entered the Huang mansion, he released some of the women that King Jean had forcibly abducted, and the remaining concubines, maids, and servants were also on a voluntary basis. The door was open, and anyone who wanted to leave was not stopped, and money was given. More than 50 or 60 people left at once. But even so, there were still many people in the hall in front of him. There are more than a dozen concubines alone. Add to that the more than 20 sons and daughters of the King of Jean. A total of more than 40 people. Lin Yi felt inferior. Sit down. After Lin Yi took the lead and sat down. Let's eat. No one dared to sit down. The King of Jean hesitated and said, How can a group of women and children sit with the regent? It's not in accordance with etiquette. Lin Yi smiled and said, Since my nephew and I are uncomfortable eating together, let's open another table. The King of Jean bowed and said, Thank you. Regent. Chung Duer stepped forward and took the women and children out. Only the 3 brothers Lin Yi were left in the huge hall. King Nanling took the wine pot from the maid and poured wine for Lin Yi and King Jean himself. It is a blessing to drink with the regent and the 4th brother. King Jean stood up and raised the cup and said, I will drink this cup first. Lin Yi was still sitting, watching him raise his head and drink the wine in the cup. Then he also raised the cup and said, By the way, we brothers haven't had a drink together for many years. King Nanling waited for Lin Yi to finish drinking, and filled his cup again. The regent is busy with all kinds of affairs, and we dare not disturb him too much. You are talking nonsense again. I hope that we brothers can be more sincere and less routine. Lin Yi said slowly. The 2 brothers need to understand one truth after all. In the face of absolute strength, any routine and skills are just illusions, and they will eventually shoot themselves in the foot. Anyone who wants to cross the river by feeling his way will end up in vain. Follow the prince's instructions. The 2 stood up and said in unison. Nanling Wang missed his third brother even more. Although his third brother was using them, they were also using him. Everyone could get away with it. It wouldn't be like now, making it tense. But there was nothing we could do. The gods, ghosts, and 5 immortals of heaven and earth all follow the rules. If you go against the rules, everything will be upside down. If you go along with the rules, everything will be mysterious. The situation is stronger than people. What else can we do if we don't bow our heads? As long as we are alive. It's better than anything else. He thought of the lyrics of the opera troupe just now, full of articles and 7 steps of talent. The sleeves of the silk shirt brush away the fragrance. You also force yourself to bow your head. Open your eyes. Don't you see the celestial phenomena? The fortune circulates. Fourth brother. Lenny looked at King Jean. I am here, King Jean said respectfully. Do you hate me? Lenny asked with a smile. I dare not. King Jean was speaking from his heart. What he hated most now was King Yong. He actually abandoned him. The second was King Nanling. How respectful he was to him before, how cruel he is now. He looked like a villain who had achieved success and was rampant. How dare he play tricks on him again and again? He wanted to get rid of him as soon as possible. As for Lin Yi, when the gap between the two people's strength was too big, there was only fear and despair left. Now I really can't think of resisting. I'll ask you a question. Answer it truthfully. Lenny blew the tea leaves, slowly said. Where did the people of Jizhou Temple in Pingsheng go? Why can't I find anyone? While comforting the people, he searched the whole city, but didn't even see the shadow of the people of Jizhou Temple. Prince Jean said honestly. I dare not deceive the regent. Since Jingquan Wenyueo, at the beginning of the year, after hearing the news that the Hongou army entered Chuanzhou, I led my disciples back to Chuanzhou. At that time, the third brother had already lost Guanshan, Juko, Pingtao, and the decline was obvious. The people of Jizhou Temple also found an excuse to escape unscathed. The third brother was furious, but he could do nothing about it. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. That's not fair, Lenny said with a smile. Only you are good, you never leave me, and never abandon me, King Nailing said with a sad face. Brother, when we wanted to retreat, General Shinchu had already captured Huguan. We had no way out. No way to retreat, and could only curl up in Pingsheng. When Huguan fell, it meant that King Yong was doomed to fail. If he took another step back, he would be in Jizhou behind him. It was a heavily guarded place, even if he managed to escape Jizhou. What would happen? Can he still go straight to the capital? Even his grandfather said that the situation was hopeless. I see. Lenny suddenly realized. The regent is wise. The two said in unison again. Sometimes, when you get used to bending down and speaking fluently, you don't feel embarrassed anymore. Hey, I've talked too much again. I'll punish myself with a glass. Lenny drank the wine in the glass again. I toast to the regent. The two of them raised their glasses in unison again. How dare they let their good brother punish himself? They are now very grateful for the royal education they received. When there is a difference between the superior and the inferior, they can react instinctively. Lenny smiled and said, in ancient times, 1,000 gold coins were used to buy horse bones. I hope what I bought is not horse manure. I will not disappoint the regent. The reaction of the king of Nanling was faster after all. I will do my best and die. After these days of tempering, the king of Jin finally recognized the reality. The arm cannot twist the thigh. Fourth brother. It's not that I want to embarrass you on purpose, Lenny said with difficulty. My brother is now in this position reluctantly. But I still can't stop the world's gossip. I have to be on guard. He really wanted the king of Jin to die. However, everything must be justified. The king of Jin bullies the people. What crime is it to rob women? In the eyes of the rich and powerful, isn't that what he should do? Even some people think it's natural. He is a prince. Moreover, he persuaded Pingsheng to surrender without any soldiers, and it was sung by the world. If he was directly accused of killing his brother, it would be bad. All the previous efforts were in vain. I understand your painstaking efforts, and I am grateful. The king of Jin tried hard to squeeze out some tears. Unfortunately, in the end, he still had nothing. He could only blink dryly. Eat as much as you want. Drink as much as you want. Don't be polite, Lenny greeted. Just treat it as your own home. This is my home. King Jin couldn't help but shout in his heart. This mansion was built by more than 10,000 civilians and cost 4 million taels of silver. The purple pavilions and red buildings are shining, and the jade rooms and brocade halls are exquisite. It is indeed the proudest work of his life. It's a pity that the spring breeze and autumn moon are both in front of me. The small window is cold. I gently pull my hair and twist it, and tears fill my eyelashes, and I feel sad and miserable. After Lin he had eaten and drunk his fill, he picked up the teacup again, rinsed his mouth, and said to King Nanling, You send the fourth brother back. Be careful on the road. There are many scoundrels. Don't let anything happen. King Jin couldn't help sighing in his heart. He couldn't go back to the Jin Palace after all. He stood up and bowed. I'll take my leave. I will definitely escort the fourth brother back safely. King Nanling bowed and left the palace with King Jin. Standing at the door of the desolate mansion, King Jin couldn't help saying, life is not long. It's as fleeting as a hibiscus flower. Don't refuse to get drunk when you are drinking. And don't ask to be sober when you are drunk. Just know the reason when you are drunk. And don't want to be famous when you are sober. Nanling Wang smiled and said, Royal brother is very talented. I admire you. But there are always two kinds of worries in life. Worries about death and life are not easy to stop. Why should you worry about it? You still have the mood to recite poetry at this time? You are really bold. Jin Wan said. We brothers are actually in the same boat. You don't have to hide it. In your opinion, why is your ninth brother acting like this today? Think about the people who have no clothes on their bodies and no food in their stomachs. Nanling Wang said slowly. And my royal brother once had a huge fortune. Land and property that crows can't fly over. Oil mills, pawn shops, gold, silver, pearls, antiques, cattle and sheep, oil mills, pawn shops, maids and servants, silks and satins, and countless. It can be regarded as enjoying all the blessings of a rich family. What regrets are there? After taking a long breath, the king of Jin suppressed his anger and said, Who in the world doesn't want to walk leisurely in the mountains and clouds, visit fishermen and woodcutters, and sleep soundly at the sun? Brother, I have fallen into this situation. You have always been smart. Please show me a way. He has been living a life worse than pigs and dogs for the past half-month. He really can't stand it. Truth? King Nanling asked with a smile. The king of Jin sighed. The situation is like this. Do I have any choice? The king of Nanling rolled his eyes and said, Today I saw your concubine's new moon eyebrows, wearing a lotus silk new woven fairy dress, with 10 fingers as slender as spring bamboo shoots. Brother is so blessed. Are you talking about Su Xian? The king of Jin couldn't help but sneer. This is his favorite concubine. King Nanling smiled and said, Brother is really a smart man. What do you mean? The king of Jin frowned, feeling a little uneasy. My dear brother, can't you see it? One of them is shyly hiding his beautiful face with his eyes, and the other can't sit still, and can't get on the tortoiseshell banquet. King Nanling looked into his eyes, and said word by word, Brother, don't pretend to be confused. How dare you? This time, King Jin was really angry. In ancient times, when people treated guests with respect, they often offered their wives and children, and they didn't think it was disgusting. King Nanling said with a smile, Brother, why don't you follow the example of the ancient sages? King Jin was silent. How could he not see the look in his good brother's eyes when he looked at his concubine today? He was not really a fool. Nanling Wang continued, Brother, this is also for your own good. Don't get angry and hurt yourself. Just a woman. Jin Wang thought it through this time. A man should have a wife. What do you think? Sister-in-law is beautiful. And she is serving wine and singing attentively. Who can resist? Nanling Wang said with a smile. As long as the regent agrees, your chance will come. Right? Unconsciously, he said Lin Yi's catchphrase. My lords, it's getting late. Jin Bo stood not far away and heard everything clearly. However, he could only pretend not to hear anything. He would have to ask General Shinchu if he wanted to talk to the lords about these things later. It's the only way. After sighing, King Jin walked straight into the chilly autumn wind. Sitting in the study, Lin Yi took a look at the memorial sent by the cabinet about Jinzhou's recuperation and approved it directly. After the unremitting efforts of Shinchu and others, the streets gradually regained some vitality. With a bustling crowd and chaos, the crying of children, the screaming of livestock, and the drinking games of merchants were all mixed together. Chapter 568 Slate Spring. Lin Yi stretched his body, walked out of the study, and walked up to the tower of the Prince of Jin's mansion. Standing on the high ground, the Prince of Jin's mansion was in full view, and the streets were bustling with people. Let people set off some firecrackers at the 4 gates to liven things up. This atmosphere is a little too dull. In war, the people who suffer the most are always the people. Pingcheng was besieged for 3 months, and there were more than 1,000 people who starved to death. Yes. After Shinchu responded, hesitated for a while, and said, Your Majesty, There is one more thing, and I don't know whether I should say it or not. Then don't say it, Lenny said unhappily. Shinchu was stunned. Their prince still had the same temper. He stopped talking and said boldly, "Now that the war in Jinzhou has come to an end, I will go to Chuano on my own initiative." "What are you thinking about? If you leave, who will take charge of Jinzhou?" Lenny rolled his eyes at him and said, "You have been in Jinzhou for quite a while, and you know it well. It is better than transferring someone here without knowing anything. As for you, don't say too much. This time, the king is determined to make a thorough military reform, and you will be the commander-in-chief of the Jinzhou military region." He had made military adjustments when he was in Sanha, and even listed the ranks of army commander, company commander, regiment commander, and division commander. But inertia is strong. Everyone still arranged positions as usual, general, admiral, and so on. According to the latest Liang law, Shinchu should be called the commander, but he was reported to the Ministry of War as the general, which sometimes made the people who wrote official documents at a loss. Especially Liang Yuanji, he complained to Lin Yi several times. Openly or secretly. Commander-in-chief? Shinchu was not unfamiliar with the word commander, a small official who could not be any smaller. Adding a general makes the title higher? Don't worry about it. In short, the military deployment of Jinzhou will be decided by one person in the future. Lin Yi thought for a while and said, "As for you, if you are worried about your family, just bring your family here." "Thank you, Your Highness." Shinchu saw that the prince was so insistent, and he didn't say anything more. Anyway, no matter what, he couldn't go to Chuanzhou, and he couldn't go back to Hong Kong City. Lin Yi continued, "The cabinet plans to let Shi Banquan be the governor of Jinzhou. Jinzhou is just being decided. Everything should be centered on the development of economic construction. You two should support each other. I will definitely cooperate with Lord Shi, and I will never dare to affect the economic construction of Jinzhou." Shinchu is not a fool, and naturally understands what the prince means. What does it mean to focus on economic construction? To put it bluntly, it means to focus on Shi Banquan. As the general in charge of military affairs, I have to stand aside. Don't get in the way. The tone of the prince has been given, and he has to listen even if he doesn't want to. That's good. The next task is to thoroughly eliminate the bandits in Jinzhou. Those with the heinous crimes will be punished severely. Those without lives will be sent to build roads. In short, do everything possible to ensure the smooth flow of trade routes. Lin Yi said slowly. Everything is for development. For everything for development. Yes, sir, Shinchu said loudly. I will actively implement the prince's concept of economic development. Oh, not bad, there is progress. Lin Yi praised. Not only do you have to implement it, but you also have to convey it to the people below, let them know the significance of economic development, and let them understand that whoever cuts off my money, I will cut off their official career. I understand, Shinchu responded. Lin Yi nodded and said, Then there is nothing to say. You should send out scouts these days, and be ready to welcome Lord Shi at any time. In addition, find the original officials from Jinzhou and Pingcheng, regardless of whether they are capable or not. At least, they have a better understanding of the situation in Jinzhou. Let them maintain their positions first. Whether Shi Banquan will use them in the future is Shi Banquan's business. These people are good at scheming. They dare to covet the food used for disaster relief. Shinchu smiled and said, These days, my subordinates have acted on their own and have killed more than 10 people. They are not as easy to use as those suppliers. The waiters at Tianfu restaurant are young, but they are good at doing things. They have been distributing porridge these days without any mistakes. Are you endorsing them? Lin Yi said in surprise. Shinchu said with a smile. Many of these guys are from Jizhou, born in poverty, although they can read a few words. It is extremely difficult for them to take the civil service examination. I think, why not recruit talents without any restrictions? Like those old officials. It is okay to help with chores, but forget about becoming an official, Lin Yi said with a smile. Every public official must be tested. This is a principle and a system. It cannot be changed. Otherwise, if you are unrestrained today, and he is unrestrained tomorrow, it will be a mess. Shinchu hurriedly said, I have no selfish motives. I know you are unrestrained, but I can't guarantee that others are not. Lin Yi insisted. If they are really capable, let them take the exam. This is the right way. After he took charge of the Liang dynasty, he abolished the imperial examination system and replaced it with the education system, and the civil service system. Although it caused a great uproar, it was not as difficult as imagined. The questions in the entrance examination were too simple. Some old scholars who had studied hard for 10 years only spent 1 year to finish their elementary school textbooks, and then went to the examination without any effort, and got their elementary school diplomas without any effort, because chemistry, physics, and mathematics are all dead. Knowledge, for those old scholars, understanding buoyancy, is much easier than debating the so-called standing without leaning on the strong and just. 1 is 1. 2 is 2. There is a standard answer. After getting the elementary school diploma, you can directly get the admission ticket to take the civil service examination. The most surprising thing is that they actually passed the exam. If they disagree, wouldn't they be fools? What's the meaning of wrapping feet for warmth, burning heads and piercing thighs, reading bamboo slips 3 times? Is simply insulting? Is it necessary? If we still need to study like this now, it means that we don't have enough IQ. Examinations are not necessarily a good system, but they are not bad either. At least it is better than appointing people on the basis of merit or nepotism. The final result is that there are no noble sons in poor families. Your Highness is right. Shinchu bowed. Anyone who does not have a primary school diploma, let alone becoming an official, can't even think about being a petty official. This is a matter of principle. Lenny emphasized again. In the future, we must go deep into the grassroots. People without primary school diplomas may not even be village heads. The north wind whistled, blowing the dry trees beside the road, and Lin Yi's face was hurt by the sand and gravel that were rolled up. He wrapped his coat tighter, looking at the carriage road getting closer and closer. I have to run quickly before it snows. Once the road is blocked by heavy snow, he will suffer when he returns to Ankong City. Lake Shan said, I have made preparations early in the morning, just waiting for the prince's order. He also hoped that the prince would return early. Otherwise, if something happened, they really couldn't afford it. Sir Banquan sat in the carriage, holding the stove in his hands, slightly closing his eyes. When he heard the servant say that they were almost there, he slightly lifted a corner of the curtain of the carriage and saw a large group of people in the distance. They must have come to greet him. But he didn't think much of it. After all, he is now a local official, which is normal. But as he got closer, he suddenly felt something was wrong. There were bright armors in front of him, and swords and spears everywhere. What was going on? Even if Shinchu gave him face, he wouldn't have to set up a large camp of ceremonial guards. Right? He asked anxiously. Have you investigated clearly ahead? After a burst of anxious horse hoof sounds, a servant reported back. Master, it's Prince He. Prince He is out to greet you. Ah. Sure, Banquan was startled. Of course he knew Prince He was in Pingcheng, but he never thought that Prince He would come out to greet him in person. After all, people like Prince He never practiced the respect for the wise and humble. Approach. Prince He's principle has always been if you don't do it, there are plenty of people who will do it. And he even said 3-legged frogs are hard to find, but 2-legged people are everywhere. In Prince He's eyes, the importance of these people is probably not even as good as those blacksmiths in the Academy of Sciences. If you have to say the reason, it is that Prince He advocates science and hates Zaihuziya. Nowadays, the imperial court's memorials are almost written in vernacular Chinese, because they are afraid that Prince He will not understand. It's all tears if I say too much. He hurriedly got out of the carriage and shouted to the boy on horseback. Did you see it wrong? The boy straightened his hat and said loudly, Master, even if I make a mistake, no one can make a mistake for Prince He. Right? Shabanquin continued to squint his eyes and looked into the distance. That's right. He was originally from Sanha. When Prince He was in Sanha, he often wandered around the streets and alleys of Baiyun City. He could talk to anyone. So many people knew him, and it was impossible for him to make a mistake. What's more, who else could make Shinchu display the Grand Camp ceremonial guards except the prince? There's no mistake, the servant continued. Master, our prince really values you. Shut up, Sher Banquan scolded, and said to the coachman, Hurry up. Don't keep the prince waiting for too long. Standing on the carriage. As the carriage got closer and closer to the city gate, the figure in front became clearer and clearer. When he got close, he jumped off the carriage without waiting for it to stop, took 2 quick steps, knelt down and said, Your Highness, I, Shabanquin, pay my respects to you. May you live long and long. Lenny shrank his neck, gathered his sleeves and said, Get up. You've been traveling all the way. And you've made such a big noise. You don't even complain about being tired. Thank you, Your Highness. Shabanquin stood up, and just as he looked up, he saw Prince He, Prince Nailing, Prince Jean, Yang Changchun, and Mei Jingji next to Prince He. Just as he was about to bow, he heard Prince He impatiently say, All right, if you have anything to say, let's talk about it when we get back. It's very cold outside. Yes. Shabanquin smiled bitterly. Fortunately, he had long been accustomed to the prince's temper. He didn't care at all. It was a great honor for the prince to come out and greet him in person. This was not something anyone could earn. After getting on his carriage, he went directly to the Prince of Jin's mansion. The servant boarded the carriage, stuck his head into the carriage, and whispered, Master, someone just came and said that we can't follow into the Prince of Jin's mansion, and we will be arranged directly to the Pingcheng government office. Shabanquin nodded and said, In that case, you can go with others. The servant said, Master, if we leave, who will take care of you? You won't even have anyone to serve you by your side. Shabanquin said, They must have their reasons for arranging it this way. And you don't need to make a fuss. The servant said, Yes. When they arrived at the gate of the mansion, Shabanquin got off the carriage with the help of the servant, and after giving them a few words, he was led by a servant from the prince's mansion and washed up first. The wind suddenly blew harder, and the temperature dropped again. Lin Yi was still freezing, and complained to the king of Jin next to him. You only make a fuss outside. Why can't you keep warm inside? You are quite cold resistant in winter. Right? King Jin was stunned. Can he be blamed for this? I begged you to come? Please get out of here. However, he still smiled. Regent, you don't know. This room is specially used for meeting guests. And there is no heated Kong. There is a special warm room in autumn and winter. Forget it. It's a bit early to go into the warm room now. After Lenny sat down, he held the warm teapot and looked at the people standing. You are all sitting. Why are you standing there like an idiot? Thank you, Regent, everyone said in unison. Come on, serve the meal, and add more charcoal basins. Lin Yi was shivering with cold. Is it going to snow soon? Jean Wan said. Soon. Then I have to hurry up. Lin Yi looked at Shabanquin and said, Since you are here, get familiar with the place quickly. Winter is not a joke, it can kill people. Don't worry, Your Majesty. Shabanquin stood up and said, I have already agreed with Lord Gan Mao that 100,000 dan of grain will be delivered to Jianzhou before winter. Lin Yi was puzzled. Is Gan Mao so generous? 100,000 dan of grain, which is equivalent to Gan Mao's life. He didn't even have to ask Gan Mao to come out, not to mention that Shabanquin and Gan Mao had a relatively ordinary relationship. Shabanquin looked around, as if he had something to hide. Lin Yi said, Just say it directly. We are all family members. There is no need to hide it. Shabanquin said, Jianzhou is rich in coal. I use the coal as collateral to exchange for these 100,000 dan of grain. After saying that, he looked at the king of Jin, who was frowning like everyone else. Lin Yi smiled and said, I almost forgot that you are the biggest coal boss in Jianzhou. What's yours is mine. I won't be polite. Brother, King of Jin hurriedly said. The regent is wise. He finally remembered what Lin Yi once said. The greatest pain in life is that people are alive, but their money is gone. Now recalling it again, he agrees with it. It's really unpleasant to see your things go into other people's pockets. After 3 rounds of drinking, Lin Yi's body couldn't help but get warm. He took off his jacket and raised the wine glass, saying, General Mei, General Yang, please. Thank you, Regent. The two stood up and said in unison, and drank the wine in the glass. These days, I have neglected you a little. Please don't mind. I dare not. You two don't have to be discouraged. Lin Yi looked them up and down and continued. As the saying goes, a prostitute becomes a good woman in her later years, and her life of fireworks is not hindered. A chaste woman loses her chastity in her old age, and her half-life of hardship is all gone. Let's encourage each other. He raised the glass again. Thank you, Regent. The two were unhappy. Compared them to prostitutes? But they still raised their glasses and drank it obediently. Chapter 569 Cultivating Sentiments. Both of them were angry. And after swallowing it down, they still felt resentful. Especially Mei Jingji. He was an old minister during the Yonglong period. He also played a role in Emperor Delong's smooth ascension to the throne. After that, he fought for decades in the south and the north, and made great achievements. I never thought that he would be humiliated by a young boy like Lin Yi today. I am unwilling to accept it. No matter how you look at it, this prince, he doesn't look like someone who can conquer the world. Let's not talk about literary talent and military strategy for now. After all, the founding emperor Lin Baoji is not that good. He is just a cowherd. In terms of conditions, he is not as good as Prince He. However, those who achieved great things in ancient times not only had extraordinary talents, but also had perseverance. And what does this have to do with Prince He? Comparing his resilience and perseverance with Lin Baoji, it is simply an insult to Lin Baoji. As for his ability to judge people and tolerate others, it is even more of a joke. Look at the slate spring in front of you. How can it be so humble in front of Prince He? After all, he is a frontier official. Does he need to be like this? Even if it is Emperor Delong, he must have said something kindly to appease him at this moment, showing the bearing of a wise ruler. Prince He, what's wrong with you looking at people with squinting eyes? The dog meat feast is not suitable for the table. Sit. Sit. Lin Yi said enthusiastically. I don't mean anything else. As the saying goes, the speaker is not guilty, the listener is warned. I am just telling you the truth. This time, even Yang Chongqun's mouth couldn't help but twitch. The speaker is innocent, but the listener should be warned. How can this be used? How shameless. Even Emperor Delong may not be as thick-skinned as him. At least Emperor Delong will cover it up. But he still said insincerely, I will listen carefully to the regent's teachings. The mutton in the northwest is still delicious. You guys, try it too. Lin Yi glanced at Yang Chongqun and said with a smile, Lord Yang, don't be polite. Eat and drink well. He was actually a little confused about Yang Chongqun now. He was loyal to Emperor Delong, but he followed Prince Yang and served him like this, and ended up like this. He was disloyal to Emperor Delong when he led his troops into Ankang City. This guy and his uncle Yuan Qin cowed out in front of Emperor Delong until their heads were broken and bloody. They were determined to put this traitor to death. He was the most loyal minister in the world. Moreover, his temperament was unpredictable. He often made desperate appeals to Emperor Delong. But why did he start to act like a jerk in front of me? He didn't seem to be a quibble. Could it be that I really had the spirit of a cuckold? Thank you, Regent. Yang Chongqun listened to Lin Yi's words and felt that this was his last meal. Lin Yi continued. General Yang said he wanted to stay in Jianzhou last time? Yang Chongqun hurriedly said. I hope the prince will grant your permission. My words are as good as gold. I will not change my mind about what I promised you. Lin Yi put down the chopsticks holding the peanuts. But there is one thing. General Yang has to promise me one thing. Yang Chongqun hurriedly bowed and said, Please give me your instructions. Regent, Jianzhou has just been settled, and there is a lot of work to be done. It needs a man of both civil and military talents like General Yang. Now Jianzhou is plagued by bandits everywhere. It is the little rats who gather together to do it. They rob and extort, and do all kinds of evil. It has greatly destroyed the peaceful and harmonious situation in Jianzhou. I swear to let this small group of lawless elements taste the iron fist of the people. Lin Yi stood up, stared at Yang Chongqun and said, I will ask my father to appoint you as the vanguard of the rebellion and lead the Jianzhou government to suppress the bandits. What do you think, General Yang? This was an idea he came up with after seeing Yang Chongqun. Originally, he wanted to let Shinchu's officers and soldiers take on the task of suppressing the bandits. But after thinking carefully, the army is the most important weapon of the country and cannot be taken lightly. If the army is mobilized, it will inevitably cause panic. Besides, suppressing bandits is the job of the constables. Yang Chongqun is a capable man, and Lin Yi wants Yang Chongqun to train a team of constables, specifically to protect the safety of Jianzhou. Among the crowd, except Shinchu and Shi Banquan, everyone was stunned. What is a stable and peaceful situation? When has Jianzhou ever had such a situation? The most bizarre thing is, the iron fist of the people? What the hell is this? No one comes out to explain it. I am stupid. I hope the regent will explain it clearly. Yang Chongqun was confused. What kind of official is the pioneer of rebellion? Why does he have to lead a group of constables? The pioneer of rebellion, as the name suggests, is to fight rebellion, beat them hard, beat them so hard that their parents don't recognize them. Lenny paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. This is the situation. What the specific situation is, it depends on the situation. The regent is wise. Yang Changchun smiled bitterly. Listen to your words. It seems that you have not read. It makes people laugh and cry. Rumor has it that Prince he is a weirdo. It is true. Then, he heard Prince he say word by word. If you do well, I will let you be the chief constable of Pingcheng Prefecture, with civil servant treatment, iron bowl rice, no need to take an exam. In the civil service system of Daliang, except for soldiers, constables are the only two iron bowl rice that do not require an exam. The regent is so kind. I am grateful to him. Yang Changchun smiled. But he was actually so angry that he almost bit his teeth off. He, Yang Changchun, was once the commander-in-chief of the three armies, and he was invincible in hundreds of battles. He was a famous general in the frontier who could stop children from crying just by mentioning his name. You gave him a chief constable, and you acted like you were giving alms. How hateful. Are you bullying me because I have no sword in my hand? But when he thought of his old wife dying of depression, and his 4 sons who were not young anymore, but none of them was the pillar of the family. If he died, the Yang family would be gone. He had to keep this life alive, and try his best to train his grandson. Hey, I'm glad you understand. Lenny patted his shoulder, looking like he was doing good for him. You, don't disappoint me. Yes. Yang Changchun wanted to cry, but had no tears, and didn't want to say a word. You can't talk, so don't talk. It's probably a misfortune for the people for such a person to hold the 9 cauldrons. After seeing Lenny's eyes drifting to Mei Jingji, he breathed a sigh of relief, slowly sat down, also staring at Mei Jingji. Don't just laugh at me, it's your turn after all the changes in fortunes. He watched Prince, he walked up to Mei Jingji, and patted her on the shoulder. Mei Jingji's big white beard shook unconsciously, not knowing whether it was because of excitement or anger. Yang Changchun was no longer gloating at this moment, but felt a little sympathetic. This was Mei Jingji, a man with a broad chest and a mighty presence that could not be defeated by 10,000 men. Back then, he marched across the world with swords and spears, and countless souls died under the swords. The red land reflected the sky for thousands of miles, and the killings in the wilds frightened the gods and demons. Even Emperor Delong respected him. Prince, he didn't pat him on the shoulder, but rather slapped him in the face. Mei Jingji finally stood up and said loudly, What orders does the regent have? Just tell me. I will go through fire and water and die without hesitation. What life and death? It's not that serious yet. Lenny sat down again, picked up the teacup, and said with his eyelids propped up, Jin Sanbei is your old subordinate. He is in Mobei now. You know that he is always hesitant and not at all straightforward. You can write him a letter to reassure him. He didn't kill Yang Changchun just because there was no big grudge. Mei Jingji was not killed, but it was because the old man had 2 deep roots in the army. When a person left, the tea got cold. It was a natural law. When a person stayed, the tea got cold. It was the fickleness of the world. Jin Sanbei did the opposite. After hearing that he persuaded Pingcheng to surrender and detained Mei Jingji, this bastard actually started to slack off. This was something he had never thought of before. Is loyalty and righteousness really that important? For the sake of his old leader. Is it really good to offend Lin Yi? For a moment, he really wanted to make a ruthless decision to have Jin Sanbei killed directly. However, he finally calmed down, thinking of this man's talent and the Western barbarians he would have to face in the future. It would be a pity to kill him. It would be better for Daliang to have less internal friction. Even if they were waste, they could be used in the end. He wanted to unite all the forces that could be united. I obey your command. Mei Jingji was excited. Jin Sanbei was once his personal soldier. He brought them up. He did not disappoint him. Lenny said, Tian Han, I will not keep you here. Come on. Send you back. I'll take my leave. Yang Changchun and Mei Jingji led the way out of the hall. Lenny looked at Shi Banquan, who was at a loss, and said with a smile, You have been tired from the journey. Go back and rest. We can talk tomorrow if there is anything. I will take my leave. Shi Banquan left the Jin Palace under the guidance of a servant. As soon as he arrived at the door, he saw his carriage. His servant Liang Tian was leaning on the carriage with his sleeves gathered and taking a nap. He coughed heavily. Liang Tian suddenly woke up, jumped down, and helped Shi Banquan get on the carriage, saying, Master, have you been drinking? Let's talk about it when we get back. Sherbanquan didn't allow him to make any more noise. After getting on the carriage stopped before they had gone far. Liang Tian helped him down and said with a smile, "Master, this Pingcheng is not much bigger than our Baiyun city. I was just idle and went around in circles. But it didn't take me an hour. This was to observe the local geographical environment, history and culture, and local customs in advance." When Sherbanquan was about to praise him, he heard a group of people shouting, "Meet the governor." He raised his head and saw a group of people kneeling in front of him. He was startled and said sternly, "Get up. Who told you to kneel?" Logically, as a governor, he was a first-rank official and was qualified to make people kneel. But the prince advocated clean government and equality for all. And even the prince himself did not allow others to kneel down to him casually. The people below followed suit, including He Jixiang and Hong Ying, who only dared to let their disciples kneel down according to the master's etiquette. What's more, he was a governor. He was originally just a 7th-rank judge, and was exiled to Sanha for his words. Later, when the prince led his army back to the capital, he followed him back. He only got a 4th-rank position as the chief censor and the deputy envoy of the Jizhou censorate in the court. He may not be the first person to jump directly from the 4th rank to the 1st rank, but he is definitely one of the few. He Jixiang. Xiezan told him very clearly that it was not because there was no one available, but because there was no one to trust. He told him to be careful with his words after arriving in Jinzhou, and not to lose the face of the prince. These so-called great men, with noble character, rather than being court officials, are more like sons of the prince's family. Because if one suffers, all suffer. If one prospers, all prosper. The servant hurriedly said, "Master, this is a group of officers from the Jinzhou prefectural governor, who came out to greet you." The officers were at a loss. Kneeling down was wrong? Shouldn't they kneel down? Humph. Get up, Sherbanquan said loudly. Whoever dares to kneel down to me in the future, I will never let him off easily. Yes, everyone said in unison, even more confused. However, they all stood up in different levels. This governor is really weird. Sherbanquan strode into the yamen, followed by an old man with a gray beard, who looked like a lawyer. He said incessantly, "Sir, our yamen has 15 courtyards, more than 170 houses. This is the 6th workshop. The lobby. The front is the criminal and money teacher's courtyard, and the back is the east and west treasuries. Can I take you to the backyard?" "Who are you?" Sherbanquan snorted. "Sir, I am not talented, but I am appointed as the chief clerk of the yamen," the old man said hurriedly. "I see." Sherbanquan was once the prefectural judge, in charge of grain transportation, family farms, water conservancy and litigation. And he knew the dirty things in the yamen very well. He could say arbitrarily, there is not a single good person among the 3 shifts of yamen runners. If there was a good person, this filthy place would not be able to survive. Looking at the dilapidated wing room, the Grey Queen followed the chief clerk directly, passed by the flower hall, looked inside, and saw a group of women playing the guitar and singing. She turned around and said, "What do you mean? He might not have been a good person before, but now he just wants to be a good person. Jinzhou has been so corrupt, and these people are still doing these things, which really disgusts him. He can only try to restrain the urge to chop off their heads." The chief clerk hurriedly said, "Since you are new here, we are just showing our appreciation. Let's go." Sherbanquan sighed, and continued to walk forward without looking back. It was late. It started to snow. Led by King Jean, Lenny entered the greenhouse, and he came alive again, and the wine glass in his hand didn't feel so cold anymore. "You are so thoughtful." After the dinner, Mei Jingji and Yang Chongqun left. Even the king of Nanling did not stay. But the king of Jin shamelessly asked to stay, with the excuse of leading the way to the greenhouse. Lenny did not know whether to laugh or cry. "I am very happy to be able to do something for the regent." After hesitating for a long time, the king of Jin finally could not help but say, "Now I am in the greenhouse, with the feeling of spring flowers, with good wine, with delicious food, but without the music of stringed instruments. I think it is not good. What do you think?" Lenny asked casually. "My concubine Su Xian, the regent king, has also seen her. She is a great musician, and her piano playing is beautiful. I dare to ask her to play a piece for you." "Your Highness." Prince Jean bowed his head. Yes, Lenny said loudly while drunk. In the warm greenhouse, I can't sleep anyway. Listening to some music, cultivating my sentiments, is not a big deal. Chapter 570 Return. Then, King Jean stood up, hesitated for a while and said, "Should I go and explain it to her in person?" After a long talk with King Nanling, he understood a lot of things, and now his hard knot was untied. These days, he went into the palace many times, but without Lin Yi's consent, he had no chance to see his family, and naturally he didn't explain it to Su Xian. "Okay, you go." Lin Yi waved his hand, picked up the teacup, took a sip, waited for a while. No one was seen. He laid down on the couch, and fell asleep unconsciously. In a daze, I felt someone was giving me a full-body massage. When I opened my eyes, I saw a woman. Su Xian, the concubine of the king of Jin. Lin Yi smiled and said, "I'm sorry to bother you." Her two slender hands rubbed Lin Yi's belly, and she smiled and said, "Your Majesty is worried about state affairs day and night. It is my blessing to be able to share your worries." Her forehead was full, and her eyebrows were long and thin. Her smile was charming, and her eyes were captivating. Lin Yi was a little dazed by her, feeling the wetness at the corner of her mouth. She quickly wiped it with her sleeve, and said with a smile, "Where is my fourth brother? What does this mean?" Prince Jean is tired, so he went back to rest first. Su Xian's hands were already wandering around Lin Yi's groin. Lin Yi felt a burning sensation all over his body. Seeing that he had no reaction, she became even bolder, and her hands went to places they shouldn't go. Lin Yi was so scared that he instinctively held her hand. No need here. Even if he was a fool, he should understand something at this moment. Prince Jean is really willing to spend a lot of money. He even gave his wife away. "Your Highness is polite." Su Xian was held by Lin Yi's hand, and her face was shy. "Ah," Lin Yi sighed. "You say you don't want to." The atmosphere has become so awkward. Su Xian didn't understand what he meant. She just felt her hands getting hot from being rubbed. Lei Kaishan, who was standing outside the door, heard a bang and couldn't help but look back at the greenhouse. Through the thick oil paper on the window, he saw two figures merge into one quickly. He was at the peak of the 9th rank, and his hearing was so sensitive that although the two people inside had restrained themselves, they could still hear it clearly. He whispered to Tan Fei, "The king of Jin is not an ordinary person." Tan Fei said seriously, "Shut your stinky mouth, be careful of what you say." Lei Kaishan said unconvinced, "It's just the two of us, there's no one else." Chung Duer said with a blushing face, "Lord Lei, I'm also a human being." "Sorry," Lei Kaishan said with a wry smile. "I didn't mean that," Chung Duer said. "My lords, it's getting late, you two should get off duty, I'll take care of this." Lei Kaishan and Tan Fei looked at each other, then said, "Thank you very much, I'll trouble Miss Duer here goodbye." Since being scolded by Shinchu last time, the two of them handed over the guard work with the prince to Shinchu. Now Shinchu has surrounded the Prince Jin's mansion so tightly that no one can get in unless the Grand Master comes in person. Ordinary masters can't even get in. What they see is mostly decoration. It's cold today, so they're willing to take a break and have a couple of drinks. At night, the snow is falling harder. Lin Yi opens the window of the greenhouse, looks at the white roof, frowns and says, "We have to go back." Su Xian, who is leaning against Lin Yi and wearing only a gauze, trembles in her delicate voice after hearing this. "Your Highness, don't worry. I'll take you with me," Lin Yi said without turning his head. "But you have to be prepared. You can't enter this palace, and you can't have a title. I'll buy you a house outside the palace, no matter what." Su Xian is the concubine of the Prince Jin. No one said he was sneaking around, but if he openly disregarded ethics, it would be despised. "Thank you, Your Highness." Su Xian breathed a sigh of relief. She had already given herself to Prince He, and she definitely could not go back to Prince Jin, even if she really went back. According to her understanding of Prince Jin, she would not have a good life. Following Prince He back to Hong Kong City, although she had no status, at least she had a place to stay. As for what happened next, she could only take it slowly. "Someone come!" Lin Yi shouted out the window. "Your Highness." Lei Kaishan appeared directly outside the window, lowering his head, not daring to look into the house. Lin Yi said, "Give orders, get ready, and return to the capital tomorrow." "Your Highness, why don't you wait a few days, to see if the weather will clear up before you go?" Lei Kaishan asked tentatively. Lenny shook his head and said, "No, leave before it freezes. It will be troublesome if it freezes. There was no weather forecast. When you go out, it all depends on luck." After saying that, closed the window, turned around, looked at the tinder and tinder Su Xian, and spent another night of tenderness. He got up before dawn. Outside the Prince of Jin's mansion, there were noisy carriages and flags fluttering. Shabanquan personally helped Lin Yi get on the carriage, and then got into the carriage with him. He knelt down and said, "I came in a hurry, and haven't received any instructions from the prince. I am ashamed." Lin Yi smiled and said, "In Jianzhou, the court will temporarily exempt taxes for 2 years, and will not collect money and grain. You must seize the golden period of these 2 years, and work hard to develop the economy. In fact, you should follow our policies in Sanha, Yuezhou, and Jizhou. Don't talk too much in the government office. Don't issue empty documents. And go to the grassroots more often to understand the actual needs of the people, and solve their difficulties. Many times, the current situation is caused by not caring about what should be cared about, and not doing what should be done. Do you know what you should do? Punish corruption severely, enforce public security, and guard trade routes strictly. With clean and honest administration, better public security, and smooth trade routes, the economy will naturally improve." Shabanquan said, "I will follow the instructions of the prince." He gradually began to think about it. What he said to the prince was basically the same as what Ankang City is doing now. "There is one more thing. I will leave Yang Changchun to you. This man is a veteran. You don't need to be too polite to him. If you really treat him with respect, he will look down on you even more." Lin Yi said slowly, "You can do whatever you want, as long as you don't kill him." Shabanquan smiled and said, "Don't worry, Your Majesty. No matter how powerful Yang Changchun is, he is just a toothless tiger in front of you. Can you still escape from his grasp?" "That's true, but you can't underestimate him because of this," Lin Yi said seriously. "All the famous people in ancient and modern times are more or less capable, not to mention that Yang Changchun is a military commander who has been in the court for many years, and has countless students and former officials. If you underestimate the enemy because of this, and suffer in the end, I won't take care of you." "Your Highness is right," Shabanquan said hurriedly. The carriage slowly left the city gate. Lin Yi looked at the crowds of people kneeling on both sides of the street. Puzzled, Shabanquan said, "I heard that the prince is returning to the capital today. The people are grateful for his kindness, and came out to see him off. Are you sure you didn't force them?" Lin Yi was most afraid of this kind of formalism. The most common one is the umbrella for all the people. When local officials leave office, they often encourage the gentry to hold a ceremony to send the umbrella for all the people to praise their virtues and make them famous. He had heard of several cases before, and all of them were handed over to the 3 departments for verification. If they were untrue, they would be dismissed. If they were corrupt and took people's lives, it would be even better. They would be investigated and dealt with according to law. At one point, many local officials were frightened and trembling. This was not a merit umbrella at all, but simply an umbrella for imprisonment, and an umbrella for death. Therefore, the umbrella of the people has basically disappeared in the local area. Shabanquan explained, "Your Highness has misunderstood. This is indeed a spontaneous act of the people." "That's good." Lin Yi lowered the curtain and continued, "When the weather gets warmer, you can bring your family here and work well here. In addition, I also told Shinchu that from now on, Jinzhou will be under your control. He has to listen to you, and you two have to work together." "Thank you, Your Highness." Shabanquan's last bit of worry was gone, and he said excitedly, "I will do my best and work hard until my death." The carriage traveled another 2 miles before Shabanquan reluctantly got off the carriage. Standing in the snow, looking at the team gradually going away, he bowed deeply, and then let the servant Liang Tian put on his windbreaker for him. Liang Tian said with a smile, "Master, Pingcheng is even colder than Ankang." Shabanquan was in a good mood, so he teased, "Why, you miss Sanha again?" Liang Tian raised his head and said, "Of course, there is no place like our Sanha." Shabanquan said, "How about I let you go to Sanha?" Liang Tian's eyes widened and said, "Master, when you asked me to come to the north, you promised to protect my future. I'm your slave. You can't go back on your word. He is not so easy to get rid of. Keep your voice down." Shabanquan's face flushed. Why does this bastard speak without considering the occasion? Don't you have any shame? What if the people behind hear it? Thinking back to the beginning, when the prince raised troops in Ankong City, they, the old men, were ordered to go to Ankong City to assist the prince. He only had that little salary in Baiyun City. And after buying his clothes, there was basically nothing left. After all, the chief censor was an important official in the court, so it was not too much for him to have 2 servants with him. Right? However, to support a servant, from food and accommodation to monthly wages, it would cost at least 1 or 2 taels of silver a month. Right? He had no money. He could only promise Liang Tian and others that we would not forget each other when we became rich and powerful. Therefore, Liang Tian was willing to leave his home and follow him all the way from Baiyun City to Ankong City, and then from Ankong City to Pingcheng. Master, I'm telling the truth, Liang Tian said aggrievedly. Master, I'm a first-rank official now. How can I ignore your future? Shi Banquan said angrily. If you still care, I'll give you 200 taels of silver now, and you can go back to Sanha now. I'm just kidding. Master, don't be angry. Liang Tian hurriedly calmed Shi Banquan down. Let him go now. He's not that stupid. Since entering the city yesterday, there has been an endless stream of people seeking to see the governor. If you want to see the governor, you must first pass him. In this short day, he has already experienced the prestige of being the governor's confidant. He has received more than 40 taels of silver. There is no way he can leave. Don't think I'm a fool. How much money did you receive yesterday? I don't know, Shi Banquan said viciously. From now on, everyone who sees will have a share, and the account will be divided 60% and 40%. Otherwise, relying on his salary, he will really starve to death. He Wang Ye actually knew it, but he just turned a blind eye. The so-called anti-corruption of the prince is against the greed of the court and the people. As for the money of the gentry and landlords, the prince set an example by not accepting it if it is not worth it, and not confiscating their property and exterminating their clans, which is the greatest kindness to them. If you dare to join forces with the gentry to bully the villagers, you will be courting death. Master, Liang Tian said in disbelief. You are too evil. You actually want 40%. What are you thinking? Shi Banquan rolled his eyes at him and said, You are 40%, and I am 60%. Liang Tian said indignantly. Master, I have been with you for so many years, and I have worked hard even if I have no merit. You can't treat me like this, Shi Banquan said unhappily. If you keep making such a fuss, I will send you back to Sanha immediately. Do you believe that I can drive you away right away? And you won't have to spend a penny right after that. And there will be plenty of people lining up to be my servants. I believe it. How can I not believe it? Liang Tian finally recognized the reality. Then be honest, and I will teach you the art of collecting money later, Shi Banquan said calmly. What money can you take the initiative to ask for? And what money can't be taken after it is given? Master, I can still take the initiative to ask for money? Liang Tian's eyes lit up. He felt that he had a bright future. Shi Banquan snorted coldly. Master, I have told you long ago that following me will bring you good things. He was reluctant to drive Liang Tian away. Although Liang Tian had many shortcomings, he knew him well and could be trusted. Most importantly, Liang Tian had a talent for martial arts and was only 1 step away from the 9th rank. He was both his servant and his bodyguard. Such a talent was not easy to find outside. Liang Tian said loudly. Yes, Master. Whatever you say is what I will do from now on. Jin Bo, who was not far away, listened to the conversation between the two. What a group of funny people. Especially this Liang Tian, who has no idea of his own value as the peak of the 8th rank. He was led by Shi Banquan from the beginning to the end. He had originally wanted to trick Liang Tian into the vanguard camp, but now it seems that it is not necessary. Such a fool should be kept by Shi Banquan himself. It was snowing heavily. Lin Yi did not feel that cold at all. He sat in the carriage, holding the heater, and smiled at Mei Jingji riding on the horse. General Mei, if you are cold, come to the carriage to warm yourself up. Mei Jingji smiled heartily. Thank you for your kindness. Your Majesty, I won my fame on horseback, and I have seen the biggest snowstorms. This is really not worth mentioning. I almost forgot that General Mei has killed enemies in the extreme cold of the northern frontier. Lin Yi smiled and said, I admire you. I admire you. Mei Jingji said, Your Majesty, you are too kind. Lenny looked at the sky, which was getting darker, and said, "What is ahead?" Mei Jingji said, "The nearest place is Shagwan town, which is 20 miles away. If we go faster, we can get there before dark." "Then hurry up," Lenny said slowly. "It's not good to keep dawdling." "Yes," a group of guards and soldiers shouted. The coachman cracked the whip, and the carriage suddenly sped up, and more soldiers surrounded it, fearing that something might happen to the carriage.